Hello everyone. Welcome to our audiobook channel. If you enjoy this story or want to hear more exciting content, don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Your feedback helps us improve and bring even more captivating stories. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 1 of the series. Enjoy listening chapter 100 Questions Beast and Soundbird. The rain hadn't stopped pouring for 24 hours. When the originally hot and stuffy summer was complemented with the moisture, it made it rather hard for anyone to breathe in this environment. In this humid heat, an outgoing but frail King youth was holding an old-fashioned AI mobile phone. He was fiddling with it for a long time before the phone finally let out its distinctive startup sound. Lin Yuan sighed in relief when he found out that his mobile phone wasn't faulty. He wouldn't be able to afford a new one. After switching it on, Lin Yuan logged into the Fei website that he frequented. He discovered that his account actually had 99 notifications when he had merely replied to one question. When he had been unable to sleep that night, Lin Yuan had stumbled upon a forum post where someone asked for a solution after getting bitten by a ghost shadow bristled spider. He had answered it in a casual manner. Do not panic when bitten by the ghost shadow bristled spider. Drink hot water with woad root. Then clean the wound. To prevent your corpse from smelling bad, find a shady and ventilated place under a tree, and lie down. If your finances are enough, it is best to lay down a bamboo mat under your body. While looking through all sorts of fancy replies, Lin Yuan heard a delicate sound. Suddenly, an ash-black cat pounced on his legs, which was followed by the sounds of flapping wings. A sparrow-like bird that was entirely cyan landed on Lin Yuan's shoulders and let out 2 chirps. He quickly put down his mobile phone and asked the ash-black cat that was clinging to his legs, "Genius, what is the temperature of the store now?" The cat leaped off from Lin Yuan's legs before replying with a coquettish and sweet voice. "The room temperature is 34 C. Yuan, it is time for you to ventilate it and dissipate the heat." In response, Lin Yuan carried the ash-black cat in a practiced motion before running downstairs, with the cyan bird that had been chirping still on his shoulder. As dawn broke across the sky, Lin Yuan opened up the windows in an efficient manner before he carefully walked in front of the flower racks. At that moment, the ash-black cat spoke again. "Lin Yuan, eat your medicine first." Lin Yuan immediately stopped in his tracks and went to pour some water instead. At the same time, the cyan bird brought over the medicine tablet with its beak. Lin Yuan received the tablet from the bird and threw the tablet into his mouth before gulping it down with a cup of water. The cyan bird then started a song involuntarily, but Lin Yuan swiftly covered its beak. "Shimey, if you sing now, Andy Zhang from next door will come over again." The talking cat, which was previously on Lin Yuan's legs, and the bird on his shoulder, which could sing, seemed mystical. However, a century after the Spirit Kai awakening, the ash-black cat and cyan bird were now common existences. Almost everyone had one of them. The cat was called Genius, and it was 100 questions beast. It was a walking encyclopedia and could even fill in the role of a simple lifestyle butler. It was considered a housekeeping beast. However, it was different from other 100 questions beasts on the market, as this ash-black cat was much skinnier and smaller. It truly looked like it was undernourished. This cat may have been birthed by a mother 100 questions beast, but because its fur didn't have an even distribution of black, it looked as though it was dirty, and consequently, its owner couldn't sell it for a long time. The boss that was selling spirit pets had simply given a 50 discount on the price and let Lin Yuan have it. As for the singing bird, it was a sound bird. It was very rare to see sound birds getting sold on the market due to the fact that most of the sound birds had already evolved into songstress birds. A songstress bird was just like a living music player, and clever songstress birds could learn over 100 songs. As for this cyan and sparrow-like sound bird on Lin Yuan's shoulder, it was a sound bird that had failed to evolve into a songstress bird. When the boss had seen Lin Yuan hesitating to buy the 100 questions beast, he had added this sound bird as a gift to Lin Yuan. After receiving Lin Yuan's training for over 2 years, the sound bird was able to sing one song now. Shimey was the name of this little sound bird. When it had first arrived in this home, it had always been disheartened and drooping its head. All living things had a spirit and could naturally feel everything in their vicinity. Therefore, Lin Yuan would always praise Chimey to slowly build its confidence. As a result, Chimey had been especially lively after learning one song, an undernourished and abandoned 100 questions beast, a sound bird that had been treated like trash after failing to evolve, and a frail youth. No matter what, the trio looked like a rather weak combination. However, they were managing the Fey store left behind by his parents in an orderly manner. After consuming the medicine, Lin Yuan walked to the flower racks and carefully took down the black cloth that covered them. 5 succulent lotus flower-like plants were growing in the pots. They had an emerald green color and a faint fragrance that was almost undetectable. When Lin Yuan took a closer look at these 5 stalks of jasmine lilies, he couldn't help but sigh after seeing one of the stalks. One of the jasmine lilies' leaves had turned soft. When is this scorching weather going to end? The jasmine lilies were a class of common healing-type Fey plants. A century after the Spirit Kai awakening, all living things in the world were influenced by the Spirit Kai and had different evolution variations. The jasmine lily had been a type of succulent plant before the Spirit Kai awakening, and it was one of those plants that had evolved. If its owner accidentally cut their finger when chopping ingredients, they simply had to put a jasmine lily at the bedside, and by the next day, the cut on the finger would be completely healed. Of course, there were also Spirit Kai professionals that chose the jasmine lily as a contract Fey. However, the jasmine lily was a Fey of the lowest grade, and it was extremely difficult to evolve. These 5 pots of jasmine lilies in Lin Yuan's store were all normal grade. If they could pass Elite grade and reach the doorsteps of bronze grade, then the jasmine lilies would be comparable with other excellent healing-type Fey plants. All living things had their status determined by fate. Low-grade Feys were neglected because it was truly hard to evolve them. However, it would have been different if a low-grade Fey was guaranteed to evolve into a high-grade Fey. In fact, Lin Yuan heard rumors that low-grade Feys had certain aspects that would enable them to suppress high-grade Feys. The rise of a low-grade Fey was just like an insignificant person climbing to the clouds step by step from the earth. They were unlike high-grade Feys that were born at the pinnacle. High-grade Feys could also evolve, and it was relatively easier as compared to low-grade Feys. That's why it was rare for people to nurture low-grade Feys. The resources required to nurture a low-grade Fey were enough to nurture a few high-grade Feys. A good example would be why almost every individual possessed 100 questions beast and songstress bird. In this century, after the Spirit Kai awakening, there had never been a case of 100 questions beast or a songstress bird evolving. Lin Yuan carefully tended to the 5 pots of jasmine lilies by burying nutritional minerals into their soil. It might not be much of a labor, but Lin Yuan was already panting slightly. Lin Yuan's store might be called a store, but it only contained 2 types of Fey plants, 5 pots of jasmine lilies, and over a dozen pots of usnea. These usneas couldn't even be considered normal 1 Feys. They were only considered a variant of the original usneas before the Spirit Kai awakening. Apart from the mild toxins, its vines now grew faster, and these vines also had increased nutrition within them. This was also why the usnea was the best fodder for low-grade herbivorous or omnivorous Fey pets. Each day, these pots of usneas would give around 100 1-meter-long vines for Lin Yuan. To maintain my daily life, I still have to rely on these usneas. If I can sell 1 pot of these jasmine lilies, it will be considered a pleasant surprise. However, even as Lin Yuan looked at the usneas like an elderly mother, he didn't have any intention to tend to them. He basically put in all his efforts on the 5 pots of jasmine lilies. After Lin Yuan cleaned up the dust, this little Fey store started its operations as usual after the morning rain. Chapter 2 Copper Bracelet. When Lin Yuan opened the store, it was just a few minutes before 7 a.m. Presently, Lin Yuan was standing beside the flower racks and felt he was more tired than normal. This was the reason why he looked frail. The feeling of fatigue when he was opening the store every day was something that Lin Yuan was already used to. However, he could feel a spell of dizziness in the depths of his head, and it was seemingly getting more intensive. Meow. Yuan, go to the chair and sit for a moment. The ash-black cat immediately started to walk on Lin Yuan's pants, and close before climbing up to his neck. The cat then trembled as it stood up and used its paw's soft pad to give Lin Yuan's head a gentle massage. The sound bird was also flying around anxiously as though it was asking why Lin Yuan looked weaker than normal. Lin Yuan then forcefully invigorated himself before hugging the 100 questions beast. Genius. In his arms. His fair fingers had very obvious and distinct bone lines as they stroked across the 100 questions beast's fur. Genius. Shimey. You don't have to worry about me. I probably didn't sleep well yesterday. While Lin Yuan was speaking, he started to ponder whether he had really caught a cold again. His finances to maintain his family's store were very tight, and it was barely enough to support his younger sister's school fees. During normal times, he would be frugal on his own meals to save up money. Poor people were most fearful of falling ill. After a century since the Spirit Kai awakening, all of the previously terminal illnesses were now curable with ease, as long as one could find a Spirit Kai professional who had contracted a high-grade healing type Fey. Treatment could be completed in a single session. However, the fees for hiring Spirit Kai professionals with high-grade Feys would be more than 3 months of operation fees for his store. Lin Yuan might have said so, but Genius and Chimey's anxiety didn't reduce at all. It was as though they were afraid of losing their most precious treasure. To Genius and Chimey, they were two inferior housekeeping pets that had been neglected and rejected, and Lin Yuan was their entire world. When it was at exactly 7 a.m., a forthright and shrewish voice echoed punctually at the entrance. Little Yuan, I have told you so many times not to open your store so early. You just have to open it after 8 a.m., so you can have more rest too. The one speaking was a middle-aged lady who had placed a wooden square box on Lin Yuan's reception counter. She then looked at Lin Yuan with a gentle glance before saying, Same old thing. Give me 10 usnea vines. When Lin Yuan heard this rather passionate and shrewish voice, his face immediately put on a warm smile. Lin Yuan's face looked extremely amiable from afar when he had this warm smile, just like the summer breeze. Auntie Zhang, I have told you so many times that you shouldn't bring me breakfast when you come over to buy something while speaking. Lin Yuan had already gone to harvest the usnea vines in a quick and efficient manner. A pot of usnea would grow around 13 or 14 vines, which were around 1.5 meter long, per day. One portion of the usnea vine was exactly 1 meter long. Lin Yuan's scissors snipped off 10 vines, which were all exactly 1.5 meters in length. He then used a piece of cloth to tightly wrap all 10 of the 1.5 meter vines together. Lin Yuan packed the well-grown and fresh usnea vines nicely. As Auntie Zhang was watching how Lin Yuan crouched down and proficiently packed the usnea vines, her eyes flashed with benevolence while feeling heartbroken. As an old neighbor, Auntie Zhang had been watching as Lin Yuan had no choice but to become independent at the age of 12 to support this store in order to provide for himself and his younger sister. He could barely support his younger sister to study, and Auntie Zhang could no longer remember if this was the 6th or the 7th year. When Lin Yuan brought the usnea vines to the reception counter, he just happened to see Auntie Zhang looking at him. Auntie Zhang, if I were to open my store at 8 a.m., you wouldn't be able to buy such fresh usnea vines, right? He asked. Auntie Zhang quickly withdrew her emotional eyes and laughed while saying, That is true. Why don't you learn from how the other stores are doing? These are just usneas, and you are still putting energy ores in them. How much can you earn with each usnea vine? Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head without saying anything as he listened to Auntie Zhang's suggestion. At that moment, Lin Yuan was doing his best to support his body, as the spell of dizziness plaguing his mind was so intense that he felt he might collapse at any moment. Auntie Zhang understood that this youth had his own principles, be it the opening of the store at exactly 7 a.m. each day or how he stubbornly insisted on putting energy ores in the usnea's soil. While feeling heartbroken, Auntie Zhang still felt a vague admiration for this child that she had been watching grow up. It felt just like how a senior watched the junior grow into a responsible person. Auntie Zhang left behind $75 Federation dollars before turning and walking to the entrance. She said before leaving, Little Yuan, your Uncle Lai specially baked the flat sesame bread and mung bean milk for you. If you want your Uncle Lai to be sad, then don't eat them. When Lin Yuan saw the extra 25 Federation dollars on the table, he took the money and was about to call out to Auntie Zhang. All of a sudden, his dizziness intensified, and his eyes turned blurry before he fainted. When Auntie Zhang walked away, she felt rather pleased. Every time when she wanted to give little Yuan extra money, he would never accept it. This time, since she had walked away fast enough, little Yuan would probably accept it. However, just as she was at the store's entrance, she heard a clatter as though something had fallen onto the ground. Just before the clattering sound echoed, the sound bird and the 100 questions beast let out anxious cries. Auntie Zhang quickly turned around and noticed that Lin Yuan had collapsed on the ground with the $25 in his hand. His eyes were silently closed, and his face looked calm, as though he was sleeping. Auntie Zhang hurried over with worry to help up Lin Yuan. The moment before Lin Yuan closed his eyes and fainted, his ears could vaguely hear the anxious cries of Genius, Chimey, and Auntie Zhang. Immediately after, his consciousness became murky. In this murky state, it felt just like a swamp that would trap a person's feet, making it hard to move. It was viscous and deathly still. After fainting, Lin Yuan gradually awakened in a strange environment. His mind flashed with the face of his younger sister, Genius, and Chimey. These three individuals were his closest kin and his greatest worries. If he died, he didn't know how heartbroken his young sister would be, nor whether anyone would take care of Chimey and Genius. It was fortunate that he had already saved up enough to pay for his young sister's school fees for next year. Lin Yuan's consciousness started walking around in this chaotic place. It was unknown how long he had been walking. All of a sudden, at the end of the chaotic place, Lin Yuan saw something that he was extremely familiar with. It was a simple and unadorned copper-colored bracelet. This bracelet had been Lin Yuan's secret for all this time. In fact, this life was actually Lin Yuan's second life. His previous life had been high-spirited, and he had been in his prime. Unfortunately, he had died early at the age of 30. Upon opening his eyes, he was a newly born infant 1 century after the Spirit Kai awakening. When he had been reborn, this copper bracelet had accompanied him. Since then, he had been wearing this bracelet on his wrist. However, when he was 8 years old, it had accidentally gotten smeared by his own blood and mysteriously vanished. He would never have expected to discover the copper-colored bracelet in the depths of this place. The copper bracelet was currently flickering with a faint light. It caused the depths of his consciousness to be brimming with a tea-like ripple with jade luster. This bracelet was just like a door that was waiting for Lin Yuan's consciousness to step across it. Chapter 3 Morbius. It was a kind of intangible calling, yet it was also the most congenial type of calling. It was just like how fate subtly had guided Newton to the apple tree, and with great coincidence, the apple had fallen off from the tree, just as Lin Yuan's consciousness crossed into the simple copper-colored ring of light. The light ring suddenly lit up with mottled and complicated patterns. These patterns couldn't be described as anything else but strange. They were all intersected with each other, but had this unimaginable swiftness. Lin Yuan felt indescribably relaxed after passing through this simple and unadorned ring of light. In this relaxed state, Lin Yuan was actually able to sense the world spirit Kai that was surrounding his body. It was a kind of sensation that Lin Yuan hadn't felt since he had been 8 years old, when the copper bracelet had been stained with his blood and vanished without a trace. When the copper bracelet had vanished, it hadn't just robbed his senses toward the world spirit Kai, but it had also robbed his spiritual energy. Presently, his spiritual energy might still be as dried up as before, but now, he could at least sense the spirit Kai in the world. His body had become so frail because he could no longer sense the world's spirit Kai. After the spirit Kai awakening, spirit Kai had become this world's most fundamental energy. The planet's native animals and plants had all been able to evolve toward 2 traits due to spirit Ki's influence. One of the traits was to revert to their ancestors' wild nature, enhancing the physical body's capabilities. The other trait was to transform spiritually and focus on energy attacks. As for humans, they had also developed Spirit Kai occupations under the influence of Spirit Kai. There were all sorts of Spirit Kai occupations. but they fundamentally used spirit Kai to enhance the body. Since Lin Yuan had stopped sensing spirit Kai at the age of 8, he had no longer relied on spirit Kai to improve his body's capabilities. He had been relying on nature to grow and food to obtain energy. Lin Yuan felt involuntarily excited. Although he didn't know why his body was unable to store spirit Kai, he could at least sense its existence now. He might be able to absorb spirit Kai at an appalling speed that no one had witnessed before. But the spirit Kai that gathered in his body would quickly leak out of his hands. His body was just like a funnel, and this was why Lin Yuan knew that he was destined to fail as a spirit Kai professional. Despite the case that all spirit Kai coursing through the body wouldn't remain, he would still be able to enhance his body's capabilities through this process. This way, he would no longer have to consume medicine, which was meant to nurture his body. Over the span of a year, he would be able to save up a huge sum of money. His young sister was already coming to the age that she could form a contract with her first fae. With all the money that he saved up, he would be able to purchase a fae, which would be considered superior among normal faes, for his young sister. In fact, he might be able to purchase a low-tier elite fae. This body can finally sense spirit Kai. However, Lin Yuan didn't finish the rest of the sentence. Lin Yuan was always optimistic. However, even though he could sense spirit Kai now, Lin Yuan felt it was a pity that his spiritual energy remained weak like before. A century after the spirit Kai awakening, the spiritual energy was something that was as important as spirit Kai. Spirit Kai professionals could form contracts with faes. Faes were sorted into healing type, offensive type, defensive type, and support type. Among them, offensive type and support type faes were the most in numbers. In order to form a contract with faes, one would require spiritual energy. A regular person would be able to form contracts with 2 to 3 faes in a lifetime, and prodigies might be able to form up to 5 contracts. One's strength would undergo a significant increase with each additional fae. Nevertheless, the resources required to nurture an additional fae would also increase significantly. In regard to faes, the most difficult aspect was to evolve them. The resources required for each evolution was far beyond what Lin Yuan, an owner of a small spirit store, could afford. Lin Yuan's spiritual energy was weak and frail, like a thread of hair. Back when Lin Yuan had formed contracts with domestic faes like the 100 Questions Beast and the Sound Bird, he had fainted and had been unconscious for 3 full days. After waking up, Lin Yuan had had a splitting headache for at least half a month. This had given Lin Yuan a direct cognition of how frail his spiritual energy was. When he had been born, his spiritual energy hadn't been superior, but it hadn't been inferior either. His spiritual energy had become frail at the same time when he could no longer sense spirit Kai. The reason that his spiritual energy had been weak was probably due to this copper bracelet. This copper bracelet had transmigrated to this world along with him, but it was also the reason he had become weak and useless. Lin Yuan couldn't help but have a complicated opinion of the copper bracelet. At that moment, Lin Yuan could only feel his feet stepping on the ground's hard surface. When he looked up, Lin Yuan noticed he was in another spatial zone, which was around 40 square meters. The ground was copper in color within this spatial zone, and there was a 5-meter or 6-meter pool. Apart from that, there was nothing else. When Lin Yuan walked to the poolside, he noticed that the water was extremely clear, and it could reflect a youth's face. The pool wasn't deep, as it was only around half a meter in depth. Lin Yuan crouched down and scooped up a handful of water. He could feel that the water was mild in temperature. When he smelled the water, he realized that it was just regular water as it didn't contain spirit Kai. While pondering, Lin Yuan felt his wrist area becoming heavy. He noticed that his wrist was now wearing that simple and unadorned copper bracelet. At that moment, the copper bracelet emitted a trace of desire to communicate with him. This desire to communicate contained feelings of fondness, timidness, and confusion. It felt just like a child's wisdom that had just been developed. As soon as Lin Yuan used his consciousness to make contact with the copper bracelet, everything that Lin Yuan didn't understand ever since the age of 8 had all been answered. It turns out that this copper bracelet, which transmigrated with me, is actually a fae. When I was 8 years old, I stained the copper bracelet with my blood and actually formed a contract with it because of my mistake. I actually formed a contract with a fae at the age of 8 by accident. Lin Yuan was in disbelief. He used his left hand to touch the copper bracelet that was on his right wrist, and immediately a wave of calmness washed over him, helping him recover from the state of instability. He now had a contracted fae too, and he might be able to earn much more money from now on. Furthermore, his young sister's fae wouldn't need to be of the normal or elite grade anymore. If he worked hard, he might be able to give his younger sister a bronze fae. Right. In fact, to a certain extent, only when a fae reached bronze grade would it be considered as a true fae. Previously, Lin Yuan had complicated thoughts toward this copper bracelet. However, after thinking it through, Lin Yuan understood why he only had a trace of spiritual energy, which had been just enough for him to lead a normal life for the past 10 years. He also understood why the copper bracelet had been silent and had not communicated with him for 10 years. The copper bracelet had been trying to protect the 8-year-old Lin Yuan, who hadn't had powerful spiritual energy. Thus, it had chosen to hibernate. The hibernation had slowed down the contract's forming, so it had taken 10 years to form the complete contract. Today was also the day when the copper bracelet awakened, when it sensed Lin Yuan's emotional reactions. The copper bracelet on his right wrist emitted a gentle feeling. It felt like it was trying to soothe or mentally hint for Lin Yuan to calm down. Upon sensing that Lin Yuan was calming down, the copper bracelet tightened and secured itself firmly on Lin Yuan's right wrist. It felt as though it was holding Lin Yuan's hands tightly and saying, "Pleased to meet you, Lin Yuan." Lin Yuan revealed a smile, which was like the sunshine during dawn that broke through the darkness. It was just like the rising sun's silhouette behind the mountain. The youth then said with a gentle and mild voice, "Pleased to meet you, Morbius." Chapter 4 Exclusive Skill. After forming a contract with a human, no matter what kind of fae, even a normal one, would possess an ability. The type of ability was most probably a species innate ability. Take Jasmine Lily as an example. Even if a person were to form a contract with a normal Jasmine Lily, they would get a healing ability. The comprehended ability was also the most fundamental. For a fae to obtain a powerful ability, it would need to evolve to bronze raid and awaken its exclusive skill. Subsequently, the exclusive skill could be used to complement the abilities to achieve overwhelmingly powerful changes. This was also why people said that reaching bronze raid was the true beginning of a fae. Therefore, for any spirit Kai professional who had a little background, they would always pick a bronze fae for their first contract. When a fae reached bronze raid, they would awaken different bronze raid skills. That also applied to faes of the same species. This uniqueness allowed spirit Kai professionals to pick a fae which had awakened a skill that was more compatible or helpful to themselves. In order to form a contract with a fae, one needed spiritual energy, as it could fuse one soul with the fae soul. That's why once someone formed a contract, the difficulty in dissolving it would be as hard as ascending to the heavens. This was also why many experts who had formed contracts with low-grade faes due to insufficient resources didn't replace them after the former got stronger. Instead, they would use resources to evolve their low-grade faes. Lin Yuan was observing Morbius as he wanted to check its attribute. Presently, Morbius' level of spirituality only allowed it to express subtle emotions. In order to have a regular conversation with Morbius, Lin Yuan would have to recover for some time. When checking on Morbius' attribute, Lin Yuan discovered that it was merely a normal fae. However, Morbius' attribute wasn't like a normal fae, because Morbius didn't just have an ability, it had an exclusive skill. Everyone knew that exclusive skills were something that only bronze faes would possess. Heavens! My contracted fae, Morbius, seems rather powerful. Lin Yuan's irises expanded as he was rather surprised. Morbius, which had come to this world at the same time as him, had an exclusive skill when it was at normal grade. If Morbius reached bronze raid and awakened another exclusive skill, it would possess dual exclusive skills. However, in Legends, only when someone nurtured a fae into a fantasy breed would it possess dual exclusive skills. Fantasy breeds had always been a legend, and Lin Yuan could not get any access to such privy information right now. Nevertheless, when compared with ordinary fays, fantasy breeds were in another league. Soon, joy replaced Lin Yuan's amazement. Suddenly, he felt Morbius sending an emotional signal asking him to use its first ability on it. Lin Yuan immediately used Morbius' first ability after receiving the request. Once Lin Yuan executed the first ability, he looked at Morbius and realized that all information had been presented in a data format. Fey name Morbius. Fey lifeform species. Fey grade normal 110. Fey type spatial mystery. Fey quality normal. Abilities. True data. All complicated information that is invisible to the eye is turned into data. Information that is turned into data might contain truth that cannot be distinguished on the surface. Calm Mind passive ability. Effects of Calm Mind can be improved according to the Fey's grade. Calm Mind can stabilize the mind and has a certain probability of resisting negative conditions. Exclusive skill. Spirit Lock Morbius Spatial Zone can be used to nurture Feys. The initial grade of the Fey that Morbius Spatial Zone can nurture must not be higher than Morbius grade. Morbius isn't able to increase its grade by itself, so its grade will be increased along with the Fey's grade that it nurtures. At the same time, Morbius can obtain the initial ability of the Fey that it nurtures. However, Morbius will not obtain abilities when its grade increases. Whenever Morbius increases a grade, it will be able to nurture one more Fey. Morbius' method of growth will remain unchanged. When Lin Yuan read the information presented by Morbius' true data, his smile froze on his face. A short moment after the frozen smile, Lin Yuan trembled as he sent a message to Morbius. After obtaining Morbius' confirmation, Lin Yuan nearly collapsed. This is a goddamn fraud. Morbius is a normal I1 Fey right now. That means that I can only use the Spirit Lock ability to form a contract with a normal I Fey. Moreover, the amount of resources to nurture a Fey is already overwhelming, and my current spiritual energy doesn't allow me to contract with any Fey. Even if it is a normal one, the Fey might be living inside Morbius' spatial zone. But Lin Yuan should still be the one that formed the contract. Lin Yuan was still traumatized by the horrible incident when he had formed a contract with the domestic beasts, Shimey and Genius. The terrifying thing was that Morbius' Spirit Lock spatial zone could only allow one more contracted Fey after an increase in grade. Morbius could only increase its grade by nurturing the Fey. With so much investment, the return would only be the contracted Fey's initial and fundamental ability. The ratio of investment and return wasn't proportionate. In addition, it was challenging to evolve a Fey, especially low-grade ones. When did Lin Yuan have the capability to evolve constantly low-grade Feys? The Spirit Lock skill would probably deplete a rich person's wealth in an instant. Therefore, there was no need to mention a person like Lin Yuan, who was almost penniless. A sense of loss quickly replaced Lin Yuan's joy in obtaining a contracted Fey. However, Lin Yuan's optimistic attitude adjusted soon. He was in a much better situation than before. The future might still be filled with difficulties, but his journey in this life had always been filled with thorns. At least, he could see a direction to the future right now, so there wasn't a need to be at a loss. The trouble-filled past should be forgotten as the future path was bright and dazzling. Just as Lin Yuan was adjusting his mentality, Morbius transferred a rather faint strand of spiritual energy to his mind. The strand-like spiritual energy in his mind suddenly increased by over 5 times. Unfortunately, it was just slightly thicker than a strand of hair and wasn't even 110 of a regular person. Nonetheless, this spiritual energy amount was enough to form a contract with a normal Fey plant. It was probably insufficient to form contracts with animals. According to general knowledge, contracting animals would require more spiritual energy than to contract a Fey plant. The only exception would be if one could obtain the egg of the animal. When the animal hatched from the egg, it would be the moment its spiritual energy was the most inexperienced. Thus, one might form a contract with it. After receiving the spiritual energy, Lin Yuan felt Morbius becoming weak. Morbius had forced out some of its spiritual energy and transferred it to Lin Yuan. Everyone said that Feys had spirituality, and once they formed a contract with a human, the Fey would stay with the human for an entire lifetime. Lin Yuan didn't have a chance to experience it before, but after witnessing Morbius' actions, Lin Yuan immediately understood the statement's significance. From now on, they would be interdependent until death. Chapter 5 Clear Pond Carp. Morbius fell back into a deep slumber after transferring its spiritual energy. Lin Yuan carefully observed the spatial zone he was in. This spatial zone should be meant for nurturing phase, as mentioned from the exclusive skill, Spirit Lock. Before Lin Yuan could conduct more detailed observations, he could vaguely hear something. A familiar voice was calling him, and it sounded rather anxious. Why isn't little Yuan waking up, doctor? Didn't you say that his spirit merely receives stimulation and is in a fatigue state? Why doesn't he look any better after half a day? The voice belonged to Auntie Zhang, and due to anxiety, she was constantly asking questions. Yuan, Yuan, meow, meow. It was the 100 questions beast's voice. Genius could communicate in human language, but it would unconsciously emit bestial sounds when it was anxious. Chirp, chirp, chirp chirp, chirp, chirp. The sound bird, Chimey, was also anxiously chirping. When Lin Yuan had suddenly fainted, Auntie Zhang, Genius, and Chimey had all been shocked. At that moment, Lin Yuan's consciousness finally returned to his body. When he opened his eyes, he immediately saw Chimey standing on his nose and looking at him nervously. He then saw Auntie Zhang constantly questioning the doctor, which made the doctor's forehead sweat profusely. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and unwittingly frightened Chimey, causing it to jump up and chirp twice. It then immediately reacted joyfully and hopped on Lin Yuan's nose while chirping cheerfully. Genius also scuttled along Lin Yuan's neck area and carefully rubbed its body against his neck. Perhaps it was frightened witless earlier, as Genius was actually trembling a little. Auntie Zhang heard Chimey and Genius' responses, and when she turned around, she happened to see Lin Yuan opening his eyes. She couldn't be bothered with questioning the doctor anymore. When she saw that Lin Yuan wanted to get up, she immediately said, "Little Yuan, lie back down. I will get the doctor to check on you again. You have been unconscious for close to 10 hours. It is already evening now. If you have an illness, you have to treat it as soon as possible. Otherwise, a common illness might also lead to severe illness." Auntie Zhang's concern warmed Lin Yuan's heart. He had received plenty of care from Auntie Zhang for the past few years. However, Lin Yuan knew that his body didn't have any problem. He had fainted because of Morbius awakening and because he had formed a contract with Morbius. Auntie Zhang was still not at ease, and just as she was about to say something, the doctor walked over and said, "Kid, you truly frightened your aunt with your illness. I will use the clear pond carp to heal you." The doctor immediately summoned his contracted fae, which was a half-foot-long greenish-black carp. The carp had massive scales on the side of its body, and when the doctor activated the ability, one of the sparkling scales fell off. It floated in front of Lin Yuan while he felt a warm spiritual world that was extremely comfortable. At that moment, Lin Yuan secretly activated Morbius' ability, Drew Data, to check on the clear pond carp's attribute. Fae name clear pond carp. Fae species carp subspecies carp species. Fae grade elite 410. Fae type water. Fae quality elite. Tail lash jumps up and uses the fish tail to execute a lash attack. Clear scales gradually recover spiritual trauma. It is able to alleviate abnormal spiritual conditions. Upon seeing the clear pond carp species, Lin Yuan felt that its attribute was normal, but to his surprise, it was an elite fae. After reading through the clear pond carp's information, Lin Yuan felt that this doctor was very fortunate. Clear pond carps were very ordinary water-type faes, and when they were at normal grade, their initial abilities would be physical ones, such as tail lash or fin flap. Unexpectedly, when this clear pond carp had reached elite grade, it had awakened the rare ability, Clear Scales. It allowed the clear pond carp to transform into a dragon one and obtain an uncommon spirit-healing ability. Soon, more perspiration appeared on the doctor's forehead. When the clear pond carp's scale lost its luster, the doctor stopped the ability, and the fallen scale turned into ashes. "There is nothing major. You will recover very quickly if you have more rest and consume more nutritional food." While speaking, The doctor was about to use his sleeve to wipe off his sweat, but Auntie Zhang handed over a tissue. "Doctor, it has been hard on you. Please, clean your sweat with this." The doctor received the tissue from Auntie Zhang and said, "I am done with the healing, so I shall leave first. It is rather late. My wife is still waiting for me to have a meal." The doctor packed up his things and walked out of the store. When he left, his forehead might still be covered in sweat, but his eyes betrayed his delight. He might be a small-time doctor, but the joy of healing and saving others was a rather satisfying reward. After the doctor left, Auntie Zhang looked at Lin Yuan with concern and said, "Little Yuan, if you aren't feeling well, don't force yourself. Your body is your capital. If you fall sick, what will little Sai do?" Auntie Zhang was afraid that Lin Yuan would neglect his body, so she intentionally mentioned his young sister, who was studying far away. "Auntie Zhang, don't worry. I will bring you the doctor's fees tomorrow. I am really sorry for troubling you for the entire day." Lin Yuan had a sincere expression as he spoke. Then, he stood up and saw the usneas growing with vines that were almost 3 meters in length. He couldn't help but sigh at the sight. He then poured a cup of water for Auntie Zhang with gratitude. "Little Yuan, don't be so courteous with me. Your uncle Lai and I have watched you growing up after all." Auntie Zhang received the cup of water, downed it in one mouthful, and burped. She had been so anxious to the point she had forgotten about drinking water all day. After drinking the water, Auntie Zhang noticed that Lin Yuan was insisting on being courteous, so she didn't say anything else, aware that this youth had his own resolutions. Upon seeing Auntie Zhang's empty cup, Lin Yuan was about to pour more water, but she shook her hand. "Little Yuan, give me 1 pot of jasmine lily. I will put it at your Uncle Li's bedside later." At the same time, Auntie Zhang took out 500 Federation dollars and placed them in Lin Yuan's hands. Lin Yuan looked at the money and said helplessly, "Auntie Zhang, you have been buying a pot of jasmine lily every month. Sometimes, you even buy 1 pot within the same month. You really don't need to." Before Lin Yuan could finish his sentence, Auntie Zhang interrupted him. "Can't your Auntie Zhang put more pots in her house?" Lin Yuan didn't have a choice but to bring a pot of jasmine lily to Auntie Zhang. He picked the one that was in the best condition. But Auntie Zhang had already carried the pot that had softened leaves and would only last for a few days. "I shall take this as it looks rather faded with me," she said. The scene of Auntie Zhang carrying that jasmine lily caused Lin Yuan's heart to surge with warmth. It was always like this, would use the same tone and attitude and would carry the same kind of jasmine lily. Suddenly, little thud, thud, thud sounds echoed. They came from a rabbit, which was like a middle-sized dog. Its fur was a mix of red and black. Its palm leaf-like ears were massive, almost its body height, and it also looked like a mouse. When Genius and Chimey heard its signature sounds, they quickly rushed to the entrance. Genius lay on the large rabbit's body, while Chimey landed on the large rabbit's head. This large rabbit was none other than Auntie Zhang's contracted fae. It was also Genius and Chimey's only spirit beast friend for the past few years. The large rabbit ran toward Auntie Zhang. One of its ears was carrying a package that was wrapped in blue cloth. Lin Yuan had always been under the impression that it was a terror rabbit. However, when he activated true data to check the rabbit that he was very familiar with, Lin Yuan realized that it wasn't the case. Chapter 6 Fantasy Breed that is severely injured. Lin Yuan was naturally curious and consciously looked at Auntie Zhang's terror rabbit, which he had frequently interacted with because of the new ability. After reading through the information his true data had compiled, it seemed that this rabbit wasn't a terror rabbit. Its current appearance was merely a powerful phase camouflaging ability. Unexpectedly, true data also revealed that this powerful fae was in a severely injured state. This powerful fae's abilities and skills were in a locked condition. It seems like the injuries don't allow this fae to release any ability. Although the new pieces of information were surprising enough, Lin Yuan was awestruck because of something else he had noticed. Two skills were actually locked. Could this be a legendary fantasy breed? Lin Yuan suddenly recalled true data's second part. Information that is turned into data might contain truth that cannot be distinguished on the surface. It seems that the pieces of information turned into data are indeed more reliable than seeing with the eyes. This discovery left Lin Yuan rather shaken, as it looked like Auntie Zhang was also a person with a story. But who didn't have a story? Anyway, these things were of little importance, as Auntie Zhang would always be Auntie Zhang to Lin Yuan. If he became capable enough in the future, he would definitely heal Auntie Zhang's terror rabbit. No, the powerful Fae. When Auntie Zhang noticed that Lin Yuan's complexion was no longer pale and his cheeks were even rosier than this morning, she felt at ease. Then, she removed the blue cloth-wrapped package from her terror rabbit's ear and placed it on Lin Yuan's reception counter. Little Yuan, this is a nutritional meal that your Uncle Lai specially prepared for you after finding out that you fainted. Your Uncle Li's legs aren't good, and it isn't convenient for him to deliver it personally. Thus, he sent this troublemaker to deliver it to you. After speaking, Auntie Zhang rubbed the terror rabbit's ear and looked at its warm-filled eyes. Then, she passed the meal box to Lin Yuan. And before he could speak, Auntie Zhang waved her hand without turning back and left with the withered jasmine lily. Lin Yuan didn't say anything and watched quietly as Auntie Zhang left. He clenched his fist tightly as though he was encouraging himself and as though he had set his mind on something. A person must have some goals without a burden. How would one be able to progress unyieldingly? The sky gradually turned dark. Presently, Lin Yuan, Chimey, and Genius were the only ones in the store. It might not have visitors, but it was cheerless and cold. On the contrary, it was very lively and warm. Evidently, Genius and Chimey still had lingering fears. They were chattering around Lin Yuan and afraid that something else might happen to him. Lin Yuan knew that Chimey and Genius were worried sick, so he reached out his hand to rub Genius' chin. Soon enough, Genius let out a purring sound as it enjoyed the treatment. Chimey's little talons were holding onto Lin Yuan's ear while its tiny head plunged into his hair as though it was playing hide-and-seek. Lin Yuan unwrapped the package, and a bamboo meal box appeared. He opened up the meal box, and the fragrance of the food immediately wafted in the air. On the topmost box, there was a full layer of rice. When he removed the topmost box, Lin Yuan discovered that the bottom box was filled with red braised meat, stir-fried long beans, and pan-fried fish. Lin Yuan had been unconscious for an entire day, and he had yet to eat or drink anything. Naturally, his stomach uncontrollably started to rumble. This wasn't the first time Lin Yuan had tasted Uncle Li's cooking. Every other day, Uncle Lai would find all sorts of excuses for the terror rabbit or Auntie Zhang to deliver food for him. Lin Yuan had visited Uncle Lai last year, and his leg injuries were already getting worse. Presently, he was no longer able to walk outside. Lin Yuan pondered over the terror rabbit's existence and speculated that Uncle Lai and Auntie Zhang were both formidable individuals. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to possess a fantasy breed, a fae with dual exclusive skills. Lin Yuan was unaware of Auntie Zhang and Uncle Li's past and could not get involved. He merely hoped that he would be formidable enough to heal the terror rabbit and Uncle Li's legs one day. As Lin Yuan opened the meal box, Genius and Chimey leaned over. Chimey took a whiff of the fragrance and flapped its wings, flying to a small pot of usnia. Lin Yuan was especially nurturing this small pot of usnia for Chimey. Chimey was a sound bird and was considered an omnivore. But as compared to cooked food, Chimey preferred to eat the usnia's leaves. Chimey delightfully pecked on the usnia leaves, while Genius was looking intently at the food in the meal box. It was sitting there, obediently. Upon noticing how Genius was staring at the red braised meat, Lin Yuan smiled and picked out the largest piece of red braised meat for Genius. Go ahead and eat, you little greedy cat. Genius looked at the large piece of red braised meat and couldn't stop swallowing its saliva. However, it used its small paw to push the meat back to Lin Yuan. It then picked the smallest piece of red braised meat in the meal box before letting out a meow. It was asking for Lin Yuan to eat the large piece of meat, while it would eat the small piece of meat. The 100 Questions Beast's actions made Lin Yuan's eyes warm up a little. He brought a small bowl before picking a few large pieces of red braised meat and fried fish. He then mixed them with a scoop of rice and placed it in front of the 100 Questions Beast. Genius, Chimey. In the future, we will be eating better. During the past 2 days, the 100 Questions Beast and Sound Bird had suffered along with him. Such words were something that Lin Yuan wasn't able to normally say as he didn't have the confidence. However, he now had his own contracted fei, and his body wasn't as frail as before because he could sense spirit kai. He firmly believed that their lives would definitely improve now. The world was a difficult place, but plenty of people were able to survive and prosper. Young people should have aspirations and strive for greatness. Lin Yuan had to plan for his future, or else he would remain an ordinary person no matter how many years passed. After eating dinner, Lin Yuan conducted a routine check on the 4 pots of jasmine lilies that were left in his store. All 4 pots of jasmine lilies were growing rather well. Since he had inspected the jasmine lilies' growth, Lin Yuan turned to speak with Genius, which was standing on his shoulder. Genius, what is the temperature now? Genius quickly replied. Lin Yuan, the temperature is 31°C now. However, it is too humid. It is not advisable to expose the jasmine lilies in the night. Lin Yuan responded by taking down the fluorescent light and black cloth. He then turned to trim the usneas. He hadn't managed to sell any usneas, so the vines were already over 3 meters long. Vines that were 2 days old would have a tough texture, and the majority of the herbivorous phase didn't like eating tough vines. Lin Yuan insisted on the quality of the phase that he sold, and for vines that were tough like this, he would throw them out and wouldn't sell them. After trimming the last pot of usnea, Lin Yuan involuntarily let out a sigh. He remembered that he was still unable to store spirit kai in his body, even though he could sense it. His body was rapidly absorbing spirit kai, but Lin Yuan's hand was still holding onto the usnea's leaves. He circulated the spirit kai for a moment, but stopped absorbing when he felt exhausted. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan noticed that his body still didn't contain any spirit kai. Genius felt Lin Yuan's disappointment and started to rub on Lin Yuan's cheek. It meowed, but didn't say anything and just accompanied quietly by the side. Lin Yuan carried Genius before he carefully carried Chimey, which had dozed off on the small pot of usnea. He switched off the lights and went upstairs in the dark. He immediately collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. This night was serene and peaceful. A youth, 100 questions beast, and a sound bird were all sleeping soundly on a small bed. The youth was in a very deep sleep, but the 100 questions beast and the sound bird could vaguely sense something. They snuggled closer toward the youth and found comfort before falling into a deep slumber with pleasant dreams. Chapter 7 Sudden Evolution. Redbud City was a small city close to the southeast of the Xia region. Because it was close to the sea, the weather was mostly rainy, and there were only a few rare days in a month when the sun could be seen. However, the sun that slowly rose up in the east would illuminate the entire city and dye half the sky in red at dawn. It was rare for the Xia region to have such great weather and clear skies. Soon enough, the sky's color was no longer hazy as there was an entire horizon of blue. Just like the sea, it was so blue that it was comforting. When the rays of light passed through the windows and into the room, they happened to shine onto Lin Yuan's closed eyes. After getting dazzled by the rays of light, Lin Yuan slowly woke up from his dreams. After waking up, Lin Yuan felt that his body was very relaxed. Unlike before, when his body would remain sore and fatigued even after a night's rest, it seemed like the ability to sense spirit kai and the transference of Morbius spiritual energy had strengthened his spiritual energy. It allowed his body condition to be significantly better than yesterday. When he picked up his phone to look at the time, it was already close to 6 a.m. Lin Yuan felt it was rather strange as Chimey and Genius were just like his alarm clocks. Especially Genius, which would naturally wake up at 5 a.m. every day. Unexpectedly, Genius was actually still in a deep sleep today. Lin Yuan sat up, and just as he was preparing to wake up Genius and Chimey, he realized that they were surrounded by a pile of shed fur and feathers. A bundle of ash black and disordered fur was next to Genius, while a bundle of dull green feathers was around Chimey. Lin Yuan got nervous. Thinking that Chimey and Genius were sick, Lin Yuan subconsciously used Morbius' ability, True Data. To Lin Yuan's surprise, he realized that he could actually see Genius and Chimey's data. He had used True Data on Genius and Chimey just yesterday before checking on the clear pond carp's information. However, True data had not displayed any information on genius and chimey, be it the domestic 100 questions beast, or the sound bird, which had failed to evolve into the songstress bird. They couldn't be considered as fays. That was because they hadn't even reached the standards of a normal fae. Presently, True Data's displayed information indicated that both genius and chimey were normal fays. This had overturned all of the knowledge that Lin Yuan had learned over a dozen years after arriving in this world. The 100 questions beast and sound bird were domestic beasts, and everyone had them. Nevertheless, there was never any case of 100 questions beast and sound bird evolving into fays. In fact, even the sound bird's evolution, the songstress bird, wasn't qualified to be called a normal fae. But now, both these little fellows had evolved. Lin Yuan couldn't understand, but he didn't immediately wake up genius and chimey. Instead, he carefully cleaned up the shed fur and feathers before he went out for morning exercise. In the past, Lin Yuan's spiritual energy had been weak, and it already exhausted all of Lin Yuan's energy just to live normally. Now that his body condition had improved, Lin Yuan decided to train his body as it was all of his capital. After 1 hour of running and resting in the morning, Lin Yuan wasn't even able to breathe normally when he returned. After all, his body was still too weak. As expected, I am unable to adapt to the first day of training. But it is just a slow jog. As such, the distance ran must not be reduced. I have to persist. Lin Yuan gestured with his fist to encourage himself. After taking a shower, he noticed that Genius and Chimey were still in a deep sleep. Genius was even snoring softly. Lin Yuan carefully closed the curtains that had been open for a very long time. He closed the door on the second floor and went downstairs to prepare for the store opening. At that moment, Lin Yuan noticed that one of the usnea pots at the corner rack had actually transformed into something different from the other usnea pots. Normally, usneas had a tender green color, while the usnea in that particular pot was dark green. Its vines were twice as thick as average usnea vines, and its leaves looked firmer too. This pot of usnea actually evolved over the night. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on the usnea's information, something that was previously unavailable. Fae name usnea. Fae species Arum genus Philodendron genus. Fae grade normal 310. Fae type grass. Its quality is actually elite. Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. This usnea is indeed incredible. This pot of usnea hadn't just evolved, its quality had actually progressed too. Lin Yuan felt that this world was truly too mystical. The usnea might just be a plant rich in nutritions for herbivorous phase. But there were also high-grade usneas. However, most of the high-grade usneas were produced using energy ores and other phase, along with huge effort. However, Lin Yuan didn't use energy ores to nurture the usneas. He immediately related it to Genius and Chimey's evolutions and then took another look at the evolved usnea. He recalled that while he had been absorbing Spirit Kai the previous day, he had been holding its leaf. As for the other usneas, they were still the same and didn't have any changes. The phase that had evolved had been in contact with him while he had been absorbing Spirit Kai. Suddenly, Lin Yuan had such a bold thought that sounded unrealistic. Could it be that when I absorb Spirit Kai, I am not just a funnel instead? I can guide the Spirit Kai through my body and help phase evolve and even increase their quality. While thinking that, Lin Yuan couldn't help and gulp down a mouthful of saliva. Fae evolution was an extremely difficult feat. Plenty of contracted Faes were stuck at a certain grade for an entire lifetime, and wouldn't be able to evolve. The difficulty of evolving Faes was also why creation masters were the most respected Spirit Kai professionals. In fact, it wouldn't be exaggerating to say it was the world's most respected occupation. Among the Spirit Kai occupations, there were combat class and lifestyle class Spirit Kai occupations. The combat class Spirit Kai occupations were further categorized into power offensive type, agile offensive type, defensive type, support type, and healing type. The contracted phase mainly determined the types of Spirit Kai occupations, because each Spirit Kai professional would be compatible with a certain type of Fae. After sensing the Fae, one would know which type they were more compatible with. As for the Faes that weren't as compatible, even if one had sufficient spiritual energy, It would be challenging to form a contract and might damage the spiritual energy. Among the combat class spirit kite professionals, the healing type spirit kite professionals were the rarest. Out of every 100 spirit kite professionals, there might not even be a single healing type spirit kite professional. There were plenty of lifestyle class spirit kite occupations too, but creation masters were the most respected among all of them. For combat class spirit kite professionals to evolve and increase the quality of their fae, apart from those rare natural evolutions, the only other method was to get help from creation masters. However, the standard to become a creation master was also very high. In the entire Federation, there might be fewer than 100 new creation masters every year. Chapter 8 Overall Upgrade. By comparison, becoming a creation master was as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, Lin Yuan could use his spirit kai channeling as a skill that was similar to creation masters. In fact, it was even more effective than the standard methods creation masters used. Creation masters used many different medicinal ingredients to guide and induce a phase evolution. Nonetheless, during the evolution process, there was a possibility of failure. Lin Yuan was merely channeling spirit kai into the phase body through his hands. His method could evolve the fae and increase its quality, and calling it godlike was not an exaggeration. The evolution of phase was actually similar to a chronic patient consuming medicine. After consuming medicine for a long time, the chronic patient would form a resistance and wouldn't be able to absorb the medicinal effects. A creation master's method to evolve a fae was the same as providing treatment to a chronic patient. If the fae was unable to absorb the medicinal effects, the creation master would use potent medicinal ingredients to form a new concoction for the fae to absorb the medicinal effects. On the other hand, Lin Yuan simplified everything and used the most fundamental method by using his body as a medium. He would take the spirit kai that was stored in the world and use himself as the medium to transfer the spirit kai for the fae to absorb and evolve. Lin Yuan's method didn't need to use up as many precious resources as creation masters needed. Also, according to the unearths condition, it seemed like the increase of grade and quality didn't require a long period. I am going to be rich, Lin Yuan muttered to himself, while his excitement was displayed through his expressions. At the same time, Lin Yuan understood that his method would definitely be a terrifying piece of news. Thus, in order to conceal this ability, Lin Yuan would need to pass the creation master's test and obtain the qualification to become a creation master. These were just Lin Yuan's inferred thoughts. So he didn't open the store in the morning. Instead, he experimented with the rest of the usneas by repeating what he had done the previous night. He spent 5 minutes on each pot. As a result, after a few hours, about 20 pots of usneas had transformed into a dark green color, just like the first evolved usnea. They were all normal grade and their quality was elite. Lin Yuan chose one of the 4 pots of jasmine lilies and ground his teeth, while his body was rapidly circulating spirit kai for 1 hour. The jasmine lilies' originally emerald green leaves had turned even more verdant. It seemed that half of the emerald green color on the leaves had gathered onto the petals' tips, making this jasmine lily look extraordinary. This meant that the jasmine lily had already reached elite grade. Fae named jasmine lily. Fae species Crassulaceae genus Ionium genus. Fae grade elite 110. Fae type wood. Heal, recover open wounds. Fragrance. The faint and fresh plant fragrance can alleviate anxious mood. Fragrance. The new ability was considered a very common ability for flower phase. The effects would be enhanced as the phase grade increased, and it wasn't anything outstanding. However, Lin Yuan realized that the jasmine lily's initial ability, Heal, had changed. When it was at normal grade, Heal could only slowly recover open wounds. Now that it had evolved to the elite grade, Heal's effect was enhanced. Lin Yuan was staring blankly at the elite jasmine lily. As a basic healing type fae, a jasmine lily could already be sold for $500 Federation a pot. And this was because Lin Yuan had lowered the price. Larger fae stores would normally set the price of a well-developed, normal jasmine lily to be over $700. But once a normal jasmine lily evolved into an elite one, the price would instantly increase by 10 times. Although Lin Yuan's Jasmine Lily had only obtained a mediocre ability at Elite grade, this convention also applied to it. If he placed it on the market for $5 it would probably be snatched instantly. The phase prices had always been rather high. Take Lin Yuan's little store as an example. It only had 5 pots of normal jasmine lilies before he found this new ability. After staring blankly for a moment, Lin Yuan took a glance at the 20 pots of normal usnea and the elite jasmine lily. Now, he was certain about his ability. His body might not be able to preserve any spirit kai, but he wasn't useless, as he could evolve phase and increase their quality. As such, Lin Yuan slapped his thigh in joy. In the end, I am still a transmigrator who hadn't realized his cheat-like ability until now. Since I coincidentally found out about my cheat, it will allow me to rise to the top. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard a knocking sound at the door of the store. He immediately headed over to open and see who was looking for him. After taking 2 steps forward, Lin Yuan felt that there seemed to be a trace of spirit kai remaining in his body. In the past, no matter how much spirit kai he absorbed, it would rapidly leak out. Could it be that when he helped phase to evolve, he could also improve his spiritual power? If this was really the case, then he would also be able to cultivate and become a spirit kai professional. After opening the store's door, Lin Yuan noticed Auntie Zhang pushing a wheelchair and standing in front of his store. An aged uncle, who had a mix of black and white hair, was seated in the wheelchair. Upon seeing Lin Yuan open the door, the aged uncle spoke with a hoarse voice. "Little Yuan, your Auntie Zhang is bringing me to the doctor. We will be away for 3 months. Just like usual, if you have anything you are having trouble with, give a call to Auntie Zhang." Lin Yuan looked at Uncle Lai, who was sitting in the wheelchair nonchalantly, although his lower leg was wrapped with gauze, which was permeated with purplish black blood. Uncle Lai looked as if he wasn't the one that was injured. A few years back, Lin Yuan had visited Auntie Zhang and had witnessed how she had changed the bandages for Uncle Lai. There had seemed to be something hidden within the flesh of Uncle Li's leg, and it looked extremely sinister and frightening. Auntie Zhang used her hand to knock on Uncle Li's head and said, "Little Yuan is much more sensible than you. Do you even need to remind him?" The wound was secreting rotting blood, but Uncle Lai didn't look like he could feel it. However, after Auntie Zhang knocked on his head, Uncle Lai couldn't help but rub his head. He looked just like an obedient punching bag. After knocking on Uncle Li's head, Auntie Zhang said to Lin Yuan, "Little Yuan, my mobile phone will be constantly switched on. If you encounter any problem, you have to give me a call immediately, no matter what time it is." Lin Yuan nodded to Auntie Zhang and Uncle Lai. "Uncle, Auntie, don't worry." Auntie Zhang gave Lin Yuan plenty of reminders and then started to push the wheelchair toward the road intersection while still feeling worried. The terror rabbit, which was used as a cushion for Uncle Lai, then shook its ears at Lin Yuan as if bidding farewell. Uncle Lai is going for his treatment more than 1 month in advance. It looks like his leg injury is getting worse. Lin Yuan had used true data to check on Uncle Li's leg injury. Uncle Li's leg injury was actually caused by a type of bone gangrene poison and not some physical wound. This type of poison was biological, and it even carried spirit curse effects. True Data's displayed information stated that the poison originated from a poisonous worm called bone-rotting filarial worm. The bone-rotting filarial worm was a type of very evil fae. Even the weakest bone-rotting filarial worm was platinum, and they were extremely rare. The bone-rotting filarial worm would normally attack with a poison named bone-rotting poison, but it wasn't the bone gangrene's cause. In order to form the bone gangrene poison, the bone-rotting filarial worm would have to dig into the target's flesh and sacrifice itself. It would then turn its life force into a type of poison, forming the bone gangrene. Evidently, the bone gangrene was a very horrifying poison. Uncle Lai has been enduring and sealing this poison inside his lower leg for so many years. Could it be that Uncle Li's spirit kai occupation is king class? Chapter 9 Timely Ability. The world was very big. A century after the spirit kai awakening, scholars predicted that the planet had expanded by at least 100 times. Everyone wanted to understand more about this world when they were still alive. And it was the same for Lin Yuan. That's why every step taken must be firm and steady. After Auntie Zhang and Uncle Lai walked far away, Lin Yuan returned to the store and closed the door. He wasn't planning to open for business today. Before this, Lin Yuan had always been a sickly person, and he hadn't had sufficient spiritual energy or stamina to conduct a larger-scale business for his store. However, things were different now. Lin Yuan planned to clean up the courtyard at the back. He was going to clean up the tables in the courtyard and stack them up to use as a storage area for Fays. Before doing that, he carried the racks that he didn't use before and placed them in the store, allowing for more Fays to be displayed. After all, Lin Yuan now had the energy to tend to more Fays. Also, tending to Fays and making them evolve was the only method for Lin Yuan to enhance his spiritual power. After packing and cleaning the courtyard for an entire afternoon, Lin Yuan was so tired that he couldn't even say a word. He sat on the chair for a long period before feeling alive again. At that moment, the door that Lin Yuan had closed tightly on the second floor was gently opened. Soon, a meowing and a chirping sound echoed. The chirping sound was much more pleasant than before. Evidently, Genius had realized that it had evolved and swiftly ran down from the second floor. It then jumped onto Lin Yuan's legs and said, "Yuan, Shimei and I seem to have evolved." Genius was a Fae of the intelligent cat species. The main reason it was called a housekeeping beast was that the 100 questions beasts could converse well with humans. In addition, they were just like encyclopedias that could store a lot of information. Lin Yuan reached out and rubbed Genius' head. Upon doing that, he realized that Genius' new grayish-silver fur was much thicker than before. Furthermore, it had a sort of density, unlike before, when it had been sparse. In other words, the 100 questions beast's fur had evolved to normal grade, and its defense had been enhanced. Shimei's spirituality wasn't as good as Genius, so it still didn't know what was happening. Shimei felt that it had slept for a long time, and it was a little embarrassed. It was standing beside Lin Yuan's ear and gently pecking at his short hair. Upon seeing that Lin Yuan was rubbing Genius, Shimei hopped onto Genius' head and imitated Lin Yuan's action as it used its small talon to stroke Genius' fur. Before this, Shimei wouldn't act like that. Lin Yuan could see that Shimei's evolution had significantly enhanced its intelligence. "Genius, do you feel anything different after you evolved?" While Lin Yuan was speaking, he used true data to check on Genius. Fae name 100 questions beast. Fae species cat species intelligent cat species. Fae grade normal 210. Fae type spiritual. Precise memory when memorizing something. Every single detail can be memorized with precision. Precise memory was a very contradictory ability. If Genius was unable to memorize many things in the past, then precise memory wouldn't make any difference. However, if Genius could already memorize many things before gaining this ability, then precise memory's capability was something that Lin Yuan wouldn't dare to imagine. Genius let out a meow and said, "Yuan, I feel that I can memorize more things than before. If my memory was just a piece of red braised meat before, then my memory now is as big as 30 pieces of red braised meat." Lin Yuan had yet to eat anything today. When he heard Genius' explanation that used food as an analogy, he suddenly felt extremely hungry. However, the starving sensation didn't take away Lin Yuan's attention. Genius memory allowed it to memorize the contents of around 3 to 5 books in the past. If Genius memory had really increased 30-fold, it meant that Genius could at least memorize the contents of around 100 books. Furthermore, it could even remember things in detail. Lin Yuan had been worried about how he was going to pass the Creation Master's exam. The contents of the Creation Master's exam was to evolve a Fae, which had reached its evolution bottleneck. It might sound simple, but some preconditions must be met to take the exam. The precondition to take the Creation Master's exam was to pass the primary exams for 3 lifestyle occupations. After obtaining the proof that one passed the 3 lifestyle occupations primary exams, one would then be able to apply for the Creation Master's exam. There were plenty of lifestyle occupations, but it wasn't easy to pass the exams. Lifestyle class occupations, such as blacksmiths that forged energy ores or weavers that created silk fabrics, were all occupations that required one to have a good foundation from a young age. Forging and weaving with phase wasn't like the normal forging and weaving processes before the Spirit Kai awakening. In the past, one would only need strength and nimble hands to complete the tasks. Like blacksmiths and weavers, lifestyle occupations required an understanding of phase before they could use the forging or weaving methods to allow spiritual ingredients to fuse with each other. If Lin Yuan wanted to obtain the Creation Master's exam qualifications, these kinds of lifestyle class occupations were obviously not within his capabilities. Lin Yuan had an alternative now that genius had evolved and obtained an ability. There were 3 lifestyle class Spirit Kai occupations exams that focused on knowledge. They were the Scholar, Fey Observer, and Spiritual Ingredient Analyst. These 3 lifestyle class occupations were all knowledge-based. Due to the knowledge-based exams and how seriously knowledge and research were treated, the exam standards were very strict. In each exam, one would have to answer 500 questions, and their overall score was 1 points. Each correct answer would award 2 points. Unanswered questions would award nothing, and every wrong answer would deduct 4 points. This type of exam was trying to warn those who wanted to become researchers and scholars that they should skip the question if they didn't know the answers or were unclear. However, they must not be ambiguous and guess the answers. Furthermore, one needed at least 900 points to pass the exams. These exams might seem easy, but they were not. Putting aside the fact that the questions were crafty, if one were to answer one question wrongly, they would lose the points of 2 correct answers. Moreover, if one were to fail the exam, they would only be able to apply for the exam after 1 entire year. Due to all these reasons, the primary exams for these 3 lifestyle class occupations were the least chosen. However, others might find these 3 exams difficult, but they were the most suitable for Lin Yuan. I just have to get genius to memorize the primary books on the Scholar, Fey Observer, and Spiritual Ingredient Analyst occupation before attempting for the exam. During the past century, housekeeping beasts had already become personal pets and were used as lifestyle assistants. When taking the lifestyle class occupation exams, the examinees were allowed to bring housekeeping beasts, like the 100 questions beast, as assistants. However, there were also exceptions, like the Creation Master's exam, which didn't allow the examinees to bring in anything, not even spiritual ingredients. Apart from themselves, they were only allowed to use the spiritual ingredients provided in the exam venue. Despite the case, this was simply a child's play for Lin Yuan. During the exam, he just had to pour his Spirit Kai into the phase body to successfully pass. One had to admit that as the Radiance Federation's first 100 questions beast, which had evolved into a normal Fey, genius ability was truly convenient and too timely. Chapter 10 Mellow Singing. Lin Yuan knew that if he didn't have a reasonable explanation for his ability to evolve phase, it would certainly bring in trouble. As the saying went, an outstanding tree will definitely be blown down by the wind. If a tree is too tall, the winds will never allow it to survive. It was just like how a prodigy would have a halo over their head, but jealous people would always accompany them. In addition, he couldn't attribute his ability to him being a prodigy, not to mention that his strength was still budding at the surface of the ground. If he were careless and exposed himself to the fierce winds, he might wither in an instant. The path to becoming a creation master was something that Lin Yuan had to take. Therefore, he was planning to purchase some books, which were related to the primary exams for the Scholar, Fey Observer, and Spiritual Ingredient Analyst. On the Star Web, it should be enough for genius capacity to memorize 100 books. However, Lin Yuan also had things to fret about, as those books weren't cheap. After the Spirit Kai awakening, the internet had been crippled for over a dozen years before it had recovered. At the same time, the internet had undergone a revolution. The network was like a large-scale virtual world and was known as the Federation Star Web. When entering the Federation Star Web, everyone would need to bind themselves with a Federation citizen identity. The Star Web had entertainment, live streaming, virtual transactions, interactive and social contacting, or even ranking battles. During the last few decades, the Federation Star Web development was already able to support a second world for the Radiance Federation's citizens. As for the books that Lin Yuan required, They could be purchased in the Federation Star Web's bookshop. These books were all published by high-ranked scholars, Fey observers, and spiritual ingredient analysts. Each of these books had an average price of around $100 Federation dollars. For every book that the bookshop sold, the publisher would earn a profit of around 15. That's why the income of a lifestyle class professional was always commendable. A total of 100 books would cost around 10 Federation dollars in total, and that amount was almost Lin Yuan's entire wealth. Moreover, a large portion of this wealth had to be reserved for his younger sister's next year's school fees. Lin Yuan remembered that his young sister's school curriculum was about to start with Fey contract classes. The Fey contract classes were normally leaning toward actual combat. That's why he had to find a suitable high-grade Fey for his younger sister first. I am still very poor, Lin Yuan couldn't help lamenting. Right now, there is nothing else more important that I need to do than to earn more money. I already have a clear direction, but this direction will need Federation dollars to remove the obstacle. When Genius saw Lin Yuan frowning in his thoughts, it immediately pounced into Lin Yuan's embrace along with Chimey on its head. The 100 questions beast, Genius, might have evolved, but deep in its bones, Lin Yuan was still the most important person. When Genius was around Lin Yuan, it would always feel warmth and a steady sense of security. Chimey was still standing on Genius' head. Perhaps it could feel the changes in its body, so it started to chirp a song cheerfully. Chimey had failed to evolve into a songstress bird, and at the beginning, it didn't know how to sing. After receiving Lin Yuan's guidance, it was finally able to learn one song. In this world, Lin Yuan had only heard a few songs and naturally didn't know how to sing them. Therefore, the song that Lin Yuan had taught to Chimey was a song that he had composed by taking reference to a poem before transmigrating to this world. In the past, Lin Yuan might always be praising Chimey when it was singing, but Chimey was singing a saliva song and couldn't bring out any flavor. But now, when Chimey sang the song again, Lin Yuan felt as if it was a phoenix calling in the Kunlun Mountains, and hibiscuses and orchids were blooming with a smile. Lin Yuan felt that he had suddenly entered a plain, where there was a horizon of grassland, and orioles were flying. The jingling spring water served as the zither. The wind blowing on the willows served as a tune, while the morning dew dripping served as the screenplay. It felt as though a bean goose was walking through the snow, and when Lin Yuan tried to look for the bean goose, it had vanished without a trace. Only the goose's footprints on the snow served as proof that it was truly there. The places where the bean goose had stepped on suddenly bloomed with wintersweet, and there was an appealing and beautiful image of a woman that was holding a book and reciting with a frown. Trees suffer from frost, their roots unable to draw warmth. A single blossom in a snow-covered village appeared last night. The wind wafts the fragrance while the birds take a peek at its brilliance. The winter and summer shared the beautiful scenery, and Lin Yuan was able to visualize this scenery because of Chimey's singing. If Chimey's voice was like a child playing around previously, then now, Chimey's voice was truly worthy for the palace, and it was at the pinnacle. It seemed like Chimey, the only sound bird that had reached normal grade, had great control over tunes. As Chimey continued singing, it realized that its voice sounded better, so it flapped its wings happily and flew around the house. Lin Yuan checked on Chimey's true data. Fey name sound bird. Fey species corvidae species kingfisher species. Fey type sound. Sound thrust fire a sharp spike that is formed by sound at a designated target. Lin Yuan didn't expect Chimey to be a combat class pet. Lin Yuan immediately called out to Chimey and instructed, Chimey, launch a sound thrust at the wooden panel by the door. When Chimey heard Lin Yuan's command, it instinctively let out a distinct chirp. At the same time, Lin Yuan noticed that the wooden panel by the door had shivered a little. Lin Yuan walked over to take a look and noticed that the once and time-thick wooden panel hadn't gotten penetrated. However, there was a white mark left on the wooden panel. Not a shallow one at that. Lin Yuan rubbed the white mark while mentally calculating Chimey's attack force. He speculated that its driving force was probably around 3 kilograms. Although such an attack force wasn't considered outstanding among normal Feys, the attack method was superior as it was formless and invisible. It had a very fast attack speed, making it hard to dodge. Lin Yuan couldn't help but think, if I can continue nurturing Genius and Chimey, I wonder what they will become. Given his current ability, would there be a day when Genius and Chimey would evolve from normal grade to elite grade? Would they be able to continue evolving from elite to bronze, silver, gold, platinum, or even suzerain, which possessed a domain? Or was there the possibility that during the process of evolution, Genius and Chimey's quality would reach legend, transforming them into fantasy breeds? Fantasy breed had always been a sacred term in the Fae world. Fantasy breed meant that the Fae was supposed to only exist in fantasies and not in reality. When a bronze Fae's quality reached legend, it might absorb certain willpower runes from mountains, rivers, oceans, or even the sky. It would allow the Fae to achieve a qualitative change, and only higher-ranked creation masters could utilize such methods. Lin Yuan felt that if his ability could continue performing like its current state, he might be able to do the same in the future. However, presently, Lin Yuan had to visit the Fae marketplace to pick a certain type of Fae to form a contract with Morbius Spirit Lock skill. Simultaneously, he had to strive to make Chimey and Genius qualities to achieve epic before they evolved to bronze raid. A Fae's quality was ranked as followed: normal, elite, flawless, epic, and legend. When an elite epic 1 Fae became bronze, it would undergo a gene optimization. The so-called gene optimization was to awaken a skill. There were all sorts of Fae skills, and the skill awakened was random. Therefore, plenty of Faes awakened very weak skills or skills that were incompatible with the Spirit Kai occupation when they evolved from elite grade to bronze raid. After the bronze Fae's gene optimization, its quality would fall back to normal and had to be increased from the beginning. However, if an elite Fae could increase its quality to epic before evolving, it would obtain 3 different skill choices. The contracted Fae's master could choose one of the skills. Fae contacts couldn't be exchanged, so it was the same as giving the contracted master 2 additional chances. In conclusion, having 3 choices to pick was definitely better than not having any choice to pick. Chapter 11: Elder Brother and Younger Sister. Although it was daytime and the lights were switched off, the house appeared to be pitch dark. Lai Yuan switched on the lights before moving swiftly to the kitchen to boil a pot of vegetable porridge. Mixed with white rice grains were plenty of green vegetables of varying sizes. Although he had only added salt, the rice grains and vegetables aroma was already making Lin Yuan's stomach grumble, as he had not eaten for an entire day. Chimney was eating its usnea as usual. However, since the usneas had evolved to normal grade, and Chimney had never tasted such nice food before, it ate much more than usual. While Chimney was eating, it used its wings to rub on its bulging tummy. Lin Yuan had a big bowl of vegetable porridge, while Genius had a small one. They were both enjoying their food. After Auntie Zhang's departure, Chimney no longer needed to restrain itself anymore, so it had been singing for the entire night. Chimney might only know one song, but its singing voice was enjoyable. Genius behaved the same, resting on Lin Yuan, while he was working hard to guide the 3 pots of jasmine lilies to evolve. 3 hours after breakfast, Lin Yuan's efforts finally paid off, as the 3 pots of jasmine lilies had successfully evolved from normal grade to elite grade. Lin Yuan realized that after a Fae evolved to elite grade, it would take much more time for it to make any progress in evolution. After 2 more hours of hard work, the elite jasmine lilies leveled up by 1 grade. There was no difference in quality. It seems like, with my current strength, I will need very long to evolve the Faes from elite to bronze. The Fae's evolution speed is dependent on my Spirit Kai absorption speed. If I wish to increase my Spirit Kai absorption speed, I will need to become a Spirit Kai professional. Now that he had evolved 3 more normal Faes to elite ones, Lin Yuan felt that his stamina and spiritual power were much stronger. If this carried on, and if he evolved 200 more pots of jasmine lilies from normal grade to elite grade, he might be able to become the lowest ranked Spirit Kai professional. By then, his Spirit Kai absorption would be much faster, and it would be easier for him to evolve Faes. Lin Yuan was about to evolve a pot of normal usnea to become his store's first elite usnea when his old-fashioned mobile phone rang. Lin Yuan looked at the mobile phone screen and revealed a warm smile. The moment he picked up the phone, he heard a clear and pleasant voice. "Elder brother. It has been 2 days since I called you. How is your body now?" It was a familiar opening statement. Whenever Lin Yuan answered his younger sister's phone call, she would always ask this as though it was a habit. "My body is much better than before. You don't have to worry, I have even cleaned up our house's courtyard at the back." "Elder brother. Why are you cleaning our house's courtyard for your body?" Shu Sai sounded anxious as she knew clearly about her elder brother's body condition. From the tender age of 8 and 6, Lin Yuan and she had been relying on each other to survive. The 8-year-old Lin Yuan had spared no effort to ensure their survival. They had already tested the 6-year-old Chu Sai, who had an exceptional talent to become a spirit kite professional, so he had been determined to support her studies. It had been 9 years since then. One could imagine how much hard work an 8-year-old frail child had to put in order to endure when he actually required care from others. After hearing that Lin Yuan had cleaned up the courtyard, his sister knew he was planning to expand the store's scale to earn more money. But how could his body take it? Chu Sai had thought about stopping school in order to help Lin Yuan at home. In fact, she had even protested by doing her homework poorly and getting bad grades on her tests. However, during one rainy night, Lin Yuan looked at her with red eyes and said, "Chu Sai, you are my only family. Do not disappoint me." Chu Sai could still remember that when Lin Yuan had made that statement, he had been actually yelling. And this yell had woken up Chu Sai. She had discarded all of her rebellious behavior and turned into a top-class student that always ranked first in the exams from that day onward. It was all because she didn't wish to disappoint Lin Yuan. After listening to Lin Yuan's plans, Chu Sai got anxious. At the same time, Lin Yuan could sense his younger sister's emotional state through the phone. "I am just packing up a little. The store is still the same." Lin Yuan did think of telling Chu Sai that he could sense spirit kai, but he was afraid that she wouldn't be convinced and would still be anxious. He thought that he would talk to Chu Sai during the school holidays. However, Lin Yuan wouldn't tell Chu Sai about the fact that he could have all phase. It wasn't because he didn't trust her. He simply didn't wish for the secret to be exposed and bring danger to Chu Sai. When Chu Sai heard Lin Yuan speaking like this, she finally relaxed. This pair of siblings wasn't adept at expressing their hidden feelings, and they were both people that had a burning passion in the depths of their hearts. Therefore, after they mutually informed each other that they were fine, the conversation ended quickly. After Chu Sai ended the phone call, she heard her roommate's envious voice from behind. "It seems like you have a rather good relationship with your elder brother, unlike my younger brother and I that are at loggerheads whenever I get home. But you have the surname of Chu, while your elder brother has the surname of Lin. That is rather strange." Chu Sai smiled and reflected a warm atmosphere in the room. Lin Yuan had taken the Lin surname from their father, while she had taken the Chu surname from their mother. This was the love between their father and mother. It was also the parental love from her parents that had left a very vague impression in Chu Sai's memory. "Chu Sai, we are going to contract phase tomorrow. Why don't you go out for a walk with me to relax?" Chu Sai shook her head, pointed at the revision book on her table, and shook her hands. The roommate used a habitual tone and said, Do you only know how to revise in the room? If I had your looks, I would be going out every day. Do you know how many students in the school fancy you?" When the roommate saw that Chu Sai wasn't interested in going out, she left the room herself thinking that she might find some nice man. Chu Sai picked up her pen and started to write neatly on the revision book. She didn't even pause as she memorized this question by heart. Chu Sai didn't repeatedly practice these questions for herself. It was for a part-time job. For each revision book she did, she could earn 20 Federation dollars. It wasn't any problem for Chu Sai to write out 2 to 3 sets of revision books. In fact, this was also Chu Sai's study method. Each revision book cost 40 Federation dollars, and Chu Sai couldn't afford it. Due to her part-time job, she simultaneously could practice and earn some allowance. It was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This was also the first year Chu Sai had a part-time job, and it was something that she didn't dare to let Lin Yuan know. If Lin Yuan found out, he would probably be angry. What's more, Chu Sai didn't use the money to pay for her school fees. She was planning to buy some medicinal health products for Lin Yuan when she returned during the holidays. While having this motivation, she started to fill the revision book. Her hand might be feeling sore, but Chusai didn't feel tired at all. At that moment, a banging sound came from Chusai's drawer. When Chusai opened the drawer, she glanced at a box with a thick shell inside. There was a gray-colored and ugly beetle that was the size of half a palm. Tomorrow they would learn how to form a contract with a fae and then apply the knowledge with their first fae. Naturally, Chusai didn't inform Lin Yuan about that. She had used her own hard-earned money to find a gray beetle, who no one in the entire Federation would wish to form a contract with. Chusai looked at the gray beetle and gripped her fist tightly. She had a calm and determined expression as though she had made a decision. Chapter 12 Irascible Teacher Bao. That night, Lin Yuan slept well with Genius and Chimey snuggling close to him. Even in their sleep, they continued to absorb the spirit kai that he was emitting. Lin Yuan woke up to his morning routine and exercised for 1 hour before opening the store at 7 a.m. Soon enough, all the elite usnias were sold out. The supply of nutritious food, such as usnias, for herbivorous phase was always lower than the demand. In addition, Lin Yuan's usnias were in great condition, and their prices were affordable. Lin Yuan had even successfully managed to sell a pot of elite jasmine lily, earning a total of 500 Federation dollars. While selling the usnias, Lin Yuan earned an amount that was more than what he would make during an average month in just one morning. Without including the usnias, just that one pot of jasmine lily earned him more than what he had made last month. Thus, Lin Yuan was delighted. When Lin Yuan was about to purchase more goods from the Fey marketplace, his mobile phone rang. It was an unknown number. The moment Lin Yuan answered the call, an anxious and furious voice resounded. "Are you Chusai's guardian?" Lin Yuan immediately replied after hearing the question. "I am. Did something happen to Chusai in school and you are?" That person was extremely impolite and started showering him with criticisms. "Who am I? I am Chusai's homeroom teacher." "Teacher Bao, what kind of guardian are you during the Fey contract class?" Chusai actually contracted a gray beetle and even suffered a backlash. "As a guardian, don't you know that you should provide a better Fey for your kin? What piece of trash is the gray beetle? Don't you know that you were wasting Chusai's exceptional talent?" Under normal circumstances, teachers would be very polite when communicating with parents. However, this Teacher Bao was outraged. When Lin Yuan heard what Teacher Bao said, cold sweat instantly drenched his back and clothes. How could Lin Yuan not be aware of gray beetles? They were normal phase that could be bought for 200 Federation dollars. Due to gray beetles' aggressive nature, it would be in an aggressive state during the contracting process, and the contractor would suffer a backlash. At the same time, the gray beetle's excavating ability was utterly useless, as it was of no help to a combat occupation. Gray beetles preferred environments that were dark and moist, while their main diet was rotting flesh. Due to their habits and preferences, the gray beetle ranked number 1 as the Fey that no one was willing to form a contract with. Presently, gray beetles were mostly used as food for high-grade carnivorous Feys. Lin Yuan's voice was unstable as he asked Teacher Bao, "Teacher Bao, is Chusai okay now?" He was gripping the mobile phone so tightly that the veins in his hands were popping out. The other end of the phone call transmitted a very dissatisfied voice. Due to the timely rescue in class, she only suffered a minor mental backlash and is unconscious. It is fortunate that she didn't manage to form a contract with the gray beetle. Chusai is the best talent among all the students that I have taught. Her compatibility range is toward all defensive type phase. Her aptitude is very rare, even in the entire Redbed City. If she is properly nurtured, she might even have the chance to strive and enter the Federation's 100 sequence. This is the kind of talent that guardians like you should pay more attention to. Teacher Bao might be angry while speaking, but he didn't forget about his job responsibility and preached about education ideals. Upon hearing that Chusai was fine, Lin Yuan heaved a sigh of relief and quickly asked, "Teacher Bao, is Chusai still unconscious? I will come right now." Teacher Bao immediately instructed, "If you come, then you better have with you an outstanding elite Fey for Chusai. Otherwise, it will really be wasting her talents." A Spirit Kai professional's talent was referring to the compatibility between the Spirit Kai professional and the Feys. It was also known as the compatibility range. There were spirit Kai professionals who might be compatible with support type phase, but when trying to connect with support type phase, they might only be compatible with snake species phase. Therefore, they could only form contracts with snake support type phase. As a result, the compatibility range would shrink significantly. A spirit Kai professional could only form contracts with around 3 to 5 phase. However, due to compatibility, it would be difficult to find 3 phase that fit the criteria. This referred to individuals with average talent. It was possible for people with poor talent compatible with snake support type phase to have an additional compatibility condition, that being venomous snakes. This would definitely shrink the compatibility range down even more. If the search for compatible phase was already so difficult, there wasn't a need to even discuss contracting more phase to form one's combat system. For a combat class spirit Kai professional, the combination of phase was crucial. Spirit Kai professionals fought using the combinations and pairings with many types of phase to produce a complementing effect. Thus, the wider the compatibility range, the easier it was to form combinations. In fact, some individuals would only nurture one of the phase with the majority of the resources, while the other phase were used to enhance this main phase. This was one of the Federation's effective methods to save on resources, and it was a strategy to funnel resources to the main phase. Given all these factors, it was evident how talented Chusai was. Lin Yuan replied, "Teacher, don't worry. I'll visit the school tomorrow and bring a phase for Chu Kai." Although Lin Yuan was angry at Chusai in his heart, he could also understand her thoughts. Soon, his anger turned into heartache. It was good that he would visit her this time. Lin Yuan would show her that he could now absorb spiritual power and prove that his body condition was much better than before. This would allow Chusai to feel more at ease. Lin Yuan's great attitude reduced Teacher Bao's anger significantly. However, he still reminded, "It is best to bring an elite phase." Subsequently, the phone call ended. Teacher Bao let out a long sigh in the office after he hung up the phone. He might have only taught Chusai for 2 weeks, but Chusai's serious attitude in studies had moved him. A teacher would always prefer diligent students, and because of her potential, it led Teacher Bao to give more preference to Chusai. As a teacher, he knew a little about his students' family background. Teacher Bao had heard that Chusai's family wasn't well off, so he wasn't expecting Lin Yuan to bring over an elite phase. Teacher Bao touched his salary card in his pocket and gritted his teeth. "If Chusai's guardian bring a normal phase, I will fork out from my own pocket to purchase an elite phase for her. I cannot allow Chusai's incredible talent to be wasted like this." Lin Yuan stayed silent for a very long time after ending the phone call. He only snapped back to his senses when Genius called out to him. Upon looking at the 3 remaining pots of elite jasmine lilies, 1 pot of elite usnea, and 20 pots of normal usneas, Lin Yuan immediately dismissed the plan to visit the Fey marketplace. He immediately closed the store. Lin Yuan intended to work overnight to evolve all these normal usneas to elite ones. He was planning to sell all of them in the Fey marketplace tomorrow, in exchange for a top-notch elite defense-type phase for his younger sister. Lin Yuan worked hard for an entire night to channel the spirit Kai to 20 pots of normal usneas. Although he felt fatigued and exhausted, he didn't rest for a moment. In the end, he evolved all of them into elite grade. Yet again, Lin Yuan felt the accumulated spiritual power in his body getting strengthened. It was daylight outside the window. Over 20 hours had passed, and it was already the next day. Chapter 13 Master, you are incredible. After not sleeping for an entire night, Lin Yuan felt he had returned to the time when he couldn't sense the spirit Kai, and when his spiritual energy was still in a frail state. Lin Yuan shook his head, feeling that this frail state was very familiar. But he didn't have the time to rest now. Lin Yuan ran upstairs and opened a wooden box that was rather old. It contained plenty of plain and simple youth clothes. The denim clothes on the top of the clothing pile had a blue color that had already faded. Lin Yuan took out all the clothes, and a card appeared at the bottom of the box. It was a star web card. The Radiance Federation would only issue 1 star web card for each citizen. It was a genuine smart card, and it included the function of a bank card. This little card contained all of Lin Yuan's wealth. And when adding yesterday's profit, he had close to 20 Federation dollars. Genius was crouching obediently at the side of the bed and meowed to Lin Yuan before saying, "Yuan, it will probably rain later. Let me accompany you." Lin Yuan rubbed Genius' head and pointed at the bed where Chimey was still snoring away. "Genius, you and Chimey have accompanied me for an entire night. You should also have a rest. A genius that rests obediently is a good genius." Genius immediately let out a purr, lay beside Chimey, and said to Lin Yuan, "Genius is a good genius." Lin Yuan took the umbrella and locked the store properly before heading toward the Fey marketplace. The weather was already stiflingly hot, so the sparkling drizzles addition made the atmosphere abnormally humid. Redbud City's residents were already familiar with such weather. The Fey marketplace wasn't close to Lin Yuan's home and was around a 7-kilometer journey away. During normal times, Lin Yuan would walk there to purchase new goods. Given Lin Yuan's previous body condition, he would need to walk at least for 2 hours to travel 7 kilometers. However, Lin Yuan didn't have that much time. He had already promised the teacher that he would deliver a Fey to the school for Chusai to form a contract. Furthermore, Lin Yuan was worried about Chusai's safety. If he didn't have to prepare the Fey, he would have already visited Chusai. After walking to a transportation station that wasn't far away, Lin Yuan used the Star Web card to register and arranged for a thick-hoofed donkey car. The thick-hoofed donkey was a normal Fey. Due to its fast walking speed, it was available as the cheapest form of public transportation that was commonly used and found in every corner of the Radiance Federation. A century after the Spirit Kai awakening, various Feys had already evolved to replace the majority of the steel machines. However, it didn't stop the Radiance Federation from advancing their technology. On the contrary, after the Spirit Kai awakening, humanity's technology had advanced greatly, and the Star Web was the best proof. Lin Yuan was seated in the thick-hoofed donkey car. The breeze that accompanied the galloping thick-hoofed donkey invigorated Lin Yuan, making him comfortable from time to time. Ever since Lin Yuan had boarded the vehicle, the driver had constantly been looking at Lin Yuan. Upon seeing that Lin Yuan had already noticed him, the driver gave a friendly greeting. "Young brother, are you going to purchase a Fey at the marketplace? I have already taken plenty of trips to the marketplace today." Lin Yuan let out a smile when the driver started conversing with him. "That's right, Master 1. I am going to the marketplace to take a look. Why have you taken so many trips to the marketplace?" Lin Yuan was only casually asking to carry on the topic with the driver. It felt as though the driver was waiting for Lin Yuan to ask this question and started to speak nonstop. This is definitely not a coincidence. It is because there is an additional shipment to the marketplace today. Upon seeing how the driver was acting mysteriously, Lin Yuan felt curious too. Drivers who were fetching plenty of customers on a daily basis would always have first-hand information. The driver was also a forthright person and didn't try to be suspenseful. He immediately started talking. "Young brother, have you read the news during these 2 days? Do you know that a dimensional rift opened around 15 kilometers away from our Xia region's outskirts?" Lin Yuan didn't expect the topic on the marketplace to be related to the dimensional rift in the outskirts. However, whenever there was a dimensional rift, it was a major event for the Radiance Federation. Dimensional rifts would be connected with another dimension plane. Take this dimensional rift, for example. It was actually connected to a plane that was filled with alien insects. Redbud City had immediately mobilized the Redbud Guards and sent them to the outskirts. The Redbud Guards had spent 2 entire days to wipe out the alien insects that rushed out from the dimensional rift and controlled the situation. The news outlets had constantly been reporting on this incident. It was said that the Redbud Guards had left 3 platoons at the vicinity of the dimensional rift to stand guard. After looking at Lin Yuan's expression, the driver understood that Lin Yuan knew of this matter, and it instantly sparked his desire to continue speaking. The dimensional rift this time didn't show any prior indications, and it just happened to open nearby a small-scaled Fey breeding base. As a result, when the alien insects invaded, the breeding base was devastated. I heard that only a few of the staff members managed to escape. When the rescue team arrived, there were only a few Feys that were still intact. However, Some Fays were severely injured and not dead yet. As such, the staff members that escaped set up a stall in the marketplace to sell off the injured and crippled Fays. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up after hearing that. Severely injured and crippled Fays would definitely not be too expensive. And there might be a chance to pick up a great Fay. Master, then can you bring me to the nearest crossing to that stall? I will alight from there and take a look too. The driver chuckled and said, All right, young brother. However, I heard from others that those Fays' injuries are so severe that they damaged their roots. Healers do not have the ability to heal the roots. In order to heal those severely injured Fays, you will have to go look for creation masters. After speaking, the driver let out a sigh. The fees required to look for a creation master for treatment is probably enough to purchase a brand new Fay. Lin Yuan cracked a rare joke as he had already recovered and was in a much better mood. Beast is sliced. The pot is spiced. The entire village waits in delight. If it truly can't be treated, let it become marinated. Lin Yuan was only joking and didn't expect the driver to actually follow up. Dishes served. The stomachs are starved. All the villagers are no longer reserved. Yesterday, I picked up a cheap elite blunt armor pig from that stall, and it is now hung up by my wife to become preserved meat. When seeing the proud expression on the driver's face, Lin Yuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up and reveal his white teeth. Master, you are incredible. After alighting at the marketplace, Lin Yuan could feel that it was significantly more crowded than normal. Each of the stalls was filled with all sorts of Fays, but they had a variety of Fays that wouldn't exceed 5 species. Furthermore, the species would be entirely different from the stall at the side. This was obviously an agreement between the stalls to prevent any malicious contest. The Fays' prices would fluctuate, but not too much. Presently, the normal jasmine lilies on the stall were being sold for 450 Federation dollars, and they were 50 Federation dollars more expensive than when Lin Yuan had bought them previously. A single pot of usnea cost 200 Federation dollars, and a normal usnea would be sold for 600 Federation dollars. Elite usneas were much more expensive than elite jasmine lilies and had a price of 14 Federation dollars. Chapter 14. The doctor said I had a weak stomach. Productive spirit plants like the usneas were very rarely available in the market. Normal usneas would occasionally be traded in the marketplace. However, basically no one would be willing to trade elite usneas in the marketplace. An elite usnea was equivalent to a foundation, and small stores could already cover their daily operating expenses just by selling the produced usnea vines. A high-grade usnea was expensive because it could produce over a dozen vines, unlike the jasmine lilies that didn't have any byproducts. If some inferior energy ores could be buried in the usnea pot, it would be able to constantly produce vines for an entire week. It was just like a hen that could lay eggs, making the price naturally higher. Among the different Fays, there were astronomical differences in prices. In the Fay marketplace, the highest price of a normal usnea would be around 600 Federation dollars. However, those usneas that were well developed and had thicker vines would have prices of around 3 Federation dollars. It was nearly double the price. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly realized that he had actually created a huge sum of wealth over a single night. He didn't just have normal usneas, but well-developed elite usneas, and he had over 20 pots of them. The amount of wealth had astonished Lin Yuan, but he quickly composed himself. Now that I have the ability to evolve Fays, I will only be making more money in the future. This is just the beginning. While walking, Lin Yuan looked at the various Fays in the stalls and attempted to circulate his spiritual power. Lin Yuan could distinctly feel the instinctive compatibility with each of the Fays. Lin Yuan felt that he was more compatible with healing type and support type Fays. Apart from that, he felt that he was especially intimate with plant type Fays. Lin Yuan wasn't able to feel spirit Kai previously and naturally didn't know which Fays he was compatible with. Since he could circulate his spirit Kai, Lin Yuan could find out his compatibility direction now that there were so many different types of Fays gathered in the marketplace. Lin Yuan couldn't help but recall Teacher Bao's words. Teacher Bao had praised Chu Si's compatibility with defensive type Fays, and the fact that she was qualified to become a prodigy among the 100 sequence. Since my compatibility range is so extensive, I wonder how talented I am. Immediately after, Lin Yuan thought about his pitiful amount of spiritual energy. Even this little speck of spiritual energy. It didn't matter how great his talent was. It was useless if he couldn't form contracts with fays. The types of fays that Lin Yuan was compatible with would determine that Lin Yuan would have to use Morbius' exclusive skill, Spirit Lock, on those types of fays. Morbius' Spirit Lock was only able to use the fay's initial ability, so Lin Yuan had to choose cautiously. The healing type and support type were much rarer than the power offensive type. Between the healing type and support type, the healing type was much rarer. Therefore, Lin Yuan planned for his first Spirit Lock Fey to be a healing type with a strong healing ability. Currently, the most important matter wasn't for Lin Yuan to decide on a Fey to use Spirit Lock on. He had to pick an outstanding, elite defensive type Fey for choose I. As of now, Lin Yuan had only discovered 2 to 3 species of elite defensive type Fays. One of them was a crust rabbit that was considered fine. It had obtained the ability Strong Skin at Elite grade and allowed the contractor to produce a layer of horn texture skin shield to help block damage. However, this crust rabbit didn't reach Lin Yuan's standards. It would be better if Lin Yuan had more time, as he could simply nurture a top-notch elite Fey for choose I. However, there was only 1 day left. The Radiance Federation schools had very strict rules. If the student didn't successfully contract a Fey before live combat lessons, the student would fail the live combat subject. It would affect their chances of being enrolled into top universities in the future. This would certainly be detrimental to Chuse's life. At that moment, Lin Yuan noticed there was an iron cage by the foot of the stall owner ahead. There were 3 little goats with curved horns inside the cage. The goats might seem small, but those horns were massive and disproportionate with their bodies. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as these were coiled horn goats. Fey name coiled horn goat. Fey species goat species horned goat subspecies. Fey grade elite 710. Fey type rock. Fey quality flawless. Resist using the large horns on the head to defend and resist attacks. Horn attack using the large horns on the head to smash the target. Coiled horn goats were considered outstanding among elite Fays. In addition, these 3 coiled horn goats were still kids and already had flawless quality. Their ability to adapt would be much better than adult coiled horn goats. Moreover, one of the coiled horn goats had an elite grade ability called the Jolt Horn. It was a rare control type ability that coiled horn goats could comprehend. The coiled horn goat could use the Jolt Horn attack to paralyze the enemy by using high-frequency vibration. The Jolt Horn was a rather rare ability that only elite coiled horn goats would learn. Therefore, this coiled horn goat with the Jolt Horn was superior to the 2 other coiled horn goats that had the horn attack. Lin Yuan quickly walked in front of the stall and saw the owner leaning on the chair while reading the newspaper. Lin Yuan asked, "Boss, what is the price of this coiled horn goat?" When Lin Yuan asked for the price, he was silently estimating the price in his heart. However, he didn't expect this middle-aged man to look up at Lin Yuan and shake his hand while chuckling. "Handsome brother, my wife isn't around. I wouldn't know the price even if you asked." Lin Yuan looked at the relaxed man and felt that he was being teased. Isn't this uncle tending to the stall? How could he not know the price of the Fey? Upon seeing Lin Yuan's confused expression, the man rubbed his tummy and explained, "The doctor says I have a weak stomach and can only eat soft rice one. That's why my wife decides everything that has to do with this stall. She went over to the opposite stall to buy some meat. I should be able to have some additional dishes tonight." This fellow's shamelessness flabbergasted Lin Yuan. He actually stated that he could only eat soft rice, as though it was natural and righteous. He was obviously the king in the world of soft rice. When looking at the man's contented expression, Lin Yuan involuntarily thought that it was rather good to eat soft rice. But Lin Yuan immediately threw this thought out of his mind. For each step taken during the past decade, everything had been tough, so he would gladly accept the hardship. Lin Yuan extended his fist and shook it in front of the middle-aged man. In response, the man put the newspaper aside and assumed a defensive posture while shouting, There are so many eyewitnesses here. Don't think about robbing me in broad daylight if you want to rob. Go over to that stall which sells tool-type fays. It will be easier for you to snatch. When the middle-aged man yelled out, Lin Yuan felt awkward. The stall owner by the side obviously heard that man and was infuriated. He immediately turned around and was enlightened after seeing the situation. He then said something as though he was in wretched luck. That means 10. You have been flipping your newspaper acting as though you have some knowledge. But you don't even know this. The middle-aged man noticed that Lin Yuan had been looking at the cage with the coiled horn goats and immediately said, It is impossible to sell the cage for 10 Federation dollars. It might be old, but I spent 50 Federation dollars to order it from the blacksmith back then. Chapter 15 The Side Effects of Calm Mind. This man's brain had such a huge hole that rendered Lin Yuan speechless. How big must the hole be in the brain for a person to think that someone else would want to buy the old cage? The hole must be huge enough to reach straight to the neck. Uncle, I mean that I want to purchase one coiled horn goat for 100. Yin. Lin Yuan didn't show it on his face, but he had a small comment box that was violently cursing at this man with the weak stomach. Lin Yuan gave a very reasonable price. A regular coiled horn goat could be purchased for the price of around 60 Federation dollars. As for the coiled horn goat with the rare ability, its price would be around 95 Federation dollars. Lin Yuan was impatient, so he added another 5 Federation dollars to express his sincerity. When the man heard 100 Federation dollars, his eyes immediately lit up. He quickly picked up his phone to call his wife. After a short conversation, the man hung up the phone and also extended up a fist toward Lin Yuan before gesturing with a peace sign. 120 Federation dollars. Lin Yuan shook his head and turned away. Elite fays were commonly traded in the market, so they had their own fixed value. Although Lin Yuan had already expressed his sincerity in purchasing the coiled horn goat with the jolt horn ability, it didn't mean that he could accept such an astronomical price. Since this fey marketplace has other fays similar to the coiled horn goats, I shall just walk around first. Upon seeing Lin Yuan turn around, the middle-aged man got anxious and said, Why don't you give me 105 Federation dollars? I will sell you this goat and also give you this cage. The comment box in Lin Yuan's mind was barraged with more curses. If the back of Lin Yuan's head had eyes, he would certainly roll them at the man. Who the hell would want your old cage that hasn't been cleaned in months? If it was during normal days, Lin Yuan would definitely walk away without saying anything. However, this involved finding a defense-type fey for his younger sister. Lin Yuan didn't act rashly and turned around to say to that man, I will look around first. If there isn't anything else suitable, I will purchase that coiled horn goat that is at the innermost of the cage. The middle-aged man wasn't happy when Lin Yuan didn't immediately purchase it. If you come back to buy later, I will not be giving you the cage, he mumbled. The comment box in Lin Yuan's mind was now filled with curses as he turned and left. Not far away, Lin Yuan noticed a very big stall ahead that was surrounded by plenty of people. These people were all standing beside the stall while holding baskets or bags in a queue. Lin Yuan could see that these people weren't here to purchase fays. After taking 2 more steps forward, Lin Yuan could smell the faint stench of blood in the air. He lifted the wing of his nose and discovered that the stench of blood was coming from the stall ahead. At that moment, Lin Yuan could see a stalwart man carrying a massive woven bag and walking forward strenuously. The bag was filled with spirit beast meat. The fey marketplace wouldn't normally slaughter fays to sell. Even when the Federation citizens wanted to eat some fey meat, it would be from fays that were specially bred in slaughterhouses. After seeing this scene, Lin Yuan could guess that this stall was set up by the breeding base that had been devastated by the dimensional rift. Just as Lin Yuan was about to head over to see if he could pick up any hidden wares, a boorish voice echoed from the stall. I thank everyone for providing your support during the past few days. All of the spirit beast meat has been sold. Allow me to apologize to those who didn't get to purchase any. The boorish man's voice sounded exhausted and slightly sorrowful. Naturally, the crowd that had been queuing for a long time to purchase the spirit beast meat was unwilling to leave like this. They started shouting at the boorish man, Boss, I can still see a few severely injured spirit beasts inside. Why don't we just slaughter them? That's right. Boss, injured spirit beasts must be slaughtered. I didn't even spare the bamboo rats that we bred in my home when they got a heatstroke. I will bring one to the riverside to barbecue. They are truly mouth-watering. Lin Yuan couldn't help but approve of this person. That is a rather great speech. I will give you a double like, but you don't have your distinctive style and should practice more. The boorish man quickly shook his hand. Those inside cannot be slaughtered. I apologize to everyone that waited in vain. If you are interested, you can go in and take a look to see if you fancy any of the spirit beasts. There are only 3 remaining spirit beasts inside. If you buy them, you will surely profit. Seeing that there was no more meat to buy, the crowd scattered. Purchasing a severely injured fae might be getting value for money, but who was able to afford to hire a creation master to heal the fae? When the boorish man saw that most of the people had left, he crouched down to carefully wipe off the stains of blood left behind by the spirit beast meat that he had sold earlier. The boorish man habitually stated when he saw Lin Yuan walking up, "All the meat has been sold. This stall will not sell any more spirit beast meat." Lin Yuan could see that the boorish man was exhausted, apart from the unwavering determination in his eyes that was supporting his body. There was intense sadness. When the alien insects had invaded from the dimensional rift, it was said that only 2 individuals had managed to escape from the breeding base. Furthermore, 1 of 2 had died because of shock and wound infection, as no timely treatment had been provided. The boorish man was the only survivor from the fae breeding base. "Boss, I am not here to purchase any meat. I wish to see what other faes you have to sell." When the boorish man heard the business knocking, he quickly stopped what he was doing and stood up. When he suddenly looked into Lin Yuan's eyes, the boorish man's heavy mood seemed to have significantly calmed down. This boorish man felt that this good-looking youth had a very amiable personality, making others feel unconsciously intimate. Even all the sad and exhausting emotions were suppressed because of this youth. The boorish man stared at Lin Yuan, feeling that it was increasingly pleasant to look at him. These changes might be slightly related to Lin Yuan's looks and personality, but Morbius' awakening was the true reason. Morbius' passive ability, Calm Mind, had been activated. Calm Mind should only be effective toward Lin Yuan. But 2 nights ago, he had experimented with this ability. After that, he had realized that Calm Mind's effects would affect others within a certain distance from him. Nonetheless, it wouldn't be as intense. However, Lin Yuan didn't know that the Calm Mind ability wouldn't just calm others' minds, but it would also subtly allow others to have a favorable opinion of him. It was fortunate that Lin Yuan didn't know, or else he wouldn't be using it recklessly. "Young brother, I am only a few years older than you. You can just call me Big Brother Yang. There are 3 severely injured faes inside. If you wish to see them, I will bring you in." When the boss called Lin Yuan young brother, he was astonished. Why did he suddenly call me young brother? After seeing a little white hair on the back of the boorish man's head, Lin Yuan started to suspect if he looked anxious. Chapter 16 Web Spraying Spider. Lin Yuan had been operating a fae store since he was 8 years old, so he was rather proficient in conversations. Seeing that the boorish man was so friendly to him, Lin Yuan got friendly too. "Big Brother Yang, then can I trouble you to bring me inside for a look?" The boorish man used his hand to pat on Lin Yuan's shoulder and laughed heartily. "You don't need to be so polite with your big brother. In just a few seconds, we are already addressing each other as brothers. This script doesn't feel right," Lin Yuan mumbled in his heart. In fact, the Calm Mind ability would help Lin Yuan to receive favorable impressions. To be honest, a favorable impression was a sensory impression. The boorish man had such an attitude toward Lin Yuan because he was a forthright person. Also, when he was at his lowest emotional state, Lin Yuan's appearance had actually dismissed the sadness. It naturally made the boorish man feel that it was due to Lin Yuan. While the boorish man was leading at the front, Lin Yuan followed behind and looked around. The exterior of the stall had already been cleaned up. Apart from the 3 faes left inside the shed, there was basically nothing else. Had Lin Yuan not arrived today coincidentally, this stall might not be here tomorrow. After entering the shed, Yang Mingkai pointed at the 2 transparent boxes and said, "Inside those boxes are 2 web spraying spiders. They might look healthy now, but their abdomens have been torn open. From the looks of it, they will only last for another 2 days. Yang Mingkai wasn't a dishonest merchant, but he probably wouldn't get into detail about the web-spraying spider's injuries if it were someone else. This was all due to the favorable impression that Yang Mingkai had on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was using true data to check on the 2 web-spraying spiders' information. Fei name web-spraying spider. Fei species arachnid species web-weaving spider subspecies. Fei grade elite 1010. Fei type poison. Thread concealed during the moving process. The movement trajectory will be sprayed out with sharp spider threads that are hard to detect. Poison web spray out a web of threads in front that is poisonous. These 2 web-spraying spiders were averaging at Elite X Flawless. An Elite X Flawless Fei was only 1 step away from reaching Bronze Raid. Had it not been for the dimensional rift, these 2 Elite X Flawless web-spraying spiders would have successfully reached Bronze Raid and awakened their exclusive skills. This was something great that wouldn't be seen during normal days in the Fei marketplace. Feis that were 1 breath away from Bronze Raid would normally be sold on the Star Web. When Yang Mingkai saw how serious Lin Yuan was when looking at the web-spraying spiders, his face turned sad again as he thought of something. During the alien insects invasion, the web-spraying spiders were able to survive because they are insect phase and small enough to hide inside a bigger phase body. However, before they hid inside the body of the bigger Fei, their abdomens were still stabbed by the alien insects. Yang Mingkai's face revealed his sadness again. But Lin Yuan didn't use Morbius' calm mind this time. Some experiences could never be forgotten. It was like an obstacle on the road, and if one couldn't surpass it, they would be trapped forever and die in this state. After getting over this obstacle, it would make the person tougher, and their hearts would be stronger. This was Yang Mingkai's obstacle, and no one would help, as he had to get over it by himself. Big brother Yang, sometimes it is useless to continue feeling sad. Why don't you put it in the past and look forward to the future? Before Yang Mingkai could reply, Lin Yuan said again, if these 2 web-spraying spiders weren't injured, it wouldn't be a problem for them to be sold for 300 Federation dollars on the Star Web. The prices for support-type phase of the spider species were always very high. The web-spraying spider's abilities had great control power and were slightly poisonous. It was considered a support-type Fei with strong lethal power. It was able to achieve a supportive effect that was brutal and direct when controlling the enemy. The size of the web-spraying spider was small, only around 10 centimeters. It was very nimble and great at concealment, making it an outstanding Fei for wilderness battles. Yang Mingkai felt that Lin Yuan's words had penetrated right into his heart. He was alone now, and after experiencing the disaster, it felt as though no one else had talked to him like this apart from the rescuers. While living in the harsh cold environment, a little warmth could warm the body, and a little light from a matchstick was enough to illuminate the dark house. 300 Federation dollars is still too little. The prices on the Star Web when selling Feis are normally higher, and it is due to the restrictions of talent. To people who need them, they wouldn't mind spending more money. However, these 2 web-spraying spiders are already injured. It would already be good enough to sell both of them for 150 Federation dollars together. Lin Yuan nodded. Given how Yang Mingkai set the prices, he knew that he was an honest person. Apart from being able to form a contract with the web-spraying spiders, they were also a medicinal ingredient. The carcass of a web-spraying spider was worth about 50 Federation dollars. Therefore, when setting the price of these severely injured web-spraying spiders at 75 Federation dollars each, it was already very reasonable. Big brother Yang, I wish to buy these web-spraying spiders, but I do not have enough money on me. I wonder if I can trade for them with Feis. Lin Yuan had come to the marketplace today with the plan to use the elite usnias in exchange for money. The elite usnias were productive spirits plants that were always in demand. Thus, Lin Yuan was very certain. Yang Mingkai frowned after hearing Lin Yuan's words. If it were someone else saying this, Yang Mingkai would have already chased them out. It was common to use Feis in exchange for money. However, there was a condition that the other party required the Feis, or if it was a top-selling Fei that was hard to find in the market, Young brother, I don't wish to conceal anything from you. After I finish handling this batch of fays, I plan to open up another fay breeding base and restart everything. That's why, if you use fays to trade with me, I might not need them. Yan Mingkai might have a good impression of Lin Yuan, but business was still business. When Lin Yuan heard that Yan Mingkai would be opening a breeding base, he immediately smiled. Big brother Yang, I have some elite usneas. Do you think I can use them for trading? As soon as Lin Yuan spoke, Yang Mingkai asked with a pleasantly surprised tone. Young brother, do you want to trade with elite usneas? I wonder what the quality of your elite usneas is. Yang Mingkai was planning to build a fey breeding base and start small. It was the same as destroying everything and restarting. Everything would be difficult at the start, and Yang Mingkai had been fretting about the initial phase that were required for the setup. Elite usneas had to be nurtured through special methods, and they were able to produce plenty of regular usneas. An elite usnea was already qualified to produce new seeds. However, it was almost impossible for anyone to sell elite usneas. Yang Mingkai had been collecting information to purchase elite usneas during the past few days, but he couldn't find anything. A few parties were willing to sell, but their asking prices were at least twice as much as the market rate. If Yang Mingkai were to buy them, it would lead to a huge deficit at the beginning. Now that Lin Yuan wanted to trade elite usneas, Yang Mingkai was immediately excited. Quality-wise, they are all rather good. If Big Brother Yang agrees to trade for elite usneas, you can come over to my place and take a look at the goods first. When Lin Yuan saw Yang Mingkai's excited reaction, he knew it was going to work. Just as Lin Yuan and Yang Mingkai were speaking, Lin Yuan suddenly heard a rather weak moo. Chapter 17 Sharp Rock Bowl. A weak sound echoed from the originally quiet shed, and it immediately attracted Lin Yuan's attention. Lin Yuan turned around and couldn't help but use his hand to slap his thigh agitatedly. When using true data, the information of the Fey had immediately appeared. Fey name Sharp Rock Bowl. Fey species Horn species Bull species. Fey type Earth. Fey quality Epic. Rock horn. After applying a rock layer on the horns, disregard injuries and smash into the enemy with full strength. Sacrifice when the contractor is injured. Automatically split the damage with the contractor. Lin Yuan was excited because this Elite X phase quality was epic. It also meant that if this Sharp Rock Bowl was healed, it would be able to reach Bronze Raid with epic quality, allowing the contractor to choose one exclusive skill among 3 skills. Most importantly, this Sharp Rock Bowl was a defensive type Fey, and Chusai could use it. Yang Mingkai had also heard the mooing sound, so he walked over and grabbed some stover for the Sharp Rock Bowl. He then said to Lin Yuan with an unbearable tone, "This Sharp Rock Bowl has been the precious baby of our breeding base. No one expected for the Sharp Rock Bowl's horn to break during the disaster. The value of this Sharp Rock Bowl isn't because of its epic quality but its elite grade skill. This Sharp Rock Bowl comprehended a rare ability that is exclusive to the Sharp Rock Bowls. Sacrifice. Our breeding base has nurtured over 1,500 Sharp Rock Bowls during the past years. But only this Sharp Rock Bowl comprehended sacrifice." Lin Yuan had also noticed the ability, Sacrifice, which could have the damage for the contractor. He really liked the ability. If his younger sister contracted a Fey that possessed Sacrifice, it would definitely be able to protect her better, making it the best meat shield. However, Lin Yuan had a feeling that this Sharp Rock Bowl didn't look too smart. Rockhorn was considered a suicidal charging attack that disregarded injuries. Sacrifice was an ability that helps to endure damage. This Sharp Rock Bowl was simply a brave bowl that was not afraid of bleeding and death. It was a top-class Iron Fool, not just a normal fool. I wonder how much you are willing to sell this Sharp Rock Bowl for. If this Sharp Rock Bowl was healthy, even Lin Yuan's current pots of elite usneas wouldn't be able to purchase 13 of the Sharp Rock Bowl. After all, this Sharp Rock Bowl was a masterpiece. Yan Mingkai looked at the Sharp Rock Bowl's broken horn and thought for a long time before speaking. When this Sharp Rock Bowl was healthy, I was preparing to sell it for 1.5 Radiance dollars. But if young brother wants it, I can sell it to you for 200 Federation dollars. Young brother, I have to say something first. It isn't just this Sharp Rock Bowl. The two web-spraying spiders are also in the same condition. I have looked for a healer to check on them and discovered that the three fays have injured their roots. Regular healers won't be able to do anything. Only creation masters are able to heal them. Lin Yuan wasn't concerned about this point. Before this, Lin Yuan had experimented with his spirit kiss ability to evolve fays. Using a pot of jasmine lily as a test subject, Lin Yuan had cut off half of the jasmine lily stalk. If it were left alone, the jasmine lily would definitely wither unless a creation master helps to nurture it with full attention. However, after Lin Yuan had channeled his spirit Kai into the jasmine lily, its injury had recovered automatically. Therefore, Lin Yuan was certain that his method to evolve fays with spirit Kai was able to heal fays that had injured their roots. There was a point that Lin Yuan didn't guess wrongly, and it was the price of the sharp rock bowl, which was astronomical. The Federation dollar was the Radiance Federation's lowest class of currency, and it was mainly produced for most of the ordinary people who couldn't sense spirit Kai. The Radiance dollar was the Radiance Federation's high-class currency. As high-grade fays were invaluable, the prices during transactions would easily reach tens of millions in Federation dollars. So the Radiance Federation had created the Radiance dollar. A single Radiance dollar would be equivalent to one Federation dollars, and it was mainly used between spirit Kai professionals. If this sharp rock bowl was healthy, it would be sold for 5 Radiance dollars, which was 500 Federation dollars. It was a price that Lin Yuan couldn't afford right now. However, the severely injured sharp rock bowl cost 200 Federation dollars, and Lin Yuan was able to afford it. Big brother Yang, I know, but I still wish to trade. Why don't you come to my place and take a look at the quality of my elite usneas before we talk about the trade? Lin Yuan had already made the decision to buy both the web-spraying spiders and the sharp rock bowl, so he couldn't wait to complete the trade. Lin Yuan would still need to heal the sharp rock bowl's injuries after the trade. If he were too late, he wouldn't have enough time to catch the last train that headed for Chusa school today. Lin Yuan had already spent 3 hours away from his home. He might be able to sense spirit Kai, but his body had yet to completely recover. He felt that his head was getting increasingly dizzy as he had not slept for an entire night and had been searching for fays on the marketplace for over 2 hours. When Yang Minkai heard Lin Yuan extending the invitation to visit his house for the second time to check on the elite usnea's quality, Yang Minkai immediately agreed. Lin Yuan might have promised that the elite usneas were well developed, but Yang Minkai had to check on the quality before he could relax. Yang Minkai wanted to use the elite usneas and clone them to produce usnea saplings. Therefore, the quality of the elite usneas must be great and of a strict standard. Yang Minkai already planned ahead in his mind. After he saw Lin Yuan's elite usneas and realized they were not up to his standard, he would negotiate for the price based on the Star Web's price. If these elite usneas didn't reach the standard to conduct cloning, Yang Minkai could only resell them, and it would be a waste of time and effort. However, due to his good impression of Lin Yuan, Yang Minkai had already decided to carry out this deal. Young brother, wait for a moment. I will pack up this stall and leave with you. Since you are taking all 3 of those severely injured fays, there is no need for this stall to continue existing. Lin Yuan felt great after hearing Yang Minkai's words, as it was a feeling of being trusted. Yang Minkai had yet to see his elite usneas, and the 2 web-spraying spiders and the sharp rock bowl would only last for a few more days too. Packing up the stall is definitely a sign that Yang Minkai trusts me. Even though Yang Minkai hasn't seen the elite usnea's quality, he has already decided to make a deal with me. Otherwise, he wouldn't pack up the stall, as the 3 severely injured fays wouldn't be able to endure harsh conditions outside of the shed. Big brother Yang, let me help you. Lin Yuan then picked up the housekeeping tools of the stall and started to clean up the stall's miscellaneous items. Yang Minkai didn't stop Lin Yuan and was speaking as he tore down the shed. I just happened to have some ostrich logistics custom boxes to store fays. Later on, we can use them to store the sharp rock bowl and the web-spraying spiders. It will save us a lot of trouble. Chapter 18 Bronze Crown Fire Salamander. Ostrich Logistics was a massive organization in the Radiance Federation, and it covered nearly half of the Federation's logistics needs. Ostrich Logistics' main business was to transport all sorts of fays, and the spirit storage box was their patented invention. It was a device for convenient transportation of fays, created with advanced technology. When the fay was contained in the spirit storage box, its size wouldn't shrink. However, the spirit storage box gravity technology could negate the fay's weight, allowing heavy fays to be transported easily. The spirit storage box had grades that were sorted according to the fay's grades. Regular-sized spirit storage boxes could be bought from Ostrich Logistics stores. If anyone needed to transport massive fays, they would need to put a custom order on Ostrich Logistics' Star web store. Although the spirit storage box was commonly used, it was still expensive. A spirit storage box used to store elite fays would cost $1 Federation, and this price was already equivalent to some of the cheaper elite fays. If the spirit storage box was used to transport ordinary elite fays, it would waste its value. Therefore, elite fays that were transported with spirit storage boxes were generally the expensive kind. Lin Yuan didn't expect Yang Minkai to have prepared spirit storage boxes for the severely injured fays. Big Brother Yang, then it will be much more convenient for us to transport the fays. We won't need to look for specialized transporters to help. It will save us plenty of time. Elite fays, such as the sharp rock bull and the web-spraying spiders, had a certain lethality level, especially when they were injured. Yang Minkai's spirit storage boxes really saved them a lot of trouble. These spirit storage boxes were left behind in the previous breeding base. Many of them were already broken and faulty. After disposing of the rest of the boxes yesterday, I kept 2 Elite-grade spirit storage boxes to contain the web-spraying spiders and 1 bronze raid spirit storage box to contain the sharp rock bull. This sharp rock bull will probably never reach bronze raid. It's a waste of its epic quality and the sacrifice ability. Yang Minkai was very efficient and quickly torn down the shed. Lin Yuan originally wanted to order a thick-hoofed donkey car, but Yang Minkai patted on Lin Yuan's shoulder before he activated his spiritual energy. A 3-meter-long lizard with black and red scales appeared behind Yang Minkai. When the lizard was released, it immediately hissed and roared. Lin Yuan felt as though the surrounding air had turned scorching hot. The lizard had a wrinkled crown, and the scales on the crown looked extremely bright red. It made Lin Yuan feel as though the heat was actually emitted from the bright red crown. Beneath the crown were more mixtures of black color, and when reaching its limbs and abdomen, it was nearly black in color. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the massive black and red lizard. Fey name crown fire salamander. Fey species crowned lizard species scaled lizard species. Fey grade bronze 710. Fey type poison fire. Broken teeth when biting and ripping. It will intentionally break its teeth and embed them in the target. Rolling rip when biting onto the target. It will use the mouth as the core area and revolve the body to rip off the target's bones and flesh. Fiery poison grow the poison gland and connect it with the salivary gland, allowing the saliva to contain fiery poison. An elite phase quality didn't play a major role before reaching bronze grade. Once it reached bronze, its quality would revert to normal again. Afterward, it wouldn't matter what the grade of the Fey was. It could only evolve into a fantasy breed when the quality broke through epic and reached legend. A bronze Fey would awaken an exclusive skill, but it wouldn't have an additional ability. Due to the awakened exclusive skill, all of the abilities would be subtly enhanced. It was a qualitative change. This black and red lizard was a high-level bronze crown fire salamander. It might be called a salamander, but this crown fire salamander didn't know how to use the fire-type element energy. It was due to the evolution direction during bronze raid that enhanced the physical body. Hence, it was returning to the ancestry line. The crown fire salamander's bright red crown had a lump that contained an abnormally well-developed poison gland. The poison gland wasn't connected to the crown fire salamander's teeth, but the salivary gland. When the crown fire salamander used its teeth to bite and rip the enemy, the poison fluid from the crown would be injected into the enemy's body along with the biting action. In a very short period, the bitten location would develop a charred wound as though it was burnt. This was how the crown fire salamander had gotten its name. Lin Yuan had encountered bronze phase previously. Registered Spirit Kai professionals of the Radiance Federation were able to ride their phase to travel in the city, and Lin Yuan would occasionally see them when importing goods. However, this was the first time he was observing a 3-meter-long bronze-crowned fire salamander at such a close distance. Lin Yuan felt an indescribable impact in his heart. Everyone said that the gap between elite and bronze was a huge chasm, and to get across it was to rise to a higher level. From the looks of it now, it was indeed true. The prowess of a bronze Fae was utterly superior to an elite Fae. Young brother, my crown fire salamander is nurtured to a rather good condition. Right when Yang Mingkai was speaking, he didn't forget to pat on the crown fire salamander's neck, as he was obviously satisfied with his Fae partner. The crown fire salamander was aggressive in nature and sinister in appearance, especially the layers of wrinkles on the bright red crown, making it abnormally strange. However, after seeing its owner interacting with it, the crown fire salamander looked pleased and used its head to rub against Yang Mingkai's shoulder. No matter the situation, the relationship of a Spirit Kai professional and the contracted Fae was that of best friends. Lin Yuan would be very envious if he saw this scene in the past, but he wasn't envious now. He subtly touched the copper bracelet on his right wrist and felt warmth in his heart. Lin Yuan also had his own contracted Fae now. Morbius, Genius, and Chimey were Lin Yuan's contracted Faes. He was no longer an ordinary person who couldn't contract Faes and sense Spirit Kai. Big brother Yang, your crown fire salamander's awakened exclusive skill, Fiery Poison, is rather good. It effectively enhances the crown fire salamander's attack method. Lin Yuan praised. Lin Yuan's statement surprised Yang Mingkai. Young brother, how did you know that my crown fire salamander awakened the fiery poison skill? Yang Mingkai didn't recall mentioning his spirit beast skill to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan pointed at the crown fire salamander's bright red crown and said, an average crown fire salamander's crown wouldn't be so bright and massive. Only crown fire salamanders that awaken the fierce fire or fiery poison skills would have such a crown. In addition, when Big Brother Yang interacts with your crown fire salamander, you avoid its mouth. That is how I deduced that its awakened skill is fiery poison. After Lin Yuan's explanation, Yang Mingkai immediately understood and exclaimed, I didn't expect young brother to possess such professional knowledge at such a young age that only Fae observers have. Yang Mingkai was thinking in his heart that Lin Yuan was truly incredible. Chapter 19 Creation Master Behind the Scenes. Fae observer was a lifestyle occupation, and they were capable of observing, differentiating, and analyzing Faes. As such, they could deduce lots of information concerning Faes. Lifestyle occupations, like the knowledgeable Fae observers, were always respected. Lin Yuan, who could immediately identify a bronze Fae's exclusive skill, left a deep impression in Yang Mingkai. In his eyes, this feat made Lin Yuan an incredible figure. Lin Yuan shook his hand and said, Big brother Yang, we better go now. Otherwise, the crown fire salamander that you summoned will continue to affect the surrounding low-grade Faes. Yang Mingkai looked around along with Lin Yuan and realized that the stall owner beside him was already looking at him with unpleasant eyes. Yang Mingkai let out an embarrassed smile and quickly asked Lin Yuan to ride on the back of the crown fire salamander. As for the 3 spirit storage boxes that contained the web-spraying spiders and the sharp rock bowl, the crown fire salamander's tail pulled them in tow. After Lin Yuan pointed out the direction, Yang Mingkai urged the crown fire salamander, which responded by galloping rapidly. When Lin Yuan had been riding the thick-hoofed donkey earlier, he could only feel a refreshing breeze. Unsurprisingly, the running crown fire salamander was ultra-fast, far beyond what the thick-hoofed donkey could do. The billowing and howling gales blew against Lin Yuan's body and gave him a pressuring feeling. After all, Lin Yuan wasn't a drank Spirit Kai professional yet. Had it not been for Yang Mingkai intentionally blocking the gales for Lin Yuan, the latter would have fallen off the back of the crown fire salamander. The journey's strong gales didn't just disperse Lin Yuan's mental exhaustion, but they also stirred up Lin Yuan's heart. Galloping in the wind and riding on Faes was a life that a man should live. After reaching the alley where Lin Yuan resided, Yang Minkai withdrew the crowned fire salamander. It wasn't that the alley didn't allow riding phase. It was too narrow. It was impossible for the crowned fire salamander, whose legs pushed outward, to move in it. Lin Yuan jumped off the crowned fire salamander's back, and the wind disheveled his hair. This added to Lin Yuan's handsome looks a wild nature too. Yang Minkai said, "The crowned fire salamander generates rather intense air currents when it's running. Are you okay?" Lin Yuan shook his head and replied, "I have to thank Big Brother Yang. This is my first time riding on the back of a bronze fei. It was truly satisfying." Yang Minkai laughed heartily and said, "Riding on the crowned fire salamander isn't considered satisfying. When you take a ride on a flying fei and smell the thin air in the high altitudes, while looking down at the ground, that is satisfying." Lin Yuan led the way, and they arrived at the store entrance swiftly. When he opened the door, Lin Yuan didn't hear Chimey or Genius calling out. He could guess that those two fellows were still sleeping. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had not forgotten to close the second floor's door before leaving, or else he might have woken up Genius and Chimey when opening the store's door. Yang Minkai entered the store, and Lin Yuan poured 2 cups of water. "Big Brother Yang, I don't have any beverages here. I can only offer you water, and this is for you." After giving the cup of water to Yang Minkai, Lin Yuan gulped down his cup's content. Although Yang Minkai received the water cup, he didn't take a sip. It wasn't that Yang Minkai wasn't thirsty. He was simply flabbergasted by the rows of elite usneas on the racks of this small store. The rows of usneas were all pleasantly long, had firm vines, and the leaves were all very crowded together. Water beads also suspended on the large leaves. Just the elite usnea's appearance betrayed their normal and elite quality. It had to be known that usneas were elite in terms of grade and quality met the criteria for cloning. This was already beyond Yang Minkai's expectations. The 20 pots of elite usneas was a shocking spectacle, and one would hardly trade them. Compared to these elite usneas, the 3 pots of elite jasmine lilies looked average. When Lin Yuan saw how Yang Minkai was staring at the usneas, as though he wanted to approach and scrutinize them, Lin Yuan immediately offered, "Big Brother Yang, why don't you get closer to check them carefully before these pots of usneas evolved? They had great foundations. I always bury energy ores in the soil, so their roots are very well developed." Yang Minkai went closer to the rack along with Lin Yuan and touched the usnea's leaves. He realized that the leaves had a thick and fleshy texture, indicating that the ample water content in them. Yang Minkai plucked off one of the leaves, and when he broke the leaf stem, plenty of sap flowed out. At the same time, he observed the roots, which from just their appearance alone looked strong. Soon, he recalled what Lin Yuan had said earlier and was convinced. These elite usneas were superior among the elite usneas. After checking the 20 pots of elite usneas, their grade no longer surprised Yang Minkai. He was now wondering about their astonishing origins instead. These elite usneas are well nurtured, and their conditions are unbelievable. It looks as though a creation master tended to them recently. Naturally, Yang Minkai didn't think that Lin Yuan was a creation master, as creation masters were the Radiance Federation's most respectable occupation. Even the lowest-ranked creation master could open a spacious store in Redbud City's core area. Countless combat-class Spirit Kai professionals would think of methods to build a good relationship with creation masters. If Lin Yuan was really a creation master, he wouldn't be cowering in this little store. Therefore, it meant that a creation master was backing the store. Yang Minkai had been working hard to operate the Fei breeding base for many years, but hadn't been able to form a relationship with any creation master. Otherwise, the epic-quality Sharp Rock Bull would have long reached bronze raid. It wasn't like he hadn't thought of methods to seek a creation master's help. Unfortunately, he didn't have the bargaining chips to invite a creation master. Even if one had Federation and Radiance dollars, it was still insufficient to invite a creation master to enter their door. In order to invite a creation master, one would need to possess the creation master's most preferred spiritual ingredient and use it as a bargaining chip to set the appointment. Spiritual ingredients were hard to find, and Yang Minkai was unable to obtain any. When Yang Minkai thought that Lin Yuan had the backing of a creation master, He involuntarily wanted to try building a relationship with the creation master through Lin Yuan. However, Yang Minkai didn't know how to make such a suggestion. When Lin Yuan noticed that Yang Minkai was observing the usneas for a long time without speaking, he asked, "Big brother Yang, are you satisfied with these usneas?" Yang Minkai immediately returned to his senses and responded after hearing Lin Yuan's voice. "Satisfied. Very satisfied. These elite usneas are far beyond my expectations. I wonder if Brother Lin has more of these elite usneas." Chapter 20 A Huge Business. Yang Minkai had suddenly become reserved and even changed the way he addressed Lin Yuan. So the latter involuntarily said, "Big brother Yang, you are my senior. Just call me young brother." While listening to Lin Yuan, Yang Minkai observed his frank expression. Yang Minkai was a forthright and straightforward person, so he patted on Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, "Haha, I also feel comfortable calling you young brother." Lin Yuan chuckled. "Big brother Yang, you said you wanted more elite usneas. I do have them, but I wonder how many more pots you need." Lin Yuan had already planned to stay at home to increase his spirit kai occupation rank to drank after delivering the Fei to Chu Sai. Therefore, he was definitely going to evolve plenty of Feis. It was about time to produce more elite usneas. Yang Minkai carefully extended one finger. Over 70 pots, adding to a total of 100 pots. Does young brother think it is possible? Before Lin Yuan could talk, Yang Minkai quickly supplemented another statement. "Young brother, your elite usneas are of elite quality. If you sell them on the Star Web, you can get around 30 Federation dollars per pot. I cannot allow young brother to suffer a loss, so I'll add 3 Federation dollars for each pot. Do you think 33 Federation dollars for each pot is acceptable?" Yang Minkai immediately offered the highest price in his mind. In fact, the price was a little lower than the high transaction prices on the Star Web. However, Yang Minkai offered a reasonable price, which was the average price for elite usneas. Yang Minkai was going to open another Fei breeding base, and that would require considerable expenditure. Federation dollars for each of the 100 pots was already the highest price that Yang Minkai could offer. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and felt that the offer was reasonable. If he had to sell them on the Star Web, he would need to waste a lot of effort. Also, instead of wasting his time, he would be able to evolve more pots of usneas. "Big brother Yang, your price is acceptable. However, if you need 100 pots of usneas, you might have to give me 7 days before you can collect them." Lin Yuan would need 2 days to visit Chu Sis school and return. He required slightly more than an hour to evolve each pot of usnea. After deducting the 20 pots of usneas that were already available, Lin Yuan would need around 70 hours to evolve the rest. Thus, Lin Yuan could only have them around 7 days at the earliest. 7 days. Yang Minkai was even more confident that a creation master was backing Lin Yuan. In addition, Lin Yuan seemed to have an extremely close relationship with the creation master. Otherwise, it was impossible to deliver such a huge order. 7 days was simply too fast. Under normal circumstances, other suppliers would find it impossible to deliver even if they were given 2 months. It was definitely a divine method. Lin Yuan nodded as 7 days was already his limit. Lin Yuan thought that Yang Minkai felt it was rather slow, but Yang Minkai actually felt it was too fast. At that moment, the second floor's door was gently opened before it was carefully closed again. A small figure rushed down the stairs quickly and pounced into Lin Yuan's embrace. After a meow, it held Lin Yuan's hand and said, "Yuan, Shimei is still sleeping. Shimei is a lazy bum. Genius is already awake. Genius is diligent." Lin Yuan reached out to gently scratch Genius' nose. Genius let out a sneeze with a mew before sitting obediently in Lin Yuan's embrace while feeling content. When Genius had come to this home, it had been rather afraid of strangers. But now, Genius was already used to it. Housekeeping beasts were Feis that each Federation citizen possessed, and Yang Minkai wasn't an exception either. However, Yang Minkai's housekeeping beast had perished during the alien insects invasion. "Young brother, your housekeeping beast is brilliant. This is the first time I see such a beautiful housekeeping beast. When Genius heard Yang Minkai's comment, it took a glance at Yang Minkai before burying its head into Lin Yuan's chest fondly. I feel that Genius is also the most incredible and cutest 100 questions beast while speaking. Lin Yuan rubbed Genius' silverish gray fur, which was a form of approval and acknowledgement. When Genius had been brought there, it had just been a small abandoned fellow with a messy fur that no one wanted. Despite that, Genius broke the norm for 100 questions beasts, and became the first normal 100 questions beasts in history. Moreover, this was just the starting point and not the ending point. As Genius contractor and partner, whenever someone praised Genius, Lin Yuan felt proud of Genius. Subsequently, Lin Yuan and Yang Minkai conducted the trade. A total of 23 pots of elite usneas for 759 Federation dollars. After deducting the 350 Federation dollars for the elite web spraying spiders and sharp rock bowl, Yang Minkai used the Star Web account to transfer 409 Federation dollars to Lin Yuan. Yang Minkai originally wanted to transfer the deposit for the remaining 77 pots of usneas to Lin Yuan, which was 10 of the cost. But Lin Yuan rejected the idea. Lin Yuan stated that the money for the remaining usneas would be settled together when Yang Minkai returned to collect the goods. After adding the 20 Federation dollars that Lin Yuan already had in his Star Web account, he now had 429 Federation dollars. This was an amount of wealth that Lin Yuan wouldn't dare to imagine that he would possess. Lin Yuan helped Yang Minkai shift the usneas from the rack onto the back of the crown fire salamander, waiting in the alley. After sending off Yang Minkai, Lin Yuan immediately returned to the store. Lin Yuan had a very tight schedule, and he had to heal this elite epic sharp rock bowl. After healing the sharp rock bowl, he would need to rush to choose his school. Lin Yuan had money now and would only be earning more money in the future. Money would no longer be a problem for their family. Hence, Lin Yuan was planning to rent a bronze avian fei. This way, he would be able to cut down the 7-hour journey into a 1-hour trip. Lin Yuan approached Ostrich Logistics' spirit storage box and released the severely injured sharp rock bowl that was lying in it. When the sharp rock bowl was released, it immediately occupied most of Lin Yuan's store space. This sharp rock bowl was only a calf, and its size wasn't even 2 meters. Which meant that it was about 2 years old. An adult sharp rock bowl size would be at least 5 meters in length. However, this sharp rock bowl had 2 shattered horns, and its body had tiny wounds that would shock anyone. Lin Yuan was looking at the sharp rock bowl while it was also looking at him. The sharp rock bowl was apparently a little nervous and was waving its head while feeling uneasy. Lin Yuan carefully placed his hand on the sharp rock bowl's broken horn and slowly transferred his spirit kai to the sharp rock bowl. When the sharp rock bowl felt the spirit kai, it slowly let down its guard. An elite fei was rather spiritual and could feel Lin Yuan's friendly intent, so it lay there obediently. While Lin Yuan was rapidly absorbing spirit kai, he was also rapidly injecting it into the sharp rock bowl. 10 minutes later, the tiny wounds on the sharp rock bowl had gradually recovered due to Lin Yuan's channeled spirit kai. After an hour or so, the sharp rock bowl continued to lay there in a weak state. All of a sudden, it let out an extremely painful mooing sound. Chapter 21 Evolving Back to Ancestry Line. The sharp rock bowl was trembling as it endured, but even it couldn't withstand such immense pain. Lin Yuan felt a considerable pushing force against the hand that was touching the broken horn. Lin Yuan swayed a little, and the pair of horns on the sharp rock bowl fell off. Immediately after, a new pair of horns grew out on its head. Lin Yuan placed his hand back on the little horns before channeling his spirit kai at full force. When the sky was starting to turn dark, the sharp rock bowl's horns recovered, and they only stopped growing when they reached over 1 foot in length. It took nearly 7 hours, but Lin Yuan finally healed the severely injured sharp rock bowl. Suppose the severely injured sharp rock bowl was worth 200 Federation dollars. In that case, the current healthy elite epic sharp rock bowl could be easily sold on the Star Web for 1.5 Radiance dollars, or 1.500 Federation dollars. This was also why creation masters were so respected. Lin Yuan was still channeling spirit Kai into the sharp rock bowl as he could feel an obstacle in the dark. As long as he continued channeling his spirit Kai, he would be able to smash the obstacle. This sharp rock bowl would then undergo a qualitative change. Lin Yuan was ecstatic as this should be the obstacle blocking elite phase from becoming bronze ones. Lin Yuan increased his spirit kiss release speed to smash the obstacle with full strength. Finally, half an hour later, the obstacle was pulverized to dust. At that moment, Lin Yuan saw the sharp rock bowl, which was originally lying down, suddenly stand upright. Its body was emitting creaking and cracking sounds as its bones were shifting. In less than 2 minutes, the sharp rock bowl's appearance changed drastically. Had it not been for Lin Yuan witnessing it, he probably wouldn't recognize the Fae in front of him as the sharp rock bowl of just a few moments ago. Lin Yuan activated true data to check on the sharp rock bowl situation. No, it shouldn't be called a sharp rock bowl anymore. It should be called sharp iron horn bowl. The sharp rock bowl, which was originally 2 meters in length, had already transformed into a sharp iron horn bowl that was nearly 3 meters in length. The sharp iron horn bowl's greatest change wasn't in its size, but the horns on its head. The sharp rock bowl actually had a small horn on its nose, but it was only 2.5 cm in size. Therefore, it had been useless. However, the sharp iron horn bowl's nose horn was now 1 meter long. It no longer had its smooth curves, and it was razor-sharp with multiple angles. Each of the angles was sharp like a blade. The 2 horns on the head, which were originally around 30 cm in length, were now 1 meter long too. The horns weren't straight and were more like a bull's horns, curved and meant for charging. They were heavy and filled with power, as though they were made to penetrate the enemy. Lin Yuan was certain that this sharp rock bowl's evolution into the sharp iron horn bowl was in the ancestry line's direction, enhancing its physical capability. Lin Yuan had actually witnessed the process of an elite Fae evolving into a bronze one. He had witnessed the metamorphosis of life. While feeling the metamorphosis of life from where he stood, he felt his spirit getting enlightened. It was a kind of uplifting feeling that could only be felt when creating life. It was the same as seeking the legendary chapter of the book that contained the meaning of life. After the sharp rock bowl evolved, there were 3 exclusive skills to choose from due to its epic quality. Scaled skin. The skin develops a layer of scaled armor-like skin that has a similar composition to the skin. Trudge stamina can be reserved when sprinting. Pain absorption. When receiving damage, absorb a portion of the damage and turn it into vitality. After reading through the 3 exclusive skills, Lin Yuan fell deep in thought. Among the 3 skills, 2 of them were rather good. The sharp iron horn bowl was a defense-type Fae, so Trudge was obviously useless. Scaled skin was an exclusive skill that allowed the sharp iron horn bowl's current iron-like skin to develop a layer of thicker scaled armor. The scaled armor would also have the same properties of the sharp iron horn bowl's skin, enhancing its defensive capability. At the same time, when the sharp iron horn bowl was charging, if the scaled armor scraped on the target, its sharp edges would also injure the enemy. The other exclusive skill, pain absorption, was rather interesting. When receiving damage, it allowed a portion of the damage to be absorbed and used to recover. It was something that an iron fool would wish for, a skill that was even more extreme and complementing. After a short conflict, Lin Yuan chose pain absorption. Pain absorption could be effectively used with the skill sacrifice. The scaled skin might produce an additional layer of skin armor, but if the enemy could slice open the sharp iron horn bowl's original skin, then the scaled armor would naturally be sliced open too. Hence, after a quick comparison, pain absorption was definitely superior. When Lin Yuan chose the exclusive skill, pain absorption, the sharp iron horn bowl's evolution was finally completed. The normal grade and elite grade learned skills would also undergo slight changes. Fae name sharp iron horn bowl. Fae grade bronze 110. Fae type metal. Rock horn. Apply a layer of metal on the horns and enhance the nose horn's metallic properties. Disregard injuries and smash into the enemy with full strength. Lin Yuan couldn't be more satisfied with the sharp iron horn bowl before him. However, The more Lin Yuan observed the sharp iron-horn bull, the more he felt it was like a power offensive-type fade that had a defensive layer of skin. Be it the abilities or the exclusive skill, they were all very good combinations for the sharp iron-horn bull. For it to be Chu Si's first fei, it was simply as fitting as it could be. But for a girl to contract a sharp iron-horn bull, it was rather strange. Just like the Beauty and the Beast. However, this sharp iron-horn bull was already the best defensive-type fei that Lin Yuan could obtain with his current abilities. After evolving the sharp iron-horn bull, Lin Yuan felt that the increase of spiritual power in his body was the same as evolving 30 pots of elite usneas. Lin Yuan concluded that evolving high-grade feis would allow his spiritual power to increase more. It was fortunate that the sharp rock bull was an elite X-fei. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Lin Yuan to evolve it to bronze grade in such a short period. When looking at the dark blue and hazy sky, Lin Yuan immediately arranged for bronze air transportation with his mobile phone. While waiting for the avian fei to arrive, Lin Yuan prepared dinner for Genius and Chimey. At the same time, he also fed the sharp iron-horn bull with some usnea vines. He then stored the bronze sharp iron-horn bull in the bronze raid spirit storage box. Soon enough, a bronze avian fei arrived at the alley. Lin Yuan grabbed onto the spirit storage box and bade farewell to Genius and Chimey, which had been chirping non-stop after waking up. He then boarded on the avian fei. While riding the bronze black-winged windfalcon in the night, he flew toward Chu Si's school. Chapter 22 Moon Empress. 3 portions of hyssop sprouts, 1 portion of deep-sea ebony, and 1 portion of platinum beast's essence blood. A woman dressed in moonlight-colored long robes swayed a crystal bottle in her hand while giving instructions with her pleasant voice. An emerald-colored bird with 4 feathers, which were like vines and leaves, was flying around. It was using its beak to accurately take the portions and put them in the crystal bottle. Not far away from the woman in the moonlight robes were a man and a woman. The man had a dignified look, while the woman looked heroic. The two of them were using their spirit kai to conceal their presence, as they were afraid they might disturb the woman that was adjusting the medicine concoction. Their body's spirit kai was emitting a vague, mysterious, and runic aura. It indicated that the two of them were king-class experts that had comprehended the willpower runes from a certain mountain, river, ocean, or sky. However, the 2 king-class experts were looking at this woman with extreme respect. The woman in the moonlight robes was using her spirit kai to vibrate the concoction. The medicinal smell was flowing out of the bottle, and the refreshing plant fragrance was like the smell of grass being split open after a rain. It truly gladdened the heart. When the concoction was mixed with the 3 portions of hyssop sprouts that the vine bird brought, it emitted a fragrance as though a giant tree instantly grew out from the place where the grass had been sliced open. The giant tree started to get surrounded by greenery, forming a primitive forest. As the woman in the moonlight robes poured the dark red platinum beast's blood inside, the fragrance suddenly exploded with intense and horrifying prowess. It felt just like ferocious beasts prowling in the depths of the primitive forest and waiting to strike at the prey. The 2 king-class experts' foreheads were covered with perspiration as they felt rather nervous due to the prowling beast's threatening presence. The woman in the moonlight robes constantly injected her spiritual power into the crystal bottle. The spirit kai had stirred and fused the emerald-colored concoction, and the dark red beast blood into an amber color, which was sparkling and limpid. After stirring for around 10 minutes, the woman stopped. She picked up the deep-sea ebony and smelled it as though she was trying to determine the deep-sea ebony's age. Subsequently, she used her spiritual power to crush the deep-sea ebony into dust and poured it into the amber fluid. As soon as the deep-sea ebony was mixed into the amber fluid, it turned dark green. The primitive forest that was originally prowling with beasts suddenly acted out a part of history that was over 2,000 years ago, as there was heavy rain that would only appear during the Carnian period. The primitive forest was instantly flooded and turned into a deep sea. The beasts in the forest that were waiting to strike had all turned into swelling corpses. The 2 king-class experts first felt their legs getting tangled by layers of water plants before their necks were also tangled. It felt like they were going to be sealed in this dark green, deep sea for eternity. At that moment, The woman in the moonlight robes started to stir the fluid with her spirit kai. Every time she moved, it would be like a reincarnation cycle. Those beasts in the sea that were already dead had suddenly revived, while those tangling water plants had also released their grip, turning back into the plants that lived between the reef, light and darkness, new life and decay. Whenever the woman moved her hands, the two polar opposites would switch. Finally, the dark green medicinal fluid was stirred by the spiritual power and turned into an emerald green color with a sparkling luster. At the instant the fluid turned sparkling, the suffocating deep sea, the water plants, and the beasts vanished. There was only the sound and serenity of the falling sunset when a solitary duck was flying when the limpid autumn waters were the same color as the sky. At that moment, the two king-class experts took a deep breath and withdrew the spirit kite protecting their bodies. The dignified men quickly went over and asked, "Moon Empress, thank you for the hard work. I wonder if this concoction is completed." The woman in the moonlight robes lifted her head and emitted an aura that was like the moon's splendor. "Summon your fae, Si Kong." The dignified middle-aged man responded by immediately summoning his fae, which was a giant tiger beast. The woman in the moonlight robes shook her wrist, and the emerald fluid turned into a streak of fragrance. It entered the giant tiger's body through the nostrils. Subsequently, the giant tiger fae's body started cracking as though it was experiencing a new life. The woman in the moonlight robes nodded and said, "Its quality has evolved from epic to legend. As long as you fuse the willpower runes that you comprehended with the fae, it can evolve into the fantasy breed." Si Kong was overjoyed by the statement and quickly bowed. "Moon Empress, if you need my assistance in the future, just inform me. I will not cower and risk my life to complete your request." The woman in the moonlight robes shook her hand and said, "You don't have to risk your life. You already helped this empress to find a pair of dragon beast eyes. Consider this your reward." After hearing the moon empress reply, the dignified man quickly cupped his fist again and said, "Si Kong is willing to serve the moon empress with loyalty." At that moment, the giant tiger fae completed its evolution and quietly awakened. When it felt its changes, it let out an invigorated growl. All of a sudden, its voice was stuck in the throat. The tiger beast then lay down sullenly. A small rabbit on the table pulled a finger-sized carrot out of a jade flower pot. Some red crystal-like sand was also pulled out. The small rabbit looked at the sand with dislike before kicking the sand off the table and leisurely nibbling the carrot. The green vine bird that was preparing the ingredients earlier habitually, and quickly picked up the red crystal sand grains on the ground and placed them back into the jade flower pot. The giant tiger fae had stopped growling because the little rabbit had taken a casual glance at it when it had been pulling the carrot. The moon empress carried the little rabbit and said to Si Kong, "The Creation Master exams have always been conducted rank by rank since it started. After each successful attempt at the promotion exams, Creation Masters will need to wait for 3 years before participating in the promotion exams. How can we pick out any Creation Masters with true talents like the Si Kong? Inform the Creation Master Association that if anyone passes the Creation Master exam within 2 hours, they can choose to bypass the 3 lifestyle occupations promotion exams and immediately attempt for the rank 2 Creation Master exam." Si Kong memorized the Moon Empress instructions before asking, "Moon Empress, what about the promotion exam for rank 3 Creation Master? Can they also choose to directly promote after passing the rank 2 exam? It is only allowed for promotion from rank 1 to rank 2. The Moon Empress picked up the crystal bottle again after speaking in preparation to concoct another medicinal fluid. She was hinting for them to leave. Si Kong stored the fae, whose quality had just evolved to legend, before bowing and quickly attending to the task requested by the Moon Empress. At that moment, the female king-class expert that was emitting a heroic aura finally spoke. "Moon Empress, do you feel that there haven't been enough outstanding young individuals among the Federation's Creation Masters during the past few years, therefore you wish to make a change?" The Moon Empress shook her head and said, "This is merely this Empress' personal matter. The Bamboo Monarch and the Chef Supreme have already taken in disciples. This Empress must not fall behind those 2 old things." The heroic lady was shocked by the reply. The Moon Empress is actually planning to accept a disciple. This is shocking news. As one of the Radiance Federation's 3 rank 5 creation masters, becoming the Moon Empress disciple was the same as ascending to heaven. However, it was unknown which city the Moon Empress disciple would be from. If that disciple came from Redbud City, as the Redbud City governor, she would definitely receive plenty of rewards from the Moon Empress. Ling Zhao, do you know that the Xia region under your Redbud City has a new class 1-dimensional rift? The heroic lady immediately replied. Ling Zhao has already received the Redbud Guard's report. Does Moon Empress have any instructions? The heroic lady felt a little suspicious. Why would an influential person like the Moon Empress mention a mere class 1-dimensional rift? This Empress heard that the dimensional rifts have been unstable lately. It is probably due to the arrival of the dimensional wave. During each dimensional wave, the dimensional rifts with alien insects are always the most dangerous. Your Redbud City has the most insect dimensional rifts. Send more guards to the insect dimensional rifts entrances to prevent them from threatening the lives of the nearby citizens during the dimensional wave. After receiving the Moon Empress instructions, Ling Zhao quickly replied, Moon Empress, you don't have to worry. As Redbud City's governor, as long as Ling Zhao is around, Ling Zhao shall be Redbud City's pillar. The Moon Empress nodded and said to Ling Zhao, Si Kong's task might need a period of time before it takes effect. Why don't you return to Redbud City and apply the new rules of the Creation Master exam for Redbud City's Creation Master Association first? Ling Zhao acknowledges the order. After speaking, Ling Zhao felt rather astonished in her heart. The Moon Empress had emphasized on the Creation Master exam's problem twice. It seemed like the Moon Empress was really determined to accept a disciple. At that moment, Lin Yuan was still riding on the black-winged windfalcon and looking down at the mountains and the vast land. Chapter 23 Willpower Runes. The black-winged windfalcon was considered fast among the bronze avian phase. However, it had a very flat back, and the feathers on its back were very thick. Therefore, the black-winged windfalcon was rather popular among the bronze avian phase. This trip's travel fee was nearly half of the store's normal revenue. 2. Federation dollars. If Lin Yuan weren't in a hurry, he wouldn't be willing to spend like this. Young lad, if you are used to the feeling of flying in the sky, I will let the black-winged windfalcon fly a little higher. When at the altitude of the clouds, the air current is relatively calm, and the speed can be faster. The black-winged windfalcon's pilot knew that Lin Yuan was riding in avian fei for the first time and was nice enough not to let the black-winged windfalcon travel in the high altitudes immediately. The air in the high altitudes was thinner. Thus, those who had never ridden on avian feis before might suffer a temporary lack of oxygen due to the sudden change of altitude and faint. Lin Yuan nodded and said, "All right, then I am ready." Lin Yuan's expression turned pale as he spoke. When looking at the ground, which was dozens of meters away, and the blurry figures of people in the street at night, Lin Yuan felt a little acrophobic. Fortunately, the acrophobic feeling wasn't too intense, and he was able to endure it. The pilot gave the command for the black-winged windfalcon to ascend toward the clouds. When ascending, the black-winged windfalcon erected the feathers on its back to help Lin Yuan block off the oncoming air currents. Soon enough, the black-winged windfalcon reached the level of the clouds and stabilized its flight. The air above the clouds was indeed thinner, but it wasn't scorching hot. When Lin Yuan inhaled the refreshing cold wind, he felt a sense of urgency due to the lack of oxygen that made his lungs tingle. Lin Yuan circulated his spirit Kai, and the sense of urgency quickly vanished. He looked around the surroundings and noticed bundles of clouds nearby that felt like they could be touched. Lin Yuan reached out. It was unknown whether it was due to grabbing the clouds or feeling unsatisfied in the clouds. But Lin Yuan actually looked down and was surprised. When riding in the clouds, the acrophobic feeling vanished and was replaced by extreme spaciousness and clarity. The rivers looked like jade belts, while the mountains were vast and towering. At the places where the mountains intersected, they looked just like the land's spine. They had been like this since the beginning of time and were like the land's eternal veins and arteries. At that moment, Lin Yuan could see a damaged mountain range from afar. A few months back, 2 gold beasts had caused this scale of destruction. The flames from the gold fire-type Fae had incinerated the plants on the mountain. After being scorched by the flames, this should be a barren mountain. However, after months of rain, there was now a thin layer of greenery. Lin Yuan suddenly felt a surge of enlightenment in his heart. Below the green mountain is Mother Earth. Mother Earth bestowed vitality to the green mountain, while the green mountain returned the favor by providing lustrous greenery. The green mountain is the manifestation of Mother Earth's vitality, and it's a type of vitality that even surging flames couldn't eliminate. Lin Yuan looked down at the green mountain and felt it was particularly clear in his eyes. It felt as though the green mountain's willpower was like the chilling cold air in the high altitudes and was easily absorbed into Lin Yuan's lungs. In the depths of Lin Yuan's mind, there was a sudden surge in spiritual energy, and a verdant mountain was erected in the spiritual world. When Lin Yuan's weak spiritual energy was fused into the mountain instantly transformed into a green rune. The rune was filled with the veins of mountains and immense vitality. As the rune danced around Lin Yuan's spiritual energy, it felt as though it was nourishing Lin Yuan's spiritual energy. Lin Yuan felt his mind in a state of clarity. When looking back at the green mountain range, it was another scenery. Due to this clear and sudden understanding of the mountains, Lin Yuan nearly bit off his tongue. This. I just comprehended a kind of mountain willpower. Furthermore, the mountain willpower already formed a rune. If some of the experts learned of Lin Yuan's situation, they would probably be seething with anger. In order to produce a fantasy breed, a bronze phase quality would need to have reached legend. Afterward, the contractor would need to comprehend a willpower rune and fuse it with the bronze legend Fae. From there, the Fae would comprehend the spiritual willpower, and a transformation would happen, turning the Fae into a fantasy breed. Although a legend quality Fae was extremely hard to find, with the aid of a creation master and dedication and nurturing, there was a possibility. However, a willpower rune from the mountains, rivers, oceans, and skies could only be observed and comprehended by the Spirit Kai professionals. Plenty of Spirit Kai professionals were stuck without the willpower runes. Even if they possessed legend quality Faes, they wouldn't be able to evolve them into the fantasy breed. This was the first time Lin Yuan was riding an avian Fae and looking down at the mountains and vast land. Yet he actually comprehended a type of willpower rune from the mountains. Lin Yuan was truly amazed. When a person was unlucky, they might have stuffed teeth when drinking cool water, or when they poured a glass of water. The pot might break off from the handle and smash on their feet. But when a person was lucky, they would be able to get the grand prize by opening a single bottle. Ever since I started feeling the Spirit Kiss presence, my great luck has been constantly around. Evolving phase quality to legend is just a matter of time for me. Now that I comprehended a willpower rune, I will be able to obtain a fantasy breed. However, the willpower rune's attribute must be complementing the Fae in order for it to be effective. If one comprehended a willpower rune from the land, they could still use it on an aquatic Fae to evolve it into a fantasy breed. When evolving into the fantasy breed, the second exclusive skill would be related to the land due to the willpower rune's attribute. It would be useless for the Fae. It wouldn't just be wasting a willpower rune, but it would also be wasting the legend quality Fae's talent. Therefore, Lin Yuan would need to consider the first Fae that he was going to use Morbius Spirit Lock skill on, as he would need to complement it with the willpower rune comprehended from the mountain. Time passed quickly, and just as Lin Yuan returned to his senses from his spiritual world, the black-winged windfalcon was already preparing to land in the light-illuminated city. The city that they were landing at was none other than Redbud City's main city. The black-winged windfalcon was going to land directly at the entrance of the Redbud Intermediate Spirit Kai Academy. Lin Yuan carried the spirit storage box containing the sharp iron horn bowl and alighted the black-winged windfalcon. He then immediately made a call to Chusai. Lin Yuan had a very special aura, just like the grass after the rain, which was particularly clean. Now that Lin Yuan's body had recovered, his originally good looks were no longer as pale. He was rosy and filled with energy. As such, many of the female students that were returning to the academy after their meals and walks were looking at Lin Yuan. At that moment, Lin Yuan's phone call connected. When Lin Yuan made the call, He was rather angry when thinking of how Chusai had wanted to contract a gray beetle without telling him. However, when he heard Chusai immediately apologizing and talking hesitantly, Lin Yuan's anger was immediately dismissed. His mouth revealed a happy, helpless, and also pampering smile. "Where are you now? I am at your academy's entrance." While he was speaking, Lin Yuan heard a familiar voice from the other end of the phone. The voice belonged to the irascible teacher Bao. "Chusai, your teacher is only so capable. Just take this elite yellow spotted hound. Otherwise, if you don't have a Fei when you register tomorrow, you will immediately fail in your live combat class." Chapter 24 Change. When Lin Yuan heard teacher Bao's voice on the phone, he was rather doubtful at first, but he immediately understood and felt very grateful. Teacher Bao might not have a good temper, but he was a great teacher and contributed to his students. When teacher Bao learned that Chusai was talking with Lin Yuan, he immediately snatched her phone and yelled out, "Didn't I tell you the situation yesterday? Why are you only here now? Were you not concerned about Chusai's academics?" Teacher Bao suddenly recalled something, causing his words to get stuck in his throat. He had read her file and knew about her family situation. How could he blame a boy for doing his best to support his young sister to school? How could he blame the boy for not being capable enough to bring a good Fei for his younger sister? When Lin Yuan heard the irascible teacher Bao's voice, he quickly said, "Teacher Bao, thank you for your kindness toward Chusai. I have prepared a Fei for Chusai. I am at the academy's entrance now, but I am not a student and cannot enter the premises. Could you ask Chusai to meet me at the entrance?" After Lin Yuan finished talking, teacher Bao immediately responded, "Wait at the entrance for a moment. I will bring Chusai to pick you up. By then, you need to help me persuade Chusai." Before handing the mobile phone back to Chusai, teacher Bao had already ended the phone call. He was truly a resolute and straightforward teacher. However, Lin Yuan felt it was rather strange. Why did teacher Bao's attitude toward me suddenly turn better? Lin Yuan didn't know that teacher Bao's change in attitude was due to his understanding of their family situation. If Lin Yuan knew of this, he would probably let out an awkward smile. When other children had been enjoying their innocent childhood in the embrace of their parents, he had had no choice but to be independent and care for his younger sister. They had suffered in the cold. They had been starved. They had been seriously ill, but they had still survived stubbornly until now. They had never taken advantage of others, nor had they ever accepted charity from others. They might be poor, but they had self-respect, self-love, and never stopped improving themselves. Lin Yuan had never been self-abased about his situation, nor he ever felt that Chusai had to be self-abased either. They had always been righteous and honest. They had never done anything that they should be ashamed of. Even though their path had been difficult, Lin Yuan waited by the entrance. When the female students noticed that he wasn't going to leave for the moment, they gathered their courage, approached Lin Yuan quietly, and asked for Lin Yuan's Star Web account. Lin Yuan felt rather exhausted when dealing with them. Fortunately, after rejecting a few of them, no one else asked for his Star Web account. Well, some of them kept looking at him constantly. Lin Yuan heaved a sigh of relief because of this. After a short moment, a beautiful figure rushed toward the Redbed Spirit Kai Intermediate Academy entrance. The beautiful figure originally wanted to jump into Lin Yuan's embrace, but she seemingly recalled something and timidly stood in front of him when she got closer. She then spoke in a pitiful tone, "Big brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have attempted to form a contract with the Gray Beetle." Lin Yuan couldn't help but ridicule inside his heart. If this last didn't make a mistake, how could she possibly call me big brother normally? She would definitely be calling Lin Yuan every time. "Do you think I am just angry about this? This decision impacts your future. Not only did you not discuss with me about your first Fei, but you weren't even planning to tell me about forming a contract." Lin Yuan was very stern when speaking. However, he noticed that Chusai's eyes were turning red, so he softened his tone. At that moment, teacher Bao's voice echoed, "Chusai, why were you running so fast? Why didn't you wait for your teacher? Your teacher isn't some combat class professional." Teacher Bao was a spiritual ingredient analyst and was the one that taught the spiritual ingredient class. He had been chasing after Chusai, so he was rather exhausted. Lin Yuan quickly took a step forward and greeted Teacher Bao. Teacher Bao took a glance at Lin Yuan and immediately regretted how severe his tone was when talking on the phone. Upon looking at Lin Yuan's clean and tidy clothes, which had already faded due to overwashing, he could tell that this youth had been very thrifty in his lifestyle. "You are Chu Si's elder brother, right? How are you? I've been a homeroom teacher for many years. But Chu Si is the most talented student I've ever taught. She is very diligent and takes her studies seriously. As such, the matter of picking her first fei must not be neglected. It is best if her first fei is an elite one. If it is a normal fei, the time required for it to become elite will certainly waste Chu Si's potential." Teacher Bao's tone was not as domineering after meeting Lin Yuan. He was carefully explaining Chu Si's situation and also emphasizing on the importance of the first fei. Evidently, Teacher Bao had a plan. If Lin Yuan had brought a normal fei for Chu Si, Teacher Bao would give Chu Si the yellow spotted hound he had purchased with his own money. The yellow spotted hound might not be considered outstanding among the elite defensive type feis, but it wouldn't waste too much of Chu Si's talent. Lin Yuan seldom visited Chu Si's school, and this was the first time he heard a teacher praising his sister before him. Lin Yuan felt involuntarily proud of his younger sister. Chu Si was secretly tugging at the corner of Lin Yuan's clothes and blinking her eyes at him. She was well aware of their financial situation. Although Lin Yuan might have brought a normal fei, she didn't wish to accept Teacher Bao's elite fei. Given Lin Yuan's temperament, Chu Si knew that if she accepted Teacher Bao's yellow spotted, her brother would surely use the shortest period of time to gather the money required to buy an elite yellow spotted hound and repay Teacher Bao. Chu Si hadn't informed Lin Yuan about her decision to contract a gray beetle because she hadn't wanted Lin Yuan to suffer. It was the same right now. Lin Yuan lifted the spirit storage box and placed it in front of Teacher Bao. "Teacher Bao, I am grateful for your help. I have brought a rather good fei to Chu Si. I wonder if there is a suitable place for Chu Si to form the contract with this fei." After listening to Lin Yuan's response, Teacher Bao immediately wanted to ask what that fei's grade was. However, when he recalled they were still before the academy's entrance, he said, "It just so happens that the deadline for students to report their first fei ends tonight. Go to my office then. Once Chu Si is done with the contract, I will report it for her." Lin Yuan looked at Chu Si and placed the spirit storage box in her hands. "The fei you will form a contract with is in here. Hold the box first and get close to it." Soon, the massive spirit storage box was gently hovering over Chu Si's hand. The spirit storage box might not have any weight, but Chu Si felt that it was heavy and crucial when holding it. At the same time, Teacher Bao's eyes were also looking closely at the spirit storage box. Chapter 25 Qualification for Radiance 100. The more Teacher Bao observed the spirit storage box, the more increasingly strange it felt. All of a sudden, his irises contracted as he recognized the marking at the side of the spirit storage box. It's a bronze raid spirit storage box. Originally, Teacher Bao had wanted to mention the yellow spotted hound, but he held back. Although he didn't know if this spirit storage box contained a bronze fei, he believed it was definitely better than the yellow spotted hound. After all, the amount needed to purchase a single Ostrich Logistics bronze raid spirit storage box was enough to buy 3 yellow spotted hounds. As they walked inside the campus, Lin Yuan suddenly felt relaxed after seeing all the young and vibrant smiling faces. At the same time, Lin Yuan felt very glad that he had chosen to support Chu Si to attend school instead of managing the fei store with him. Once they entered Teacher Bao's office, Lin Yuan saw a cage that contained a healthy yellow spotted hound. Evidently, Teacher Bao was planning to give it to Chu Si. Lin Yuan didn't know how to thank Teacher Bao. Although he might have enough money in his Star Web account to purchase dozens of yellow spotted hounds, kindness couldn't be measured by money, especially the kind that didn't seek repayment. Teacher Bao sat in the office chair and said to Lin Yuan, "I didn't expect you to actually prepare such a good fei after telling you to do so." Teacher Bao looked at Lin Yuan and lamented, "If this bronze raid spirit storage box really contains a bronze fei, even if it is a regular bronze defensive type fei, it isn't something that I can obtain. I wonder how a youth like him was able to obtain something this great." Teacher Bao found the thought of Chu Si wasting her talent unbearable previously. But he was feeling heartbroken for Lin Yuan now. Teacher Bao's words left Chusai rather confused. She, who had been holding this spirit storage box, didn't know what was inside. So how could Teacher Bao know? Lin Yuan noticed Chusai's confused expression and said, Chusai, bring out your first fei and form a contract. Chusai dismissed her doubts and placed her hand on the spirit storage box lock. After injecting her spirit kai and opening the spirit storage box, a majestic ink-colored iron bull appeared. Its head was equipped with abnormally sharp horns. Chusai involuntarily let out a gasp. Teacher Bao also dropped the pen he was holding and exclaimed, It is actually a bronze sharp iron horn bull. Furthermore, this sharp iron horn bull's appearance seems to be distinctively in the ancestry line. The nose horn at the front is actually, so long the quality of this sharp iron horn bull is definitely top-notch among the bronze defensa type phase. Take a look at the nose horn. It is a great ingredient that can be used to promote a phase quality. Just this horn alone is worth 700 Federation dollars. Once Teacher Bao stopped talking, the sharp iron horn bull let out a moo and knocked its hind hooves against the ground. Lin Yuan looked at Teacher Bao with an incredulous expression. A bronze phase spirituality allowed it to sense what the humans surrounding it were thinking. Teacher Bao's reaction after seeing the sharp iron horn bull was to put a price on its nose horn. It truly agitated the bull. Teacher Bao picked up the dropped pen and laughed in embarrassment. It's my old habit. It is a spiritual ingredient analyst's occupational habit. Haha. Chusai was staring blankly at the sharp iron horn bull, while tears were flowing her cheeks. Lin Yuan stepped forward to wipe off Chusai's tears and asked, What are you crying for? Lin Yuan was a rather reserved person, and didn't know how to express his emotions or console others. Chusai looked at Lin Yuan and asked, Lin Yuan, did you sell our store? Chusai might not know the sharp iron horn bull's value, but based on Teacher Bao's reaction and the phase appearance, she could tell it was not cheap. Teacher Bao left his office and closed the door for Lin Yuan and Chusai. Lin Yuan rubbed Chusai's head and said, Hurry up and form a contract with it. Teacher Bao still has to report it later. Do not increase Teacher Bao's workload. When we go out for dinner later, we will talk more. Lin Yuan circulated his spirit kai while talking. Chusai exclaimed in joy. Lin Yuan, you can feel spirit kai than your body. Lin Yuan put on a warm smile. I am fine now. Chusai's tears were quietly flowing down earlier, but now, she couldn't help it and started to wail. She was crying and laughing at the same time. Upon seeing the panicked Lin Yuan, Chusai said, Let me cry for a moment. These are tears of joy. Chusai cried for 5 minutes. During these 5 minutes, the tears were the saltiest, but Chusai was enjoying the happiest 5 minutes. After forming the contract with the sharp iron horn bull, Chusai stored it inside her spiritual storage box. When Teacher Bao noticed that the commotion was over, he opened the door and just happened to see the scene of Chusai forming the contract. He said in an emotional tone, Chusai's talent is already top-notch. Now that she is starting with a superior bronze sharp iron horn bull, Chusai might have the chance to participate in the Redbud 100 selection during the year-end. When Teacher Bao mentioned the Redbud 100, Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask, Aren't only third-year students eligible to participate in the Redbud 100? Chusai is only a first year. Teacher Bao looked at Chusai with limitless expectations and said, The Redbud 100 selection involves picking out 100 young individuals from Redbud City and giving them the qualification to participate in the Radiance 100. In order to qualify for 80 of those spots, one has to go through actual combat. As for the remaining 20 spots, they are for seeded participants. As for the criteria, it's their potential and talents. Chusai is entirely capable of striving for those 20 spots. If Chusai succeeds, she will obtain the Education Resources Redbud City sponsors to our Redbud Intermediate Spirit Kai Academy. She would then be able to develop even better. However, all this is still depending on Chusai's hard work. Chusai nodded with determination. She was naturally going to do her best and strive for it. Otherwise, she would be letting down Lin Yuan's contribution. Lin Yuan didn't really care about the sponsorship of resources. With him around, every time Chusai returned home during the holidays, he would be able to improve her contracted fei. Furthermore, He would nurture all of Chu's future contracted phase, so she wouldn't need to rely on others for resources. Lin Yuan was more concerned about the academy's atmosphere and environment. To be competing against similar-aged individuals in this place was actually a type of growth. Such growth might be displayed with one's strength, but it was more a growth in spirit. Lin Yuan wanted to bring Chu out for a meal, so she requested to take a break. Teacher Bao immediately approved Chu's request. Chapter 26 You Shall Be the One. Lin Yuan and Chu left the Redbud Intermediate Spirit Kai Academy, and they spoke about his situation in detail while walking. My body is fine now, and the store is also doing well. I am preparing to participate in the Creation Master exam soon. Lin Yuan summarized the situation and his plans. He didn't wish to hide his participation in the Creation Master exam from Chu. Creation Masters were akin to celebrities of the pre-Spirit Kai Awakening era. They would be introduced on the star web, so it was impossible to conceal it. He might as well tell Chu and let her have peace of mind. Chu looked at Lin Yuan and felt that he had changed significantly. Of course, the changes had to do with his physical appearance. As Lin Yuan's heart was still the same, Lin Yuan might have said that things were relatively good recently. But Chu knew that he would always mention the good news and not the bad news. Therefore, she was still a little worried. Lin Yuan, that sharp iron-horned bull must be very expensive. Right. Lin Yuan laughed mischievously and took out his star web card while speaking. I now have the talent of a creation master and have earned some money. We have money now later on. I will transfer 100 Federation dollars to your star web card. If you need any resources in school, just buy them. The sharp iron-horned bull needs a large number of energy ores. We will purchase those strong and tough metals too. When Lin Yuan was speaking, he was genuinely happy. It wasn't because they were rich now. He could finally provide a great cultivating environment for Chu. The feeling was truly carefree. Chu nodded obediently and didn't object. From the tender age of 6, when Lin Yuan was 8 years old, he had been supporting her and their store. They were each other's closest family members in this world. Chu always had a certain reliance on Lin Yuan, and it was a feeling that originated from their bloodline and kinship. At that moment, a stall owner in the street called out loudly, Chinese cornbread 4 for 1 Federation dollar, come here. Come now. When Chu heard the stall owner's sales pitch, she laughed and said to her brother, Lin Yuan, I want to eat Chinese cornbread. Lin Yuan looked at the stall and said, haven't you always wanted to eat hot pot? If you eat Chinese cornbread now, your stomach won't digest fast enough for you to finish your hot pot. Chu took a look at the cornbread and let out a sweet smile. I want both cornbread and hot pot. Lin Yuan went to purchase cornbread helplessly. Chu looked at his back and felt as though time had suddenly returned to several years ago. Back then, she had been severely ill, and her condition had been getting worse. Lin Yuan had gone to look for a healer to treat her, but the treatment had cost too much. As a result, the two of them had to eat cornbread for half a month. Back then, whenever they ate cornbread, they would feel it was coarse, hard to swallow, and very plain. Now that everything was better, Chu couldn't help but think of their past when seeing the cornbread. What are you thinking? Here is your cornbread. But don't eat too much. Otherwise, when we are eating hot pot, you can only watch me eat. Big brother. I know already. Chu chewed on the cornbread. Although its taste was still the same as she remembered, Chu could feel a hint of sweetness. It was unknown if they had added some sugar in the cornbread or if the cornbread actually had a unique taste in her heart. After eating the hot pot, Lin Yuan sent Chu back to the academy. There was always reluctance when parting, but their lives would continue getting better. Lin Yuan didn't ride on an aviant fei to return home. Instead, he had chosen to ride a thick-hoofed donkey car. Lin Yuan was trying to save money, but he wished to see the mountain from the ground this time. At the same time, he was going to make a plan for his future. Lin Yuan no longer planned to open the fei store at home. It wasn't because he didn't wish to operate it, but he was planning to open a store on the star web. If he wanted to sell feis, he could just sell them on the star web. He would arrange for Genius to memorize the primary books related to the scholar, Fei Observer, and spiritual ingredient analyst occupations after his return. He would then directly participate in the Creation Master exam. Once he passed the Creation Master exam, he could authenticate himself on the star web and receive jobs for custom-made fays. Spirit Kai professionals would ultimately have to strengthen themselves in order to progress. Lin Yuan was also considered a Spirit Kai professional now. Therefore, after becoming a Creation Master, apart from increasing his Spirit Kai by evolving phase, he would only accept jobs like custom-made orders. Under normal circumstances, he would need to continue increasing his phase grade. Now that he had a willpower rune, he wondered if he could increase a bronze phase quality to legend and nurture a bronze fantasy breed. When a Fae transformed into a fantasy breed at a lower grade, it meant that the Fae had greater potential. It was daybreak, and soon the morning sun's redness soaked the entire mountain range. At the same time, the thick-hoofed donkey cart delivered Lin Yuan back to the Xia region. Lin Yuan had a breezy journey. He didn't walk back home immediately, and instead headed to the Fae marketplace to purchase 150 pots of usneas that weren't even normal grade. He then asked the stall owner to deliver them to his store. After making this bulk purchase of usneas, Lin Yuan didn't plan to purchase any more Faes from the marketplace. He was planning to purchase Faes from the Star Web. Although the prices of Faes were slightly higher on the Star Web due to the transportation fees, it had the advantage of being safe. Before Lin Yuan became a Creation Master, he didn't wish to expose his Fae evolving ability. After evolving all these 150 pots of normal usness to elite, Lin Yuan reckoned that his Spirit Kai would reach a rank Spirit Kai professional standard. By then, he would be a true Spirit Kai professional that had a rank. Lin Yuan was already at the entrance of his store, but he suddenly had a thought. Morbius Spirit Lock exclusive skill is due to my compatibility with healing type, support type, and plan type. Therefore, I can only use the Spirit Lock on those types of Faes. I had already decided to form a contract with a healing type Fae a long time ago. The Spirit Lock exclusive skill only allows the use of the Fae's basic ability. It's also the ability that will be obtained by the Fae at normal grade. There was an awkward matter about healing type Fae's normal grade ability. Most of them didn't possess healing abilities. Just like the clear pond carp that Lin Yuan had encountered previously. It might be a healing type Fae, but its basic ability was to use the fins to deal physical damage. Thus, such Faes were unsuitable for Spirit Lock. As for the basic abilities that could heal, the most clear-cut ability would be Jasmine Lily's heal. Lin Yuan immediately decided that the first Fae to use Morbius Spirit Lock on was simply going to be Jasmine Lily. Therefore, Lin Yuan returned to the Fae marketplace and purposely picked a normal Jasmine Lily. He was preparing to use Spirit Lock on this pot of Jasmine Lily after going home. When Lin Yuan returned home, Genius and Chimey immediately pounced at him. Lin Yuan seldom went outdoors in the past because of his body condition. Hence, it was rare for him to leave Genius and Chimey. Lin Yuan had been out for an entire night, so Genius and Chimey were especially clingy toward him now. Their reliance and caring feelings made Lin Yuan feel warm. Chapter 27 Morbius Evolution. Soon, the stall owner from before carried a cart of usneas into Lin Yuan's store. Lin Yuan's store was nearly filled with the 150 pots of usneas. As such, Lin Yuan immediately evolved one pot of usnea into normal grade and subsequently into elite grade. He put it high on the rack and said to Chimey, "Chimey, in the future, that pot of elite usnea will be your food. When you reach the grade of elite, I will prepare a bronze usnea for you." Chimey flew happily to its usnea and started singing a song. A delicacy like the elite usnea was something that Chimey had a chance to eat during the past 2 days. Of course, Chimey was the most delighted because this pot of elite usnea was something that Lin Yuan had specially prepared for it. Lin Yuan took another bowl and placed some energy biscuits inside. These energy biscuits were meant for omnivorous Faes, and they contained low-grade spiritual ingredients that were rich with nutrients. In other words, they weren't cheap. Naturally, Lin Yuan couldn't afford them in the past. But things were different now. As such, Lin Yuan changed Genius' diet too. Genius lowered its head and smelled the energy biscuits in the bowl. Its eyes lit up. and it started to chew on the energy biscuits with its small teeth in a very carefree manner. After preparing the food for Genius and Chimey, Lin Yuan went upstairs to shower. Subsequently, he was preparing to use Spirit Lock on the Jasmine Lily. Afterward, he would also be considered a combat class Spirit Kai professional and a rare healer. Healers were very respected among the combat class Spirit Kai occupations. And it wasn't because they were rare. Healers might be considered a combat class occupation, but they were mainly important for their healing abilities and didn't have outstanding combat capabilities. As a combat class professional, healers would also need to form teams with other combat class professionals. They would need to fight in Star Web tournaments or receive guild missions. All those places required them to be in danger. Healers weren't able to protect themselves, so they had to rely on their teammates. The teammates would ensure the safety of healing-type Spirit Kai professionals, while the latter would nurture the entire team back to health. This was the main reason why healers were respected. Of course, Lin Yuan didn't need to worry. His compatibility direction wasn't just to the healing type, but also toward the support type. The definition of a support type was rather vague. When support type Spirit Kai professionals contracted some specific support type phase, they would provide control type abilities or weaken type abilities. These abilities' damage value was already negligible, but everything had its advantages and disadvantages. Support type Spirit Kai professionals that specialized in amplifications were more popular among the combat class Spirit Kai professionals. As Morbius grade increased, Lin Yuan would be able to use Spirit Lock on more phase. Therefore, Lin Yuan would be able to choose the combination of healing and support abilities. They might be basic abilities, but as the phase evolved, their basic abilities would also be continuously enhanced, strengthening their effects. When the Spirit-locked phase reached Bronze Raid and obtained their exclusive skill, it would also enhance the basic abilities. In addition, Lin Yuan didn't think that basic abilities would be inferior, since he had the ability to evolve phase. Before they reached Bronze Raid, they would surely reach epiquality. He was only able to use the Spirit-locked phase basic abilities, so he didn't need to consider too much about the characteristics. He simply needed to choose based on the advantages of the basic abilities. Lin Yuan would only need to choose the future Spirit-locked phase based on their types to have a better ability combination. This was something that the other healing type and support type Spirit Kai professionals couldn't compare with him. Lin Yuan believed that he would definitely become an outstanding healing type and support type Spirit Kai professional. Lin Yuan looked at the frail normal jasmine lily in his hand. He gently rubbed the jasmine lily's leaf while thinking that this was going to be his first spirit-locked fae. This is just the beginning. Lin Yuan used his spiritual energy to communicate with Morbius that was on his right wrist and activated the exclusive skill. Spirit Lock. Lin Yuan felt his spiritual energy connecting deeply with Morbius, while the latter released spiritual energy toward Lin Yuan's choice and formed the contract with the Jasmine Lily. Soon, Spirit Lock was completed. Lin Yuan felt that Morbius' released spiritual energy was the spiritual energy he had used to form Morbius' contract. As for the spiritual energy that he possessed right now, there wasn't any consumption. This meant that when Morbius used Spirit Lock, Lin Yuan would only need to use the spiritual energy to communicate with Morbius, and wouldn't need to use his own spiritual energy. Lin Yuan always thought that he would need to reserve some spiritual energy to form the contract before using Spirit Lock. With that step skipped, Lin Yuan felt ecstatic. This means that I can still form a contract with another fae that only requires a small amount of spiritual energy. It doesn't matter if the fae isn't even normal grade. After all, I can nurture it like how I nurture Genius and Chimey. Lin Yuan's mind raced with thoughts again. I am compatible with healing type, support type, and plant type phase. Jasmine Lily is a healing type and support type fae, so I can now nurture another plant type and combat type fae. That way, I will be able to protect myself even if I am in the wilderness. However, all the choices had to go through careful consideration. After Morbius used Spirit Lock successfully, Morbius' attributes changed. Lin Yuan immediately channeled Spirit Kai into the Spirit-locked Jasmine Lily. After over an hour, the normal Jasmine Lily had reached Elite. Presently, the Jasmine Lily's leaves were plump and tender green. The distinct layers of green made a person's mood better just by looking at them. At that moment, Lin Yuan checked on Morbius attributes. Fey species. Normal spirit lock. Jasmine Lily Elite 110. Quality Elite. Ability heal recover open wounds. When the Jasmine Lily evolved in grade, Morbius had also reached Elite I Elite. In addition, the Elite Morbius Spirit Lock Spatial Zone transformed. Lin Yuan held the Jasmine Lily, entered the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, and noticed that the Spatial Zone, which was originally 40 square meters, had expanded. It was twice the size. At least 80 square meters now. Chapter 28 Trade completed. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly heard an unfamiliar and cold, but very amiable voice. Yuan, I am finally able to communicate with you after I became elite. The voice echoed in Lin Yuan's mind, and he quickly reacted. This voice came from his first contracted Fae, Morbius. Lin Yuan was overjoyed now that Morbius could converse with him. Faes were always the Spirit Kai professionals' closest partners. The previous time Lin Yuan could sense Morbius, the latter was so weak that it could only transmit fuzzy thoughts. Lin Yuan had been thinking of a method to strengthen Morbius' consciousness. He never expected that this problem would suddenly be resolved with Morbius' great advancement. Moby, you were still so weak last time. Have you completely recovered now? A cold voice replied. I can only maintain this state for half an hour a day. Now that I have recovered, I wish to tell you about the function of the Spirit Lock's Spatial Zone. When Lin Yuan heard that Morbius could only maintain this state for half an hour a day, he was even more determined to quickly evolve the Elite Jasmine Lily to bronze. By then, Morbius' condition would certainly improve. Humans could feel their Fae's thoughts. And it was the same for the Faes. Morbius' originally cold voice carried tinges of warmth now. Yuan, this Spirit Lock Spatial Zone is like a small-scale dimensional zone. You can modify this spatial zone as you wish and store Faes. It is just like a secret base. Lin Yuan continued the conversation with Morbius. After Morbius explained the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's function, they started to have a casual conversation. Morbius had transmigrated to this world along with Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan had been born, Morbius already existed. They were just like twin brothers. Lin Yuan and Morbius started to talk about anything they could. And just as they were enjoying the conversation, the time limit ran up. Morbius fell into a state where it could only transmit simple thoughts. When I evolve over 150 pots of these usneas into Elite grade, I will become a Drank Spirit Kai professional and be able to channel Spirit Kai faster. By then, I will have the capability to evolve Elite Phase into bronze ones. Lin Yuan didn't exit from the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, and instead, he placed the Jasmine Lily by the poolside in the spatial zone. Immediately after, he dug out a piece of inferior energy ore from the Jasmine Lily's pot and threw it into the pool. Lin Yuan realized that the inferior energy ore quickly vanished into the pool, and its Spirit Kai fused into the pool. The limpid pool gradually emitted the Spirit Kai into the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Originally, the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone didn't have any Spirit Kai and wasn't suitable to store Fae within. However, if Lin Yuan was able to obtain a huge batch of energy ores and toss them into the pool, it would only be a matter of time before the Spirit Kai within the spatial zone would be many times more concentrated as compared to the outside world. Just by putting the phase into the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, the phase would be able to evolve much faster than the outside world. With concentrated Spirit Kai, I wonder how fast my Spirit Kai channeling speed would be as compared to the outside world. Naturally, everything would need to be supported with a massive amount of Federation dollars, because even the lowest grade of energy ores weren't cheap. Lin Yuan previously felt that he had already earned quite a lot of Federation dollars, but it seemed like he would need much more from the looks of it now. On the path of making money, Lin Yuan still had a long road ahead. After exiting the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, Lin Yuan started to evolve the Usneas. For the next few days, apart from eating, sleeping, and conversing with Morbius for half an hour a day, Lin Yuan would be evolving the 150 pots of Usneas. On the 7th day, which was the day agreed upon with Yan Mingkai, Lin Yuan was barely able to evolve 100 pots of Usneas to Elite grade. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt that the Spirit Kai storage in his body was going to reach the next rank. After reaching the next rank, Lin Yuan's spirit Kai would be able to achieve a breakthrough. It would transform his thin and gaseous spirit Kai into concentrated and misty spirit Kai. By then, he would become a drank spirit Kai professional. During the 7 days, Yang Mingkai had been handling the matters to set up the Fey breeding base. Yang Mingkai had to rent the building for his Fey breeding base. After all, he didn't have enough money to build a Fey breeding base. When renting a Fey breeding base, all of the facilities would be available for use. Presently, Yang Mingkai was just waiting for Lin Yuan to deliver the 70 pots of elite usneas. After obtaining the elite usneas, Yang Mingkai could start to split and breed them. Yang Mingkai might have kept Lin Yuan's phone number, but he didn't dare to call and pester him. This was a huge order, so a creation master must certainly be behind the scenes. He had already reached an agreement with Lin Yuan, so if he called him halfway, it would show that he didn't trust Lin Yuan. If the task wasn't completed yet, it would also give Lin Yuan pressure. Therefore, on the 7th day, Yang Mingkai hesitantly visited Lin Yuan's small store and knocked on the door. Lin Yuan opened the door and instantly dazzled Yang Mingkai with the rows of elite usneas. All of the elite usneas were emitting an aura of Federation dollars, and it made Yang Mingkai gulp down his saliva. Big brother Yang, the elite usneas are all here. Back then, you said you wanted 76 pots of usneas. You can just pick 76 pots from the 100 pots here. When Yang Mingkai entered, he felt that the pots of usneas were much more than what he had requested. Upon hearing that there were 100 pots, he couldn't hold back and laughed. Young brother, have you found any buyers for your remaining 24 pots? Yang Mingkai immediately felt that he had said something wrong. How could there be no buyers for elite usneas? However, Yang Mingkai was really eager to purchase all 100 pots of usneas. By then, with over 120 pots of elite usneas, he could simply nurture more usneas during the early stages of his breeding base. There was always a lack of supply for usneas, and he simply had to accumulate them slowly, allowing the snowball to roll bigger. Lin Yuan was planning to list the remaining elite usneas on the star web and set up a Fey store after Yang Mingkai took the usneas that he needed. Lin Yuan had already applied to open a Fey store, and it had been approved yesterday. However, there were no goods on Lin Yuan's star web store now. Since Yang Mingkai wanted all 100 pots of elite usneas, it would save Lin Yuan the trouble of listing them on the star web. Big brother Yang, if you want them, I will sell them to you at the price we agreed upon previously. Yang Mingkai was overjoyed and truly appreciated Lin Yuan. Yang Mingkai already had a very good impression of Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan showed some intention of becoming sworn brothers with him, he would immediately pull Lin Yuan and conduct the ceremony to become sworn brothers. Looking at Yang Mingkai's happy expression, Lin Yuan took another glance at the 100 pots of elite usneas and felt that the creation master occupation was truly great. Chapter 29 Breaking Through to Become a D-Rank Spirit Kai Professional. After carefully securing the 100 usnea pots on his crown fire salamander, Yang Mingkai left immediately. In this transaction, Lin Yuan obtained three radiance dollars, which was equivalent to 300 Federation dollars. The money that Lin Yuan had earned previously made him understand that his ability to evolve phase was a money-making method. The three radiance dollars made Lin Yuan realize that money was no longer an obstacle for him. What I need to do now isn't to think of how to earn more money, it is how to turn this wealth into my strength. It was fine to evolve low-grade phase, but a huge amount of resources would be required when evolving them to the higher grades. Take the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone for example. If Lin Yuan wanted to modify it, he would need countless resources. Lin Yuan found it necessary to become a hoarder mouse that would accumulate resources frenziedly. He would then be able to experience the joy of a hoarder mouse. After another 2 days, when Lin Yuan had evolved 34 pots of usneas into elite grade, he suddenly felt the massive amount of gaseous spirit Kai in his body being compressed. It was so intensively compressed that it turned into a streak of misty spirit Kai. My streak of mist-like spirit Kai is extremely concentrated right now. It feels like it will turn into liquid if it is concentrated any further. If the misty spirit Kai can turn into liquid spirit Kai, Then I will be reaching the entrance of a crank spirit Kai professional. Lin Yuan picked up another pot of elite usnia. Soon, he realized that after becoming a drank spirit Kai professional, he didn't even need 10 minutes to evolve a normal usnia into an elite one. It cut down the time by at least 6 times. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard 2 gentle sounds from his body. He looked down and noticed the 2 sounds were actually coming from Genius and Chimey. During the past few days that he had been evolving the usnias, Genius and Chimey would always be leaning on him. The normal Genius and Chimey had actually broken through the limits and became elite. Lin Yuan checked on Chimey and Genius data and was rather surprised after reading their elite grade abilities. Knowledge analysis can conduct a diverse initial analysis of the memory's knowledge. Knowledge analysis allowed Genius memorized knowledge to go through a systematic integration. Genius could then integrate and analyze it with the existing knowledge. This was an ability that really surprised Lin Yuan. Even a high-rank scholar wouldn't be able to accurately memorize the information on 100 books, let alone conduct overall analysis of the details. This elite grade ability could allow Genius to become a sage, a walking knowledge database, and a data analysis master. Lin Yuan felt that Genius now truly lived up to the name that he had given to it back then. At that moment, the evolved Genius suddenly said, "Yuan, I can memorize even more things now." While speaking, Genius was jumping around on Lin Yuan's thighs, happily tilting its little head and asking to be praised. Lin Yuan rubbed the fur on Genius' head and asked, "Genius, how much can you memorize now?" Genius' size didn't change after reaching elite grade, but the silverish gray fur's surface was now thicker and had luster. Genius tilted its head and quickly replied, "Yuan, my memory was about 1 energy biscuit previously. Now, it is as many as 5 energy biscuits." After hearing Genius' comparison, Lin Yuan felt a little heartache and rubbed Genius' chin. Genius immediately started purring with enjoyment. The best food that this greedy little cat had eaten before was red braised meat. Thus, it would use red braised meat to make comparisons. Now that the energy biscuits had become the best food it had eaten, Genius changed the quantity comparison from red braised meat to energy biscuits. The increase in Genius memory had truly shocked Lin Yuan. In the beginning, Genius had the memory storage of 3 to 5 books. After reaching normal grade, it had gained a memory storage of 100 books. Now that it reached elite grade, its memory capacity had increased to 500 books. It wasn't even possible for an ordinary person to read 500 books, let alone memorize all 500 books. Previously, when Lin Yuan had asked Genius to study the books, he had needed to make a selection. Currently, he could simply ask Genius to memorize all the primary books on the scholar, Fey observer, and spiritual ingredient analyst occupations. In fact, he could even ask Genius to learn other knowledge in advance. Lin Yuan had already been overjoyed with the 100 Questions Beast's evolution to normal grade. Now that it broke through and became an elite 100 Questions Beast, it brought Lin Yuan a pleasant surprise again. Lin Yuan had to admit that the evolved 100 Questions Beast was more like a perfect housekeeping beast. The dazzled Chimey, which had also evolved, woke up. Fey grade elite 210. Fey type sound Kai. Turbulence. The flap of the wings emits a consistently fast and random flow of air current. Just as Chimey was preparing to fly toward Lin Yuan's ear, it extended in wings and noticed its feathers. Chimey immediately chirped with surprise, perhaps due to its failure to evolve into a songstress bird. Chimey always had a special preference toward the color of blue, as all songstress birds had blue feathers. Presently, Chimey's feathers had already transformed from green to blue. However, Chimey's appearance was completely different from a songstress bird. Firstly, Chimey was still the size of half a palm, and its size didn't transform because of its progress in grade. Instead, it got even more delicate and refined. The blue feathers weren't a deep blue color like the songstress bird's. It was more like the azure sky blue in the skies of a sunny day. It was an azure blue that would attract anyone's eyes in a single glance. The azure blue feathers on Chimey had faint patterns, and their color was slightly lighter. Lin Yuan wasn't able to see anything at first and merely felt that they were like cloud patterns. One had to look out for markings after a phase evolution. They wouldn't develop a unique trait for no reason and disappear by the next evolution. Therefore, the specialty and function of the cloud pattern would only be clearer after reaching Bronze Raid. Chapter 30 Dawn. Shaimi was now absurdly exquisite. Its appearance should be in the top ranks even among the elite avian phase. Shaimi looked at its blue feathers and stared blankly for a long time before it jumped onto Lin Yuan's ear and started singing happily. Shaimi's singing voice had also changed. Shaimi's singing voice was at the concert hall's standard in the past. But now, its singing voice was just like the song of the legendary Thornbirds 1. Every change of tune was like a praise toward life. The clear humming of a siren, an ode of the sun and moon in the universe. This was an ability to make use of the singing voice to the extremity. This was perhaps Shaimi's unique talent as a sound bird, as it was the only elite sound bird in history. As compared to the singing, Lin Yuan paid more attention to Shaimi's type. Shaimi wasn't just purely sound type after reaching elite grade, as it had a dual type of sound and Kai now. Lin Yuan had been rather worried that Shaimi might continue down the sound type path, and it would only make the path narrower. Now that it had evolved into the sound and Kai types, it would definitely expand the spaciousness of Shaimi's future path. Lin Yuan walked to the entrance and took out the wooden board that was previously used to test Shaimi's attack power. He said, "Shaimi, use the ability, Turbulence." When Shaimi received Lin Yuan's command, it immediately flapped its wings, and a small surge of energy shot out of its small body. It produced a turbulent flow of air that expanded out of Shaimi's body. Immediately after, Shaimi controlled turbulence and smashed it at the once-in-time-thick wooden board. The wooden board let out a buzzing sound as though something sharp was scraping it. The turbulent flow of air was constantly shrinking the size of the wooden board. When it was finally shrunk by a third of the size, the wooden board's edges were already turned into wooden shavings because of turbulence. Shaimi's elite grade attack power was far beyond its normal grade attack power. Lin Yuan looked at Shaimi with approval and took out a metal board that was used for the racks. He walked into the courtyard and placed the metal board on the ground. Shaimi, use turbulence again and attack this metal board. It was the same as before, but the metal board was only letting out clunking sounds after getting hit by turbulence. There wasn't any damage. At that moment, Shaimi let out a clear chirp, and a small hole was pierced open in the metal board. Turbulence then found its target and rushed toward that small hole frenziedly. The metal board was quickly ripped apart by turbulence. By the time turbulence ended, Lin Yuan looked at the destroyed metal board and gave Shaimi a thumbs up. The combination of sound thrust and turbulence was surprisingly good. Sound thrust was just like a hidden weapon that could sneak an attack, while turbulence was mainly for consistent damage and control effects. When Shaimi executed turbulence, it would first flow around Shaimi's body, which also allowed to be used as a method of defense. It could help Shaimi to block attacks that it couldn't dodge in time. After getting praised by Lin Yuan, it flew around the courtyard happily before landing on Genius' head and hopping around. It looked as though it was telling Genius how great it was. Genius and Shaimi's evolutions had given Lin Yuan more confidence. All of a sudden, Lin Yuan recalled something and said silently, "Not good." For this entire time, he had totally forgotten about the two web-spraying spiders. The two web-spraying spiders should still be alive. Right. Lin Yuan rushed back into the house, opened up the two elite-grade spirit storage boxes, and found them lying there motionlessly. Lin Yuan had the thought to heal a dead horse as though it was still a living horse one. He placed one hand on each of the web-spraying spiders and transferred the spirit Kai. A few minutes later, the two web-spraying spiders moved their legs slightly. Lin Yuan was finally relieved to see that they weren't dead. However, if he was another moment late, they might have perished. Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry to evolve the grade of the two web-spraying spiders. Instead, he cut off a few of the elite usnea's vines and fed them to the web-spraying spiders. The web-spraying spiders were omnivorous. They might not enjoy eating usnea vines, but the rich nutrients in them were definitely the best for replenishing the web-spraying spider's stamina. The two web-spraying spiders ate 5 usnea vines before recovering their strength. When they recovered, Lin Yuan started to evolve them from Elite X Flawless to Bronze Normal. Lin Yuan was planning to evolve them to bronze raid before putting them on the star web for sale. He wasn't planning to increase their quality to epic. Even if they evolved with epic quality, they would merely be able to choose a better exclusive skill after reaching bronze raid. However, the time and cost invested wouldn't be proportionate. Normally, a creation master would only push an elite phase quality to epic when it was a custom order. After reaching epic quality, the customer would bring back the Fae and gamble on whether any of the 3 exclusive skills was what they wanted. Even if an elite phase quality was epic when they reached bronze raid, there might not be an incredible exclusive skill among the 3 exclusive skills. As compared to phase reaching bronze raid with flawless quality, the chances were merely 3 times better. 2 hours later, the 2 web-spraying spiders let out terrifying roars before evolving to bronze raid. They took on an entirely different appearance as compared to before. One of the web-spraying spider's hind legs grew longer, and its abdomen grew bigger. The 2 hind legs that grew longer were also known as the weaving legs. This web-spraying spider's evolution direction was toward spirituality variant. Its size didn't become bigger, but the ability to spray and weave webs became better. The exclusive skill was adhesive spider web. It enhanced the spider web's adhesiveness and gave a better control ability. The other web-spraying spider's size grew by 2 times, and its originally brownish-yellow color had some faint green colors. The evolution direction was obviously toward the ancestry line. This web-spraying spider awakened the exclusive skill, violent venom. It gave a strong venom to the body and also the spider webs. It was a rather good exclusive skill, and even though it didn't increase the control power, it increased the poison type's lethality. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction as these 2 web-spraying spiders should be able to sell for a good price on the star web. The exclusive skills of these 2 web-spraying spiders might not be top-notch, but they were above average. Lin Yuan managed to evolve 2 similar web-spraying spiders to bronze raid. He finally understood why people would say that the diversification of attributes would increase after reaching bronze raid. A different evolution direction and a different exclusive skill would create a significant difference between the same phase. Such diversifications during evolutions made Lin Yuan feel that the evolution of phase was a cool process. It felt like the creation and innovation of life. The evolutions of the 2 web-spraying spiders made Lin Yuan experience and understand the significance of life. The sunlight from outside the window came inside the small face store and shone on Lin Yuan's face. It plated Lin Yuan's body with a layer of warm light. The ray of light on Lin Yuan made the 2 newly evolved web-spraying spiders feel that it was the dawn. Chapter 31 Star Web Store. The dawn might only be a faint ray of light at daybreak and the outline behind the mountain. However, in the eyes of the 2 web-spraying spiders, this faint light of dawn was the redemption of life. The hands that were placed on their backs were constantly channeling spirit kai and pulling them back from the doors of hell. However, the web-spraying spiders didn't know that the dawn in their eyes would soon sell them on the Star Web Store. In fact, when creation masters evolved phase and sold them, it was to search for a new contractor for the phase. Spirit Kai professionals and phase would always mutually benefit from each other. Spirit Kai professionals would think of all methods to nurture their phase. When the phase were stronger, they would be able to enhance the Spirit Kai professionals' combat capabilities. Lin Yuan had already used the Star Web card to log into the Star Web. Lin Yuan always liked to visit those Fae websites to acquire more knowledge on how to nurture Faes. For websites like Fae ones, they were still maintained in the same appearance before the Spirit Kai awakening. The Star Web was different as it was the same as a second world for humans. By using the Star Web card to enter the Star Web, it was just like entering a brand new world of network. Lin Yuan seldom visited the Star Web, so his Star Web account didn't have anything else apart from his name, age, and basic information of his identity. Lin Yuan didn't immediately fill up all the personal information, like his Spirit Kai rank, contracted phase, or interests and hobbies. Instead, he entered the Star Web store that he had applied for and just gotten approved. In order to apply for the store, the application fee had cost Lin Yuan 100 Federation dollars, and he felt the pinch. The store didn't have a name yet, so Lin Yuan conveniently changed the store's name to purchase with no loss Fae store. After changing the name, Lin Yuan immediately confirmed it with convenient procedures. Lin Yuan couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. Lin Yuan still remembered an advertisement in his previous life. Purchase with no loss. Purchase with no fraud. To see the items that are truly worth the price, enter the house to take a look. Now that my store is called Purchase with No Loss Fei Store. The name immediately demonstrates this store's conscience and sincerity. Awesome. Genius was seated on Lin Yuan's thighs and looking at Lin Yuan while tilting its head. Genius didn't know why the radiant smile on Lin Yuan's face made him look like a silly kid. A newly approved Star Web store was still a Class 1 Star Web store. It might be a Class 1, but the size of the store wasn't small. Lin Yuan might feel the pinch after spending 100 Federation dollars. But he was feeling a little better now. Lin Yuan's actual Fei store was only around 80 square meters, including both the first and second floors. But this store on the Star Web was at least 200 square meters. And it was already 2 times as big. In the Star Web, a Class 1 store that was newly approved would be an empty house with a standard size of 200 square meters. Lin Yuan's current store was nothing but an empty shell apart from the 4 clear and white walls. In order to decorate the store, he would need to purchase the decorations in the Star Web. The Star Web was a world that was entirely made up of data. But these data really existed. Lin Yuan used the Star Web card to scan the elite usneas and the 2 web spraying spiders into data before listing them onto the store to sell. The elite usneas and the 2 web spraying spiders were turned into data, and their virtual images appeared in Lin Yuan's store. In terms of appearance, they were entirely the same when they were in the actual world. Lin Yuan couldn't help but lament at how amazing the Star Web was. At that moment, the Star Web notified and asked Lin Yuan if he wished to change his Star Web account's name. If he didn't change it, the default name of the store owner should be the actual name. Lin Yuan immediately cursed in his heart. Isn't the Star Web account name the same as a web name? Lin Yuan immediately changed his name into Deep Mountain Elder Lin. The name Deep Mountain Elder Lin was actually the meaning of his actual name. Lin Yuan 1. In the virtual world, it was better to change one's name when setting up a store. Lin Yuan's store had just opened, so he didn't think that anyone would be coming in soon. Therefore, he looked for a bookstore in the Star Web community. When walking into the Star Web community, Lin Yuan had his eyes opened, as he was in the Star Web. Apart from some special decorations, most of them were real scanned items. Inside the community, one could see high-ranked Spirit Kai professionals writing all sorts of fays and inviting eyes of envy. It was very rare to see bronze fays and above in the Xia region. But in the Star Web community, Lin Yuan could already see several silver fays. He could even see the figures of gold fays occasionally. Spirit Kai professionals who possessed gold fays would normally be Brank. Brank Spirit Kai professionals were considered the core strength of the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan walked into a bookstore and noticed there weren't any owners. The storekeeper was an AI robot. AI robots were sold on the Star Web. Those with lesser functions would be around 40 Federation dollars. Those with better functions would be around 80 Federation dollars. They had a warranty of 5 years. After some calculations, the robots with lesser functions would be around 80 Federation dollars per year and around 600 Federation dollars per month. Those with better functions would be around 16 Federation dollars per year and around 300 Federation dollars per month. It was considered to be very affordable. AI robots could only handle simple jobs. For bookstores where the items' prices were fixed, an AI robot could easily fill in the role. For Fey stores, like spiritual ingredient stores that required communication with customers to conduct business, the AI robots wouldn't be sufficient. In that case, one could hire a storekeeper from the Star Web, but the price would be several times more expensive than AI robots. There were plenty of people who could take up part-time jobs in the Star Web or even full-time jobs. However, hiring a storekeeper had its pros and cons. There were certain aspects when a storekeeper wasn't as reliable as an AI robot. The robot assisted Lin Yuan, and he quickly purchased all the books he required. After the purchase, Lin Yuan had to sign a confidentiality contract and promise that the purchased books wouldn't be given to others apart from direct relatives. After the Spirit Kai awakening, all knowledge, even the low-ranked occupation knowledge, would need to be purchased. In addition, a confidentiality contract must be signed after the purchase. Lin Yuan involuntarily sighed. No matter the time and place, the saying of knowledge is wealth remains unchanged. There were a total of 327 books that were tested for primary scholars, Fey observers, and spiritual ingredient analysts. Lin Yuan purchased all of them. After making the purchase, Lin Yuan just had to wait for Ostrich Logistics to deliver the 327 books information chips. He could then allow Genius to memorize the contents of the books. By then, I can go participate in the Creation Master exam. Chapter 32 First Customer. Earlier on, when Lin Yuan had entered the bookstore, he had felt that the renovations were rather classical and stylish. While thinking of his own store, Lin Yuan headed to the Star Web's furniture and decoration store. After visiting a few furniture and decoration stores, Lin Yuan made a firm decision not to buy any furniture. This furniture and decoration store sold items that were at least 10 times more expensive than the other stores. He took a look at a white wooden chair that had a price of $500 Federation dollars. Lin Yuan decided not to buy anything. He felt that his little store just had to sell things, while furniture and decorations weren't necessary. However, Lin Yuan still planned to purchase an AI robot for automatic selling. The selling price for elite usnias and similar phase were all fixed, and Lin Yuan wasn't planning to give any chance for negotiations. It was better to set a fixed selling price. As for other superior phase, when Lin Yuan wasn't in the store, those interested parties could just leave a message with the AI robot. When Lin Yuan came online, they could then converse. AI robots might not be great, but the store was only starting, and Lin Yuan could easily handle the business. Furthermore, hiring a reliable storekeeper wasn't an easy task, and it was dependent on fate. Lin Yuan returned to his store, and just as he was preparing to purchase an AI robot, he realized there was a customer in the store. There was a young girl wearing denim clothes, but wearing a bumblebee hat. She was bending over and carefully observing the 2 web-spraying spiders in the store. She would look at one of them and switch over to the other from time to time. She was pursing her lips as though she wasn't satisfied. Since there was business, Lin Yuan quickly went over and asked, "I wonder if you fancy any of the 2 web-spraying spiders." It was unknown when this girl had arrived, but it seemed like she had been waiting for some time. After hearing Lin Yuan's question, she said to Lin Yuan, "Are you the store owner? Your store actually doesn't even have an AI robot. I could only wait here foolishly, not knowing when you would return." Lin Yuan let out an apologetic smile and said, "My small store just opened today. I didn't have time to prepare an AI robot." The girl looked as though she understood and said, "No wonder. I have been looking for a store that is selling bronze spider phase recently, but I only found your store today. For a silly store name like Purchase with no loss. If I saw it previously, it would be impossible for me not to enter." Lin Yuan's smile immediately froze and couldn't help twitching. While looking at this bumblebee hat-wearing girl, who was around his younger sister's age, why did he feel that this unruly child was asking for a beating? She must have done too little homework. The girl felt that she had said something wrong, so she stuck out her tongue and said, "Uncle, what is the price for these 2 spiders? Don't set a price that is too expensive. Your store's name is called Purchase with no loss." Lin Yuan was normally addressed as young brother and little brother. This was actually the first time he was addressed as an uncle. However, thinking that this was the store's first customer and he must provide a smiling service, he endured and said, "The smaller web-spraying spider with long weaving legs awakened the exclusive skill. Adhesive spider web." The bigger greenish web-spraying spider awakened the exclusive skill. Violent venom. When Lin Yuan said violent venom, the young girl let out an awe and consciously moved back. Without anything to lean back on, the girl immediately sat her buttocks on the ground. It just so happened that her bumblebee hat dropped down. Lin Yuan subconsciously wanted to help and pull up the girl, but when he saw the top of the girl's head, he immediately slipped out the words, "Braised egg." "Ah, As compared to her fall earlier, she shouted even louder. The girl immediately picked up the bumblebee hat and wore it on her head. After wearing it tightly, she said, "This is an injury by a ghost shadow bristled spider and the after effects of the treatment. It will be fine after a few months. And it is not some braised egg." When looking at the girl's angry expression, Lin Yuan involuntarily rubbed the back of his head. He was rather apologetic, but he silently thought in his mind, "I really didn't mean it when I exclaimed braised egg." But all the irritation after being told that the store's name is silly and being addressed as an uncle has been wiped out. After hearing the ghost shadow bristled spiders mention, Lin Yuan felt that he had heard of someone being bitten by a ghost shadow bristled spider but he couldn't remember. Since this girl had received treatment even after getting stung by a ghost shadow bristled spider, it meant a healer with a gold healing type Fae had treated her as soon as she had been stung. The girl turned around and ignored Lin Yuan as she continued to observe the two bronze web-spraying spiders. Lin Yuan saw the situation and immediately asked, "Do you like spider fays?" The girl responded by jumping up as though she was stung on her injured spot again. "I hate spider fays the most. Who would like a big and hairy bug?" While speaking, the girl's mouth sunk down as she added another statement. "But my innate compatibility range is pointing towards spider fays." Lin Yuan first felt that it was rather comical that a person who hated spider fays was actually compatible with them. Immediately after, Lin Yuan was shocked by this girl's innate talent. Spider fays were also considered arachnids, and it was a classification that was extremely diverse among insects. Most of the combat class fays would have the shadows of an arachnid. If this girl was compatible with spider species, it meant that she had plenty of choices when contracting a fae, and her direction of development was very extensive. After taking a closer look at the two web-spraying spiders, the girl shook her head and said to Lin Yuan, "This won't do. I want to contract with a spider fae that has a strong control ability. The exclusive skills of these two web-spraying spiders are still a little weak. It will be best if I can order elite epic web-spraying spiders. I will surely roll out the exclusive skill, transparent spider web." After hearing the girl's words, Lin Yuan clicked his tongue silently. The transparent spider web was an extremely rare exclusive skill. It was a skill that wasn't good when used by itself, but it might produce an unexpected result when used in combination with other fays. However, in order to roll for a specific skill, it wasn't possible with just one or two epic-quality web-spraying spiders. If one didn't have good luck, it might need up to around 10 or 20 spiders. Just as the girl was walking outside, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. "Do you wish to make custom orders for epic-quality web-spraying spiders? I have a method. How many do you need?" The girl immediately turned around and looked at Lin Yuan warily and said, "Uncle, do you think I am innocent, cute, and easy to deceive, or do you think you look good, and I will believe you?" Chapter 33 Spirit Siphon Goldfish. Same species fays. Even if they were elite epic ones, their price would be more than 2 times higher than a bronze fae. To Lin Yuan, evolving an elite fae's quality to epic would require much more time than evolving an elite flawless fae to bronze normal. No regular creation master could achieve pushing an elite fae's quality to epic. At least, it was impossible for rank 1 creation masters. Lin Yuan looked at the girl with the braised-egged head with an annoyed expression and shook his hand. "Hurry up and leave, go to the other shops and take a look. You might find a web-spraying spider that you want." Lin Yuan had already turned around and was preparing to purchase an AI robot, but he was held back by the girl. The girl blinked her big eyes, and when her bumblebee hat was swaying around, it did look like a little bumblebee. "Uncle, why don't we add each other as star web friends?" Lin Yuan looked at the girl with the braised-egged head and said, "There isn't a need. If you wish to buy something from the store, you can just come back." "Uncle, you aren't angry, right? Take a look at your store. It doesn't have a single piece of furniture and decoration. I have already been deceived so much that I am afraid. It is fine to occasionally be wary, right?" Upon looking at the girl's crafty eyes, Lin Yuan cursed in his heart. You would get deceived. It will be good enough if you don't go and deceive others. However, this time, Lin Yuan directly handed his star web name card to the girl. The girl also directly handed her star web name card to Lin Yuan in return. When Lin Yuan was looking at the girl's name card, he heard a burst of laughter from the side. Haha. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, what a silly name. Lin Yuan read the name on the girl's star web name card. It was Stream in the Cloud. Isn't the shark eagle one a fish that lives inside the stream in the cloud? What, you actually say I am a fool? No, I said stream in the cloud. No. I just heard you saying that I am a fool. In the end, Lin Yuan signed a contract with the girl, who had the star web name Stream in the Cloud. Stream in the Cloud would pay 2 radiance dollars for each elite epic web spraying spider. She then immediately put down an order for 5 of them. While signing the contract, Lin Yuan watched the girl swipe the star web card without hesitation, causing him to lament in his heart. Wealth truly gives a person confidence. When signing a contract on the star web to order phase, there wasn't any deposit, as it had to be paid in full. Therefore, Stream in the Cloud didn't hesitate and immediately paid the cost of 10 radiance dollars. Of course, if Lin Yuan wasn't able to prepare the phase stated on the contract, then he would need to pay the penalty fee. At the same time, the credibility of purchase with no loss phase store would drop greatly. A store with low credibility would naturally have bad business. When the credibility fell to a certain extent, the store might have its rights taken away. After sending off Stream in the Cloud, Lin Yuan purchased an AI robot that had a better function. Once he set the Elite Usnia's price, Lin Yuan went out to visit other face stores. He would need to purchase 5 elite web spraying spiders. The best option was to purchase Elite X flawless web spraying spiders. Lin Yuan would only have to evolve them to epic quality afterward. Elite X flawless web spraying spiders weren't considered rare. Therefore, Lin Yuan got them easily for around 200 Divinity Federation dollars each. It cost Lin Yuan a total of 1 radiance dollar for these 5 web spraying spiders. The books, AI robot, and the 5 Elite X flawless web spraying spiders immediately reduced half of the funds on his hand. He didn't even have time to warm up the 3 radiance dollars that he had just earned this morning and had already spent them. Presently, Lin Yuan was only left with 4 radiance dollars. He couldn't help but sigh. Money is something that will be used up so quickly. Since Lin Yuan had purchased the 5 elite flawless web spraying spiders, he searched for star web stores. This time, he was very serious and careful with his selection. Lin Yuan was looking for an elite Fae to use Morbius Spirit Lock on. Only after evolving both the Spirit Locked Normal and Elite phase to Bronze, Morbius would then be able to reach Bronze Raid 2. Lin Yuan already had a plan for the Elite Fae to use Spirit Lock on. However, the choice was truly a challenge for Lin Yuan. He had chosen a support type Fae that no one would basically choose: Spirit Siphon Goldfish. No one picked the Spirit Siphon Goldfish. Not because it didn't have a good ability. On the contrary, the Spirit Siphon Goldfish basic ability was one of the most popular abilities among the support type phase. Spirit Injection. Spirit Injection allowed the Spirit Kai professionals to quickly replenish their used up Spirit Kai in battle. The Spirit Siphon Goldfish had such a favorable basic ability, but no one would pick it because it would only absorb pure Spirit Kai. It would reject most of the Spirit Kai produced by spiritual ingredients. Furthermore, the Spirit Siphon Goldfish required a huge amount of Spirit Kai in order to evolve. It would need 10 times more Spirit Kai than other Faes of the same grade. These factors made the Spirit Siphon Goldfish a Fae that creation masters didn't like. Due to the difficulty of evolving it, no one would pick the Spirit Siphon Goldfish as their own contracted Fae. Even though the Spirit Siphon Goldfish wasn't a great choice, its price wasn't low at all. When a Spirit Siphon Goldfish swam, it would release Spirit Kai into the environment. The higher the grade of the Spirit Siphon Goldfish, the more Spirit Kai would be released. This made the Spirit Siphon Goldfish become a superior Fae that could support Spirit Kai professionals to absorb Spirit Kai. There were plenty of stores on the Star Web selling Spirit Siphon Goldfish, but most of them would be selling normal Spirit Siphon Goldfish. There were basically no stores selling Elite Spirit Siphon Goldfish. Lin Yuan finally chose a Class 3 store as it didn't just have Spirit Siphon Goldfish, but it also sold spiritual ingredients. It just so happened that Lin Yuan could purchase all the things he needed in this store. After entering the Class 3 store, Lin Yuan realized its size wasn't just big, it was close to 800 square meters. After taking a glance, there were all sorts of spiritual ingredients and fays that were arranged neatly and orderly in the store. It made this 800 square meter store a little congested. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard a gentle female voice that echoed beside his ear. "Let me bring you to what you want to buy. My staff members have the day off today, so please forgive me for any mistakes." The woman let out a friendly smile while speaking, and subtly built a closer relationship. Lin Yuan went straight to the point and said, "Boss, I wish to buy a spirit siphon goldfish from here. This way, please." The middle-aged lady led the way at the front and swiftly brought Lin Yuan to a pond that was around 6 to 7 square meters in size. The pond had spirit siphon goldfish that were in all sorts of colors, and they were swimming around smoothly and quickly. Chapter 34 Thin Dragon Species Bloodline. When Lin Yuan approached the pond, he felt that the spirit Kai was much more concentrated. The middle-aged lady pointed at the spirit siphon goldfish inside the pond and said, "The smaller ones in the pond are all normal grade. That reddish goldfish, which is twice as big as the other spirit siphon goldfish, is elite grade." Lin Yuan asked curiously, "Boss, what are the prices for normal and elite spirit siphon goldfish, respectively?" The middle-aged lady chuckled and said, "You don't have to keep calling me boss. I should only be slightly older than you. Just call me Big Sister Zen." Normal spirit siphon goldfish, regardless of subspecies, cost 0.5 radiance dollar each. The elite spirit siphon goldfish costs 5 radiance dollars. Lin Yuan already knew that the elite spirit siphon goldfish would be expensive, but after hearing it cost 5 radiance dollars, he couldn't help but be surprised. Zhu Jiuxin noticed Lin Yuan's surprised expression and explained, "I have already quoted a very reasonable price for the elite spirit siphon goldfish, and that is due to its poor subspecies. If it was a superior subspecies, the price would be at least 7 radiance dollars. The other places sell normal spirit siphon goldfish of different subspecies with different prices too. But at my place, I sell them for the same price. Most of the time, people would pick them based on their looks. Not many creation masters are willing to take the task of evolving these fays." Lin Yuan nodded in response. The spirit siphon goldfish was actually the common lickled goldfish before the spirit Kai awakening. The telescope, Ranshu, lion shu, Hukin, butterfly telescope, and so on were all subspecies of the goldfish, and they were all called spirit siphon goldfish. The different subspecies of spirit siphon goldfish didn't have a great difference at normal grade and elite grade, but their evolution direction would be different after reaching bronze grade. For this time, Lin Yuan wanted to purchase a telescope spirit siphon goldfish. It was said that if the telescope subspecies evolved toward the ancestry line, it might activate the thin dragon species bloodline. That would be the same as jumping through the dragon gate. However, the possibility of it happening was minute. Previously, a high-ranked creation master had nurtured a telescope spirit siphon goldfish to bronze grade, and it had evolved toward the ancestry line, awakening the dragon species bloodline. The spirit siphon goldfish that had awakened the dragon species bloodline had immediately been placed in the Starweb's rare lifeform pavilion for an auction, and sold for an astronomical price. Lin Yuan wanted to attempt and see if he could activate the dragon species bloodline within the telescope spirit siphon goldfish at bronze grade. In fact, even if he couldn't activate the bloodline, it wouldn't be bad either. The spirit siphon goldfish's basic ability was already incredible enough. Lin Yuan wanted to purchase a spirit siphon goldfish and experiment to see how long he would need to evolve it. He would then see if the spirit lock spatial zone, which had concentrated spirit Kai, could allow the spirit siphon goldfish to evolve at a speed that was several times faster. If his spirit lock spatial zone was able to evolve the spirit siphon goldfish faster, then his store could focus on selling elite spirit siphon goldfish. Such a store would have a reputation that would spread swiftly. Of course, all of this would have to wait until Lin Yuan finished the order for the 5 web-spraying spiders. After all, Lin Yuan didn't have enough capital to purchase spirit siphon goldfish right now. Lin Yuan picked a black and healthy normal telescope goldfish from the pond. He was planning to purchase some energy ores with the rest of the money to enhance and check the limits of the spirit Kai concentration in his spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan purchased the inferior energy ores from Zhu Jiaxin at the price of 500 Federation dollars for each caddy. He purchased a total of 2 days, leaving him with just 0.9 radiance dollars. Lin Yuan didn't spare the 0.9 radiance dollars either and purchased some butterfly shells. The butterfly shell beast was a kind of deep-sea fae, and butterfly shells were made by polishing and grinding the butterfly shell beast shell. There were all sorts of patterns and shapes. The butterfly shell beast had plenty of different colored shells, which didn't have a big difference in price. Lin Yuan chose the yellow ginkgo-leaf-shaped butterfly shells. After delicate polishing and grinding, the butterfly shell was shining with pearl-like luster. These butterfly shells were mainly used as fodder for the spirit siphon goldfish. As spiritual ingredients, the butterfly shells had a slight effect of awakening a water-type phase bloodline. Also, when these golden yellow ginkgo-leaf-shaped butterfly shells were placed at the bottom of the spirit lock spatial zone's pool, they gave off a serene deep autumn scenery. It was spectacular. Lin Yuan spent his 0.9 radiance dollars and bought a bunch of butterfly shells. There were roughly over 100 butterfly shells, and they should be enough to feed the spirit siphon goldfish for 3 to 5 months. Lin Yuan hoped that the spirit lock spatial zone could enhance the spirit siphon goldfish growth. It wasn't difficult for him to increase the grade of the spirit siphon goldfish, because he could purify the spirit Kai in the air before channeling it into the Fae's body. This method would allow a Fae to absorb the spirit Kai directly, so the spirit siphon goldfish wouldn't reject it. The time required to evolve a spirit siphon goldfish was actually 10 times longer than other Faes. Evolving the spirit siphon goldfish was actually not good for him. When evolving Faes, Lin Yuan also wanted to increase his strength. He didn't wish to nurture the spirit siphon goldfish and not be able to increase the speed of spirit Kai absorption. Zhu Jiaxin didn't expect her store to suddenly receive such a huge order. Therefore, she asked Lin Yuan, "You are purchasing so many inferior energy ores to nurture a huge number of low-grade Faes, right?" Lin Yuan didn't nod or shake his head. He smiled and said, "Big Sister Zin, I require quite a bit of energy ores for my daily operations." Zhu Jiaxin looked at Lin Yuan, feeling that he was emitting a plant's refreshing presence after rain and made her feel indescribably closer. Zhu Jiaxin immediately sent a request to add Lin Yuan's Star Web account. "Let's add each other to the friend list. If you need anything else next time, you just have to tell me directly. If the store doesn't have the spiritual ingredient, I can help you to get them with the proper price." Lin Yuan gladly agreed. Most of the spiritual ingredient stores would sell mostly low-grade or mid-grade goods. Even if the store owner had high-grade spiritual ingredients, it wouldn't be displayed in the store. All Spirit Kai professionals would think of all methods to evolve Faes, so some of the rarer spiritual ingredients would never have sufficient supply. After adding Zhu Jiaxin's Star Web account, it would save Lin Yuan plenty of trouble. If he needed anything, he would just make a direct order. This Class 3 store's spiritual ingredients might not be the cheapest, but their quality was all of a certain standard. I might have to purchase more energy ores and butterfly shells from Big Sister Zin next time. I might even purchase a few more spirit siphon goldfish. Will you still need the same inferior energy ores next time? Lin Yuan nodded. The higher the grade of the energy ores, the purer the spirit Kai contained within. It would be easier to channel the spirit Kai out of the energy ores for the Faes to absorb. However, the spirit lock spatial zone's spirit pool could dissolve the inferior energy ores into spirit Kai. Since that was the case, inferior energy ores were naturally more worth it. Zhu Jiaxin noted it down, but was rather surprised in her heart. Inferior energy ores could only be used to nurture normal and elite Faes. How big must the Fae breeding base be to need such a huge amount of low-grade energy ores? Chapter 35 Clash of Sequences. If it was really a large-scale Fae breeding base, then it would certainly require a significant amount of spiritual ingredients. If I can secure this customer, I will have an additional steady flow of orders. While thinking like that, Zhu Jiaxin spoke to Lin Yuan eagerly. As long as you tell me in advance, I will be able to prepare the goods in half an hour. Ostrich Logistics will deliver it to your place within a few hours. That's right, if you have any good fays. You can sell them to me too. Or you can also purchase some severely injured fays from me. Those fays are still alive, and I can guarantee the freshness of the spiritual ingredients. When Lin Yuan heard the words severely injured, his eyes lit up. Doesn't this mean that I have a chance to pick up great hidden goods again? Lin Yuan didn't plan to sell fays to Zhu Jiuxin, as he was going to use this superior fays to increase his store's reputation. When Zhu Jiuxin saw Lin Yuan's shining eyes, she couldn't help smiling. Today is the 6th of September. On the 27th of September, there will be a batch of severely injured fays arriving in the store. By then, you can come over to take a look. Those fays have all been vetted by a Class 2 Creation Master, and the Class 2 Creation Master couldn't save them. It is basically impossible for them to recover. Zhu Jiuxin spoke very clearly and was trying to dismiss Lin Yuan's thought of finding some great fays that were missed out. Lin Yuan understood Zhu Jiuxin's intention too. A Class 2 Creation Master might not be able to heal the injured fays, but it doesn't mean that I cannot heal them. For Zhu Jiuxin's store, even if the fay was severely injured, it shouldn't be any higher than gold grade and would at least be a silver fay. To heal such fays, a Class 3 Creation Master would need to be hired, and the price was already higher than silver fays. Therefore, when Class 2 Creation Masters couldn't heal such fays, they were basically sentenced to death. The Class 2 Creation Master would use simple methods to maintain the fays' lives to guarantee the freshness of the spiritual ingredients. Instead of saying that Zhu Jiuxin was selling severely injured fays, it would be better to say she was selling extremely fresh spiritual ingredients. Lin Yuan was currently a Drank Spirit Kai professional, and he wasn't confident in healing a severely injured silver fay immediately. However, he was certain that the channeling of Spirit Kai would constantly make the silver fay better. After a period of time, it would be possible to heal it. Then, I shall revisit the store on the 27th. Big Sister Xin, I have been here for quite some time now. Why don't I see any customers coming into the store? Lin Yuan's question didn't have any meaning to hint that Zhu Jiuxin's store had a lack of customers. It was a genuine question. For a Class 3 store that had great credibility, it should be constantly filled with customers. Thus, why was it so quiet today? Zhu Jiuxin pointed at the poster on the wall of her store and said, "There is a tournament at the Starry Tower's brilliant celestial stairway. It just so happens that 2 sequence members are dueling. Everyone went to watch the duel. My staff members requested for half a day off to watch the duel too." Zhu Jiuxin saw Lin Yuan blinking his eyes and didn't think that there was someone who didn't know of such a huge event in the Star Web. Sequence member. The only known sequence in the Radiance Federation was the Radiance 100. The rankings of the Radiance 100 were in sequence from 1 to 100. The Radiance 100 sequence members were the young generation of the Federation, and most of them had an age gap that was more than 10 years. Every year, 10 of the 100 sequence members would retire, and 10 new members would fill the ranks. There were 2 types of scenarios when the Radiance 100 were retired. The first type was if their rankings were from the 91st to the 100th. They would be automatically eliminated from the Radiance 100 sequence, and new members would replace them. The other type was when they remained in the Radiance 100 for 10 years and would retire with glory. This method of retirement was filled with honor. This would definitely increase the competitive spirit between the Radiance 100 sequence. No matter when or how intense the competition was, the Radiance 100 would be the most dazzling stars in the Radiance Federation's young generation. At the same time, they would also develop into the Radiance Federation's new pillars. It was unexpected for 2 sequence members to actually duel with each other in the Starry Tower's brilliant celestial stairway. No wonder the Star Web streets are empty. Everyone has gone to watch the duel between the sequence members. Lin Yuan immediately settled the bill, and he took 4 Federation dollars out of his remaining 90. He needed to purchase a ticket. However, after purchasing the ticket, Lin Yuan realized that the duel had already started for nearly 10 minutes. A duel between 2 sequence members on the brilliant celestial stairway was rather rare, especially when these 2 sequence members were individuals with great popularity. That's why this duel had already gone through a large-scale advertising on the Star Web for a long time. Both the indoor and outdoor tickets had already been sold out, so Lin Yuan had to spend Federation dollars to purchase a tall platform ticket. There was no limit to the sale of tall platform tickets, so anyone who wanted the duel could purchase them and stand on the tall platform to watch. However, the view was utterly inferior to the outdoor tickets, let alone the indoor tickets. Star Web, Celestial Stairway Duel Ground, tall platform. Inside the Celestial Stairway Duel Ground, cheers and yells constantly echoed, creating a vibrant atmosphere. When the passionate sound waves hit the tall platform, Lin Yuan got a shock. Lin Yuan looked around the tall platform and saw a bumblebee hat from afar. Its owner's head was shaking as she watched the duel. It seemed like Stream in the Cloud had immediately come here to watch the duel after leaving his store. There was still an empty space beside the girl. Lin Yuan walked over and heard her yelling loudly, "White Devil Lordress, do your best, Unknown Flame Lordress. You will surely win." When Lin Yuan heard Stream in the Cloud's passionate cheers, he didn't feel anything at first. But after listening to the entire cheer, he looked at the excited Stream in the Cloud in astonishment. He couldn't help but ask, "Who exactly are you cheering for? This is the first time I see someone cheering for both sides in a duel." Stream in the Cloud heard someone teasing her and turned around to see that it was Lin Yuan. When she noticed it was a familiar person, she revealed a smile, but it was immediately followed by a mind-your-own-business look. "Deep Mountain Elder Lin. Both White Devil Lordress and Unknown Flame Lordress are my idols. I will be happy no matter who wins." It seemed like Stream in the Cloud was a fanatical follower. The clamor from the live venue was filled with plenty of people doing their best to yell and cheer. The atmosphere had already affected Lin Yuan and caused a blood-boiling feeling. "Deep Mountain Elder Lin. Who do you support more, White Devil Lordress or Unknown Flame Lordress?" Stream in the Cloud looked at Lin Yuan with curiosity. Lin Yuan was startled by the question. Before this, he had been a busy person who barely managed to survive by struggling. His weak spiritual energy would make him dizzy after a short browse of the old-modeled mobile phone. Therefore, Lin Yuan wasn't very familiar with these two sequence members and naturally didn't know who to support. Individuals who could enter the Radiance 100 sequence were all future guardians of the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan said, "I support both of them just like you." Stream in the Cloud's eyes lit up. Under such circumstances, supporters of the same side would definitely have a closer relationship. As such, Stream in the Cloud suddenly initiated the conversation and continuously talked to Lin Yuan. "White Devil Lordress might be sequence 18 while Unknown Flame Lordress is sequence 47. But I feel that Unknown Flame Lordress has a better chance to win. Unknown Flame Lordress is a power offensive type Spirit Kai professional, while White Devil Lordress is a healing type Spirit Kai professional." Chapter 36 Disaster Swallowtail Butterfly. Lin Yuan might not know the Radiance 100 sequences members, but he knew that the rankings were based on their potential and strength. For a person to be ranked sequence 18, it meant outstanding strength and potential. Even though, sequence 18, White Devil was a healer without many attack methods. Lin Yuan took a closer look at the battleground and could see that White Devil was a young lady in long white robes and had graceful black hair. At that moment, she was standing there calmly and holding a long scepter. At the front end of the scepter was a birdcage, but it didn't contain a bird. Instead, it contained a beautiful emerald jade-like butterfly. It was constantly emitting a green glow and healing the two gold fays that were defending the young lady at the front. In this Celestial Stairway dueling ground, two famous analysts from the Star Web were commentating on the duel with intense tones and explaining the duel's situation. Lin Yuan's eyes were totally attracted by the four fays that appeared in the battleground. All four fays were gold grade. Two were healing type, and they belonged to White Devil. When resisting damage, they were also conducting appropriate counterattacks. The healing type fay might have mostly healing abilities, but when a fay reached gold grade, even a healing type fay would have considerable combat power. The other two were both lava bears, violent and power offensive type fays. One of the lava bears had reddish-purple fur, and when it mauled with its bare claws, it emitted paint-like reddish-purple flames that were like paint. The paint would stick onto the surface of the target and burn. It was just like a liquid flame, and it would corrode and burn anything it touched. The other lava bear had a bigger size, and its fur was bright red. Every time it attacked, the fur would burn with blazing flames. When the flames burst out of the body, they would immediately explode. The two lava bears' attacks gave a hard time to the two plant and healing type phase. Unknown Flame's red pelt armor would also respond according to the two lava bears' attacks on the battleground. She looked at White Devil, who was losing ground, and said, "Daisy, this battle of attrition has been going on for around 10 minutes. The spirit Kai in your body is almost exhausted, right?" While speaking, Unknown Flame was still rather cautious as she gave a signal to the lava bears. The two lava bears immediately attacked at the fusing one snow tree that was struggling to stand. With the addition of two different destructive fire skills, the two lava bears' power severely injured the fusing snow tree, which was weak against fire. This opened up a gap in White Devil's frontal defense line. White Devil's forehead was filled with perspiration, but she still said calmly, "The difference between 18 and 47 isn't as simple as you imagine." After speaking, White Devil pointed at the severely injured fusing snow tree and yelled, "Use snow chill." In a split moment, the battleground was enveloped in a layer of frost. Subsequently, she pointed at the ice soul grass, which was struggling to defend, and shouted, "Extreme cold block." The frost layer that was on the battleground instantly dispersed, and all the cold intent formed a pair of massive ice crystals. The two ice crystals sealed up the two lava bears in the midst of their battle stances. The two healing type phase didn't possess powerful attacks, but when they coordinated their abilities, they were able to seal two power offensive type phase. Unknown Flame leaped backward and looked at White Devil while smirking. "Your ice, soul grass, and fusing snow tree are unable to fight. Once my two lava bears break out of the ice, the outcome of the battle might not be according to our rankings. Don't forget that I am a healer." White Devil raised the scepter in her hand, and the emerald green butterfly in the birdcage started to radiate lustrous green light. Revival Swallowtail Butterfly use Wings of Revival. At that moment, the Revival Swallowtail Butterfly was enveloped in green light, and all of the power was gathered in the two wings. Subsequently, two green and hazy images of butterfly wings flew to the severely injured fusing snow tree and ice soul grass. All of a sudden, the fusing snow tree and the ice soul grass were like the new sprouts that had been in a drought. They rapidly recovered their injuries. Their injuries might not be fully recovered, but they were combat ready. Unknown Flame thought it wasn't good and raised her hand. In an instant, a flaming whirlwind appeared above Unknown Flame's head and caused the surrounding air to become scorching hot. Boom! A giant bear, the height of 7 meters, smashed at the fusing snow tree and ice soul grass, which had just recovered. The sudden attack didn't allow the fusing snow tree and ice soul grass to dodge in time as they were struck. It was highly possible that the fusing snow tree and the ice soul grass would be severely injured and unable to continue fighting. White Devil looked at Unknown Flame and said, "I didn't expect your flowing flame giant bear to actually reach platinum grade. However, this duel's outcome is still going to be the same." White Devil plunged the scepter into the ground and channeled all her spiritual power into the Revival Swallowtail Butterfly before opening the door of the birdcage. When the Revival Swallowtail Butterfly flew out of the birdcage, White Devil's black hair instantly turned snow white. The Revival Swallowtail Butterfly, which was originally emerald green and filled with vitality, became dark red and gave off a destructive presence. The dark red Revival Swallowtail Butterfly flapped its wings and looked as though its body was a flower that scattered. Then, it split into countless miniature dark red butterflies. These miniature butterflies were just like bullets that shot at the flame-blazing flowing flame giant bear. The strong burning whirlwind was unable to hinder the dark red Revival Swallowtail Butterfly's speed. The dark red Revival Swallowtail Butterflies dove into the flowing flame giant bear's body and flew out without resistance. They produced a bloody flower as though it was a bright red rose that had just blossomed. This bright red rose blossomed and immediately extinguished the flames on the flowing flame giant bear. Remarkably beautiful butterflies were flying around in a dance as though it was a rain of flowers. One big and two smaller bear fays were lying on the ground. It was the same as declaring White Devil the victor. Unknown Flame stared blankly at the fallen flowing flame giant bear and looked up to give White Devil a thumbs up. I didn't expect your revival swallowtail butterfly to actually evolve into a gold fantasy breed. I have lost this duel fair and square. White Devil might have a pale face, but she was still calm. When the revival swallowtail butterfly evolved into a fantasy breed, it obtained another name, Disaster Swallowtail Butterfly. The cheers in the celestial stairway dueling ground didn't stop even for a split moment. When White Devil threw her arm over Unknown Flame's shoulder and raised her hand into the sky, a unified cheer echoed, shaking everyone's hearts. Stream in the cloud grabbed onto Lin Yuan's clothes excitedly and shouted, "White Devil Lordress is too cool." Unknown Flame Lordress might have lost, but she is indeed worthy of her power to control bears. She is also overwhelmingly cool. Lin Yuan ignored the excited stream in the cloud. Presently, Lin Yuan's heart was also resonating with indescribable excitement. The warm blood in his heart was like a fountain, and Lin Yuan felt like screaming out. All of a sudden, Lin Yuan heard the analyst announcing, "White Devil Lordress Daisy defeated Unknown Flame Lordress Anna. 1 star of Celestial Stairway glory shall be rewarded. Daisy and Anna." Huh. Lin Yuan lamented softly. Daisy, Sequence 18 White Devil. Anna, Sequence 47 Unknown Flame. Lin Yuan finally found out the true names of Sequence 18 White Devil and Sequence 47 Unknown Flame. Is this the top-class combat power of the Radiance Federation's young generation? Gold fantasy breed. Platinum Fae. All these were things that he could only look forward to. Hopefully. However, in the not-so-distant future, Lin Yuan also wanted to chase this radiant light. I might have been born as a spot of light on the duckweed, but I will also be able to gather into a vast river of stars. I will catch up one step at a time until I reach the pinnacle of brilliance. Chapter 37 Changes to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Lin Yuan left the star web and returned to his little store. His mind focused on the duel between the Radiance 100 sequence members. This duel allowed Lin Yuan to find out about the standard of the Radiance Federation's young generation. At the same time, Lin Yuan also had a deeper understanding as to what a fantasy breed was. A gold fantasy breed, healing-type Fae was actually able to overwhelm and defeat a platinum combat class Fae. Lin Yuan had also obtained a willpower rune, and it was still floating around Lin Yuan's spiritual zone with spiritual energy. The floating willpower rune formed a mountain pattern, and it was reenacting the rebirth of plants after a great destruction. It emitted a feeling of boundless vitality from a green mountain. This willpower rune was very suitable for healing-type Faes, and as of now, Lin Yuan's only healing-type Fae was the Jasmine Lily. It was unknown what the Jasmine Lily would transform into when its quality reached legend, and it fused with this willpower rune to become a fantasy breed. Not long after returning to the little store, Lin Yuan evolved the remaining pots of Usneus to Elite grade. At that moment, apart from the contracted phase, Lin Yuan didn't have other phase to evolve. The book microchips, the 5 Elite X flawless web spraying spiders, the spirit siphon goldfish, the energy ores, and the butterfly shells that he had purchased on the star web had yet to arrive. Seeing that his house had nearly no food ingredients, Lin Yuan carried Genius and Chimey out. Genius stood on Lin Yuan's shoulder while Chimey stood on Genius' little head. Chimey was chirping out loudly and was in a great mood. Lin Yuan smiled at Genius and Chimey while saying, "Genius, Chimey, I will bring the two of you out for shopping. Let's go." When Lin Yuan was previously maintaining the store, it wasn't earning much money. Even if it earned some money, Lin Yuan would save them up for Chusis' future school fees. Apart from purchasing goods, Lin Yuan didn't have many chances to bring Genius and Chimey out for a shopping trip. Now that Lin Yuan had money, he naturally wouldn't be as thrifty as before. On this trip, apart from the purchase of fruits and vegetables, the rest of the Federation dollars were used to purchase the daily necessities. Of course, Lin Yuan didn't need much of any daily necessities, and most of them were actually for Genius and Chimey. Lin Yuan had already purchased several bags of energy biscuits that were suitable for Elite grade omnivorous phase. He had also purchased some consumable spiritual ingredients for Chimey that could enhance its feather's durability. After pushing a whole stack of daily necessities back home, someone knocked on the door of the store. Lin Yuan opened the door to see a man wearing the ostrich logistics uniform. He had put down several spirit storage boxes on the ground. I am Ostrich Logistics Courier No. 75A4557. I have delivered this sir's goods that were purchased on the Star Web on time. Please sign for them here. Lin Yuan quickly signed. All the things that he had purchased from the Star Web had already arrived. Thank you. After obtaining Lin Yuan's signature and ensuring that the items were correct, the courier left. Lin Yuan couldn't help but be amazed at the efficiency of Ostrich Logistics. It was truly living up to its reputation. As long as it was within the Radiance Federation, Ostrich Logistics would be able to deliver the goods within 3 hours. After signing for the goods, Lin Yuan shifted the spirit storage boxes into the house and started off by taking out the spirit siphon goldfish. When Lin Yuan took the normal spirit siphon goldfish out of the spirit storage box, it was very frail. It felt as though Lin Yuan would take this little fellow's life with just a light grip. The spirit siphon goldfish struggled lightly in Lin Yuan's hand. The two protruding black eyes on its head looked very silly and cute. Lin Yuan immediately used Morbius' exclusive skill, Spirit Lock, to turn the telescope spirit siphon goldfish into Morbius Elite Spirit Locked Fae. Subsequently, Lin Yuan started to evolve the spirit siphon goldfish. When the spirit siphon goldfish reached Elite grade, Lin Yuan took a glance at the time. It took me over 1 hour to evolve the spirit siphon goldfish. Furthermore, the growth of spiritual power in my body is exactly the same as the growth when I evolved a pot of usnea to Elite grade. The difficulty of evolving the spirit siphon goldfish was truly living up to its notorious fame. It was no wonder the spirit siphon goldfish was an unpopular fae among creation masters. After the spirit siphon goldfish reached Elite grade, it became more than 2 times bigger than before. The scales on its body weren't as mottled, and it became smooth like satin. It felt just like a layer of black silk wrapping on the body. The tail had bloomed like a half-opened umbrella. The 2 massive eyes on the head didn't change, but there was a layer of faint golden scales around the eyes. The golden scales might be weaved together with the black scales, but it was rather prominent when observing it closely. The telescope spirit siphon goldfish was considered a famous subspecies. If Lin Yuan were to put this spirit siphon goldfish to sell on the Star Web store, he would easily earn 8 Radiance dollars. After evolving the spirit siphon goldfish, Lin Yuan entered the spirit lock spatial zone and poured the 2 Zviya worth of inferior energy ores from the spirit storage box into the spirit pool. The inferior energy ores immediately disintegrated inside the spirit pool and turned into spirit Kai that was released into the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan was constantly pouring the inferior energy ores into the pool, and when he poured in around 700 caddies, the spirit pool didn't continue disintegrating the inferior energy ores. Lin Yuan knew that this was the spirit kiss concentration limit in the spirit lock spatial zone. When making a comparison, Lin Yuan realized that the spirit Kai concentration in the spirit lock spatial zone was around 5 times more than the outside world. Lin Yuan was extremely satisfied as the spirit lock spatial zone would constantly be upgraded when Morbius evolved. By then, the spirit Kai concentration would only become denser. As for the remaining 300 caddies of energy ores that were poured into the spirit pool, Lin Yuan didn't bother. Be it the jasmine lily or the spirit siphon goldfish, they would be rapidly using up the spirit Kai within the spirit lock spatial zone. Once the spirit Kai concentration in the spatial zone was reduced, the spirit pool would automatically disintegrate the remaining energy ores for replenishment. Lin Yuan placed the spirit siphon goldfish into the spirit pool, and it immediately swam around with content. At that moment, Lin Yuan could feel the spirit siphon goldfish gradually absorbing the spirit Kai in the spatial zone. Lin Yuan compared and analyzed the speed of him evolving the spirit siphon goldfish personally, and the speed of the spirit siphon goldfish absorbing the pure spirit Kai in the spatial zone automatically. If the spirit siphon goldfish was to evolve from normal grade to Elite grade in this spirit lock spatial zone, it would need about 10 days. Of course, The precondition was to have a constant supply of energy ores within these 10 days. After calculating the spirit siphon goldfish growth speed in the spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan decided the direction of the Star Web Store's development. He was going to rely on selling elite spirit siphon goldfish to build his reputation. If a huge quantity of elite spirit siphon goldfish, which were highly demanded, were to appear in the purchase with no loss face store, it would probably cause his store's reputation to soar. Lin Yuan then scattered the butterfly shells at the bottom of the spirit pool. When the butterfly shells entered the water and landed on top of the white energy ores, they looked like scattered ginkgo leaves in autumn. It was an especially beautiful scenery. The spirit siphon goldfish immediately bit one of the butterfly shells and consumed it, gradually absorbing its energy. The butterfly shells would have more or less some effects to awaken the spirit siphon goldfish bloodline. However, the effects weren't significant. Lin Yuan thought that if he could obtain the blood of a dragon species Fae before the spirit siphon goldfish's quality reached epic, it would increase its chances of awakening the rare dragon species bloodline greatly. Chapter 38 Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess. A dragon Fae's blood was considered a precious spiritual ingredient, and the prices were naturally extremely high. Most of the dragon Faes were above gold grade. If the spirit siphon goldfish reached bronze grade and awakened the rare dragon species bloodline, it wouldn't be considered a dragon species Fae unless the bloodline concentration reached a certain standard. From this point, it was obvious that the dragon species Fae's blood was very hard to obtain. Rare spiritual ingredients, such as a dragon Fae's fresh blood, were all sold by the drop. Lin Yuan didn't really understand the dragon species Fae's price, but it was fortunate that he had added Zhu Jiaxen on the Star Web as a friend. By then, he just had to ask Zhu Jiaxen. He might not know how much a dragon species Fae's blood cost, but it was certainly very expensive. Lin Yuan wanted to earn more money and prepare the amount needed to purchase the dragon species blood in advance. He was going to set a small target to earn 100 Federation dollars, which was also 100 Radiance dollars. The spirit Kai concentration inside the spirit lock spatial zone was 5 times more concentrated than outside. Lin Yuan circulated the spirit Kai and realized that even though the circulation speed didn't change, the efficiency increased to around 5 times the speed due to the concentrated spirit passing through his body. This discovery left Lin Yuan pleasantly surprised. Lin Yuan quickly took an Elite X flawless web spraying spiders out of the spirit storage box and placed it inside the spirit lock spatial zone. He then rapidly channeled the spirit Kai to enhance the web spraying spider. When Lin Yuan was enhancing web spraying spider, he could feel a boundary inside the web spraying spider's body. The boundary felt like it could be shattered if Lin Yuan charged into it a few times with Spirit Kai. However, Lin Yuan didn't do so. If he broke through the boundary, the web-spraying spider would evolve from Elite grade to Bronze grade with flawless quality. That was what Lin Yuan wanted. Lin Yuan didn't use the Spirit Kai to smash through the boundary, but instead constantly poured the Spirit Kai into the web-spraying spider's body. He allowed the web-spraying spider to absorb as much Spirit Kai as possible to enhance its quality. After a certain period of time, the web-spraying spider's quality reached epic, so Lin Yuan stopped channeling the Spirit Kai. He looked at the time and realized that it took him over 2 hours to break through flawless to epic. Had he not been enhancing the web-spraying spider in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he would probably have needed to spend over a dozen hours. Furthermore, this speed was because he had progressed into a Drank Spirit Kai professional. The results stated that it was much harder to increase the quality of a Fae than to evolve it. Furthermore, this was just enhancing it from flawless to epic. How much more time and effort would be required to enhance them from epic to legend? Lin Yuan suddenly realized that the Spirit Kai concentration in the Spirit Lock spatial zone was no longer 5 times more concentrated than outside. He looked at the spirit pool and realized that the 300 katas of inferior energy ores at the bottom of the spirit pool had already vanished. They had been used up when Lin Yuan increased web-spraying spider's quality. Lin Yuan made a calculation by using the number of inferior energy ores used. In order to enhance one Elite X flawless web-spraying spider to Elite X epic, it would need 700 katas of inferior energy ores. It was around 0. $35 radiance according to the purchase price of the materials. There was a certain price to pay to make use of the increased speed of enhancement and evolution in the spirit lock spatial zone. However, the price to pay was nearly negligible when comparing it with the speed. The biggest problem that Lin Yuan had right now was the lack of funds. Without enough funds, he wouldn't be able to purchase more inferior energy ores, and it was rather vexing for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan brought the Elite X Epic Web Spraying Spider out of the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, and didn't continue to enhance the 4 remaining web spraying spiders. Instead, he made the preparations for Genius to memorize the books on the primary rank of Scholar, Fey Observer, and Spiritual Ingredient Analyst. The 100 Questions Beast required time to memorize new knowledge, but it was rather fast. To memorize 300 over books it would only require around 20 days. When it was time for Lin Yuan to visit Zhu Jiuxin's store to look for hidden goods, Genius would have already memorized the needed knowledge. Afterward, Lin Yuan could take the exam for the Creation Master occupation. Once he passed the exam to become a Creation Master, he would be like a flood dragon entering the sea or a peacock returning to the forest. His future path would be headed for the sky, and it would be particularly spacious. Lin Yuan applied for a Star Web account for Genius and entered the book microchips into Genius Star Web account. Genius then sat there, obediently to study carefully. It had always been passionate about studying. Lin Yuan logged into the Star Web and entered his small store. He suddenly noticed that all the pots of usneas had been completely reserved. Lin Yuan was rather surprised that all the elite usneas would be sold out in such a short period of time. Also, numerous people had actually left messages saying that they wanted to order more elite usneas. It seemed like there wasn't a need to worry about the hot selling items. No matter the timing, it was different from other Feys, which might also be great, but due to the limited demand, they might not be able to sell out quickly. Lin Yuan didn't reply to these messages as he was planning to only use bronze usneas for the next sale. Lin Yuan was preparing to break through from a Drank Spirit Kai Professional into a Crank Spirit Kai Professional. After becoming a Crank Spirit Kai Professional, I will be able to evolve Phase to Bronze Raid with a much faster speed. Lin Yuan knew that he was able to evolve Phase to Bronze Raid, but he felt a little unmotivated if he had to increase the quality of a Bronze Fey. Only after becoming a Crank Spirit Kai Professional, Lin Yuan would be able to increase the Bronze Phase quality to Legend and allow it to transform into the Fantasy breed. Lin Yuan hadn't set a fixed price for the 2 other web spraying spiders, so that the ones that were willing to purchase them would leave the price with the AI robot. The prices offered were actually more than what he expected. 3 individuals had made an offer for the web spraying spider with the adhesive spider web skill, and the highest offer was $1 radiance. As for the other web spraying spider that had awakened the violent venom skill, only 1 person had made an offer, and the price was $3 radiance. The bids weren't considered high, but if Lin Yuan was willing to wait, it wouldn't be a problem to sell the bronze web spraying spiders for $7 radiance. However, Lin Yuan didn't have the choice to wait. He immediately responded to the 2 individuals who had offered the highest price and sold the 2 bronze web spraying spiders. Immediately after, he used his store's name to contact Ostrich Logistics and make the delivery. Newly opened stores on the Star Web could sign a contract with Ostrich Logistics for them to arrange and deliver the goods. However, for each item that Ostrich Logistics delivered, they would take a commission based on the goods price. Ostrich Logistics took a rather high commission, but they were fast and safe. If something happened, they would compensate for the losses. It was also why so many individuals were willing to choose Ostrich Logistics. Now that the 2 web spraying spiders and the elite usneas had been sold, Lin Yuan's financial crisis was immediately resolved. Chimey was chirping and singing. After singing for quite some time, it felt rather bored. When it saw Lin Yuan and Genius busy using the Star Web, Chimey's eyes flickered before it jumped onto Genius' head. It chirped and said, Genius, do you think my singing is nice? It is nice and it is getting better. Genius didn't know why Chimey was asking this question, as Chimey was normally very shy. Genius, can you secretly apply for a Star Web account for me? I want to start a live stream. After speaking, It let out 2 chirps and took a glance at its azure blue feathers, and said confidently, "I want to become an attractive host with a beautiful voice. My name shall be Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess. But you are a bird." When looking at Genius' silly expression, Shimey felt it was the smarter of the duo. "You can just help me put on a gif, right?" Shimey felt that it was the prettiest and most clever sound bird with the best singing voice right now. Chapter 39 On Nang. Shimey would be singing at home whenever it didn't have anything to do. Lin Yuan was already used to Shimey's singing, its routine activity at home. Therefore, Lin Yuan wasn't paying attention to Shimey when it was singing seriously. After Genius reached a leader grade, most of its capabilities were already comparable with humans. In fact, its memory was several times better than humans. Soon, Shimey successfully became a beautiful host with an amazing voice with Genius' help. At that moment, a cute gif of a lowly was blocking half the screen, and Shimey was singing behind the gif. When a host just started their channel, it was normal not to have many viewers on, or 2 occasional people would pass by and quickly exit the channel. However, Shimey's singing was just like that phoenix clear chirping on the Kun Mountain and the rustling leaves of the purple bamboo forest. It sounded interesting and appealing, even mellower than the morning dew that dripped down from the pandan leaves. Therefore, Shimey's live streaming room became a cave of the silken web, one where one couldn't escape after entering. Those who entered had no thoughts of leaving. "Wow, how can there be such a nice voice in this world? It is a fairy singing. Little sister, why are you using a GIF to block your face? Shouldn't a beautiful host be showing their face? Could this song be Little Sister's original song?" I have searched for the lyrics on the star web, but couldn't find any match. Each of the viewers that entered the room couldn't help but start to praise Shimey like a violent storm. There was even a generous viewer that instantly rewarded Shimey with $500 Federation dollars. These people had been blasting messages for a long time, but realized that the host didn't reply to them. They actually felt that the host had a unique personality, so they turned into dogs that continued to lick and shower the host with praises. The current circumstances were mainly due to Shimey's great singing that was simply too amazing. Shimey might be calm on the surface, but its heart was already racing. Shimey wanted to send a message for the viewers to praise it more, but it didn't know how to reply. And Genius was diligently studying the books Lin Yuan had arranged. Shimey had no choice but to pretend that it didn't see the messages and continued singing. After Shimey was tired from singing, it casually switched off the live stream. However, Shimey didn't know that when it had been singing earlier, one of the viewers had actually recorded the live stream and posted it on the Starweb. The name Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess spread like wildfire. It was like a spark in the plains during autumn that turned into a raging prairie fire. A short moment later, a knocking sound echoed in Lin Yuan's store. When Lin Yuan opened the door, he saw one 7-meter-tall girl. She was wearing the ostrich logistics uniform and had short dark red hair. It was a cool hairstyle, but it was particularly bashful on this girl's face. "Hello. Are you the store owner for purchase with no loss, Mr. Deep Mountain Elder Lin?" When speaking, the girl was silently clenching her hands as she was rather nervous, and her tone sounded a little shaky. Upon noticing the ostrich logistics uniform on the girl, Lin Yuan knew that she was here to pick up the goods. He immediately replied, "That's right. It is me. You should be here to pick up the goods." "Right." Lin Yuan's acknowledgement allowed the girl with the short dark-haired short heave a sigh of relief. She let out a shy laugh and said, "I am the newcomer courier No. 3451. My name is On Nang. According to your contract, I shall be purchased with no loss store's dedicated courier." Lin Yuan felt that On Nang was very cute when he saw her actually place her fist at her chest to encourage herself. "Then, I shall trouble you from now on, Miss On Nang. Does this mean that Mr. Deep Mountain Elder Lin agrees for me to be the dedicated courier for purchase with no loss store and will not change me?" On Nang was pleasantly surprised as she smiled and revealed her 2 tiger teeth. It looked as though she had encountered a great thing. At that moment, Lin Yuan recalled that the contract with Ostrich Logistics mentioned the service to apply for a change of dedicated courier. Upon seeing On Nang's expression, Lin Yuan could imagine that On Nang had been switched out more than once. After Lin Yuan gave the affirmative nod, On Nang immediately yelled out, "Yeah, Subsequently, she circulated her spiritual energy and summoned 2 of her contracted fays. Lin Yuan didn't expect a young-looking girl like her to actually possess gold and silver fays. I am very formidable, super aggressive, that's why there will be no problem with the goods as long as you hand them to me if there are any accidents. I will use my bullet rain to extinguish the enemies with pain. Annang was afraid that Lin Yuan might not be at ease and was doing her best to prove her strength. Upon seeing the 2 fays, Lin Yuan knew that she was a spirit kite professional with high potential that Ostrich Logistics had nurtured. However, he couldn't understand why she would become his dedicated courier. Gold armor-piercing insect. Silver canister shot insect. These 2 phase attacks would be just like a concentrated rain of bullets that had extreme lethality. It seemed like Annang wasn't as bashful as she seemed. And deep down inside, she was a person that worshipped violence. Annang happily packaged the goods that had to be delivered for Lin Yuan and said, "This might be my first task, but I can guarantee that I will deliver all of them safely within 2 hours. I will not even need the 3 hours stated in the contract." She then left cheerfully. Surprisingly, just as Annang left, Lin Yuan saw a few pieces of paper dropping on the ground. He quickly picked them up and chased after Annang while calling out to her. He then handed over the courier lists that had dropped on the ground. Annang was originally in a great mood, but after seeing the courier lists Lin Yuan handed over, her face immediately turned red. She ran off like a little rabbit immediately after receiving the courier lists. Lin Yuan couldn't help but criticize in his heart. He felt that newcomers were definitely not as reliable. After returning home, Lin Yuan realized that he had already received $9 radiance within 2 hours. This amount was for the sale of the elite usneas and the 2 bronze web-spraying spiders. Lin Yuan immediately felt invigorated with the $9 radiance. So he logged into the star web to contact Zhu Jiuxin. Deep Mountain Elderlin Big Sister Zen. I wish to order another 4 caddies of inferior energy ores and 3 butterfly telescope spirit siphon goldfish of random colors. Within a few minutes, Lin Yuan spent the money that he had just earned. He was left with merely $4 radiance. Lin Yuan would need Federation dollars for 3 months' expenses, and he would still have some spare in the past. However, now, Lin Yuan felt that it was irresistible to spend radiance dollars. He didn't know if it was because of his confidence or that he was stronger for him to actually have such thoughts. Zhu Jiuxin, you still need 4 caddies of inferior energy ores. I have the stock. If you need them, I will send them to you immediately. As for the 3 normal spirit siphon goldfish, I remember there are 3 rather good-looking butterfly telescope spirit siphon goldfish in the pond. I will fish them up for you. Chapter 40, The Importance of Connections. Zhu Jiuxin quickly saw the order and responded to Lin Yuan. However, she couldn't understand why this customer of hers would need so many inferior energy ores for Deep Mountain Elderlin. Then I shall thank Big Sister Zen. Does Big Sister Zen have any dragon blood? Zhu Jiuxin pondered for a long time before replying to Lin Yuan. I do have some stock of dragon blood. I wonder how much you need. Lin Yuan had been searching on the star web and hadn't been able to find any store selling dragon blood. He vaguely felt that it was impossible to purchase spiritual ingredients with just money and would need better connections. Deep Mountain Elderlin Big Sister Zen. What is the price for dragon blood now? Zhu Jiuxin. The price of gold-grade dragon blood is 80 radiance dollars for 1 drop. The price of platinum-grade dragon blood is 2 radiance dollars for a drop. Zhu Jiuxin had already made a decision in her heart to build a good relationship with Lin Yuan. One of the factors was due to her good impression of Lin Yuan during the day. Another factor was because of Lin Yuan's purchasing power. Lin Yuan had only visited the store for the first day and had already spent 5 radiance dollars in a few hours. Such a customer was definitely worth tying down. Lin Yuan had already given a higher estimation for the price of dragon blood, but he didn't think that it would actually be so expensive. If a single drop of platinum-grade dragon blood cost 2 radiance dollars, Lin Yuan didn't dare to imagine the price of a platinum dragon fey. In order to activate the rare dragon bloodline in the spirit siphon goldfish bodies when they reached bronze raid, gold raid dragon blood might already be enough. If he was lucky, A single drop of the dragon blood would do the trick, but it would be more conservative in preparing 3 drops. In regards to his own phase evolutions, Lin Yuan wanted to be properly prepared for everything. When Zhu Jiaxin noticed that Lin Yuan didn't reply for a long time, she immediately sent another message. Zhu Jiaxin, the price I offered to you might be higher than the lowest price in the market, but I can ensure that the concentration of the dragon blood hasn't been diluted at all. When Lin Yuan saw Zhu Jiaxin's message, he couldn't help but have a better impression of her. When purchasing spiritual ingredients, the terrifying thing was to guarantee the spiritual ingredients' quality. If the spiritual ingredients' quality didn't reach a certain standard, when a creation master was evolving a fae, it might cause the evolution to fail or an incomplete evolution. If it was a failed evolution, the process could be restarted. But if it was an incomplete evolution, then certain aspects of the fae would definitely be weakened after the evolution. Evolution was a gift to life and the most creative process of natural selection in the natural world. Thus, evolutions were never reversible. It was why the quality of spiritual ingredients played a huge role. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, Big Sister Zen. I might order a batch of normal spirit siphon goldfish from your store in the next few days. I want the butterfly telescope subspecies. As for the dragon blood, we will make a deal when I visit your store on the 27th. Zhu Jiaxin, don't you worry. I will pick out all the normal butterfly telescope spirit siphon goldfish for you. I guarantee that all of them are great looking. When reading that Lin Yuan was preparing to make so many orders, Zhu Jiaxin was delighted. In her heart, she felt that it was the correct decision to build a good relationship with Lin Yuan. Now that Lin Yuan learned the dragon blood's price, he started to calculate in his heart. The gold braid dragon blood's price was 80 radiance dollars for a drop, and Lin Yuan required 3 drops. It meant that Lin Yuan would need to prepare at least 240 radiance dollars. 240 radiance dollars wasn't a small sum for Lin Yuan, but it wasn't an astronomical amount that he couldn't collect. Therefore, Lin Yuan made a plan to earn money. After receiving the goods from Zhu Jiaxin, Lin Yuan would enter the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone and enhance the 4 remaining Elite X Flawless Web Spraying Spiders. As for the 3 normal Spirit Siphon Goldfish, Lin Yuan was going to place them in the Spirit Pool in the Spatial Zone. Lin Yuan had chosen Butterfly Telescope Goldfish because this was the best-selling subspecies among all the Elite Spirit Siphon Goldfish. The tea-colored Butterfly Telescope Spirit Siphon Goldfish were swimming around cheerfully in the Spirit Pool, and they looked delighted. It was obvious that the high concentration of Spirit Chi in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone was the best living environment for the normal Spirit Siphon Goldfish. The 3 Spirit Siphon Goldfish were just like amber-colored camellias blooming in the depths of the Spirit Pool, along with the Spirit-Locked Elite Spirit Siphon Goldfish. The 4 Spirit Siphon Goldfish gave off a poetry-like feeling to this Spirit Pool. In the beginning, the 3 normal and 1 Elite Spirit Siphon Goldfish were living together nicely in the Spirit Pool. However, when the 3 normal Butterfly Telescope Spirit Siphon Goldfish wanted to eat the butterfly shells, the Elite Telescope Spirit Siphon Goldfish attacked them. It started to brandish its tail in the water and lash at the 3 normal Butterfly Telescope Goldfish. Although the tail lash power might not be great and humans wouldn't feel anything, when it lashed on the 3 obviously smaller Butterfly Telescope Goldfish, the trio was sent tumbling in the Spirit Pool. They tumbled for 3 rounds before gradually stopping. After a few attacks, even though the 3 normal Butterfly Telescope Goldfish felt that the butterfly shells could benefit them, they still didn't dare to take a bite. Lin Yuan burst out in laughter. It was fortunate that this elite goldfish could protect the butterfly shells. Otherwise, he would need to think of a method to isolate the 3 Butterfly Telescope Goldfish. These 3 tea-colored Butterfly Telescope Goldfish would be able to reach Elite grade within 5 days. Lin Yuan was planning to put them on sale in the Star Web store when they reached Elite grade, setting a price of 8 radiance dollars. Therefore, letting these 3 Butterfly Telescope Goldfish eat the butterfly shells would be just a waste. However, Lin Yuan was rather surprised. These 4 Spirit Siphon Goldfish had been living together in the pond at Zhu Jiaxin's store previously. However, after Lin Yuan's Spirit-Locked Goldfish reached Elite grade, it actually attacked its previous companions because of resources. Lin Yuan realized that this wasn't just the process of natural selection. It was also the survival of the fittest. It made Lin Yuan understand why strong individuals would grow stronger while weak individuals would have a hard time rising up. The elite telescope spirit siphon goldfish swam around the spirit pool willfully while the 3 butterfly telescope spirit siphon goldfish would gather and cower in a corner. They didn't dare to swim toward the center of the spirit pool at all. Lin Yuan could vaguely feel that even though the spirit pool no longer had any energy ores, there was still a trace of spirit chi constantly pouring into the spirit lock spatial zone. This was the great effect of breeding spirit siphon goldfish in the spirit lock spatial zone. However, the speed of spirit chi being released from the spirit siphon goldfish and its consumption speed was truly disproportionate. During this period of time, Lin Yuan had constantly been pouring the 4 yen heads of inferior energy ores into the spirit pool. For the next 2 days, Lin Yuan finally enhanced the 5 Elite X Flawless Web Spraying Spiders to Elite X Epic. Lin Yuan let out a relaxed breath and stood up to stretch his body. It is time to hand these custom phase to that braised egg head. Stream in the cloud. Chapter 41 A surprising customer. Lin Yuan entered his Star Web store and realized that there were actually 2 individuals in an intense quarrel beside the AI robot. Lin Yuan was a little baffled as all of the items in the store had already been sold. What exactly was the duo's objective? Why were they quarreling? At that moment, Lin Yuan heard a rather strange and unique voice. A woman is fundamentally weak. Those who become mothers would become strong-willed. This big sister is very noble. Are you even fit to speak with this big sister like this? The woman placed a hand on her waist, and it seemed like that she was extremely enraged. In the next instant, Lin Yuan heard an abnormally calm voice. I have prayed to Buddha, and Buddha said that you shouldn't think of snatching from me no matter what. Before the calm voice could finish talking, the enraged woman immediately followed up. Why didn't the Buddha ask you to toss your bone ashes previously? You and I entered together, but you said that you are in a hurry, so I allowed you to order first. But you actually ordered all of the elite usness shameless. Buddha said, don't tell me what the Buddha is saying. Do you think you were karma since I helped you? You should return the favor. You aren't going to return the favor. And I have to help you again. I have helped you previously. But you actually reprimanded me. Let's see if I will stab you. Buddha said I didn't reprimand you. When did I? Stop all this nonsense. If you are unhappy, add me as a Star Web friend, and we will arrange for a meeting in real life. See if I will really stab you. Buddha said. Lin Yuan gasped in amazement. This violent-tempered woman was actually able to quarrel with a person that was more inclined to Buddhism than Buddha himself. At the same time, the violent-tempered woman was going to be enraged to death. Before the violent-tempered woman was about to make a move, Lin Yuan quickly stopped them. Why are the 2 of you quarreling in my store? I have nothing on sale in my store now. Come back again once there are goods to sell. After speaking, Lin Yuan minded his own business and displayed the 5 Elite X Epic Web Spraying Spiders in the Star Web store. Lin Yuan then heard 2 gasps. These were 5 Elite X Epic Web Spraying Spiders, so it was no wonder the duo was astonished. Elite X Epic phase represented a kind of foundation. For 5 to appear together, it meant that a creation master backed this little store. There were plenty of stores in the Star Web, but ones that were supported and backed by creation masters were rare. Only large stores were qualified to be supported by creation masters. However, no one expected an unknown Class 1 store to be backed by a creation master. When Lin Yuan heard the duo mentioning his web spraying spiders, he informed them, these are custom-ordered phase. They are not for sale. After hearing that these were custom-ordered phase, the duo looked at Lin Yuan with even more respect. In order to enhance elite phase to epiquality, one would need to be a Class 2 creation master. A Class 1 creation master could accomplish it, but they would need to use a large number of spiritual ingredients to do so. It was fine for Class 1 creation masters to increase the grade, but to enhance the quality, Class 1 creation masters had a much lower efficiency and speed. In order to enhance 5 phase to epiquality at once, it was only possible for a Class 2 creation master. Class 1 creation masters were already limited in number. Among every 30 Class 1 creation masters, only one of them would achieve in becoming a Class 2 creation master. It was truly the cream of the crop. Since a Class 2 creation master was overseeing the place, it was a must to curry favor with the one in charge. I wonder what kind of spiritual ingredients are required to make a custom order in this store. When he heard the duo's questions, Lin Yuan realized that these two hadn't read the custom order rules that he had written on the AI robot's information board. The store is currently accepting Radiance dollars for custom ordered phase. The price will be based on the required custom ordered fee. The duo felt it was unbelievable, and they subsequently became ecstatic. There is actually no need for spiritual ingredients, and the only requirement is Radiance dollars. Since when did Creation Master's standard of making custom ordered phase Creation Masters become so low? May I ask if I can custom order phase now? Lin Yuan shook his head. He had signed a custom order contract with Stream in the Cloud, which stated that the contract would only end after producing the exclusive skill, Transparent Spider Web. The first phase was to produce 5 custom ordered phase. If all 15 choices of exclusive skills from these 5 web-spraying spiders didn't contain the transparent spider web, Stream in the Cloud would continue to make custom orders of elite epic web-spraying spiders from him. Moreover, Lin Yuan was planning to achieve a significant progression for his phase grade and quality before visiting Zhu Jiaxin store on the 27th. He wanted to enhance Genius, Shimey, the Spirit-Locked Jasmine Lily, and the Spirit Siphon Goldfish to elite grade and epic quality first. As such, Lin Yuan was planning to accept any custom orders during this period of time. As for the money to purchase the gold grade dragon blood, he would constantly be producing elite Spirit Siphon Goldfish in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone during these 20 days. He would be able to nurture 4 batches of Spirit Siphon Goldfish. By then, he would have enough after selling all of the elite goldfish. I will only be accepting custom orders next month. The duo revealed delighted expressions and nodded after hearing Lin Yuan's response. When they recalled the objective of their visits, they quickly asked Lin Yuan, I wonder if you still have any elite usnias. So far, the duo seemed to be in sync, as they would always be saying the same thing, just with different mouths. They didn't expect the other party to dare mention about the elite usnias. Unsurprisingly, they were immediately enraged and about to start bickering again. Lin Yuan had a headache and immediately stopped them. If I am selling anything else, I will not be selling any more elite usnias. The two individuals were disappointed, but they didn't expect Lin Yuan to turn the topic around. I might not be selling elite usnias, but the store will sell bronze usnias and elite Spirit Siphon Goldfish in the future. You are welcome to make reservations. Lin Yuan's objective was to earn Radiance dollars quickly. If he wanted to increase his strength, the expenditure of Radiance dollars would be the same as a river's water flowing straight into the sea. Therefore, Lin Yuan didn't mind putting on an advertisement for his store. One should know that the clothes one wore in the real world would be materialized in the star web. The two individuals' clothes were spiritual ones, meaning weavers. The lifestyle class Spirit Kai occupation had produced them. Thus, it was logical to assume that their spending capability would be of a certain standard. When they heard Lin Yuan's statement, their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. At the same time, they started to suspect their lives. Bronze usnias, elite Spirit Siphon Goldfish. These phase were rarely available in the Star Web. One might occasionally discover elite Spirit Siphon Goldfish in Star Web stores. However, no one would be silly enough to sell bronze usnias in their store. One could frequently buy a bronze usnias vines from high-class stores on the Star Web, and a batch of 5 Zithia vines was worth 1 Radiance dollar. A bronze usnia would need merely 1.5 a year to produce 5 vines. Therefore, a bronze usnia was equivalent to a hen that would automatically produce Radiance dollars. If a person was able to buy a bronze usnia, it was the same as purchasing a house, and selling the vines would be the same as receiving rent. The bronze usnia would remain the same, and the vines produced on a daily basis would serve as pure profit. Yum brother. May I ask about the price of the bronze usnias and the elite Spirit Siphon Goldfish? Lin Yuan had already set a price long ago. The bronze usnia's price is 5 Radiance dollars. As for the elite Spirit Siphon Goldfish, they will all be of the butterfly telescope subspecies. Their price is 8 Radiance dollars. Then, Lin Yuan supplemented with another statement. By then, the buying process will still be the snap-up schema first come, first served, but if you quarrel in here again, you will enter the store's blacklist and will never be able to buy any Fae from here again. Chapter 42 Revival Soil. As Lin Yuan stated this, he was thinking of setting a rule for his store. It wouldn't be that kind of rule that was so rigid as the old saying, if there are no rules, there will not be a proper perimeter. However, Lin Yuan just didn't wish to handle such pointless conflicts. If someone was to fight in his store, it wouldn't be great for his store's reputation or development. The violent-tempered woman and the Buddhism-inclined person expressed that they would closely monitor Lin Yuan's store for the next 2 days. If there were any new items for sale, they would snatch them up. The Buddhism-inclined person left, but the violent-tempered woman stayed behind. She stood in place, unwilling to leave. Lin Yuan took a glance and understood that this violent-tempered woman had something to say, but didn't know how to say it. Lin Yuan took the initiative and asked, "If you have anything, you can ask me directly, but this store doesn't have anything to sell right now." After hesitating for a long time, the violent-tempered woman asked carefully, "May I know if this store is able to heal Faes with severely injured roots?" Lin Yuan thought that it would be something else. He was naturally able to heal a severely injured Fae. However, he was still a Drink Spirit Kai professional, and the Fae that he would be healing couldn't be higher than silver grade. If the Fae was above silver grade, Lin Yuan's healing session would be several times longer, and it would be extremely slow. Currently, Lin Yuan was only confident in healing a bronze Fae swiftly. The store is indeed able to heal severely injured Faes, but only ones below silver. The store isn't going to accept jobs to heal silver Faes and above. As soon as Lin Yuan ended the statement, the violent-tempered person suddenly yelled out with tears, "My daughter's Fae is finally going to be saved. It is finally going to be rescued." The moment the violent-tempered woman teared up, Lin Yuan involuntarily recalled the words she had uttered when he had just arrived at the store. A woman is fundamentally weak. Those who become mothers would become strong-willed. However, no matter how strong-willed a mother was, she would always be gentle and fragile when facing her children. After crying for a period of time, the violent-tempered woman continued to say, "It is a bronze Fae. My daughter's bronze Fae had been at the previous dimensional rift's vicinity to train. The flames of a horned demon burned its root." Lin Yuan's heart sank when he heard the 2 words. Horned demon. The horned demon was a monster from the demon dimensional rift. It had a body of a barbaric bull, and it was extremely strong. While charging, its giant horns would attack the target. When the horns struck at the target, they would automatically ignite and activate the burning charge. The attack's damage was truly dreadful. No matter how powerful a regular flame was, it wouldn't damage the roots of a Fae. However, the horned demon's flames had a withering effect. The withering effect was unexpectedly lethal against plant-type Faes, and the horned demon's burning charge would only injure plant-type Faes' roots. Then make an appointment in advance. In October, bring your daughter and her Fae to the store. I will diagnose it before arranging for the treatment. After Lin Yuan agreed, the violent-tempered woman finally relaxed, and she constantly thanked him. "Owner, what are the fees for the treatment? I am afraid that I do not have enough money now. But don't you worry. I will definitely gather enough money by next month." Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and gave the price. "I don't need radiance dollars. You just need to find me a bag of revival soil. Only Class 2 creation masters could achieve in healing a bronze Fae's damaged roots." The best methods for creation masters to earn money were evolving Faes and enhancing their quality. In order to heal a Fae's damaged roots, the creation master would have to use spiritual ingredients to assist in the recuperation. It would be wasting time and experience. At the same time, it might not be a 100 recovery. Thus, it was very hard to hire a top-class creation master to heal a Fae's damaged roots without any special connections. A Fae contract couldn't be changed. And if the Fae's roots were damaged, it would be the same as damaging the potential of a Spirit Kai professional. As such, creation masters didn't just create hope for evolution, but they also created hope for rescue. The revival soil was a supporting ingredient that Lin Yuan was planning to use to nurture and enhance the jasmine lily's quality to legend when it was bronze raid. Such ingredients were extremely hard to find, and it required planning right now. The violent-tempered woman desperately thanked Lin Yuan upon hearing his request. He had given the most compassionate price by requesting for a bag of revival soil. Had she looked for another Class 2 creation master and offered this price, they would not even let her step through their door. Lin Yuan offered this price because he could effortlessly heal the phase-damaged root. It was even easier than to increase the phase quality. Spiritual ingredients like the revival soil had the same status as bronze usneas and were extremely hard to find. Before this, Lin Yuan had already asked if Xu Jiuxin had any revival soil, and unfortunately, she didn't. Hence, Lin Yuan wanted to see if this violent-tempered woman could obtain it. It would be best if she could. If she couldn't obtain it, Lin Yuan would change the price to radiance dollars and wouldn't leave them for dead. The violent-tempered woman gritted her teeth and guaranteed that she would obtain a bag of revival soil. She then repeatedly thanked Lin Yuan, making him feel a little embarrassed. Suddenly, Lin Yuan thought that he could add the service of healing phase-damaged roots within his private custom jobs. It would definitely allow him to receive plenty of rare ingredients that no amount of radiance dollars could buy. While thinking like this, Lin Yuan let out a sigh. I am not just lacking radiance dollars. I also lack all sorts of rare ingredients. For the jasmine lily's quality to reach legend, he would need a portion of revival soil, 2 mahogany tree cores, and 1 ell of grasswood fountain water. Presently, it could be considered that he had obtained the revival soil. The grasswood fountain water was something that could be bought with a huge amount of radiance dollars. However, Lin Yuan was still witless on how to obtain the 2 mahogany tree cores. The mahogany tree cores were treasures that were qualified to enter the rare life-form pavilion. It seems like my grand plan of earning money is still far from enough. When the violent-tempered woman walked out of Lin Yuan's store, she noticed that the short and fat Buddhism-inclined person who had angered her was standing at the entrance of the store. The violent-tempered woman immediately wiped off the tears on her face. The short Buddhism-inclined fatty had obviously heard the conversation in the store and wanted to console the violent-tempered woman. When the violent-tempered woman heard the words Buddha said, she gave a glare and yelled, Buddha said that all things have consequences, and your retribution is me. Once Lin Yuan's peace and quiet returned, he sent the message to stream in the cloud on the star web. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, the 5 elite epic web spraying spiders are in the store now. Come over and take a look. Stream in the cloud. What, uncle? You have already obtained 5 elite epic web spraying spiders, so quickly you aren't cheating me. Right. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, you are so clever. Who would dare to cheat you? Hurry up and come over so that I can deliver the goods to you. Lin Yuan urgently needed to sell the 5 elite epic web spraying spiders for 10 radiance dollars. Once he received the money, he would then have the capital to nurture elite spirit siphon goldfish. Otherwise, Lin Yuan's current wealth wasn't enough to even purchase 1 normal spirit siphon goldfish, let alone nurturing anything. Stream in the cloud. I understand. Uncle, I will be there right away. Stream in the cloud quickly arrived at Lin Yuan's store, and when she saw the 5 elite epic web spraying spiders, she clicked her tongue in amazement and said, I didn't think that you would actually be so fast. I am uber lucky, and I will definitely be able to produce the transparent spider web from these 5 web spraying spiders. Hurry up and deliver them to me. Previously, it was Lin Yuan who had been anxious. However, he didn't expect Stream in the Cloud to be even more anxious than him after seeing the web spraying spiders. She was already asking him to expedite the delivery. Chapter 43. Make itself better for consumption. Lin Yuan suddenly chuckled upon seeing Stream in the Cloud's excited expression and her shaking bumblebee hat. Naturally, Lin Yuan's chuckle infuriated Stream in the Cloud. You are not allowed to laugh at this young lady's hair. I didn't want to be injured by the ghost shadow bristled spider either. As she spoke, Stream in the Cloud took off her bumblebee hat and pointed at her head. Take a closer look at my hair. They are about to grow out fully. Lin Yuan felt that Stream in the Cloud was really a smart person. After logging out of the star web, Lin Yuan immediately contacted Oneng to make a delivery. Just like the last time, Oneng arrived quickly and helped Lin Yuan to store the 5 elite epic web-spraying spiders into the spirit storage boxes. Lin Yuan praised Ah Neng for her quick and efficient work. Your previous delivery of goods was amazing. You delivered everything within 2 hours. I shall give you a like. Lin Yuan knew that newcomers would always need some encouragement. It might be a simple statement of encouragement or very ordinary words, but it would subconsciously bring joy and delight for the other person. As expected, Ah Neng's face immediately revealed a shy smile, but it was glowing with vigor and high spirits. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will continue to work hard. For the past few days, Lin Yuan had been playing the game of rolling a snowball. The Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's Spirit Pool was nurturing batches of Spirit Siphon Goldfish, and simultaneously Lin Yuan started to put Elite Spirit Siphon Goldfish on the Star Web store for sale. Lin Yuan did think about setting a purchase limit and for each individual who visited the store to only purchase 1 Spirit Siphon Goldfish. However, after deep contemplation, Lin Yuan rejected the idea. The price he set for the Spirit Siphon Goldfish wasn't exactly low, and it was a realistic market price. Due to the same subspecies of butterfly telescope, Lin Yuan actually set the price slightly higher than the market price. Things that were rare would be expensive. Elite Spirit Siphon Goldfish were rare phase, and a store would seldom sell them. It was needless to say about the butterfly telescopia subspecies that had the best appearance among the elite Spirit Siphon Goldfish. Therefore, whenever Spirit Siphon Goldfish appeared in his store, they would be immediately snatched up. Lin Yuan was thinking to leave it be since he wasn't making a loss. At the same time, such a selling method would actually increase the buyer's competitive spirit. Lin Yuan had purchased another 30 pots of usneas. This time, he wasn't going to sell them after evolving them to Elite grade. He was going to evolve the usneas all the way to bronze grade. It had to be known that the evolution path of bronze usneas was truly bizarre. All other phase would enhance their survival or combat capabilities, but the usnea would think of all methods to make itself better for consumption. It was no wonder they were known as herbivorous phase super energy food. This effort for trying to make itself better for consumption was truly worthy for all production type phase to study from. As a production type phase, the usnea was definitely very successful. If it awakened the exclusive skill thick fibers at bronze raid, it would increase the digestion speed for herbivorous phase. It allowed the herbivorous phase to absorb the energy from the usneas quickly and increase consumption speed. It would certainly be subtly increasing the speed of evolution. The exclusive skill grayish-green leaves might make the usnea's appearance unpleasant, but it would actually increase chlorophyll's content in the leaves. The chlorophyll increase subsequently increased the usnea vine's nutritional value. All of the usnea's exclusive skills were basically to make itself better for consumption or how to grow more vines to increase the vine production. In an exaggerated way, it felt as if the usneas were telling all living things I am a food producer. And I am delicious as such. You all have to take care of me and treat me well, nurture me meticulously. When Lin Yuan evolved usneas, he didn't really pay attention to the usnea's quality as he would be concentrated on making the usneas break through to bronze raid. When an elite usnea broke through to bronze raid, it felt as though Mother Nature had been meticulously caring for it for more than 10 years. The leaves would grow by over twice in size. The vines would be longer, and the closer to the tip of the vine, the bigger the leaves. The leaves at the top portion would be especially fresh and tender as they didn't have time to grow into new leaves, making them particularly soft. Lin Yuan held the leaves at the bottom portion and immediately felt that the weight of the leaves was rather heavy. The vines that suspended down wouldn't be as greenish as before and would have a layer of wood-like shell. After using strength to break the outer shell, it would immediately ooze out with a richer and more nutritious sap. Lin Yuan always felt a magnificent scale of life evolution whenever he observed a Fae transforming through evolution. Lin Yuan looked at the bronze usnea and asked Genius, "Genius, if you had a choice, would you choose to evolve to become more delicious to escape danger?" Genius purred and looked at Lin Yuan with a confused expression. Before it was going to recite the information on the usnea's evolution it had memorized from the books, Lin Yuan added, "If it were me, I would evolve myself and make myself nastier. As nasty as possible." Genius turned its head to the side and looked at the handsome young man doubtfully. Am I too smart, causing me to look at Yuan and still feel that Yuan isn't very clever? As genius was deep in thoughts, it was unaware that Chimey, which thought it was the smartest one, was singing with delight. Chimey watched as tens of thousands of fans appeared in its streaming room after just a few days, and it felt as though it was only its path to the pinnacle of bird life. The screen was constantly flooded with the words "sparrow voice, lowly goddess." After being busy for the past few days, Lin Yuan felt like going out for a walk by himself. In my previous life, I couldn't even stay in the house for a day. Why am I becoming more like a nerd in this life? After waking around the alleys twice, Lin Yuan decided to purchase a new set of clothes in the mall. He then sat in a restaurant in the mall and ordered a set meal. The set meal consisted of red braised meat, barbecued fish pieces, and a portion of rice. For a meat lover like Lin Yuan, vegetables had never been in his range of choices. After taking a bite of the red braised meat and the barbecued fish, Lin Yuan felt that the set meal here wasn't as nice as Uncle Li's cooking. I wonder how the treatment for Uncle Li's leg is. How long will Andy Zhang and Uncle Li go for this time last year? It seemed like they were gone for 3 months before returning. The mall was playing the news. Most of the news outlets were reporting about the duels in the Star Web's celestial stairway and some of the incidents in the real world. Lin Yuan listened to the news while eating his set meal. He felt as though he had broken free from the busy days and was enjoying the rare serenity. This contented sensation made Lin Yuan feel very comfortable. It was also this contented sensation that wiped out the fatigue that had accumulated from days of endless work. However, all of a sudden, a news report made Lin Yuan's hand freeze. Chapter 44: Spirit Guards. As the news was playing, the large screen in the mall also displayed a video with diagrams that corresponded with the broadcast. The Radiance Federation's Creation Master Association will be conducting a change for the Creation Master exam. Anyone who can complete the Class 1 Creation Master exam within 2 hours will be exempted from the exams for 3 lifestyle class occupations. They will be able to immediately enter the Class 2 Creation Master exam. The current measures have yet to be fully generalized, and it will only be conducted under the supervision of Lordress Ling Xiao in Redbud City. The rest of the regions will be implemented with the measures concurrently. Although this was totally outside of Lin Yuan's expectation, it was certainly great news for him. Previously, I was only planning to become a Class 1 Creation Master. If I am able to complete the exam to become a Class 1 Creation Master within 2 hours, can I directly promote and become a Class 2 Creation Master for the 3 lifestyle class occupations, be it the Scholar, Fey Observer, or Spiritual Ingredient Analyst. The knowledge content for Class 2 was entirely different from Class 1 content. Even with genius help, Lin Yuan would need to spend a huge effort and a lot of time to prepare. Presently, there was an opportunity to be exempted from taking the promotion exams for those 3 lifestyle class occupations and taking a shortcut to becoming a Class 2 Creation Master. No matter what, Lin Yuan was going to strive for it. Before Lin Yuan could think more into it, another news report, which Lin Yuan wouldn't normally care about, made him frown. Recently, investigations from the Federation states that the dimensional rifts will be entering the active period in half a year. During the active period, the dimensional rift will erupt with alien beast waves. Therefore, the Radiance Federation will be entering a war preparation state from now on. We advise the Federation citizens to also make preparations in advance and do not panic. The Federation will be mobilizing spirit guards during the active period to assist defending against the alien beast waves. Ever since Lin Yuan had arrived in this world, his sentience had been intact and clear. Even when he had an infant, his thoughts weren't like an infant's. Thus, he remembered everything that had happened from his infancy and onward. Active period of dimensional rift were words that stung Lin Yuan deep inside. As for the reason they stung, Lin Yuan had lost his parents of this life in such an incident, and he had to struggle to survive with his younger sister. Lin Yuan clenched his hands tightly when he saw the crest that suddenly appeared on the mall's large screen. He had seen these crests before, and 2 of them were sitting inside his little store. These were the rare few remnants his parents had left behind. It was only now that Lin Yuan realized they were the spirit guards insignia. Lin Yuan suddenly felt rather regretful as he truly knew too little about this world. He had only logged into the star web recently too. If he had tried to understand more of this world and that his parents' deaths were inevitable, he may also have found out how they had perished. Lin Yuan's thoughts returned back to that rainy and pitch-black night. A dimensional rift had appeared at the Xia region's outskirts, and countless alien beasts rushed out of it. The dimensional rift had opened up without any prior signs. At that time, his parents, who looked just like ordinary people, immediately sprinted toward the direction of the dimensional rift, and they never returned afterward. After eating his meal, Lin Yuan carried his heavy thoughts and returned home. He logged into the star web and carefully checked the information on the dimensional rift that had erupted 10 years ago, as well as on the spirit guards. Fortunately, the star web had records on the dimensional rift that had opened up in the Xia region's outskirts. It was a suburanian dimensional rift, and a massive number of suburanian lifeforms invaded the Xia region. In addition, there were a Class 4 and a Class 5 alien beast among them. Class 4 alien beasts were equivalent to Platinum Phase, while Class 5 alien beasts were equivalent to Diamond Phase. Lin Yuan had already witnessed a platinum flowing flame giant bear's prowess, so it was imaginable how much more destructive power a Diamond Fae possessed. Lin Yuan read until the end. The article clearly stated the Spirit Guard members that had successfully defended the Xia region. They had also wiped out subterranean dimensional rifts beast waves and sealed up the rift. At that moment, Lin Yuan read another crucial point that caused his irises to contract. The Class 4 alien beast that had appeared from the subterranean dimensional rift was the marsh dragon Muska. As for the Class 5 alien beast that hadn't appeared at the beginning of the beast wave, it was stated to be the bone-rotting filarial worm. Lin Yuan immediately recalled Uncle Li's leg injury. Back when he had used true data to check on Uncle Li's leg injury, it stated that it was inflicted with bone gangrene. The bone-rotting filarial worm would only use bone gangrene when it was going to sacrifice itself to take its enemy with it. One could imagine how terrifying a Class 5 alien beast sacrificial attack would be. After pondering for some time, Lin Yuan suddenly pinpointed some clues and realized something. From the looks of the situation, his parents should be members of the Spirit Guards. Lin Yuan felt his heart getting stuffy and urgently wished for Auntie Zhang and Uncle Li to return quickly. He wanted to ask what exactly had happened. Lin Yuan lay on the table for a long time before checking the information on the Spirit Guards carefully. He knew that this world was humongous. There were famous mountains, long rivers, massive lakes, and raging seas. Mountains and forests stretched across the lands. To the south of the Federation was the magma zone. To the north was the icebound polar region. To the west was the desolate desert. And to the east was the mud wetlands. In this massive world were countless Faes. And naturally, there were good and bad ones. The Radiance Federation had a simple method to determine if the Faes were good or bad. Those that were friendly toward humans and didn't destroy nature were good, while those that attacked humans and destroyed the environment were bad. The Spirit Guards were individuals that protected the Radiance Federation in all parts of the world and dealt with Faes. They would eradicate bad-natured Faes below platinum grade lighting fast and make thorough preparation to deal with those above platinum grade. After reading about the Spirit Guards and understanding how they contributed to the Radiance Federation with their strength, Lin Yuan felt he had a deeper understanding of his parents. In his eyes, his ordinary-looking parents were actually the unnamed heroes of this world. Spirit Guards. Lin Yuan spoke of the words silently before returning to his room. Then, he took something out of the nightstand. It was a large box that contained two smaller red boxes. Lin Yuan's eyes felt sore when he opened and looked at the two small red boxes. They contained all the milk teeth that he and Chu Sai had dropped when they were young. Their parents had carefully collected them and stored them in the boxes. Their parents had told them they would bury the teeth when Lin Yuan and Chu Sai were 10 years old in order to live a comfortable life. Unfortunately, after that night, they could no longer bury all the meticulously collected teeth in the soil. Lin Yuan carefully picked up the two crests by the side of the boxes. While holding the two crests, they felt surprisingly light, but they somehow suppressed Lin Yuan's strength and made his hands shake. At that moment, Lin Yuan looked through the window and noticed that the lights of the house opposite his store had suddenly lit up. At the same time, someone knocked on the door of his little store. Despite the case, Lin Yuan knew that the person knocking on the door wasn't Auntie Zhang. If it was Auntie Zhang, he would probably have heard her unique and friendly voice from far away. Who else could it be that is knocking at this time? Chapter 45 Source Seed. The knocking sound constantly echoed. It had a steady rhythm that wasn't too gentle nor too harsh. However, Lin Yuan's heart was in disarray. It wasn't Auntie Zhang or Uncle Lai that had lit up their house's lights. At the same time, someone was knocking on his door. Although Radiance Federation's public security might be great and Lin Yuan had never heard of any cruel incidents, he still hid a razor-sharp knife at one that he would use to cut off the usnia vines in his sleeve. He also called out to Chimey softly and asked it to stand on his shoulder. He then walked toward the entrance and prepared to open the door. Before opening the door, Lin Yuan said softly, "Chimey, when I open the door later, and if I step back, it doesn't matter what is at the entrance. You just have to execute turbulence and sound thrust at the door." Upon receiving Lin Yuan's command, Chimey became vigilant. It looked as though it was preparing to activate the attack as soon as Lin Yuan moved. There were cases of people knocking on Lin Yuan's door in the night, but it was unknown why he felt particularly nervous on this night. He finally learned about his parents' identities, and Auntie Zhang's house was lit up on the same day. All of these coincidences made Lin Yuan's senses abnormally sensitive. The knocking sound suddenly changed. Previously, it was a rhythmic sound that was neither gentle nor harsh. The knocking sound was slightly heavier now, and it stopped after 2 knock. Lin Yuan frowned as he noticed that there wasn't just one person outside the door. There were at least 2 individuals. After opening the door, Lin Yuan spotted a man and a woman standing around 1 meter away from the door. The man looks like he was slightly over 30, while the woman looked a little younger. The man noticed Lin Yuan's tensed hand, which was gripping the hidden knife tightly in his sleeve. The woman's expression didn't change, but the 30-year-old man chuckled and said, "Young man, don't be nervous. I just want to ask about the name of your parents." The 30-year-old man asked again, "Are your mother and father Chu Yan and Lin Jian?" Lin Yuan took a deep look at the man and the woman before nodding and replying, "Yes. May I ask what is the matter?" When they heard his answer, Lin Yuan felt that the duo was looking at him differently. Their gaze became gentler and more amiable. The silent woman handed a letter to Lin Yuan. "Your Auntie Zhang wrote this letter," she said. "Read the letter first. After you finish, there is something else for you," she added. Lin Yuan opened the letter, and 2 things fell out. One of them was a piece of cloth. Lin Yuan opened up the cloth and felt that it was rather dirty. It was stained with grayish-black dirt, and there were actually 2 red-colored and rather ugly smiley faces. Lin Yuan didn't know what to do with it, so he put it down and proceeded with reading the letter. Soon, Lin Yuan's eyes turned red, and a bean-sized tear dropped on the letter, mottling the ink on the paper. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Lin Yuan could no longer see the letter's content clearly. After his parents' death, Lin Yuan had never cried as he must stay strong to support the store and choose his hope. But now, thousands of emotions surged into his heart as the peaceful bliss of his childhood floated in front of his eyes. The commandment that stated a man's tears shouldn't drop so easily had been broken. Lin Yuan kept the letter and used his hands to wipe his eyes. Now that Lin Yuan was looking at that strange cloth, he felt that it was the warmest thing in this world. During the alien beast wave, his young parents had been severely injured, and at the crucial moment, they had torn off a piece of cloth and drawn 2 smiley faces with their fresh blood before death. It was unknown what the smiley faces signified. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan looked at the smiley faces and could imagine his parents' faces, which would always be smiling no matter what. The smiling faces might be expectations, concern, or an instinctive action that was carried out subconsciously. Lin Yuan solemnly folded the cloth and put it close to him. He then said to the duo that had been waiting silently for him to read the letter, "Thank you." The man immediately got closer and patted Lin Yuan's shoulder. What is there to thank? A person of your age can just call me Uncle Dong. Later on, I will leave behind my contact information. If you have any issues, you just have to look for me. Uncle Dong was a chatterbox and pulled Lin Yuan closer before starting to inquire about his life. In regards to this sudden concern, Lin Yuan rubbed the back of his head and felt a little exhausted when dealing with it. All of a sudden, the woman coughed lightly, and Uncle Dong immediately stopped talking. He then turned around in embarrassment. Lin Yuan, this is a gift from your Uncle Lai. Lin Yuan received the box and thanked her. The woman immediately shook her hand and said gently, just call me Auntie Sue. Lin Yuan nodded and greeted her appropriately. At that moment, Uncle Dong was so shocked that his jaws nearly dropped. Old Sue, I didn't think that you were a person with feelings, he exclaimed. Before he could finish, he received a cold glare and didn't dare to continue speaking. When Auntie Sue noticed that Lin Yuan was going to keep the box, she said, open the box now and take a look inside. I will tell you what it is. It is something very precious. Lin Yuan responded by opening the box and saw a sphere, which was the size of a big toe, embedded in the center of the box. Lin Yuan picked up the sphere and took a closer look, but wasn't able to identify it. However, from its appearance, it looked like a Drita plant seed. It was exchanged for the merits of your father, mother, Auntie Zhang, and Uncle Lai. It is a source seed. Lin Yuan felt a lashing pain in his heart first before a trace of warmth replaced it. Auntie Sue, what is a source seed? He asked. Auntie Sue didn't explain immediately. Instead, she asked Lin Yuan, do you know how dimensional rifts are sealed? A dimensional rift may produce an alien beast wave, but it is also a treasure trove. This source seed was extracted from a Class 2 dimensional rift. The opening of a dimensional rift produces source-type items. If one extracts the source seed, the dimensional rift will lose its ability to produce source-type items and close. There are all sorts of source-type items, and the source seed in your hand is one of them. Lin Yuan observed the source seed but couldn't find anything special. It looked just like a piece of hardened lump that was dark green in color. This source seed is very suitable for you. You cannot sense spirit Kai and have weak spiritual energy, so you cannot form contracts with Fays. This source seed only requires fresh blood to nurture it. In other words, it can form contracts with humans without the need for spirit Kai and spiritual energy. Finally, Lin Yuan learned about the source seed's function. Chapter 46 A Pack of Wolves Hunting. Su Jin explained further upon seeing that Lin Yuan understood. The source seed's evolution is different from regular phase. It is equivalent to a seed that you can mold as you wish. By feeding it, nurturing it, and guiding it, you can be certain of the source seed's ability and evolution direction. I advise you to nurture the source seed into a healing type Fey, as it will be useful for your condition. Lin Yuan had a good grasp of the source seed's function now. Simply put, this source seed was like an empty canvas. The source seed's owner could create willfully on the canvas and decide the source seed's evolution form, type, and ability. Lin Yuan wasn't planning to nurture the source seed into a healing type Fey. On the contrary, he was planning to nurture it into a pure combat class plant type Fey. That way, he would be able to protect himself at any time and place. In terms of combat, Lin Yuan had this insistence that he had to possess combat capabilities no matter what. Otherwise, if he became a pure healer, he wouldn't be confident in protecting his life. Su Jin and Dong Hai gave Lin Yuan their contact information and told Lin Yuan to call them if there was any problem. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement out of courtesy. Based on Lin Yuan's personality, he would never seek help from others unless it was absolutely necessary. However, their kind intentions were something that Lin Yuan would remember in his heart. Auntie Sue then took out another box and handed it to Lin Yuan. This is my personal gift. Lin Yuan opened it and saw that it was filled with radiance dollars. It was unknown how many there were in the stack, but it was at least 100. Before Lin Yuan could say anything, Uncle Dong spoke unhappily. Hey Su Jin, didn't we say we will give it together? Why did you give it first without telling me? He walked in front of Lin Yuan and took out a box smilingly. Little Yuan, I also have a gift for you. Be it nurturing this source seed or supporting your younger sister at school. Money is needed. Don't you save on it. Your Auntie Sue and I will be giving you radiance dollars every now and then. He then stuffed the box into Lin Yuan's hand. Lin Yuan received it at first before he seriously latched the 2 boxes and returned them to Su Jin and Dong Hai. Auntie Sue, Uncle Dong, I cannot accept the money. Lin Yuan didn't explain much and just stood still with a smile. His eyes were filled with determination and sincerity. Dong Hai got anxious in response and tried to persuade him. Little Yuan, keep them. Be good. I feel that I cannot accept them. I don't need you to feel. I just need me to feel it is okay. Lin Yuan suddenly didn't know what to say. Why did this uncle suddenly become so slippery one? Oil alert. As Lin Yuan was speaking, Su Jin had been looking at his eyes. Su Jin was a member of the spirit guards that had seen life and death. She suddenly felt that this youth's eyes were actually clear, sincere, and genuine. From these eyes, she understood that no matter what they said today, Lin Yuan wouldn't accept the money. Dong Hai, enough, it is fine if little Yuan doesn't want it. She then took back to the 2 boxes from Lin Yuan. She kept 1 box to herself and tossed the other box to Dong Hai. She didn't forget to say to Dong Hai, don't speak another word tonight. Dong Hai felt wronged and closed his mouth in embarrassment. Lin Yuan realized that Dong Hai's temperament became very straightforward and wasn't as slippery as before. It seems like Auntie Sue is an expert in eliminating oil. Su Jin suddenly changed the topic and said to Lin Yuan. This time, a Class 1 dimensional rift appeared in Xia region. It is connected with an insect world. As for now, there are still numerous alien insects in the rift's vicinity. I can bring you along to see a spirit guard's work. Do you wish to go? Lin Yuan immediately agreed and said firmly, let's go. Dimensional rift, insect world. All these were things that Lin Yuan had never come in contact with before. However, it was inevitable to encounter these things in this world, so now that there was a chance, Lin Yuan naturally wanted to go. Moreover, Lin Yuan wanted to understand more about the spirit guard's work. It would also allow him to understand his parents' experiences as they had also been members of the spirit guards. Perhaps, there would be a day when Lin Yuan would venture into dimensional rifts alone. There wasn't a need to talk about the distant future. According to the news, the dimensional rifts would become active in another half a year, and alien beast waves would start to surge out from the dimensional rifts. By then, it would be something that he had to face. Now that someone was offering to let him understand things in advance, it was truly a great chance. Su Jin looked at Lin Yuan with approval and said to Dong Hai, later on, you will clear the alien insects. I will protect little Yuan. Dong Hai's eyes immediately lit up, and he quickly nodded. Instead of acting as a bodyguard, fighting and clearing the alien insects was more fitting to Dong Hai's style. Su Jin circulated her spiritual energy and summoned her fae. A snow-white avian with a wingspan of 10 meters and thick and soft feathers, which were pure white, appeared in the air. The talons under the body had a dazzling metallic luster. The avian's head was slightly different from regular birds. Regular birds had a smaller head, but Su Jin's contracted fae's head was close to a third of the body. Lin Yuan used true data to check on this fae's information. Fae name Silk Feather Snowy Owl. Fae species Conceal Feather genus Snowy Owl subspecies. Fae grade Platinum 810. Fae type Kai Ice. Feather Assault use the wings to activate an extremely fast flap. At the same time, shoot out razor-sharp side feathers from the wings. Feather Shield use the body's thick feathers to put on a damage defense. Snow Feather Thrust when shooting out cold attribute feathers. The feathers will condense ice and execute a scattering attack. Snow Walk the extremely cold air currents form a snow avalanche on the surface of the ground to execute a snowstorm, and ice-burying attack. Protection of Snow summon the power of extreme cold and condense hard ice to protect multiple targets, and also to increase the resistance toward ice and snow. Rapid Cold increase affinity with ice and frost, allowing all ice-type abilities to have the Rapid Cold effect. The Silk Feather Snowy Owl was a flying and defense-type fae. But just by looking at the Silk Feather Snowy Owl's talons, Lin Yuan knew that its attack power would definitely be extraordinary. After reaching Platinum grade, without the abilities and skill, The Fae's physical body would already possess powerful damage output. Sujin's silk feather snowy owl's exclusive skill and nurture method was leaning toward offense. It allowed this defensive-type Fae to have extraordinary defense and also outstanding offensive power. When the silk feather snowy owl appeared, Chimey was frightened, and Lin Yuan quickly comforted it. After comforting Chimey, Lin Yuan left Chimey at home. Lin Yuan didn't want to bring along Genius and Chimey as it wouldn't just be dangerous for them. At the same time, their extraordinary traits might be detected by Su Jin and Dong Hai. It wasn't something that Lin Yuan wanted. When Chimey evolved to Bronze Raid, it wouldn't matter if Chimey evolved into the ancestry line or had a spiritual variation. Its looks would definitely undergo an extreme change. By then, people would no longer treat it as a sound bird. Under Su Jin's instructions, Lin Yuan climbed at the silk feather snowy owl's back. This was the first time Lin Yuan was observing a platinum Fae from such a close distance. And it was also his first time riding on a platinum flying Fae. He had to admit that the silk feather snowy owl was so cozy that it was absurd. When stepping on the silk feather snowy owl's back, Lin Yuan felt he was stepping on a bed weaved with goose feathers. It was an absolute enjoyment. When the silk feather snowy owl was flying in the sky, it was just like a floating cloud. In just a short moment, it flew out of the Xia region and arrived at the vicinity of the dimensional rift. As soon as Lin Yuan got off the silk feather snowy owl's back, he could hear faint sounds from all sorts of alien insects on this black night. It felt just like the insatiable butcher that was hidden in the dark. At that moment, a part of uniformed personnel approached them. Su Jin handed her credentials and her crest. The uniformed personnel immediately saluted and left to patrol other places. By looking at the outfit of these people, Lin Yuan immediately recognized them as the Redbed City's famous Redbed Guards. It was said that each Redbed Guard possessed a gold Fae, and they were considered the core strength of the Redbed City. He didn't expect so many Redbed Guards to be in the vicinity of the Class 1 dimensional rift. As of now, Lin Yuan already encountered more than 3 platoons. Seeing Lin Yuan's confused expression, Su Jin patiently explained. The Class 1 dimensional rift is connected to an insect world. It might only be Class 1, but the danger level isn't inferior to a Class 2 dimensional rift. The alien insects have strong reproductive abilities and can also evolve by eating their enemies. Their growth rate is extremely fast, so it is very hard to deal with them. All of a sudden, Lin Yuan heard a frail sound from behind, and he immediately saw Dong Hai brandishing his fist at the back. An alien insect collapsed on the ground due to Dong Hai's fist, and the poisonous fluid in its body was spraying out. It was obvious that it wouldn't be able to survive. Dong Hai was extremely stern and serious as he informed. We are almost reaching the dimensional rift. By then, little Yuan will be able to see exactly how dangerous this dimensional rift is. Soon enough, Lin Yuan looked at the front and could see a black and red crack that stretched across nearly half the place. Inside the crack, he was able to vaguely see a wonderful world. From time to time, there would be some alien insects falling out of the crack. It was such a shocking sight that caused Lin Yuan's irises to contract. From the looks of it, around 100 alien insects would be falling out of the dimensional rift at every moment. It was unending and felt as though they were being forced out. At that moment, Dong Hai shouted to the front. Spirit Guard Dong Hai is requesting to lift the restriction on the dimensional rift to conduct a fundamental cleanup. An individual flew over immediately after Dong Hai's statement. After checking the credentials, the person started to give orders to the Redbed Guards that were guarding the dimensional rift's vicinity. Subsequently, Lin Yuan noticed a layer of faint obstruction under the dimensional rift had suddenly vanished. The dimensional rift felt as though it had ruptured, and all sorts of alien insects were rapidly gushing out. Su Jin stayed beside Lin Yuan and was constantly describing and explaining the knowledge in regards to the dimensional rift. Little Yuan, there might be numerous alien insects bursting out of the dimensional rift, but most of these alien insects are elite grade, and only the minority are bronze grade. There are basically just a few silver grade. Lin Yuan said with shock. Even if that is the case, it will also take a long time to clean up. Right. Lin Yuan had never witnessed such situations, and it was even more shocking than those scenes in sci-fi films. Lin Yuan could hear Dong Hai speaking. "Little Yuan, I alone am enough to handle this small situation." This statement made Lin Yuan feel that Dong Hai was emitting that indescribable aura again, as though he had drunk down big bowls of oil. Dong Hai snapped his fingers, and a platinum fey appeared under his feet. It was a giant azure blue wolf that was emitting a faint purple glow. Dong Hai extended his hands and brandished them as though he was a conductor and yelled out, "Seek and hunt my wolves." The azure blue giant wolf suddenly flashed, and Lin Yuan realized there were countless wolves that revolved around him. The pack of wolves sprinted at the alien insects and started a hunting spree. Lin Yuan took a glance at the azure blue giant wolf with true data, and his irises contracted. Fey name hidden shadow dire wolf. Fey species dire wolf species canis genus. Fey grade platinum 1010. Fey type dark. Tier use its fangs to tear up the prey and inflict penetrative damage. Claw attack use its sharp claws to sweep at the enemy and also rip the target's flesh. Terror howl let out a horrifying howl that terrorizes the enemy and lowers the enemy's defense capability. Hidden dark wave. The wolf's mouth emits an extremely destructive dark wave that is lethal within a short range. Shadows of myriad wolf possess the energy to produce clones. Produce shadow wolf clones that are weaker than the actual grade. The number of wolf shadows is determined by the energy allocation. Energy extraction during the hunt. Rapidly absorb energy from the prey to replenish energy. The hidden shadow dire wolf was nurtured into an utterly superior fey. The exclusive skill and abilities had the perfect combination. The clone wolf pack was able to hunt the alien insect to extract the energy and continue to split into more clones, forming a cycle that was to counter low-grade prey. This hidden shadow dire wolf was truly a killing machine meant to deal with low-grade alien insects. The hidden shadow dire wolf allowed Lin Yuan to have new knowledge on the evolution direction, exclusive skill, and abilities. It was the same as opening the door to a new world, under the moon. The battle between the wolf pack and the alien insects was like an extremely beautiful flower of massacre that was blooming. However, Lin Yuan shook his head as he watched. Dong Hai, who was like a music conductor, revealed a handsome and charming man's expression, especially the moment when Dong Hai spread out his arms. Lin Yuan's mind flashed with the words "a leap of apocalypse too." Immediately after, Lin Yuan noticed an oil field that was as far as the horizon that had suddenly appeared. This is trying to describe a person that likes to brag. This is supposedly taking reference to a League of Legends champion. Fiddlestick's ultimate spell. Chapter 47 Redthorn. Under the chilly moonlight, a massacre commenced. Soon, the giant wolf that exuded a purple luster slaughtered all the alien insects. After the massacre, Dong Hai, Su Jin, and Lin Yuan departed, leaving behind a ground filled with insect corpses for the redbed guards to clean up. At that moment, an unassuming black crow was standing on a tree branch quietly and watching the insect corpses scattered throughout the ground. The crow's eyes betrayed its ruthlessness and viciousness, as well as traces of disdain. After standing quietly for a moment, the black crow flew straight for the dimensional rift with a burst of speed. When Lin Yuan returned, he realized he had obtained another willpower rune. Errant willpower runes very difficult to obtain. Why does it seem like I am able to obtain them easily? Is it because I am too smart? Lin Yuan ridiculed in his heart. Lin Yuan comprehended this willpower rune while witnessing the alien insects getting slaughtered. The slaughterfist represented destruction, but it brought hope to Xia region's people. Destruction and hope were always contradicting or intersecting with each other. However, in different circumstances, hope and destruction had a different significance. This willpower rune represented hope that was released during the massacre, and it was a true offensive-type rune. As for the source seed, Lin Yuan didn't use it immediately after returning. Instead, he spent quite a fair amount of money on the Star Web to purchase source seed-related books. Unfortunately, he realized that all those books were only giving simple introductions. They introduced the source seed as a kind of source-type item, but only briefly mentioned its usage. There might be plenty of active dimensional rifts and many dimensional rifts that had been sealed and destroyed. But among all sorts of source-type items, there were only 2 source seeds had ever been obtained. The owner of the other source seed mentioned that 1 drop of fresh blood was enough to form a contract with the source seed. Afterward, they should bury the source seed in energy ores and just wait quietly for it to germinate. Not long after, because the person who had obtained the source seed had only been an ordinary person, he had perished during a calamitous class 3-dimensional rift. As such, the research on source seeds had reached an end. The research result determined that source seeds were considered weaker among the source type items. Otherwise, no matter how many merits and contributions Lin Yuan's parents, Uncle Ai, or Auntie Zhang had wouldn't matter. It would be impossible for them to exchange for the only remaining source seed. After reading all the books on source seeds, Lin Yuan had a greater understanding of his source seed. Concurrently, Lin Yuan also decided to form a contract with the source seed. He took out the wrinkly source seed and observed it, feeling that it was nothing special. While observing the ordinary-looking source seed, Lin Yuan suddenly caught a glimpse of 4 hearts that were boiling with warmth. Lin Yuan made a cut on his finger and squeezed out a drop of fresh blood. The drop landed on the source seed, and he noticed that the seed absorbed it at breakneck speed. At the same time, he realized that the bloodline contract between him and the source seed had already formed. Since the contract was formed, Lin Yuan decided to stop the bleeding. However, before he could do that, another drop of blood fell on the source seed. Just as Lin Yuan was preparing to wipe off the blood, he discovered that the source seed had completely absorbed the drop of blood. Surprisingly, Lin Yuan felt that his connection with the source seed had deepened. Thus, he simply allowed his blood to drip onto the source seed. After 6 drops of blood, Lin Yuan could vaguely feel the source seed's emotional state. It was now emitting a desire for its contractor's blood. Naturally, Lin Yuan that the source seed-related books he had purchased on the Star Web had discrepancies. Logically speaking, the book's authors must have taken reference from the previous contractor's experience of dripping 1 drop of blood on the source seed and the fact that he had sensed that his connection had stopped. Lin Yuan could sense the source seed's desire. Thus, he bit on his hand, opening up the wound, and a surging flow of blood bespattered the source seed, which fearlessly absorbed the blood. After 1 minute of continuous blood loss, and when Lin Yuan felt a spell of dizziness, the source seed finally stopped its wanton absorption. Lin Yuan swiftly used his jasmine lily to heal himself. The jasmine lily's heal ability might not be able to immediately heal Lin Yuan's wound, but in just a few seconds, the bleeding had stopped. An Elite X Jasmine Lily was already considered a full-fledged healing type Fae. Lin Yuan took a closer look at the source seed and noticed that it was gradually shedding off the hard scab on its surface. The layer of hard scab was now soft and dark red in color. The darker scab was withdrawn inside the source seed, and its front grew out soft sprouts that were around 3 cm in height. At that moment, Lin Yuan could clearly feel that the source seed was waiting for his instruction to decide on its evolution direction and form. Lin Yuan had already made a plan regarding the source seed's evolution direction, so he immediately instructed, "You will follow the carnivorous plant's path, and your 2 soft sprouts will grow into a mouth." Lin Yuan would first nurture the source seed into a predator plant and then evolve it toward the other directions. After receiving Lin Yuan's instructions, the source seed's soft sprouts went through a drastic transformation and turned into 2 cylinder-shaped stems that were 40 cm in height. The stem's center was like a stomach sac, and when Lin Yuan touched it, it felt like it was hollow. The top of the stems were 2 red-colored multiflora roses. Lin Yuan took a closer look at the flowers. Although they might be like simple multiflora roses, their petals had sharp barbs. The moment the petals were rolled open, a saw-toothed mouth appeared. Lin Yuan never expected that a single command would allow the source seed to evolve a completed predator organ. Truth be told, it seemed like the source seed was as weak as stated in the books. However, Lin Yuan felt that the source seed was exceptionally strong, and it wasn't even at normal grade yet. In addition, Lin Yuan even speculated that a normal offensive-type Fae, such as the Grey Fur Hound, wouldn't be the source seed's match and would become its food source instead. Lin Yuan channeled the spirit Kai into the source seed, but it didn't absorb the channeled spirit Kai to his surprise. It seemed like the information was correct, and the only method to evolve the source seed was through energy absorption. As a combat class plant, Lin Yuan wasn't going to allow the source seed to be absorbing energy from the soil as the main source of energy. If the plant was too reliant on the soil, it would suffer more restrictions in combat. Currently, the source seed could consume food to increase its energy and allow itself to evolve. As such, it didn't have to rely on its roots to absorb energy. Lin Yuan was planning to make the roots undergo a different transformation. He wouldn't forbid the roots to absorb energy from the soil. He would make the roots less reliant on absorbing energy from the soil and turn it into a method instead. For example, he would allow the source seed to instantly absorb the soil's energy to recuperate its body or enhance the root's defensive ability. Of course, these were all ideas that Lin Yuan had just thought of. As for the exact evolution path, Lin Yuan would make a careful decision after evolving it to Bronze Raid and choosing its exclusive skill. Lin Yuan looked at the source seed and decided to give it a name: Redthorn. Chapter 48, Mouth of Relinquish. From now on, Lin Yuan would need to supply food to Redthorn as he did for Genius and Chimey. Lin Yuan had already come to a decision about Redthorn food supply. What else could be more suitable than the alien insects as a food source for Redthorn? The alien insects had hard shells, while their flesh had corrosive properties. If these alien insects were used to feed Redthorn, they would increase Redthorn's digestive ability and allow Redthorn's predator organs to produce a potent corrosive fluid in order to digest them. The alien insects were products of the dimensional rift and insect world. They weren't available in this world. On the star web, the carcasses of alien insects were sold as spiritual ingredients. Lin Yuan immediately went to purchase insect carcasses for Redthorn to see how many of them it had to digest before reaching normal grade. After entering his star web store, Lin Yuan noticed that plenty of people were waiting inside. There were many new faces, but Lin Yuan didn't feel strange toward their intentions as they were all waiting for him. They probably wanted to order bronze usneas and elite spirit siphon goldfish. These people were actually willing to increase the price to make orders with him, but Lin Yuan rejected all of them without exception. When operating a small store, especially a small phase store on the star web, apart from the selling phase, the store would be accepting private orders. Each private order would be different from the previous one, so the price would be different. However, as far as the store's normal fee were concerned, Lin Yuan chose to treat everyone fairly. Lin Yuan hadn't known how to operate a store in his previous life. He had accumulated all the knowledge for operating a store in this life by watching how his parents acted. Enthusiasm and perseverance were required when opening a store. Lin Yuan had already inherited the enthusiasm and perseverance traits and wouldn't change so easily. Owner, I wish to order 30 pots of bronze usneas at a price higher than the market price. Owner, I wish to order 100 elite spirit siphon goldfish from you. I wonder if we can have a discussion. Lin Yuan was rather tempted after hearing the offers, but he firmly rejected them. When the store brings new merchandise, you are all welcome to snatch them. After sending these people away with a smile, Lin Yuan sighed. Due to the increase in transactions on the star web, there would always be new customers, and the usefulness of the AI robot would start to decrease. Lin Yuan really wanted to hire a staff member for his star web store. After the passage of a dozen days or so, Lin Yuan's store was no longer unknown as in the beginning. He had constantly been selling fays that were rarely available on the star web. As such, his store had been categorized by the star web as a premium goods store. Naturally, since his store carried the premium goods store title, it received yet another boost in popularity. Nonetheless, with more people visiting due to its reputation, Lin Yuan's supply of goods was not enough for the demand. Many star web stores were trying to think of methods to sell their goods, but Lin Yuan's store would only have available stock for 10 minutes before selling out. During this period of time, the bronze usneas and elite spirit siphon goldfish had brought Lin Yuan a profit of 400 radiance dollars. In other words, Lin Yuan had already accumulated enough money to purchase 3 drops of gold raid dragon blood. There were still a few days before the 27th, and Lin Yuan would definitely be able to earn more radiance dollars during this period of time. He would then have the capital to purchase the great phase that people might miss out on. In Lin Yuan's case, who was urgently trying to increase his strength, no amount of radiance dollars was enough to spend. Lin Yuan only had one willpower rune in the past, and he was already under great pressure. He was in a hurry to help his Jasmine Lily increase its quality to legend at bronze raid. From there, he would enhance it into a fantasy breed. Now that he had another willpower rune, Lin Yuan was already thinking of upgrading Redthorn to become a fantasy breed at bronze raid 2. Redthorn wasn't a regular fae that Lin Yuan could channel his spirit kai to evolve it and enhance its quality. Redthorn would require the full support of resources, making it a sweet burden. Just as Lin Yuan was preparing to contact Zhu Jiuxin, he saw a message from a friend. He took a glance and couldn't help but lament. Stream in the Cloud is really not an uber lucky person. She even said she would definitely be able to roll out the transparent spider web. To think about it, how can a person who got bitten by a ghost shadow bristled spider be uber lucky? As such, Lin Yuan had to continue preparing 5 more Elite X epic web spraying spiders, or the Stream in the Cloud. It wasn't a problem for Lin Yuan, as he considered an easy task to complete. After replying to the Stream in the Cloud, Lin Yuan contacted Zhu Jiuxin. Deep Mountain Elder Lin Big Sister Zen, do you have any alien insect carcasses for sale? Zhu Jiuxin, I do have low-grade alien insect carcasses, and quite the collection at that. Do you need them? If you don't need too many, I can send them to you as a gift. Zhu Jiuxin was rather surprised and didn't know why Lin Yuan wanted to purchase alien insect carcasses. Although the alien insect carcasses prices weren't considered low, Zhu Jiuxin was willing to gift them because she wanted to build a better relationship with Lin Yuan. This was also considered a method to enhance the relationship with customers. Another factor was the recent dimensional rifts opening in various places. The alien insect carcasses prices had plummeted. Since the alien insect carcasses prices had declined, Zhu Jiuxin didn't mind giving away 3 or 4 of them. Deep Mountain Elder Lin Big Sister Zen, there is no need for the gift. I will need a huge quantity of alien insect carcasses in the future. This time, I will need 100. I will also need another 10 dinyanyaketas of inferior energy ores, half a caddy of butterfly shells, 40 normal spirit siphon goldfish, and 5 Elite X flawless web spraying spiders. Lin Yuan decided to just purchase everything from Zhu Jiuxin's store. After purchasing so many spiritual ingredients and phase from Zhu Jiuxin's store, he didn't have to worry about the quality. Zhu Jiuxin didn't expect Lin Yuan to purchase so many goods in one go. She found the constant increase of Lin Yuan's purchasing power truly delightful. At the same time, she already treated Lin Yuan as her VIP customer and would open up all spiritual ingredients and resources from the store to Lin Yuan. As a Class 3 store owner, Zhu Jiuxin had plenty of collections. Those precious spiritual ingredients and phase were all resources to build ties with customers. As such, Zhu Jiuxin had been cautiously using them. However, Zhu Jiuxin was going to be extremely generous in offering her resources to Lin Yuan in the future. Of course, the precondition was that Lin Yuan could afford them. After logging out of the Star Web, Lin Yuan quickly received Zhu Jiuxin's goods. The 100 alien insect carcasses were stored in Ostrich Logistics spirit storage boxes, so there wasn't a need to worry they might rot. Lin Yuan tossed the alien insect carcasses to Redthorn. Redthorn probed and sensed the alien insect carcasses taste before the 2 red flowers opened up and formed a red basin mouth that could fit a basketball. It then gobbled up 2 of the alien insect carcasses. Redthorn's digestion speed of the alien insect carcasses was surprisingly fast, and it took just 5 to 6 minutes to disintegrate them. Lin Yuan continued to feed Redthorn until the 80th carcass. When Redthorn finished digesting the 80th alien insect carcass, it stopped eating. Its body started to shiver violently as it evolved and produced other body structures. At that moment, Lin Yuan checked on Redthorn's normal grade ability, and his irises shrunk as it was the mouth of Relinquish. Chapter 49,000 Questions Beast. Redthorn's body was shivering with increased intensity. As it shivered, thorns started to grow out of Redthorn's body. There were around 10 thorns, around 1.5 meters, with sharp spikes covering them. The spikes weren't ordinary spikes as they curved in a reverse direction. If this thorn pierced into the flesh, a slight pull of the vine would rip off the flesh. While looking at red thorn's normal grade state, Lin Yuan couldn't help but get amazed by red thorn's offensive capability. Red thorn's evolution felt as though it was meant for combat, but the evolution had yet to complete. At the center of red thorn, there was a fruit-shaped part that suddenly grew out. It was light red in color and around half a meter in height. As compared to the two digestive organs by the side, the fruit-shaped part was taller and much more robust. The two digestive organs that red thorn produced previously were gradually integrating with the fruit-shaped part. Red thorn's evolution stopped here. Lin Yuan checked on red thorn's true data. Fei name red thorn predator plant. Fei species Rafflesia genus fine subspecies. Fei grade normal. Fei type source. Mouth of relinquish secrete vigorous digestive fluids with powerful corrosive properties, allowing a faster speed to absorb the energy in the food. Red thorn looked rather sinister and fearsome right now. However, Lin Yuan paid more attention to the newly grown fruit-shaped part as it was a new organ. This new organ was precisely due to the red thorn's normal grade ability. Mouth of relinquish. Red thorn's digestive organs could only be described as complete before, but they were considered perfect right now. A single command from Lin Yuan had allowed red thorn to evolve into a nearly perfect root at the normal grade. The newly grown organ was a digestive smelter. It allowed the digestive organs to dissolve the alien insect carcasses with extreme speed and also secrete large amounts of plant corrosive fluid. The corrosive plant fluid wasn't just able to help with the digestion of food, but the two multiflora flowers could also spat it out as an attack. Lin Yuan followed up quickly and continued to feed the alien insect carcasses. He noticed the mouth of relinquish had opened up multiple crevices that were filled with sharp teeth. Lin Yuan tossed 10 insect carcasses into the mouth of relinquish, and it merely wriggled a few times before crushing all the insect carcasses. Due to the digestive fluids that were even more powerful than acid, it took just a few minutes to digest everything. Lin Yuan was shocked by red thorn's digestion speed. However, he wasn't hesitant and immediately ordered another 3 alien insect carcasses from Zhujiaxin Star Web Store. Lin Yuan was planning to constantly feed red thorn and for it to digest the alien insect carcasses to quickly reach Elite grade. Apart from listing up the new goods on the Star Web, Lin Yuan would be purchasing resources during this period. At the same time, he helped Stream in the cloud to finish the custom orders. For the rest of the time, Lin Yuan had constantly been enhancing the Jasmine Lily, Spirit Siphon Goldfish, Genius, and Chimey. It had to be known that regarding the Spirit Siphon Goldfish, Lin Yuan truly had a love-hate relationship with it. But as his spirit-locked Fei, Lin Yuan didn't have any choice and had to be patient as he increased the Spirit Siphon Goldfish grade and quality. As for the other Spirit Siphon Goldfish, Lin Yuan didn't have the time to bother with them. However, due to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's ample Spirit Kai, the normal Spirit Siphon Goldfish in the Spirit Pool were all evolving rather quickly. Naturally, evolving the normal Spirit Siphon Goldfish to Elite grade brought the main bulk of revenue for Lin Yuan. Days passed by, and Lin Yuan continued to operate purchase with no loss face store. The small financial snowball had been constantly pushed by Lin Yuan and started to accumulate more snow, producing great rewards. At that moment, Chimey and Genius were cuddling with Lin Yuan. Under Lin Yuan's nourishment and channeled Spirit Kai, they were already Elite X Epic phase. When Lin Yuan circulated the Spirit Kai to break through the limits in Genius and Chimey's bodies, the two of them simultaneously evolved to Bronze Raid. Genius' body emitted the sound of intense bone formations, and it was meowing and purring as though it was experiencing extreme pain. The evolution to Bronze Raid was considered a metamorphosis for any Fey, and naturally, Genius was no exception. However, as a 100 questions beast, Genius' foundation was much weaker than regular Feys. Therefore, the evolution to Bronze Raid was even more intense for Genius. In a few short minutes, Genius' fur had been withering and falling off layer by layer and growing new fur layer by layer. When Genius had reached Elite grade, it had already been the size of an adult domestic cat. Now that it evolved to Bronze Raid, Genius actually shrunk by more than 2 times. Genius now had the size that was the same as the time before any evolution. Genius fur had constantly been transforming, and after a period of time, it finally stopped. Genius fur was completely white right now, but it wasn't white like the snow, but more like white nephrite that was sparkling and moist looking. Genius opened its eyes, and Lin Yuan noticed that its eyes were like amber and felt they were absurdly quick-witted. After waking up, Genius looked at its transformation and licked its little paws happily. All of a sudden, Genius looked at its tail and let out an alarmed meow. Lin Yuan looked over and noticed that Genius' tail had transformed from 1 into 3. When Lin Yuan used true data to check on Genius attributes, he noticed that Genius' name had changed from 100 questions beast to 1,000 questions beast. Genius was still panicking because of its 3 tails. It used its little paw to grasp the tails and shook them back and forth. It made Genius' quick-witted eyes lit up. Since Genius evolved to Bronze Raid with epic quality, 3 exclusive skills appeared, and Lin Yuan had to make a choice. Lin Yuan carried Genius and discovered that its fur was ridiculously silky and soft. When Genius sensed that it had shrunk in size, it scuttled onto Lin Yuan's shoulder and sat on its favorite spot. Lin Yuan read Genius' 3 exclusive skills and started to ponder. Dust avoidance: all dust will be repelled, and the environment will be free of dust. Tool transformation: capable of transforming into a tool for the contractor to use. Deepened pain: after attacking the target, it will cause the target to feel pain. Make use of the spiritual energy to decide and increase the pain. The 3 exclusive skills made Lin Yuan frown. Dust avoidance was an exclusive skill that was like a smart vacuum cleaner and was very fitting for a housekeeping beast. If the dust avoidance skill was used in appropriate situations, it could be used to deal with and counter phase with sandy soil abilities. However, Genius wasn't an offensive-type Fae, so the effects in battle would be very limited. Chapter 50: Streamcloud Azure Bird. Deepened Pain was also an exclusive skill of the same category. It was considered an elite combat class exclusive skill that had horrific lethality in combat. But for Genius, it was obviously useless. Genius' physical body might obtain offensive capabilities as it continued to evolve, but it was unrealistic if Genius had to injure Faes of the same grade. Genius was all in all a housekeeping or domestic Fae. As for the tool transformation skill, Lin Yuan also had a headache. It was a skill that people would either love or hate. Only gamblers would prefer to use tool transformation as entertainment. According to different Fae species, the tool transformation would be slightly different. However, it still couldn't lower the unpredictability of tool transformation. A huge and burly man had once picked the tool transformation skill for his Fae, and the Fae transformed into a colorful and beautiful little handheld fan. The scene had been so beautiful that people couldn't bear watching. A delicate and petite little girl's Fae had also awakened tool transformation, and it transformed into a large steel hammer. It had angered the little girl so much that she could only wipe her tears and couldn't even cry out loud. If tool transformation gave out a weapon, it was rather good. But if it was a defense item, it was horrendous. Spirit Kai clothes might be expensive now, but it was still possible to purchase them. If a Fae transformed into a defense item, it was the same as losing a reliable helper in combat. But if they didn't use the exclusive skill, it was the same as the Fae having one less exclusive skill. Furthermore, there were successful cases of tool transformation, and such cases were rather common, since it was a matter with regards to one's Fae, and there was only one chance. Who would dare to take the risk? For people whose Faes evolved with flawless quality, they didn't have a chance. Now that Lin Yuan had 3 choices, he wasn't really willing to take the risk. However, the 2 other exclusive skills were truly useless for Genius, and it wasn't going to help to have them. Finally, Lin Yuan steeled his heart and decided to take the risk. If he made this bet, there was a possibility that a motorcycle might turn into a sports car, and if he failed, the motorcycle would turn into a bicycle at worst. As compared to the 2 other exclusive skills, the difference wasn't that much. Once Lin Yuan chose tool transformation, Genius let out a meow, and its body glowed and started to transform. Subsequently, It transformed into a classic white-framed pair of glasses. The glasses had ember-like decorations and looked just like genius. When having a fey with tool transformation, there would certainly be an additional effect for the contractor. After wearing the glasses, Lin Yuan felt that his mind had obtained knowledge that he couldn't understand previously. This knowledge was mostly for primary rank scholar, fey observer, and spiritual ingredient analyst. Lin Yuan immediately understood. It seemed like when he wore the glasses, he could actually share the knowledge that genius had learned. When Lin Yuan moved the glasses, he realized that the glasses had a second form. There was a switch at the back of the ear, which immediately turned the glasses into a white mask with amber patterns. Lin Yuan felt it was refreshing as genius reverted to its original appearance after transforming twice. When genius evolved from 100 questions beast to 1,000 questions beast, it was such a complete transformation that Lin Yuan would never have expected. If genius wasn't able to use tool transformation and turn into a pair of glasses, Lin Yuan felt that it would be rather awkward to bring genius into the exams for the lifestyle class occupations. After checking on genius attributes after evolving to bronze raid, Lin Yuan nodded. Fey name 1,000 questions beast. Fey species spirit cat species intelligent cat species. After genius evolution, Chimey had also completed its evolution. The azure blue feathers on Chimey looked to have a layered effect like the different tones of blue in the clear blue sky. Its size didn't have an obvious change, but as compared to before, it looked more exquisite. The cloud patterns that weren't as distinct previously were now very distinct. The cloud patterns were clear, and the color had a metallic luster, just like a blue color from an artwork using the cloison. Chimey's fey name was no longer Sound Bird. Instead, it was called Stream Cloud Azure Bird now. As for Chimey's exclusive skill, Lin Yuan was very decisive. Oily feather. The feathers secrete oil and can help to repel damage effectively. Clear sky after a chirp. The clouds will disperse and clear up the sky. Wind alone when flying reduces stamina consumption and borrows the power of air currents effectively. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate after checking the 3 exclusive skills and immediately picked Clear Sky. It was an exclusive skill that Lin Yuan had never heard of. The effects of Clear Sky sounded like a water evasion ability, but if one was to exaggerate it, it was also able to change the weather. Most importantly, after using Clear Sky, Chimey would be facing the sun directly. Would Chimey be able to make use of the exclusive skill, Clear Sky? To comprehend the mysteriousness of the scorching sun, it might allow Chimey to have an opportunity to advance toward a higher bloodline. Fey name Stream Cloud Azure Bird. Fey species Corvidae species Azure Bird species. From the information displayed on True Data, Chimey's basic ability had also obtained a slight upgrade. It was now capable of being a combat class Fey. Chimey and Genius evolutions to Bronze Raid were all toward spiritual variations. Their sizes didn't get bigger, but they became comprehensive. Lin Yuan had also evolved the Jasmine Lily from Elite X Epic to Bronze Normal. Among the 3 exclusive skills, Lin Yuan repeatedly considered and finally picked the skill, Recovery Imprint. After picking Recovery Imprint, an imprint that was just like the Jasmine Lily appeared on Lin Yuan's forehead. He could feel that the imprint was constantly storing the healing energy released by the Jasmine Lily. This imprint was just like a lock that would seal all of the healing energy that was constantly released from the Jasmine Lily. When Lin Yuan opened up the lock, all of the accumulated healing energy would be immediately released. The Jasmine Lily's basic ability, Heal, had also changed after reaching Bronze Raid. It wasn't a single target healing ability anymore. Depending on the Spirit Kai and the contractor's target, it could heal multiple targets until the contractor's Spirit Kai was fully exhausted. The change of the ability was also one of the reasons why Lin Yuan had chosen Recovery Imprint as the exclusive skill. When releasing the healing energy accumulated in the Recovery Imprint, Lin Yuan didn't have to exhaust his own spiritual power. As for the Spirit Siphon Goldfish, it was now already Elite VII Epic. The Spirit Siphon Goldfish evolution speed had forcefully imbued Lin Yuan with patience. In addition, Lin Yuan still required the Gold Ray Dragon blood to incite the Spirit Siphon Goldfish ancestry bloodline, so he wasn't in a hurry. Lin Yuan's strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Redthorn was still rapidly digesting the alien insect carcasses and evolving toward Elite grade. Lin Yuan believed that Redthorn would soon evolve to Elite grade and even Bronze grade with a massive amount of resources. By then, Lin Yuan's combat strength would increase significantly. Lin Yuan was in a hurry to increase his strength, as he wanted to climb the Star Tower in the Star Web. Lin Yuan had already brought Chimey and Genius into the Star Web, and now, they were heading for the Star Tower. Chapter 51 Duels when climbing the tower. The most popular place in the Star Web would always be the Star Tower. At the Star Tower's vicinity, one would be able to feel how prosperous the Star Web was as the Radiance Federation's second world. After reaching the Star Tower's entrance, Lin Yuan was amazed by the things he saw and heard along the way. He saw all sorts of phase. They were all copied and uploaded data in the Star Web, but the high-grade phase retained their genuine prowess, giving off a pressure that blasted one right in the face. In order to climb the Star Tower, one would need to register first. Of course, it wasn't necessary to register every time before climbing the tower. Everyone would only have to register their information for the first time they climbed the tower. The most important objective for registering their information was to enter the Spirit Kai Professional's rank and the contracted phase strength. Subsequently, the information would produce the data, and when challenging the tower, the data would produce a virtual image. In the real world, it was very difficult for Spirit Kai Professionals to fight without any restraint. An all-out fight might result in one of the parties getting injured, or it might actually result in both parties being injured. When higher-ranked Spirit Kai Professionals were fighting at their full strength, they might not be able to control the damage their phase caused and might even result in casualties. The Star Web just so happened to compensate for this factor. A fight in the Star Web was the same as recording all the Spirit Kai Professionals' information in the phase. During combat, the sense of pain, touch, and everything else would be the same as in the real world. Even if there were any casualties in the Star Web during combat, the Spirit Kai Professionals and their phase in the real world wouldn't receive physical damage. The significance of climbing the Star Tower brought glory to the people at the high rankings and enabled Spirit Kai Professional and their phase to work on their teamwork. It also gave them the chance to try combat techniques. For the first 100 floors of the Star Tower, challengers would be randomly picked on the same floor for combat. The winner would rise up by one floor, while the loser would drop down by one floor. After reaching the 100th floor, one would need to go through the Celestial Stairway Tribulation, which was also known as the promotion duels. During the promotion duel, 3 challengers that were participating in the promotion would be randomly picked to conduct 3 duels. After 2 consecutive duels, the third duel could be skipped, and the challenger would promote to the Celestial Stairway. If the challenger lost one duel, the promotion to the Celestial Stairway would fail. If the challenger lost 2 duels, the challenger wouldn't even be able to stay on the 100th floor and would drop down to the 99th floor. If the challenger lost 3 duels, they would drop directly to the 98th floor and would need to climb back up to the 100th floor before being able to challenge for the promotion duels again. The rules to climb the tower were very simple. However, when climbing the tower, it was possible to be paired up with an unlucky Spirit Kai Professional who was actually very formidable, but was stuck on the lower floors. Such people were also known as the Star Tower's goalkeepers. Everyone who climbed the Star Tower would be targeting the Celestial Stairway. Only people who were promoted to the Celestial Stairway were considered as the Star Tower's formidable individuals. Such people were known as the God class. As this was the first time Lin Yuan was climbing the Star Tower, he had no choice but to register himself obediently. The identity information required to register for the Star Tower was different from others. The Star Web card bound the Star Tower's identity information. It also meant that each Radiance Federation citizen would only be able to use their true identity to participate in the Star Tower's Star Tower. The Radiance Federation had plenty of unions, and most of them had huge amounts of resources and high salaries to attract the Spirit Kai Professionals. All of the unions would form teams to participate in some large-scale tournaments. The higher-ranked duelists with potential would normally become recruitment targets for the unions. When entering the Star Tower's newcomer registration room, Lin Yuan noticed that it was extremely quiet. There was a young man flipping and browsing through a book that was related to phase. When he saw Lin Yuan entering, he immediately said, "New climber, hurry up and come over to fill up the form. After filling up the form, I will bring you inside to input the information." The young man then swiftly placed the form on the table for Lin Yuan. He then looked at Genius and Chimey standing on Lin Yuan's shoulders and said with an intrigued tone, "Your two-phase look rather good. I didn't think that there would be spirit beasts that I cannot recognize." Lin Yuan let out a smile in response. Genius had evolved from a 100 questions beast, while Chimey had evolved from a sound bird. Genius was already a bronze 1000 questions beast, while Chimey was a bronze streamcloud azure bird. No one had ever evolved the 100 questions beast and the sound bird to bronze raid. Therefore, they were unique in this world, and it was natural that no one could recognize them. Lin Yuan swiftly handed over the form with his personal information. The young man received it and took a glance. Seeing that there was no problem, he stood up and walked in front of Lin Yuan. "Follow me then. It might be rather troublesome to input the information for the first time, but you will have proof of registration on the star web after the first input. The next time your occupation rank increases or you have new phase or newly evolved phase, you could enter the information by yourself in the star web system." The young man informed Lin Yuan of the important matters. After completing his job role, he took out that same book he was reading earlier. He was carefully flipping through it while walking and seemed to be memorizing it. Lin Yuan saw the name of the book, and it was one of the books that was related to the primary rank Fey observer. He then asked, "By the looks of your book, are you going to participate in the primary rank Fey observer's exam?" The young man was surprised. He didn't expect the young Lin Yuan to actually be so clear about the examinable topics for primary rank Fey observers. He looked at Lin with surprise and said, "Yes, I am going to pass the exam for the primary rank Fey observer and prepare for the creation master exam next month." The young man had an extremely prideful expression, and his tone was filled with confidence and the desire to flaunt. After the young man explained the necessary processes and completed Lin Yuan's registration, Lin Yuan left. To the young man, the thing he had to do right now was to memorize more knowledge on the Fey observer occupation. Lin Yuan wasn't going to continue disrupting him. For anyone with the talent to take on the Creation Master exam and pass it, it would be the same as leaping through the Dragon Gate. Even a Class 1 Creation Master was a person that would receive respect and admiration, no matter where they went. Lin Yuan had already inputted the information for Morbius, Genius, and Chimey. As for Redthorn, it was still a normal Fey and wasn't qualified to participate in the Star Tower's combat format. Thus, Lin Yuan didn't input Redthorn's information. After registering in the Star Tower's list, an identity card that contained information on Lin Yuan was produced. Name Lin Yuan, gender male, height 178 cm, weight 61 kg, Star Tower floor 0th floor, Spirit Kai occupation healing type professional, occupation rank D rank, contracted Fey, Morbius elite 710, epic, 1000 questions beast bronze 110, normal, Streamcloud Azure Bird bronze 110, normal, dual record, duels 0, wins 0, losses 0, highest floor 0. After seeing the identity card, Lin Yuan immediately chose to conceal all the information apart from the dual record and Spirit Kai occupation. The Star Web was the Radiance Federation's second world, and in terms of the assurance of privacy, it was even better than the real world. Now that Lin Yuan had inputted all the information, he immediately chose to enter the Star Tower. Lin Yuan had not participated in any duel in the Star Tower and was only a person among the innumerable bottom feeders. After choosing the option to match with an opponent, Lin Yuan was quickly matched with a duelist that was also on the Star Tower's bottom floor. When Lin Yuan saw the opponent's information, he was rather shocked. The opponent had already participated in 471 duels and the highest floor recorded was the 3rd floor. It meant that he had been pinned down in almost all of the 471 duels. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be at the Star Tower's bottom floor. The duel record couldn't be hidden, and before the duel, both parties would be able to see each other's records. The opponent was an old man that was roughly over 80 years of age, and half his hair was already white. But after seeing Lin Yuan's duel record, he immediately laughed heartily. An old man like me is actually able to encounter a newcomer after I win this duel and climb to the first floor. I will not climb the tower anymore this way. I will be able to stay on the first floor for 1 month. And I will be able to flaunt it to that old Liu next door for 1 month. The Star Tower was a testing ground where all Spirit Kai professionals in the Radiance Federation would participate. Certain rules and countermeasures were taken to prevent any Spirit Kai professionals from maintaining their floor record by not participating in any duels after climbing to a certain floor with luck. Any duelist that was climbing the tower would need to participate in 1 duel per month. It was also because of this rule that uber lucky individuals were unable to maintain their incorrect standard. Lin Yuan noticed that the old man on the other side had summoned a normal gray beetle, which was charging at him. Lin Yuan didn't know what to do for a moment. He originally wanted to greet his opponent, but it seemed like there wasn't a need to greet, and the battle would end soon. Lin Yuan didn't ask Chimey to activate its ability. Instead, he asked Genius to charge forward. With a swing of the 3 tails, the gray beetle was knocked over. The old man evidently had only 1 contracted fey, so he immediately lost the duel. After losing the duel, the old man looked at Lin Yuan and put on a show. He lay down on the ground and bawled, "Ayo, my poor old waist. The youngsters nowadays are truly merciless." Lin Yuan looked at the dramatic old man and scratched the back of his head awkwardly. This old uncle should participate in the birth of an actor one. Sensing that the old man wasn't going to end his show anytime soon, Lin Yuan said, "Uncle, this is the star web. Even if you break your waist here, it will be fine." The old man jumped up in response and rolled his eyes at Lin Yuan. "I shall give you the win today. Back then, I was an expert that was able to execute the Angry Crow Takes Flight and Tornado Desecrates Trailer Park 2. Forget it. Forget it, this old man is going home to eat my medicine." Lin Yuan's current Star Tower's record already displayed that he was on the first floor of the Star Tower. Lin Yuan felt that the duel at the bottom floor was surprisingly easy, but the old man's performance was amusing too. Lin Yuan's momentum increased as he continued to participate in more duels and quickly reached the 9th floor. Now that Lin Yuan reached the 9th floor, he finally and painstakingly encountered an opponent who used Elite Phase. As soon as the duel started, the 2 opposing Elite Yellow-Spotted Hound and the Tusk-Digging Boar were defeated by Chimey Sound Thrust. Lin Yuan continued to climb the tower, and when he reached the 22nd floor, he met an opponent that actually used Bronze Phase like him. However, the opposition's Bronze Phase seemed rather powerful. 1. A variety show in China. 2. These are all moves by Hack Fu from Jackie Chan Adventures. Chapter 52 Victory. Lin Yuan looked at his opponent and gasped a mouthful of cold air. While looking at the opponent's information, Lin Yuan realized he was facing a 27-year-old power offensive-type Spirit Kite professional. His name was Huang Qinglin. His information card stated he had 3 Bronze Phase Poison Fire Python, River Water Python, and Acid Mist Python. They weren't concealed at all. Although his honesty left Lin Yuan rather surprised, he didn't appreciate it. In a duel, not letting the opponent know of one's contracted phase was a trump card by itself. To expose one's own phase without any concealment, instead of saying that he was particularly confident, it was better to say that he was simple-minded. Naturally, all phase had a bane that would counter them. When fighting against a phase that was your phase weakness, it was rarely possible to turn the tables. However, Huang Qinglin was on the 22nd floor and was already considered an expert. As such, he had the capital to throw in a little advantage for the opponent. Huang Qinglin's highest floor record was 37th floor, which meant that Huang Qinglin had probably been unlucky and dropped to the 22nd floor. Even if he were to expose all of his phase information and lost the advantage, it wasn't possible for him to drop to the 22nd floor. While Lin Yuan was reading Huang Qinglin's information, the same was happening on the other side. Before Lin Yuan could speak, the opponent spoke first. "Hey, looking at your duel record, you are still a newcomer. But why did you only climb the Star Tower when your phase are at Bronze Rage? You wouldn't be somebody that is unlicensed." right, hiding all of your information like this. Since you are a healing type professional, I will let you prepare first before receiving your death. Huang Qinglin shrugged his shoulders in an extremely relaxed manner. A contractor's mental state would affect the Fae's mental state. Huang Qinglin was totally relaxed and nonchalant, so the three bronze python species Faes didn't adopt an offensive posture like before. Instead, they revolved around Huang Qinglin and waited for his command. Lin Yuan didn't respond. Among Huang Qinglin's three bronze Faes, Lin Yuan only knew a little about the poison fire python. He didn't know anything about the river water python and the acid mist python. As such, Lin Yuan commanded Genius to execute tool transformation. Genius turned into a pair of glasses, and when Lin Yuan wore them on his nose bridge, he took another glance at the poison fire python, acid mist python, and the river water python. All of a sudden, he had a comprehensive understanding of three pythons. It was different from how he understood knowledge that was provided by Morbius True Data. True Data provided knowledge on the phase grade, quality, abilities, and exclusive skill. The knowledge provided by Genius allowed Lin Yuan to understand the movement and attack behavior of this species. Such knowledge required accumulation of experience. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly realized that after he wore the glasses, it seemed like he could see the opponent phase weak spots in their defenses. These weak spots were blind spots that could be deduced by observing the opponent's movement. If Lin Yuan were to attack those spots, the opponent wouldn't be able to put up an effective defense. It was the same as a person extending their hands to push forward and being unable to defend the attacks on their ribs. This discovery made Lin Yuan rather excited. When Huang Qinglin noticed that Lin Yuan had yet to reply to him, and didn't move either, he said with a dissatisfied tone, "Hey unlicensed person, stop with your pretense. Your cat that seemed to be the only one with attack power has actually turned into a pair of glasses with tool transformation. What use does your little bird have since you are a healing type professional? Your little bird wouldn't start producing birds' nests for others to eat and heal. Right." Chimey might not be able to speak after evolving to Bronze Raid, but it could still understand Huang Qinglin's words. It was so angry that it started to hop around Lin Yuan's shoulder. It was chirping loudly as though it was quarreling with Huang Qinglin. Lin Yuan finally spoke. "I am ready. You may begin." As soon as Lin Yuan spoke, he commanded Chimey to charge at the poison fire python. When the poison fire python saw Chimey charging over, it immediately responded by spraying a lump of poisonous flames. Lin Yuan immediately used Jasmine Lily's ability, Heal, and targeted it at Chimey. Using the air current, Chimey dashed into the flames. The powerful flow of air helps Chimey to effectively resist the poison fire attack. Before the flames could burn Chimey, it responded to Lin Yuan's command and released turbulence. Turbulence would first be formed around Chimey's body, and because Chimey was in the middle of the poison flames, it scattered the poison fire python's flames toward all directions when it executed the turbulence ability. At that moment, the acid mist python sprayed acid mist toward Chimey. When the acid mist contacted the poison fire blown away by turbulence, they immediately exploded. The poison fire python's poison fire wasn't considered powerful, but it was more than twice as powerful when blown by turbulence. When the poison fire contacted the acid mist and exploded, the explosion extended and followed the acid mist. The blazing poison fire immediately surged into the mouth of the acid mist python. It caused the acid mist python to convulse on the ground immediately, rendering it unable to continue fighting. When Faes reached Bronze Raid, apart from their strength, strategy was also required. Huang Qinglin didn't expect to make such a huge mistake and actually allow his own Fae to injure his own Fae due to the chaotic battle. Seeing the convulsing acid mist python on the ground, Huang Qinglin yelled at the poison fire python with a tinge of blame. Poison fire python shot another poison fire at that silly bird. However, when Huang Qinglin gave the command, Chimey had already let out a loud chirp. Just as the poison fire python opened its mouth to shoot poison fire, 3 invisible and formless sound thrusts pierced into the poison fire python's mouth. A single sound thrust might not be able to strip off the poison fire python's combat capability and might only severely injure its mouth. However, when 3 consecutive sound thrusts pierced into its mouth, They immediately penetrated the weak oral cavity and opened up a hole in the head. An injury of this degree immediately sent the poison fire python out of commission. Shaimi had already used up half of its spirit kai. Lin Yuan quickly used the spirit siphon goldfish ability, spirit injection, on Shaimi and helped it to recover a portion of the lost spirit kai. It was completed within the spark of flints. Huang Qinglin suddenly noticed that among the three of his python species phase, only the river water python could continue fighting. Originally, he thought that winning this duel was within his grasp, but he had immediately lost 23 of his major combat strength due to his incompetent commands. Huang Qinglin ground his teeth and yelled at Lin Yuan, "If you are capable, fight me with power. Winning with schemes is the behavior of a coward." Lin Yuan looked at Huang Qinglin with a shocked expression and said, "Do you actually want a healing type professional like me to compare attack power with a power offensive type professional like you? A duel is settled with victories and defeats. This isn't playing house and seeing who has greater strength." When listening to Lin Yuan, Huang Qinglin suddenly let out a sly peal of laughter. "You have been duped." A water pillar suddenly burst out of the ground, targeting Shaimi with rapid speed. When Huang Qinglin was speaking earlier, he had already arranged for the river water python to launch a sneak attack on Shaimi. Seeing that his sneak attack was a success, he yelled at Lin Yuan, "Of course this isn't playing house. You should understand that a duelist should not detest trickery." Before Huang Qinglin could finish his statement, Lin Yuan shouted, "Clear sky." Shaimi received Lin Yuan's command, and the cloud patterns on its azure blue feathers suddenly lit up. They emitted a gentle light. The radiance was very gentle, but it became scorching hot when making contact with the water pillar. Clear sky instantly evaporated the massive water pillar. Instead of saying that that massive water pillar had evaporated, Lin Yuan felt that it instantly vanished into the air when the water pillar contacted the radiance. Huang Qinglin was originally absorbed in frenzied laughter, but the sudden change caused his mouth to expand widely. It felt as though he couldn't understand what had happened. Just as Huang Qinglin was dazzled, Shaimi released turbulence to control the river water python. After another loud chirp, sound thrust pierced into the eyes of the river water python mercilessly. As a result, Lin Yuan successfully secured this duel's victory. Although Shaimi was able to win, it was not because of its strength. The major factor that contributed to this duel was Lin Yuan using the glass-transformed genius to help Shaimi point out the three pythons' weak spots. This duel allowed Lin Yuan to receive plenty of rewards. This was also the first time Lin Yuan had participated in a disadvantageous duel. Lin Yuan ignored the defeated Huang Qinglin and logged out of the star web after rising up to the 23rd floor. Lin Yuan noticed he was lacking in this duel, especially when it came to attacking methods. If Lin Yuan was to encounter another opponent like Huang Qinglin and had no intel on the opponent's phase in advance, it would be hard for him to arrange a suitable strategy to win with Shaimi alone. After all, not every opponent would be as arrogant as Huang Qinglin and display all of their phase. If Lin Yuan wanted to increase his attack methods, he would need to do his best to nurture Redthorn. It seems like it isn't enough to just feed Redthorn with low-grade alien insect carcasses. I have to think of methods to find high-grade flesh to help Redthorn evolve quickly. For the next few days, Lin Yuan had spent 240 radiance dollars in advance to purchase 3 drops of gold ray dragon blood from Zhu Jiaxen. He was preparing to evolve his spirit-locked elite spirit siphon goldfish to bronze raid. This way, Morbius grade would also advance to bronze raid, and it would obtain a new exclusive skill. Lin Yuan entered the spirit lock spatial zone and looked at the telescope spirit siphon goldfish in the spirit pool. It was growing bigger and more incredible looking. He then took out a small jar, scooped up half a jar of water from the spirit pool, and placed the spirit siphon goldfish inside the jar. After enhancing the spirit siphon goldfish to Elite X Epic, just as it was about to reach the juncture of reaching bronze grade, Lin Yuan immediately put in all 3 drops of dragon blood into the jar. Chapter 53 Spirit Gather Goldfish. The 3 drops of gold grade dragon blood in Lin Yuan's hand felt as though they were flowing mercury. They didn't just have great density, but they also exuded a special luster that normal blood didn't possess. Normal blood would stain the enclosed bottle's walls, but the gold ray dragon blood didn't stain the walls at all. When Lin Yuan was pouring them out, he could feel the dragon blood emitting pressure. The spirit siphon goldfish was already at the evolution threshold, and when Lin Yuan used the spirit kai to assist in breaking through that barrier, the spirit siphon goldfish body transformed drastically. When the 3 drops of gold-gray dragon blood entered the water, they didn't fuse with the water immediately. Instead, they were absorbed by the evolving telescope spirit siphon goldfish traces of dragon beast bloodline, while the telescope spirit siphon goldfish body was constantly transforming. The 3 drops of dragon blood entered its body. The moment the dragon blood entered, the telescope spirit siphon goldfish reacted even more drastically. All of a sudden, the telescope spirit siphon goldfish looked as though it went berserk and started to smash against the water jar's walls. With each smash, there would be plenty of fresh blood seeping out of its scales and fusing into the water. Lin Yuan watched the telescope spirit siphon goldfish berserk behavior and could sense the agonizing pain it was suffering right now. After each smash, there would be some scales that would fall off of its body. Lin Yuan might be concerned for the spirit siphon goldfish, but he knew that it was in the process of awakening the dragon species bloodline in its body. It was absolutely necessary. The most precious part of a dragon species fey was its blood. The concentration of the dragon species blood would also determine the fey's value. At that moment, the spirit siphon goldfish was activating the traces of dragon bloodline in its body with the 3 drops of gold-grade dragon blood. It was going through a process to change its entire body's blood. The telescope spirit siphon goldfish struggled in the water jar for 3 hours, and Lin Yuan watched intently for 3 hours too. The telescope spirit siphon goldfish's fish scales were already like dilapidated decorations that hung on the body. They were in such bad condition that it had no defensive capabilities at all. The blood that flowed out of the spirit siphon goldfish didn't fuse with the water anymore, and was creating a thin layer of protection on the wounds of the spirit siphon goldfish instead. Lin Yuan knew that the traces of dragon beast bloodline in the spirit siphon goldfish had been completely activated, and it had completed the blood-changing process. The dragon species bloodline in the telescope spirit siphon goldfish might be very thin, but it was still a dragon species fey now. Lin Yuan circulated the spiritual power in his body to gather the spirit kai in the air and channeled it into the spirit siphon goldfish, which had awakened its bloodline. The spirit siphon goldfish's evolution speed was much faster than before, and its body was gradually growing with a layer of black scale armor. It was completely different from its previous fish scales. The ink black scale armor had a very pearl-like luster. Each piece of scale armor was covering a faint dark gold substance. The damaged fish shell had instantly grown longer, and it only stopped after it was as long as the body. The massive black tail was just like a layered skirt. The telescope eyes that the spirit siphon goldfish had previously had almost withdrawn completely after this evolution. However, the upper eye areas had bumps that weren't as obvious. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. This telescope spirit siphon goldfish has finally been evolved into a bronze dragon species fey. Now that it evolved into a dragon species fey, it means that the spirit siphon goldfish evolution path will reach a higher level. The higher level brings about endless possibilities. When checking through true data, the spirit siphon goldfish didn't have the same name. It was now called the spirit gather goldfish. Siphoning spirit kai was just a minor advantage, and gathering spirit kai was considered a good fortune. Lin Yuan could feel that the spirit gather goldfish was emitting concentrated spirit kai. After some calculations, the bronze spirit gather goldfish would release spirit kai that was equivalent to the spirit kai contained in one billion yankatas of inferior energy ores. Of course, the spirit gather goldfish was able to release so much spirit kai mainly because it had awakened the dragon species bloodline's traces in its body. Otherwise, even if it evolved to bronze raid, it wouldn't be able to emit so much spirit kai. Since the spirit siphon goldfish reached bronze raid with epic quality, Lin Yuan could now pick its exclusive skill. Spirit kai flare increased the release of spirit kai with extreme speed. Spirit kai absorption increased the absorption speed of spirit kai and also have an increased speed when making progress in grade and quality. Spirit kai imprint. The spirit kai that is constantly released to the environment will be stored within the spirit kai imprint instead. It will be branded on the contractor's body, and the contractor can release the spirit Kai contained within the spirit Kai imprint. These 3 exclusive skills were all exceptional for the spirit gather goldfish. Spirit Kai flare would allow the spirit gather goldfish to have an additional motive force and become a spirit Kai fountain. Spirit Kai absorption would allow the spirit gather goldfish to increase its evolution speed. It could actually negate the spirit gather goldfish flaw evolution difficulty. If this spirit gather goldfish was in the outside world and had the spirit Kai absorption choice among the exclusive skills, 8 out of 10 individuals would probably pick spirit Kai absorption without hesitation. However, this was for the others who had extreme difficulty in evolving the spirit gather goldfish. It wasn't much of a problem for Lin Yuan apart from spending more time and energy. As such, Lin Yuan immediately chose the 3rd exclusive skill, Spirit Kai Imprint. It was an exceptional exclusive skill, but for Lin Yuan, the biggest advantage was that it would be enhanced along with the Spirit Gather Goldfish grade. The Spirit Gather Goldfish exclusive skill, Spirit Kai Imprint, and the Jasmine Lily's exclusive skill, Recovery Imprint, were both similar in tune. The Jasmine Lily's Recovery Imprint accumulated healing energy, while the Spirit Gather Goldfish's Spirit Kai Imprint accumulated the Spirit Kai that would be released by the Spirit Gather Goldfish. If the Spirit Kai Imprint was used appropriately, it meant that Lin Yuan wouldn't need to worry about the volume of his Spirit Kai for a certain period of time, and would be able to release the phase abilities freely. In Lin Yuan's opinion, it could actually be treated as a method to save his life. Since the Spirit Siphon Goldfish evolved to Bronze Raid, Morbius also successfully evolved to Bronze Raid. When evolving to Bronze Raid, Morbius had also awakened from its slumber. Morbius Bronze Raid exclusive skill, Pure Land of Bliss, also appeared. Pure Land of Bliss. The Spirit Lock Spatial Zone will produce soil that is great for recovering near-death phase injuries. The phase recovery time will be determined by the grade of Morbius and the Dying Fae. A clear and calm voice echoed in Lin Yuan's ears. Chapter 54 Pure Land of Bliss. Yuan, after this evolution, I will hibernate for a period of time to completely recover from the damage inflicted on my spiritual energy during the contract's formation. Their spiritual energy would decide the number of contracted phase that a Spirit Kai professional could have. Each additional contracted phase would be the same as splitting out another portion of spiritual energy. This was also why everyone had different numbers of contracted phase. Lin Yuan had contracted Morbius at the age of 8 when his spiritual energy was frail. In order to protect Lin Yuan, Morbius had forcefully suppressed its spiritual energy, causing damage to Morbius source. How long would you need to recover? Do you need me to purchase some spiritual ingredients for recovery? Lin Yuan asked in a calm and concerned tone. It felt as though they were old friends that knew each other for a long time, or like a partner or family. There isn't a need for spiritual ingredients. I don't know how long I will be hibernating for this time. Yuan, I didn't think that you would be able to evolve me to Bronze Raid within such a short period. Come, before I hibernate, let me bring you to see the transformations to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone and also to explain about the Pure Land of Bliss. When Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, he realized that it was twice as big as before. This spatial zone was about the size of his small store in the Star Web now. The spirit pool size didn't just become twice as big, and even the concentration of Spirit Kai in the spatial zone also significantly increased from 5 times to 8 times. However, all the inferior energy ores that were placed at the bottom of the spirit pool had all disintegrated. It seemed like 8 times the Spirit Kai concentration wasn't the upper limit of this Bronze Raid Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. A clear voice echoed. The Spirit Kai concentration's upper limit is 10 times as much as the outside world. Before this, Lin Yuan would need to figure out everything about the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone by himself. Now that Morbius' consciousness was sober, Lin Yuan simply needed to think, and Morbius would resolve his doubts. The Spirit Kai concentration had increased from 5 times to 10 times. It was the same as shortening the time by half when evolving normal Spirit Siphon Goldfish to Elite grade. The increase in the size of the spirit pool would also allow more Spirit Siphon Goldfish to be nurtured. This would, in turn, allow Lin Yuan to earn Radiance dollars with increased speed. He would be able to produce 1 batch within 3 days. Given the spirit pool's size, He would be able to nurture about 100 spirit siphon goldfish each time. He would at least be able to earn 800 radiance dollars within 3 days after selling all the spirit siphon goldfish. Lin Yuan had yet to include the money he could earn for selling bronze usneas. Presently, earning radiance dollars was already effortless for Lin Yuan. In fact, Lin Yuan didn't have to accept any more custom-ordered elite phase after completing the transaction with Stream in the Cloud. If the amount of time required to prepare custom elite phase was used to produce bronze usneas, he would be able to earn much more radiance dollars. Lin Yuan might be earning more money now, but he was also spending much more. The more money he earned, the more he felt that he wasn't earning enough. The evolution of phase was like a boat sailing against the flow of water and would need to overcome plenty of waves. A single rare spiritual ingredient would already cost an unknown amount of money. Therefore, it was impossible to have enough radiance dollars that would be enough for his expenditure. In order to enhance the jasmine lily's quality to legend at bronze raid, 2 mahogany tree cores were required, and they already caused Lin Yuan big headaches. Lin Yuan had arranged a simple setup in the spirit lock spatial zone as he put in some simple furniture, like a massive workbench and a chair. At that moment, the bronze jasmine lily was placed on the workbench. After evolving to bronze raid, the jasmine lily was significantly different in appearance. But as compared to the spirit siphon goldfish, which had undergone a complete metamorphosis, it wasn't much. The bronze jasmine lily had turned from stalks into bunches. The half-woody stems had also vanished. Layers and stacks of jasmine lily flowers were all gathered, and it looked just like jadate. Just by looking at it, one would feel as though they were being healed. Yuan, look over there. That is the exclusive skill, Pure Land of Bliss. Lin Yuan looked over and saw a new piece of land in the spirit lock spatial zone that was around 20 square meters. Scarlet red fences encircled the space, and inside was sparkling jade-white soil. Lin Yuan walked over and grabbed the soil. He couldn't feel any rough or craggy texture from the soil as it was extremely soft. The Pure Land of Bliss can heal bronze phase rapidly and can gradually heal silver phase. As for gold phase that are in a dying state, placing them in the Pure Land of Bliss can maintain their dying state, as long as nutrients are constantly provided. They won't die. Morbius introduced the ability of the exclusive skill, Pure Land of Bliss, to Lin Yuan. He didn't expect Morbius' exclusive skill to actually be so incredible. Only Class 3 Creation Masters would have the confidence to make an attempt to save gold phase in dying states. In fact, it was possible that Class 3 Creation Masters wouldn't be able to save a dying gold phase. There wasn't a need to talk about severely injured gold phase. But dying and severely injured were two different things. A dying phase would have already exhausted its source and vitality. They could only remain standing because of their powerful gold-grade physique. Such a kind of dying phase would be sold as fresh spiritual ingredients. Before obtaining the Pure Land of Bliss, Lin Yuan only dared and hoped to pick up left-out silver phase. Now, with the Pure Land of Bliss, he could guarantee that the dying gold phase wouldn't die. Given the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's Spirit Chi concentration, which was 10 times more than the outside world, Lin Yuan could use his ability to gradually recover the dying gold phase injuries. Every time a gold phase appeared, it would be put up for auction in the Star Web's Rare Lifeform Pavilion. There weren't any stores in the Star Web that would directly sell gold phase. Lin Yuan had the capability to be involved with gold phase right now. Morbius. This Pure Land of Bliss is truly practical. After hearing Lin Yuan's amazed tone, Morbius chuckled and said, "It isn't the only function. You can use the spiritual power in your body to summon a piece of Pure Land of Bliss in the outside world, and use it to heal phase that suffered damage to the source. The range of the Pure Land of Bliss will be directly related to the amount of spiritual power you use." Lin Yuan's eyes widened after hearing the explanation. This Pure Land of Bliss can actually be used in the outside world. As an ability, this means that I won't need to expose my spirit channeling ability. I can just use the Pure Land of Bliss to heal the phase-damaged source. Lin Yuan had the talent of a healing-type spirit Chi professional, and he always had the objective of becoming one too. Therefore, when nurturing the Jasmine Lily, Lin Yuan had never been complacent. In fact, he had also chosen the jasmine lily to be the first fae to be enhanced into a fantasy breed. Lin Yuan suddenly felt that the recovery imprint, spirit kai imprint, and the pure land of bliss were forming a perfect combination. After days and months of spirit kai accumulation in the spirit kai imprint, will I be able to see a pure land of bliss that reaches the horizon when I open up the spirit kai imprint after opening up the recovery imprint? Will I be able to heal the entire battlefield during a dimensional rift invasion? Of course. Lin Yuan knew that he was still very weak. If he wanted to become stronger, he would need to take one step and continue pressing forward. Chapter 55 5 Fortune Ranchu. After exiting the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Morbius started hibernating and recovering its injured source. At this moment, Morbius attributes were displayed to Lin Yuan with true data. Pure land of bliss. The Spirit Lock spatial zone will produce soil that is great for recovering the injuries of near-death fae. The Fae's recovery time will be determined by the grade of Morbius and the dying fae. Normal Spirit Lock. Jasmine Lily Bronze 110. Normal. Ability Heal rapidly recovers external injuries and gradually recovers vitality. Exclusive skill Recovery Imprint. Accumulate the healing energy that is released by the Jasmine Lily during normal times. The contractor can activate the imprint to release the accumulated healing energy. Elite Spirit Lock. Spirit Gather Goldfish Bronze 110. Normal. Ability Spirit Injection. Restore a certain amount of spiritual power at once and gradually restore the lost spiritual power. Exclusive skill Spirit Kai Imprint. The Spirit Kai that is constantly released to the environment will be stored within the Spirit Kai Imprint instead. It will be branded on the contractor's body, and the contractor can release Spirit Kai contained within the Spirit Kai Imprint. While looking at Morbius attributes, Lin Yuan scratched his head. If I wish to evolve Morbius to silver grade, I will need to spirit lock a third fae. After selling another batch of spirit siphon goldfish, Lin Yuan realized that Redthorn had already progressed to normal IX flawless, as it had constantly been digesting alien insect carcasses. The alien insect carcasses cost more than 100 radiance dollars. But Redthorn had yet to break through to Elite grade. At that moment, Lin Yuan noticed that if he couldn't channel Spirit Kai to the Fae, it would actually be that difficult to evolve them. Redthorn's evolution was Lin Yuan's #1 priority now. The Source Seed would evolve according to Lin Yuan's will, and the evolution method he had chosen for Redthorn was food consumption. Therefore, in order to receive any enhancement during evolution, it would need to come from the source of food. The flesh of a high-grade Fae or a high-grade dimensional lifeform would be especially beneficial for Redthorn's evolution. However, be it high-grade Fae or dimensional lifeform flesh, most of them were considered precious spiritual or food ingredients. Lin Yuan's wish to purchase large quantities of high-grade Fae flesh wasn't practical, but since it was the crucial juncture for Redthorn's evolution, Lin Yuan couldn't afford to be stingy. He logged into the Star Web and immediately contacted Zhu Jiexin. Deep Mountain Elder Lin Big Sister Zin. I wish to order another batch of normal spirit siphon goldfish. This time, I want 10 telescope spirit siphon goldfish. Lin Yuan was planning to nurture the spirit siphon goldfish and reserve 10 of them. These 10 would be seeded candidates that would be nurtured to bronze grade before being sold. Bronze spirit siphon goldfish would be able to enter the doors of the rare lifeform pavilion. If Lin Yuan wished to purchase the mahogany tree cores, he would need to rely on the bronze spirit siphon goldfish. Of course, Lin Yuan wouldn't exchange such precious fays like bronze spirit siphon goldfish for radiance dollars. He would put them up in the rare lifeform pavilion and trade them for mahogany tree cores. Trading for items might be primitive, but it was the most effective method to obtain spiritual ingredients and fays. Zhu Jiexin, all right. I will pick the best normal spirit siphon goldfish for you. That's right. I have a female elite spirit siphon goldfish that is already pregnant. I wonder if you are interested. Female spirit siphon goldfish weren't that rare, but it was extremely difficult for spirit siphon goldfish to get pregnant. The higher the rarity of a fae, the harder it was for it to reproduce. It was a lock that was put down by nature, and humans couldn't unlock it. When Lin Yuan read that Zhu Jiexin had a pregnant spirit siphon goldfish, his eyes lit up. A female spirit siphon goldfish could give birth to around 1 spirit siphon goldfish each time. A spirit siphon goldfish eggs had a hard time surviving, and it was mainly because there wasn't enough spirit chi for the eggs to absorb. However, it would no longer be a problem in the spirit lock spatial zone's spirit pool. The spirit pool might only be able to contain 100 elite spirit siphon goldfish at once, but the eggs would need to be nurtured, and Lin Yuan could split them up into different tanks for breeding. This way, he would be able to save a huge portion of money and would no longer need to purchase normal spirit siphon goldfish. Deep Mountain Elder Lin Big Sister Zen. I want the female spirit siphon goldfish. I wonder what is the price. Jujix and the female spirit siphon goldfish might be a little expensive. It costs 80 radiance dollars. Lin Yuan frowned at the reply. If this was the price, Lin Yuan would rather purchase normal spirit siphon goldfish each time and nurture them. A single elite spirit siphon goldfish would only be 8 radiance dollars, and it was due to the good species. An ordinary species would only be worth 5 radiance dollars. The elite spirit siphon goldfish was pregnant and could be sold for 80 radiance dollars. The price was truly a little high. Lin Yuan felt that 15 radiance dollars should be the limit. Yu Jackson, that's right. I forgot to mention that the pregnant female spirit siphon goldfish is a 5 fortune ranchu. That's why it is expensive. The prices Big Sister Zen offers will never make you suffer losses. 5 fortune ranchu, no wonder it's so expensive. Even a century after the spirit kai awakening, humans still had the instinctive preference for auspicious things. The 5 fortune ranchu was a rare and auspicious species among the spirit siphon goldfish. Its round body had 5 colors, which signified 5 fortunes. It might have the same function as a regular spirit siphon goldfish, but it cost 10 times more than a regular one. Elite 5 fortune ranches were basically not available in the market. One could only purchase one from creation masters that had nurtured it personally. Lin Yuan had been purchasing spiritual ingredients from Zhu Jiaxin mainly because she was honest when doing business. Lin Yuan realized that he had underestimated Zhu Jiaxin's connections. Chapter 56 Zhu Jiaxin's Thoughts. Deep Mountain Elder Lin Big Sister Zen. I shall purchase that female 5 fortune ranchu. Does Big Sister Zen sell high-grade spirit beast flesh? After Lin Yuan's multiple spirit siphon goldfish purchases, Zhu Jiaxin had made a brief investigation on Lin Yuan. As a result, she had found out that Lin Yuan's account, Deep Mountain Elder Lin, was also an owner of a face store. Zhu Jiaxin had observed it for some time. After Lin Yuan's store obtained the normal spirit siphon goldfish, they would all become elite grade in a short period of time. These were spirit siphon goldfish. Zhu Jiaxin made a bold guess and was quickly frightened by her own conjecture. In order to evolve 100 normal spirit siphon goldfish to elite grade within 3 to 5 days, one must at least be a Class 3 creation master. Of course, Class 2 creation masters couldn't be excluded either. However, if this was the work of a Class 2 creation master, to evolve spirit siphon goldfish at such a large scale, there must be at least 20 Class 2 creation masters. Nonetheless, Zhu Jiaxin couldn't understand why a creation master would want to evolve spirit siphon goldfish. Wouldn't it be better to evolve a few silver phase instead of spending so much effort to evolve spirit siphon goldfish? It didn't matter what Zhu Jiaxin was guessing as she was certain about something. There must be a creation master backing Lin Yuan's store, and it was highly possible that it was a Class 3 creation master. Class 3 creation masters were individuals that even Class 5 stores might not have, and they would most certainly be considered VIP guests. Zhu Jiaxin had operated her store for many years, and she sold the best quality of spiritual ingredients every time. After so many years of hard work, she had finally reached the standard of a Class 3-star web store. This was mainly because she had been suppressing her prices and selling in huge quantities. Zhu Jiaxin wasn't able to upgrade her store to Class 4 because she didn't have a creation master's backing. Previously, Zhu Jiaxin was only thinking of developing Lin Yuan into her loyal customer. But now, she thought whether she could create a better relationship with Lin Yuan. She could purchase rare items from Lin Yuan's store that wouldn't be available in the market at high prices. That way, she would be able to build the reputation of her store and upgrade it to Class 4. With a larger store space, she would be able to manage it even better. To manage the Star Web store well had always been Zhu Jiuxin's persistence. However, she couldn't find any creation master as her backer, and it had been a difficult journey. Zhu Jiuxin did think of recruiting a creation master. However, most of the ones she found were Class 1 ones. Even the conditions Class 1 creation masters set were already so high that Zhu Jiuxin couldn't afford them. Most of the creation masters in Class 5 stores were young talents chosen by the store, and they used resources to nurture the creation masters. Zhu Jiuxin had nurtured young and talented people too, and she wasn't stingy with the resources. However, they all ended up as failures. Evidently, it wasn't that easy to produce creation masters. Zhu Jiuxin wanted to import some rare face from Lin Yuan's store, but it wasn't that easy to open this kind of conversation topic. Even if one wanted to become a bootlicker, they couldn't simply lick without any reason. It was important to use a method of licking that the boss could accept and to lick without leaving any traces. After being the owner of a spiritual ingredient store for many years, even the most reserved person would be able to turn the method to recruit creation masters into an art. However, the high-grade spirit beast flesh that Lin Yuan wanted was something that Zhu Jiuxin didn't have in her store right now. Zhu Jiuxin knew that if she said she didn't have any, and if Lin Yuan required them, he would definitely find others for it. Zhu Jiuxin didn't wish for the situation to turn like that. If Lin Yuan sought out other store owners and became their regular customer, wouldn't she suffer losses? Therefore, Zhu Jiuxin made a decision and replied, I do not have any high-grade spirit beast or dimensional lifeforms flesh. In order to sell high-grade dimensional lifeforms flesh, a special certificate is required. There are only a few stores that have the certificates. If you wish to buy them, I can recommend you to them. Lin Yuan didn't expect Zhu Jiuxin to be willing to share her contacts with him. Contacts were the livelihood for spiritual ingredients and face stores. Each store had its own unique contacts, and this was a capital that allowed them to continue surviving. It didn't matter for what reason Zhu Jiuxin was willing to share her contacts. Lin Yuan was going to remember this favor. After seeking for survival in the darkness for many years, Lin Yuan already knew how to be grateful. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, then I shall thank Big Sister Zin. I am now really in urgent need of some high-grade spirit beast flesh or high-grade dimensional lifeform flesh. Zhu Jiuxin was delighted to see Lin Yuan's response. She was afraid that Lin Yuan wouldn't appreciate her help at first. Now that Lin Yuan gave his thanks, it meant that he accepted her favor. When the conversation was over, Lin Yuan followed Zhu Jiuxin's instructions and arrived at the recommended Star Web store that didn't have any banner. Lin Yuan saw a tall and stalwart man, who was flipping through a book. Seated there, he was constantly recording something in the book, as though he was tallying the inventory of the goods. Sensing that someone was inside, the tall and stalwart man looked up and said, "This isn't a store. I don't attend to visitors." Lin Yuan quickly responded, "Zhu Jiuxin recommended me to purchase high-grade spirit beast and dimensional lifeform flesh here." Upon hearing that it was Zhu Jiuxin's referral, the tall and stalwart man glanced at Lin Yuan. He contacted Zhu Jiuxin to verify Lin Yuan's identity before speaking. "Since Jiuxin recommended you, you can call me Big Brother Fang." When Lin Yuan saw how cautious the tall and stalwart man was, he already speculated something. This store probably didn't have the special certificate and was probably an illegal store. Although the Star Web was a place with great ability for checks and inspections, there were plenty of illegal stores in the Star Web. Each time a store was caught, there would be a corresponding punishment. It was natural for the tall and stalwart man to be sensitive and anxious. "Big Brother Fang, do you sell high-grade spirit beast flesh here?" The tall and stalwart man shook his head and said, "I am only able to obtain one batch of high-grade fey flesh every month. Furthermore, those scrap parts couldn't be treated as spiritual ingredients or used for delicacies. There isn't a choice of species. One caddy of bronze raid flesh would cost 20 Federation dollars. One caddy of silver grade flesh would cost 50 Federation dollars. And one caddy of gold raid flesh would cost 1 radiance dollar. Presently, I have sold out all the goods, and half a year of goods have already been reserved." Lin Yuan frowned at the response, but Big Brother Fang added, It is hard to buy high-grade Fey flesh everywhere. After all, high-ranked spirit Kai professionals would use Fey flesh to feed their carnivorous Feys. But if you need dimensional lifeforms flesh, I have quite the stock, and I can sell them to you for a lower price. Lin Yuan's frown had relaxed at this point, since he was feeding them to Redthorn. Either high-grade Fey flesh or dimensional lifeform flesh would do. However, high-grade Fey flesh would contain more spirit Kai than dimensional lifeform flesh. Chapter 57 Lord Ranger. Lin Yuan had already decided to purchase the flesh of high-grade dimensional lifeforms. Big Brother Fang. Then I shall get some high-grade dimensional lifeform flesh. I wonder how much are you selling the dimensional lifeform flesh for? To be honest with you, the high-grade dimensional lifeform flesh that I received isn't edible like the high-grade spirit beast flesh. I am unable to receive any edible high-grade dimensional lifeform flesh. Either. Most of the dimensional lifeform flesh I received are from the Abyss Dimensional Rift and Insect World Dimensional Rift. When Big Brother Feng explained, Lin Yuan could obviously feel the helplessness in the other party's eyes. Apparently, the sale of such dimensional lifeform flesh that caused harm to the human body wasn't doing well. However, there wasn't a need to consider such things for Redthorn. In fact, the kind of dimensional lifeform flesh other Feys couldn't consume might actually be beneficial for Redthorn's evolution. I wonder what is the price for the dimensional lifeform flesh. Big Brother Feng didn't think that Lin Yuan would express an intention to purchase and was rather delighted. Class 1 dimensional lifeforms are equivalent to bronze Feys and cost $500 Federation for each caddy. Class 2 dimensional lifeforms are equivalent with silver Feys and cost $8 Federation for each caddy. Class 3 dimensional lifeforms are equivalent to gold Feys and cost $100 Federation for each caddy. Lin Yuan was rather surprised and didn't think that dimensional lifeform flesh was actually so cheap. It was several times cheaper than Fey flesh. Gold dimensional lifeform flesh only cost $100 Federation for each caddy. It also meant that 100 Radiance dollars could purchase one. That is. Of course, Redthorn was only at normal grade now, and even if it could digest dimensional lifeform flesh, it would also need a gradual adaptation. Previously, Lin Yuan had been feeding it with gradeless alien insect carcasses. The amount of energy contained within those carcasses might be comparable with normal Feys. Therefore, Lin Yuan was planning to start feeding Redthorn with bronze raid Fey flesh. Big Brother Feng. I will order 3 heads of class 1 dimensional lifeform flesh this time. Let's provide our contact details. In the future, if I require more dimensional lifeform flesh, I will order directly from you. Big Brother Feng immediately smiled when he heard that Lin Yuan was going to purchase dimensional lifeform flesh. He said, "Okay, I will give you a little more this time. A class 1 alien insect is around 60 caddies. I will give you 55 alien insects. And the surplus will be considered a gift." Lin Yuan originally felt that high-grade dimensional lifeform flesh was cheap, but after using 1.5 Radiance dollars to purchase 3 had is only to receive 55 corpses. He felt that it wasn't that many. He had already fed Redthorn 1 alien insects. Of course, the energy from 1 and gradeless alien insects might only be equivalent to 3 of these class 1 alien insects. After making the purchase, Lin Yuan was planning to enter seclusion, apart from some duels in the Star Tower or evolving the bronze Usneas. The rest of the time would be spent on watching Redthorn's evolution. Once Redthorn evolved to Elite grade, Lin Yuan could attempt to mix the fleshes of Class 1 and Class 2 dimensional lifeforms. He believed that Redthorn would evolve to Bronze Raid soon enough. When Lin Yuan was feeding Redthorn, he could feel that Redthorn was in a pleasant mood. As Redthorn was rapidly consuming the Class 1 dimensional lifeform flesh, a problem occurred. A Class 1 alien insect's blood had a corrosiveness that could instantly turn a piece of wooden block into black charcoal. The corrosiveness had a certain impact on the normal Redthorn at first. Even the Redthorn's mouth of Relinquish had withered and turned dark because of the Class 1 alien insect's blood. Lin Yuan silently thought, "Not good. It seems like I am too anxious." Just as he was preparing to ask Redthorn to spit out the Class 1 alien insect's flesh, Redthorn's mouth of relinquish was already gradually recovering as it had absorbed the energy from its flesh. During the process of recovery, the mouth of relinquish would be corroded again. It would still wither and turn dark, but it wouldn't be as severe as before. Looking at the situation, Lin Yuan gave up on his plan to change Redthorn's evolution through food consumption. After all, Redthorn was obviously adapting to the Class 1 alien insect's corrosiveness and simultaneously was increasing its resistance toward corrosive blood. This was the evolution direction that the Class 1 alien insect had directly influenced. It was an evolutionary trait that was introduced afterward. Even if the Redthorn was a source seed, there were some characteristics that couldn't be produced just because the contractor wanted it. Redthorn had a harder time fully digesting the Class 1 alien insect. However, Lin Yuan could obviously feel that Redthorn had a better resistance against the Class 1 alien insect's corrosive blood. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that Redthorn was asking for Lin Yuan's intention. Lin Yuan immediately said, "Enhance your attack power. Enhance the vines that grew out previously." Lin Yuan was most expectant of Redthorn's attack power. When Redthorn evolved to normal grade, it had already grown out some vines that were 2 meters in length, and there were over a dozen of them. These vines allowed Redthorn to have a certain level of combat capability. But in Lin Yuan's opinion, the vines were still rather weak. The vines might have extremely sharp reversed spikes, but it was still very hard to defeat and kill defensive-type phase with these reversed spikes. After receiving Lin Yuan's command, Redthorn fell into hibernation. Hibernation was an evolutionary process that was required for Redthorn. The other phase would evolve according to their genus and would have a specific direction of evolution. Even though exclusive skills would increase the variation of the Fae, there was still a rough model. Redthorn didn't have such a model in its evolution, so it required instructions from Lin Yuan to grow, and the process required a long period of time. After one day, Lin Yuan realized that Redthorn was still not moving. However, he could feel Redthorn's current state due to the contract, and it was in a great condition. Genius jumped onto Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, "Yuan, I have already memorized everything in the books. I guarantee that I memorized all the details." After speaking, Genius used its little head to rub on Lin Yuan's cheek and enjoyed the intimate time with Lin Yuan. During these 2 days, Chimey had been obsessed with live streaming and didn't really pester Lin Yuan. Whenever Chimey met something it couldn't resolve, it would call for Genius. Genius was just like Chimey's super room manager and would make sure everything was in order. Chimey was only fooling around because it enjoyed singing and had started a live stream accidentally. However, the name of Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess was abnormally prominent. Its reputation was already able to crush all the other singing hosts. Of course, there was another reason why Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess was famous. It was due to the Radiance 100 Sequence 81. Lord Ranger. Lord Ranger had made huge donations during Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess livestream and immediately became a top contributing fan. Each sequence member's words and actions in the Radiance 100 would be closely followed by everyone else. The news that Lord Ranger had donated to Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess had immediately turned into the most hyped-up piece of news in the Star Web. Chapter 58 Creation Master Association. This matter might have attracted the attention of the entire Star Web, but be it Chimey itself or Lin Yuan, none of them noticed it. When Chimey was singing, it would still be looking at the messages and the praises that would constantly flow. It wouldn't bother about the other comments. Lin Yuan had constantly been making himself stronger and didn't even know that Chimey had started live streaming on the Star Web. Genius had completed its study on Primary Scholar, Spiritual Ingredient Analyst, and Fey Observer occupations. Lin Yuan saw that there were still 3 days left before the appointment date with Zhu Jiuxin, so he decided to go for the Creation Master exam. The Creation Master exam wasn't conducted on the Star Web. It was conducted in the city, and only the main cities would have Creation Master associations. The Creation Master Association for the Redbed City was established within the main city area. Lin Yuan brought Genius along and rode on a bronze-black winged windfalcon toward Redbed City. After taking a ride on a platinum avian Fae, Lin Yuan no longer had the same sensation he had when riding this bronze avian fae for the first time in the past. When he arrived at Redbud City, it was already afternoon. Lin Yuan suddenly thought to call Chu Sai out for lunch, but he immediately recalled he was here to participate in the Creation Master exam. He decided to participate in the Creation Master exam and share his success with Chu Sai later. Lin Yuan wasn't worried there might be any hiccups during the Creation Master exam. In fact, he was even wondering if he could complete the Class 1 Creation Master exam within 2 hours and obtain the chance to be exempted from the promotion exams of 3 lifestyle class Spirit Kai occupations. He would then be able to participate in the Class 2 Creation Master exam. Lin Yuan immediately flagged for a car and headed to the Creation Master Association. All sorts of facilities and infrastructures in Redbud City were superior to the Xia region. The Redbud City streets were 30 meters in width, and even Platinum Fays were able to traverse on the streets with ease. However, almost no one would summon their Platinum Fays in the city area of Redbud City. Even the formidable Spirit Kai professionals would use transportation machines. It allowed Redbud City to have a peaceful and prosperous atmosphere. At the Creation Master Association entrance, Lin Yuan looked at the large doors of the Creation Master Association and took another glance at the City Lord residence that wasn't far away. Lin Yuan felt that the Creation Master Association was probably even grander than the City Lord residence. One could easily see the amount of respect that the Creation Master Association had. Lin Yuan didn't pick a time to participate in the Creation Master exam, and it was a pure coincidence. However, there were plenty of apprehensive people at the Creation Master Association entrance as they headed inside. Most of the people were here to participate in the exam. Some of the people entered with apprehensive expressions, while others entered with a face filled with confidence. When these people exited, almost every one of them would be from the dejected batch. On average, only 1 out of 100 individuals would exit with extremely excited and delighted expressions. It showed how difficult the Creation Master exam was. The majority of the people who participated in the Creation Master exam would be properly prepared. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to make another attempt within the year if they failed. Not many people would be willing to take one entire year as a bet if they didn't have any confidence. Despite the fact that they were amply prepared, it was still very difficult to pass the exam. Lin Yuan had already asked Genius to transform into the glasses with tool transformation. After wearing the glasses, Lin Yuan had an additional scholarly aura that made him a little more amiable. When Lin Yuan entered the Creation Master Association, he was immediately stopped by the attendants inside. Each attendant in the Creation Master Association would be attending to 30 individuals who were here to participate in the Creation Master exam. Lin Yuan observed quietly and noticed there was only one individual in his group that was rather confident. The rest of the people were obviously very nervous. There was even a plump person whose legs would shiver when he walked. When there were 30 individuals, the attendant said, "Later on, show me the proof that you have obtained the primary rank of 3 lifestyle class occupations before you participate in the exam. When you exit, bring your scorecard to me, and you can leave with your proof." The attendant was an extremely gentle elder sister, and her voice was so gentle that it felt as though water was dripping out. After giving the instructions, she sat on the chair and gave a good luck gesture to the people participating in the exam and said, "I wish that all of you can pass the exam and have a great future ahead." The encouragement before the exam was truly invigorating. As an attendant in the Creation Master Association, she was a Creation Master herself. For a Creation Master to be working in the Creation Master Association meant that she was extremely talented. For a person with such a transcending status, there wasn't a need to say anything. Since she was saying something, then it must be from the bottom of her heart. At this moment, Lin Yuan scratched his head embarrassedly. When everyone else had headed for the exam, Lin Yuan stood still and said, I heard that I could participate in 3 primary ranked lifestyle class occupation exams in the Creation Master Association. Therefore, I didn't have any proof prepared in advance. I wish to take all the exams at the Creation Master Association. Ning Zujin was a person with a gentle and calm temperament and wouldn't be surprised by anything she encountered. However, She was flabbergasted by Lin Yuan's words and only replied after a long time. You can indeed participate in primary rank lifestyle class occupation exams in the Creation Master exam. However, the Creation Master Association only has the exams for the Scholar, Fey Observer, and Spiritual Ingredient Analyst occupations. If you wish to participate in other occupation exams, you need to participate in other associations. Ning Zujin shook her head helplessly when looking at Lin Yuan as she spoke. It had been many years since anyone had come to the Creation Master Association to participate in other occupation exams apart from the Creation Master exam. Which of the participants here weren't amply prepared beforehand? This was Ning Zujin's first time seeing such a sloppy person. However, Ning Zujin was flabbergasted again after hearing the subsequent response. I wish to participate in those 3 occupation exams. It just so happens that the Creation Master Association is able to conduct all of them. Ning Zujin nearly burst out with vulgarities and felt that this youth in front of her must be some deity. She had never heard of anyone using these 3 knowledge occupations as proof to participate in the Creation Master exam. In order to participate in those 3 lifestyle class occupation exams, one would need to memorize over 300 books. It was already heavy enough to carry all of those books. But that didn't matter. All the contents inside those books had to be memorized in order to pass the exam. How could a person be able to memorize all of those books at this young age? Even if someone used these knowledge occupations as proof, they could only use one of them. Ning Zujin had never seen anyone using 2 of those occupations as proof. Most of the people that participated in the Creation Master exam would be Spirit Kai professionals. Who would be willing to spend so much time to learn such knowledge instead of increasing their strength? Chapter 59 A Problem. Ning Zujin still had an uncertain expression as she asked. You are really not joking? Lin Yuan nodded seriously. How can I be joking right now even if I wish to make a joke? I will also need the correct occasion. Right. After hearing Lin Yuan's confirmation again, Ning Zujin looked at him with a rather complicated expression. Ning Zujin really wanted to ask if Lin Yuan was playing the fool. The Creation Master Association's exams would normally have lenient entry requirements, but difficult passing requirements. People who came for the exam didn't need a high standard. However, it was extremely difficult to pass the exam. This was also how the Radiance Federation gave more attention to the occupation of Creation Master and didn't wish to lose out on any talented, but unknown individuals. In Ning Zujin's opinion now, Lin Yuan was a troublemaker. Normally, Ning Zujin should be going through the protocol and bring Lin Yuan to go through the exams for the primary rank Scholar, Spiritual Ingredient Analyst, and Fey Observer occupations. However, Ning Zujin didn't follow the normal protocol. If she were to follow the protocol and conduct all 3 knowledge occupation exams alone, it would definitely attract the upper echelon's attention. It was fine if Lin Yuan could pass all the exams, but if he couldn't, he would probably be considered as a troublemaker at the Creation Master Association. It was a small matter to create trouble at the Creation Master Association. It was highly possible that it might be recorded into Lin Yuan's resume as a Radiance Federation's citizen. Therefore, Ning Zujin tried to persuade again. Looking at the information you filled in, your name is Lin Yuan. Right, Lin Yuan? The questions that are given for these 3 lifestyle class occupations are different when you attempt them at the respective associations than when attempted at the Creation Master Association. Since these 3 occupation exams are given to the Creation Master Association, the Creation Master Association would be in charge of the questions. Questions given by the Creation Master Association will be craftier and more difficult than other associations. So I advise that. Before Ning Zujin could finish speaking, an aged voice echoed. Lass, what is the reasoning for us to push participants to other associations when they are here at our Creation Master Association to attempt the knowledge occupation exam? And who said that the questions here are craftier? This old one has never tested anything outside of the exam's topics. All these questions are within the testable topics, and if the participant understands all the contents, they will naturally be able to answer them. The old man sounded very calm and was rather benevolent, but when Ning Zujin heard the old man's voice, she immediately turned around and said, Vice President, Aren't you nurturing platinum spiral-toothed sharks? Just let me handle these small matters. The old man's face turned stern after hearing Ning Zhujian's words. Just call me grandfather. There is nothing to hide in the association. I will not give you special attention either. This old one is tired. Can't I come out to have a breather? Little Zhujian doesn't care about grandfather at all. The old man might not have mentioned Lin Yuan in his reply, but his eyes were carefully sizing up Lin Yuan. Ning Zhujian gestured with her hand and gave Lin Yuan an eye signal for him to leave quickly. Her grandfather might look benevolent, but his face-changing speed wasn't inferior to those face-changing opera artists. He had an eccentric temperament. If he encountered someone that he liked, he would do anything to protect that person. However, if he encountered someone he disliked, he wouldn't even think they were worth a single cent. Her grandfather might have an eccentric temperament, but Ning Zhujian knew that he hated people who weren't serious toward knowledge. Lin Yuan saw the eye signal from Ning Zhujian and responded with a smile of a passionate young man. At that moment, the old man said to Lin Yuan, "Little kid, you are rather confident. How you didn't do any preparations in advance before participating in the Creation Master exam." The 3 knowledge occupation exam questions set by the Creation Master Association aren't as easy to answer. While speaking, the old man's expression was rather calm, and it felt he was just nonchalantly having a casual chat. Lin Yuan heard the old man's words and replied indifferently, "What the vice president said is true. However, aren't all questions difficult if you don't know them? But once you know them, they aren't difficult." Lin Yuan's answer made the old man take another glance at Lin Yuan. Aren't all questions difficult if you don't know them? But once you know them, they aren't difficult. Oh, what a great way to say it. If you are truly capable, you will be considered a young elite. But if you aren't truly capable and are using these words to muddle this old one, I will be furious. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Ning Zhujian knew that he was being serious toward Lin Yuan. She looked at Lin Yuan with sympathy. Ning Zhujian was truly helpless when it came to her grandfather's temper and eccentric temperament. Lin Yuan was naturally filled with respect toward the Creation Master Association's vice president. These people were the pioneers for the path of creation masters. Each evolution they contributed had produced plenty of high-ranked Spirit Kai professionals. The Radiance Federation's present great situation was definitely related to these pioneers. This junior naturally is speaking the truth and doesn't dare to be sloppy. Lin Yuan's words were very ordinary, but now that he wanted to attempt all 3 knowledge occupation exams, it felt rather arrogant and conceited. The old man didn't give any reaction, but suddenly changed the topic. "Since you are so confident, it must mean that you are rather well alarmed. During the planet's prehistoric time, there were 2 life forms, the Megalodon and the Leviathan. These 2 species are considered the ocean's true dictator during the tertiary period in history. They have been contesting each other for tens of millions of years and still couldn't settle an outcome of who was stronger. In your opinion, do you feel the Megalodon is stronger, or the Leviathan is stronger?" The old man's indifferent question made Ning Zhujian's expression change as she felt that it wasn't good. This question had been a constant debate even in the academic world, and there wasn't a definite answer. Both the species were top-class predators and dictated the ocean during the tertiary period. They were ruler-class lifeforms and commanded the resources in the ocean during their time. In terms of attack power, the 2 lifeforms were almost on par, so the stronger one would be dependent on the individual combat strength, ability to grasp opportunities, and combat experience. It was a question that wouldn't be considered wrong no matter how Lin Yuan answered. However, Ning Zhujian's grandfather was a strong supporter of the Megalodon party. He was determined that the Megalodon was the ruler of the ocean during the tertiary period. It was fine if Lin Yuan said it was the Megalodon, but if he said it was the Leviathan, her grandfather might just flip out and turn hostile here. As such, Ning Zhujian quickly said, "Grandfather, you have been debating on this topic with Grandfather Zheng. What else is there to ask? You feel that the Megalodon is the ruler, right?" Ning Zhujian's statement was very subtle and ingenious as she was sending information to Lin Yuan. In Ning Zhujian's opinion, if Lin Yuan was smart enough, he would know how to answer this question. The old man had also heard the intention within Ning Zhujian's words and felt that his question was no longer interesting. Lin Yuan was proficient in ways of the world and naturally understood Ning Zhujian's intention. However, after showing respect to the old man and summarizing the knowledge in his mind, Lin Yuan considered for a moment and replied, "I feel that the answer for this question has already been decided long ago." Chapter 60 in answer. The old man didn't expect to be able to hear a new perspective from Lin Yuan. Therefore, he was interested and asked nicely, "Young kid, speak then. This old one loves to hear analysis and opinions. Speak boldly." Ning Zhujian was jumping as she listened. Before her grandfather flipped out, it seemed like he would always say the same words. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "This answer is actually derived because both the species had been eliminated during evolution, so they are both weak. Otherwise, we would still be able to see megalodons and leviathans in the ocean now, even if the sharks in the ocean evolved back to the ancestry line and evolved more like the megalodon. Ultimately, they will never be megalodons or leviathans." This perspective made the old man silent. All along, you would hear that either the megalodon or the leviathan was stronger or that both were equally great. Without any exceptions, people would be saying they were strong. This was actually the first time someone was saying they were weak. However, the mention of weak was from the angle of natural selection. And it wasn't wrong. Perhaps Lin Yuan's perspective was too fresh and unique, so the old man didn't burst out immediately even though someone said that the megalodon was weak. Instead, he asked, "Why so?" The megalodon and the leviathan had conquered the ocean of the tertiary period for tens of millions of years. However, be it the leviathans or the megalodons, they were too high at the top of the food chain, and it caused the other tertiary period ocean creatures to have a slower evolution speed. As such, 65 million years ago, nature decided to use a meteorite to stop the contest between the two species without any room for negotiation. The impact welcomed the Quaternary period and a new period for the ocean. At the same time, they wiped out the megalodons and leviathans. Therefore, from the creation master's point of view, in terms of survival and evolution, the megalodons and leviathans are considered weak. Lin Yuan spoke of his opinion, and this wasn't just based on the knowledge he learned from genius. It was also Lin Yuan's knowledge from his previous lifetime, and the comprehension of the phase evolution in this lifetime. In the river of time, everything would turn into dust sooner or later. A successful evolution wasn't to allow one to reach the pinnacle and look down on every other living thing. A truly successful evolution was to understand how to overcome each calamity and disaster in order to survive for tens of millions or hundreds of millions of years. By allowing the species to continue was the true path of survival and evolution to achieve eternal victory. After hearing Lin Yuan's explanation, the old man stayed silent for a long time as though he was thinking through Lin Yuan's words. Ning Zhujian was no longer looking at Lin Yuan as though she was looking at a troublemaker. These were words that wouldn't come out from the mouth of a person who didn't have knowledge. Lin Yuan stood there quietly without showing any proud or impatient expression. At that moment, the old man suddenly laughed heartily and clapped. "Great!" The old man's voice was very loud and instantly attracted the attention of many. However, the old man didn't mind and said to Lin Yuan, "Young kid, your words are truly marvelous. However, why do you think the meteorite 65 million years ago would eliminate the megalodons and leviathans, but there are still shark and whale species existing today?" When asking this question, the old man's eyes weren't contemplating anymore, and it was obvious that he knew the answer clearly. He was asking this question to test Lin Yuan. He wanted to see whether Lin Yuan's answer earlier came from his feelings, or it was a true understanding. Lin Yuan didn't contemplate this time and immediately said, "Actually, the higher a lifeform reaches in the food chain, the weaker it is. 65 million years ago, when the meteorite landed, it first impacted the algae. The death of the algae quickly devastated the krills. The krills are the main source of food for baleen whales and large filter-feeding fish species. The baleen whales and the large filter-feeding fish species are the same food source for the megalodon and leviathan. Standing at the apex of the food pyramid, they were the weakest cycle among the life forms, and that is the reason they were wiped out." When the old man heard how Lin Yuan clearly spoke of the answer in his heart, He looked at Lin Yuan and felt that he was very pleasant looking. A well-alarmed person would always cherish talented individuals, especially when the said individual was so young. It gave him a feeling of succession and made the old man very pleased. The old man turned to look at Ning Zujin at the side and said, "Lass, the people attempting the exam will be coming out soon. You will be busy. I shall bring this kid and conduct the 3 knowledge occupation exams and see the standard of young people nowadays." Ning Zujin placed the form that Lin Yuan filled up in her grandfather's hand and secretly gave Lin Yuan a thumbs up. Lin Yuan responded politely by giving his thanks and entered a classroom together with the old man. The old man turned to look at Lin Yuan. "I will be invigilating the exams later. In fact, it is very interesting to be an invigilator. A person's answers can determine 3 values." The old man didn't care if Lin Yuan replied as he continued speaking. Perhaps he was in a great mood, so he had been talking non-stop. A person's attitude when answering questions can show their mental state. The answers from a person's answer sheets can show their attitude toward knowledge. A person's procedure in answering questions can show their inner qualities. It has been 10 years since this old one invigilated an exam. While speaking, the old man's eyes looked like he was reminiscing. Lin Yuan listened quietly. He felt that the vice president of the Red Bed City's Creation Master Association was someone that even the city lord would need to be respectful. But he was actually a stubborn old man at times when talking about something in regards to knowledge. During the exam, the old man didn't hold back and handed all 3 exam papers to Lin Yuan at once. Lin Yuan became highly concentrated during the exam, and it felt as though everything in the outside world was unrelated to him. When Lin Yuan started answering the questions, the old man didn't feel anything. But after a short period of time, the old man actually had a delightful feeling as he watched Lin Yuan answering the questions. The pen tip was rustling on the paper with a consistent frequency that was neither hurried nor slow. It was calm and collected. As for Lin Yuan, he had an unchanged expression as he answered each question on the paper in sequence. This was a calm attitude that the old man admired. At the same time, he was suddenly looking forward to seeing Lin Yuan's answers. When answering the questions, Lin Yuan understood why Ning Zujin would say that the Creation Master Association's questions would be crafty. Of the questions on the paper actually came from the remarks page of the books. There were even some questions that contained answers from the preface of the books. These questions were simply trying to make things difficult for the participants. However, it was still the same for Lin Yuan. Aren't all questions difficult if you don't know them? But once you know them, they aren't difficult. Thus, Lin Yuan answered smoothly without hesitation and used just 2 hours to complete the exam papers for all 3 exams. Chapter 61 Guidance. As Lin Yuan was answering the questions, he didn't feel the flow of time. He successively answered from the first question to the last question, without any pause in between. In fact, when answering the questions, Lin Yuan was wearing the glasses that genius had transformed into. At that moment, he was learning and sorting through the information. The knowledge learned by genius still belonged to genius. And if genius didn't use tool transformation and transformed into a pair of glasses, Lin Yuan's mind wouldn't have the knowledge that genius possessed. Lin Yuan knew that learning was an unending path. Lin Yuan was currently using some tricks to pass the exams on the lifestyle class knowledge occupations. Naturally, this kind of knowledge was something that Lin Yuan had to learn slowly. Take the exam questions on this paper. For example, during the process of answering, Lin Yuan would be able to have a rough memory, and the transferred knowledge would subtly turn into his own knowledge after he wrote what he learned once. This was a gain. There were plenty of gains that were insignificant, but when all the small gains were accumulated, they would achieve a transformation. Elder Ning had been watching as Lin Yuan answered the questions, and he hadn't realized how much time had passed either. When he saw Lin Yuan standing up to hand over the exam papers, Elder Ning looked at the time and was shocked and couldn't understand what happened. Elder Ning had been watching Lin Yuan answering the questions and could see that Lin Yuan had answered them calmly. However, the time taken to answer all those questions was just too fast. Back when he had drafted up the questions, he had put in plenty of time and effort in order to make the questions tricky. Elder Ning couldn't believe that Lin Yuan had answered them so quickly. But he could also see that Lin Yuan's calm manner when answering the questions wasn't a pretense too. Elder Ning simply took over Lin Yuan's exam papers and read them. Lin Yuan stood in place, as his mind was blank when he was in a deep state of learning. He enjoyed the feeling when he was in control of knowledge. Elder Ning read the papers, which had Lin Yuan's neat and pleasant handwriting. A good handwriting wasn't considered a big deal after the Spirit Kai awakening, but it was able to give a good impression. The more Elder Ning read, the more surprised he was. These questions were all answered with a standard answer. First page, second page, third page. From start to finish, Elder Ning couldn't find a single mistake. As such, Elder Ning started from the beginning and checked through again with detail and very seriously. However, after checking again, the result was still the same. There wasn't a single mistake. In other words, full marks for all 3 lifestyle class Spirit Kai occupations primary exams. It was an unbelievable fact, but there was no way to dispute it. Had it not been for the fact that Elder Ning had set the questions himself, and was certain that they hadn't been leaked out, he would think that Lin Yuan was holding onto the answer sheet to answer the questions. After staying silent for a long time, Elder Ning lifted his head and looked at Lin Yuan with grave eyes and admiration. His eyes were grave because this was simply too unbelievable. The admiration was because of Lin Yuan's results on the exams, and also how Lin Yuan had answered them with a calm attitude. It was also because of the level of detail in Lin Yuan's study that didn't allow Elder Ning to pick out any mistakes. Lin Yuan looked at Elder Ning and asked, "Elder Ning, can I participate in the Creation Master exam now?" Elder Ning shook his hand and said, "Great kid. Heroes are truly born from the youth. You are truly capable, but you will not be able to take the Creation Master exam today. Leave your information here and just come over to participate in the Creation Master exam tomorrow." Lin Yuan was rather confused. "I have already finished the exams for the Knowledge Spirit Kai occupations. Why can't I participate in the Creation Master exam immediately if I participate in the exam tomorrow? And if I wish to rush straight to become a Class 2 Creation Master, I might miss out on the appointment time with Big Sister Zen. I will not be able to pick up on any hidden wares. Elder Ning, can't I take the exam today? I wish to try and see if I can complete the Class 1 Creation Master exam within 2 hours. Elder Ning's mouth twitched as he looked at Lin Yuan with solemn eyes, and he nearly poured out praises from his mouth. "Kid, you are rather ambitious to complete the Class 1 Creation Master exam within 2 hours. Could it be that you wish to rush straight for Class 2 Creation Master?" Elder Ning might be speaking like this, but Lin Yuan's exam results made Elder Ning believe Lin Yuan a little. His intuition told him that Lin Yuan was really able to complete the Class 1 Creation Master exam within 2 hours. Even if that is the case, you still have to come again tomorrow. Who asked you to obtain such high marks in the exams and break the records for the Creation Master Association's Knowledge Spirit Kai occupations primary exams? Therefore, I need to report your results for the 3 exams to the Lifestyle Class Spirit Kai Occupations Associations. I have to go through the necessary process. Lin Yuan nodded after hearing Elder Ning's reply. Just as he was about to leave, Elder Ning called out to him, "Don't be in a hurry to leave. Follow me to the breeding room to see the spiral-toothed sharks that I have nurtured. Take a look at this old man's research." Lin Yuan had yet to pass the Creation Master exam, but it was obvious that Elder Ning had already treated Lin Yuan as a junior with great potential. Even his words had the implied meaning to offer guidance. In fact, it was due to Elder Ning's admiration for Lin Yuan. Otherwise, even if Lin Yuan was a Class 3 Creation Master, Elder Ning couldn't be bothered either. To become a vice president in a city's Creation Master Association, one must definitely be a Class 4 Creation Master. There was a tradition in the Creation Master Association. There were no presidents in all cities' Creation Master Associations. Even in the Radiance Federation's Royal Capital's Creation Master Association, the person with the highest level of authority would be the vice president. Among the Creation Masters, there were 3 absolute experts, and they were the Class 5 Creation Masters at the Pinnacle: Bamboo Monarch, Chef Supreme, and Moon Empress. Bamboo Monarch and Chef Supreme were veteran Class 5 Creation Masters. They had been the earliest batch of creation masters since the Spirit Kai awakening and stood at the peak of the creation masters. The Moon Empress rose up afterward and used her talents to become a Class 5 creation master. She had then concealed herself, and no one else knew about her progress. During the recent decade, the Moon Empress had been laying low, but since she had been given the title of Empress, no one else had dared to proclaim themselves as Empress. The Bamboo Monarch, Chef Supreme, and Moon Empress didn't wish to take on the role of a president in the Creation Master Association, so they were given the title of honorary elders. As such, to show respect to the Bamboo Monarch, Chef Supreme, and Moon Empress, the Creation Master Association didn't appoint any presidents, and only appointed vice presidents. For Lin Yuan to be admired and acknowledged by Elder Ning, it would definitely cause countless creation masters to be envious if it was made known. When an elder offered an invitation, Lin Yuan naturally didn't dare to refuse. In addition, he was very interested in Platinum Phase. To be invited by Elder Ning to his breeding room to observe was truly a pleasant surprise for Lin Yuan. The Creation Master's breeding room was considered a private territory, and it was rare for outsiders to be invited inside, especially to observe a Platinum Fae that was being nurtured. Lin Yuan followed Elder Ning into the latter's breeding room. As soon as Lin Yuan entered the room, he could smell a unique smell that could only be found from seawater. There was also a violent pressure that enveloped the room. The scenery in the breeding room was truly a surprise for Lin Yuan. It was massive, and when Lin Yuan took a glance, he could see a huge pool that had a width of close to 1.0 meters. It was just like a small-scaled artificial sea. The intimidating pressure from the sea felt as though it had mighty attack power. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt Elder Ning circulating the Spirit Kai. 3 willpower runes were emitted from the body and released powerful spiritual power waves. The spiritual power had an aura that allowed Lin Yuan to know that Elder Ning was a Class 4 creation master and also a King class expert.